Although everyone supported Yue Yang, he still decided to take things slowly. He decided to collect the fresh blood of Lu Yat, Xia Yi and the half-elf girl, so that he could refine more blood essence, such that he would be more well prepared. It was a pity that Shui Wuxia, Princess Qian, Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Night Empress and Ji Zun were all not around, if not Yue Yang believed that the effect would be better. Yue Yang returned to Yu Clan Castle and found Lu Yat. While he was collecting her blood, Baoer came over. Do you want my blood? Yue Yang wasn't sure if the blood of golden elves would be able to fuse with that of a human's. But in order to not let her good will go to waste, he still nodded his head. I'm afraid of pain, so just take a little blood. Baoer was normally scared of feeling pain, but when she saw that Lu Ye agreed to Yue Yang's request without hesitation, she stood out for once in her entire life and support him in his research. As for the ox-head Fan Lun Tai, she was a little hesitant when she saw that Yue Yang was collecting Baoer's blood. She had already expected him to collect blood only from pretty girls. She decided that her blood probably wouldn't be of any use, so she didn't go over to be a busybody. Snorting, she went away. After having Titan's meat, ox-head Fan Lun Tai's body had already rose to over 4 meters. Her power increased by at least 2 times. Her rank also rose from level 7 Overlord to level 8 Emperor. If she were to drink Titan's blood refined by Yue Yang, she would probably rise by another level. Not only her, even Ox-head Li Ao and the 4 orc girls also rose through the ranks rapidly. It seemed that Titan's meat had great effect in leveling up Ox-head people and orc people. On the other hand, its effect was limited towards human beings. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai quipped that Ox-head people and the orc people's ability to digest was akin to that of beasts. It was indeed so. Yue Yang also hadn't expected them to level up so quickly after having Titan's meat. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers were still alright as they were willing to eat Titan's meat. Anything for more power. But Tian Luo Prince and Xue Tan Lang were extremely against it. They'd rather lose the opportunity to level up than to eat Titan's meat. Of course, if it was Yue Yang, he wouldn't want to have it either. Although the ancient Titan was huge, he bore a human form, it would feel slightly grotesque to eat his meat. Tian Luo Prince and Xue Tan Lang were still lucky as no one forced them to eat it, but Yan Po Jun and Feng Shachi were met with misfortune. They didn't want to have it, but the elders in their family coerced them into it. They almost vomited. Luckily, they still got some energy from eating it, if not they would have cried to death. Lin En, Anna and Baoer definitely wouldn't eat it. The golden elves rarely have meat, their normal diet consisted of vegetables and fruits. Putting away the fresh blood of the 2 girls, Yue Yang headed towards the 6th level of Tong Tian Tower. He then returned to the Thunder Fortress. What puzzled him was that there seemed to be traces of a violent battle in the Thunder Fortress, and it seemed that the Sea Clan was behind it. If the Sea Clan launched an attack, why didn't the Fat Toad inform him about it? Carrying these questions, Yue Yang entered the door. Master, you are finally back, you don't know how exciting the battle was. It was earth-shaking and extremely exciting. Fat Toad Gyuda went up and delivered the good news even before Yue Yang stepped in. In summary, a few Sea Clan members came over and provoked us. The butler Yan Zheng's words were simple and easy to understand. The Fat Toad complained loudly, indicating that summarizing it like that was not impressive enough. He then embellished the story and made it super exaggerated. But that finally made Yue Yang understood what was going on. The Sea Clan had already found out the small residency Titan Jr. had in the Thunder Fortress. They initially wanted King Chong Ni to chase Titan Jr.'s housekeepers away but they were rejected by him. Hence the ambassadors sent by Empress Jellyfish ordered for the immediate surrender of the members of the Titan Merchant Guild, slaves and any other personnel related to Titan Jr. They also confiscated all assets Titan Jr. had in the Thunder Fortress. Forget about the support of the hybrids, even if they weren't in the picture, Fat Toad Gyuda and the rest wouldn't have surrendered. So, both sides adopted the measure of using a tournament to determine which side wins. It is also known as 3-on-3 battle in the Tong Tian Tower. King Chong Ni was the judge while Blood River, Mountain Elf, Ma Long, Mr. Chen and other innates helped Titan Jr.'s subordinates secretly, as they fought against the team of ambassadors sent by Empress Jellyfish. Everyone thought that the ambassadors that were made up of experts would surely defeat Titan Jr.'s subordinates, but they were actually scared witless when the Octopus Man Boss Pan Chan, Swordfish Man Blast, Whale Zhong and Giant Crab Man Ao appeared. Forget about them who were innate level 8, even the weakest mud skipper Man Sui Zy could make them suffer. Although they became hybrids, they were supreme innates from thousands of years ago after all. King Chong Ni was beyond shocked. The battle was called to a stop immediately and the team of ambassador left after conceding defeat and compensating large amount of valuables. The Sea Clan suffered a heavy loss. Unless they used their entire force, they wouldn't be able to take over Thunder Fortress that was guarded by the hybrids. But as they were also facing separation and independence, Empress Jellyfish needed innate rancors to reassure her people urgently, so it wouldn't be possible for her to focus wholly on fighting against the hybrids. On the next day, she sent men over to deliver a peace treaty and even postponed her revenge plan to send her soldiers to the Soaring Dragon Continent. So, that's what happened. Yue Yang had already expected this result. Even without the hybrids, the Sea clan wouldn't be able to conquer the entire Thunder Fortress. King Chong Ni, Blood River, Mountain Elf and Mr. Chen would never let them do it. This show was only put up by King Chong Ni for Empress Jellyfish. He merely wanted to warn her by showing their strength. Moreover, even if the Sea clan were to conquer Thunder Fortress, Yue Yang would be able to get it back easily. They wouldn't be able to move the Thunder Fortress back to the 9th level of the Tongtian Tower, right? Xia Yi, who was valiantly clad in a policewoman uniform, suddenly spoke. I fought too, although I didn't win, I didn't lose either. Fat Toad Jia quickly nodded and bootlicked her. Yes, yes. Miss Xia Yi went against a lesser innate. If that fella didn't run down the arena, he would have been history. Miss Xia Yi undeniably took the first step in ensuring our victory during the battle. The butler Yan Zhang reminded, King Chong Ni has other guests waiting currently, do you wish to rescheduling? Yue Yang felt that it would be better to wait for a while, so he waved his hand. In front of the residency before the lake, the few hybrids were still binge-eating. Yue Yang walked towards them and hurled a few pieces of Titan's meat to them casually. The octopus man boss smelled it and his complexion ashened. Swordfish man Blast looked at Yue Yang in awe, what meat is this? An elder innate leveled creature? You can kill one of those now. Mudskipper man Sui Zy almost fainted in shock. He kept repeating that he couldn't believe it and that this was a hallucination. He crazily bit on the meat, and with a loud noise, one of his razor-sharp teeth broke. Even his teeth couldn't tear through Titan's meat. He took out the bloodied tooth from his mouth and yelped in agony, what the fuck is this meat? I couldn't even bite through it with my teeth. Look, my tooth broke. It's okay now, if the owner of this meat was alive, you wouldn't be able to cut it even with your platinum-ranked dagger. Mudskipper man Sui Zy got so scared that he shuddered and got the urge to pee after hearing what Yue Yang said. You're a great guy. We haven't gotten to try out the meat of innate elder-level monster before, we have to try this. Whalejong nodded his head and cheered. Quickly reveal the answer, what is it exactly? My curiosity is killing me. Crabman Ao wanted to know where the meat came from. Ancient Titan. Yue Yang's words made all the hybrids petrified. They finally regained their composure long after Yue Yang left. The octopus man boss wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. This guy is progressing at an alarming pace, he just killed Ocean Emperor, and now, he can even kill an ancient titan. The speed of his level up is unfathomable. Mudskipper man Sui Zy laughed dryly. What are you scared of? We aren't his enemies, and since he's got a future, we'll just work under him from now on. Swordfish man Blast snorted. You don't say. When Yue Yang returned to his main residency, the half-elf girl went forward to welcome him joyously. She had learnt from her previous mistake. She was very well prepared this time around when Yue Yang returned. The table was filled with dishes. She already had warm water prepared and practiced the most comfortable massage technique. Other than her gentle service, she also had interesting performances prepared. The half-elf girl practiced a beautiful dance especially for Yue Yang, and eagerly put it up for him. She even dragged Xia Yi along and prepared a fashion show for him. The half-elf girl had already completed all the costumes previously designed by Yue Yang. There were costumes of policewoman, soldier, air stewardess, nurse, office lady, queen, princess, student, and maid. You name it, she has it. Yue Yang almost howled and pushed down the two girls on the spot. Are they nice? Your slave still has a few unfinished ones, it'd be much better if there's more time. The half-elf girl who was wearing a maid costume with cat ears on her head was so adorable that she'd be able to bewitch all otakus. Perverted guy, I can't even go out in these costumes. Xia Yi looked extremely hot and wild. She wore a biker gang outfit. She wore an army cap, leather clothes with short shorts and fishnet pantyhose together with high heels. The only problem was that she didn't have spilling boobs, if not she'd be able to make Yue Yang's nose bleed. Last, closest image I can find http://www.thecostumelon.com/images/zoom/fr555263-women-motor-rider-modeling-halloween-costumes.jpg. It was impossible for Xia Yi to wear this in front of others. And even more impossible for her to wear a silver cross on her neck and add studs on her collar to it. Of course Yue Yang wouldn't say that he was perfectly satisfied, he had to be strict in instructing his potential girl. He pointed at Xia Yi and reprimanded her. You can't wear underwear under the fishnet. Xia Yi objected to it immediately, then you can see everything, wouldn't it? There are holes everywhere on the leather jacket, I can't even cover anything. And this goddamn shorts, this so short that my butt can be seen. You don't say, your shorts have to be cut shorter, if not it won't fit the golden ratio, and your curves won't be ideally shown. These clothes show your wild side, how can you wear them like a quail? Your shirt has to be shorter too, show your belly, it would be ideal if it goes to your chest, but the sleeves must be long. Xia was incensed to be scolded by Yue Yang. It was good enough that she was willing to put on this outfit for the perverted guy to see, yet he still felt that it wasn't good enough. He knew that she doesn't have a huge chest, but still made her wear this damned attire. And yet the half-elf girl with big boobs covered herself so much, but insist on breaking her shirt apart with her big tits. What kind of sick mentality is that? Understood, I will definitely alter it more perfectly. The half-elf girl was the most obedient among all, as she would listen to all of his instructions unconditionally. Master, there are 3 guests outside. They did not name themselves, but they specified that they wanted to see you. The maid outside went in to report. Yue Yang was stunned. For the maid to report to him, it proved that Fat Toad Juda and the butler Yan Zheng weren't able to stop the other party. Without knowing the other party's name, who could it be? Xia discreetly asked the maid if the person was a male or a female. Upon hearing that she was a female, she immediately followed behind Yue Yang. As for the half-elf girl, she totally didn't care about it, as she hummed to herself joyfully. It was as if altering the parts of the shirt pointed out by Yue Yang was the most important thing to do on earth. When Yue Yang stepped out of the hall, he was immediately speechless. It's you guys. Last, happy 501st chapter. The visitors were Shark King, Hai Yingwu, and the big-headed Carp General. Needless to mention, Shark King had a tall build with a peculiar appearance. He also possessed a super strong power, so it wouldn't help no matter how much he tried to disguise himself, so he did not attempt to disguise himself this time and came straight over. Big-headed Carp General did not dress himself up and came in his normal self, with the funny appearance of a big head and small body. It was Hai Yingwu that made herself look very mysterious, as she wore a thick cloak and copied Yue Yang as she wore a mask. But her mask was a silver-ranked coral mask, so it only covered the upper half of her face. The part below her lips weren't covered. She did not wear the Ocean Emperor's holy armor today, neither did she hold the holy halberd. Like many elders of the Sea Clan, she held a white whale staff, but no matter how much she dressed up, Yue Yang was able to see through it. When Yue Yang came out, everyone stepped down. Only Xia was still peeking at the corner. She wasn't trying eavesdrop, she merely wanted to take a look at Hai Yingwu. At the same time, Hai Yingwu's eyes behind the coral mask were also looking at Xia clad in her biker gang outfit. Both parties looked at each other in silence. Shark King was someone who didn't like to speak superfluous words, so he revealed his intentions directly. The reason behind our visit is very simple, we want to collaborate with you. Did I hear it wrongly? Yue Yang laughed. The chess piece he laid earlier on was taking effect. And it came earlier than he expected. He thought that he would have to wait a while more, but he did not think that it would be this early. Let's talk about the condition of our collaboration first. We have a common enemy, that is, the Sea Clan. They will definitely send out soldiers to attack the Soaring Dragon Continent, since Empress Jellyfish will definitely use revenge as an excuse to continue to control them. Now that they don't have a leader, they would definitely be in chaos and fall apart, if there aren't any battles. Also, other than the Ocean Emperor, the most powerful 9-headed Ocean Demon King is preparing to seize power. He is the lover of Empress Jellyfish, and has the power of a level 9 innate. Although he's not bad, he does not have enough prestige, so he has to make use of the expedition to Soaring Dragon Continent to get the throne. Shark King said truthfully. I thought you were the one leading the Sea Clan soldiers. Yue Yang asked. On the surface, it may seem like I am taking the lead in the expedition to Soaring Dragon Continent, but that's just a trick to get me away. Empress Jellyfish deployed me away from the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower just to make it easier for her to take control of the oceans there. Due to the death of the Crown Prince, she hates me to the core, so she won't let me have any power. Shark King smiled bitterly. What's your plan? Yue Yang asked again. I don't care about anything else, I'll be contented as long as I can accomplish my father's last wish and help my sister become the Ocean Emperor again. Shark King similarly hated the Sea Clan. The tragedy of the Ocean Emperor was caused indirectly by Empress Jellyfish. Shark King was especially furious towards the scandal that the Sea Dragon Crown Prince isn't the real Crown Prince. The death of Guanlan was due to grudges from the previous generation, he couldn't do anything about it. But his father gave all his power and blood to his sister before he died, so the thing that Shark King wanted to do the most was to kill Empress Jellyfish and the 9-headed Ocean Demon King and make his sister succeed the throne and become the real Ocean Empress who rules over the oceans. Yue Yang muttered to himself for a while before nodding. I'm fine with collaborating, but what's there to collaborate? Shark King looked abnormally solemn. Information. Yue Yang smiled. Then talk about it. Shark King reached his hands into his clothes and fished out a special rune scroll and passed it to Yue Yang. This is similar to a blood rose map. It's called the 3 colors map. There's a total of 3 of these, yours is gold, mine is black, while the one with my sister is silver. When you write on the map within a word limit of 10 words, the words will be shown on my scroll map. When I write on the map, the words will be shown my sister's scroll. Similarly, you will see what she writes. This is the connection between the three colors map. With it, you can ask me anything, and my sister will relay it to me. Of course it is limited to once per day. Yue Yang nodded, and agreed that the three colors map was indeed good stuff. With it, Shark King in the enemy camp would be the best mole, and would be able to deliver the most updated information. The only shortcoming was that the word limit was too little, capped at 10 words. And it was only limited to once per day. Forget about information about the Sea Clan, I believe that other than the 9-headed Ocean Demon King, the rest of the old guys aren't your match. Shark King looked at Yue Yang and spoke solemnly, now, what I want to say is the information of the other two races. The Winged Clan and the Underworld Clan. Yue Yang secretly frowned his brows when he heard it. That's right. Shark King nodded. The Winged Clan have been living in the 9th floor of Tongtian Tower, and their ruler is the Sky Emperor. They are similar to humans only with wings on their back. They look handsome and are asexual. It's said that there will be a batch of them born in the birth lake every 500 years, and their average lifespan is around 2,000 years. Generally speaking, they are very powerful and are rankers in the 9th floor of the Tongtian Tower. They occupy the largest sky island. It is said that they are the descendants of the Winged Clan in the Heaven Realm, and the Sky Emperor is the most talented of them in these thousands of years. He was born with a holy body, and after contracting a grimoire, he owns a bright angel as his guardian beast. Yue Yang listened in silence as he started to ponder. The Winged Clan descendants call themselves angels, but actually there is a gap between them and those in the Heaven Realm. It is said that angels actually have genders, but somehow the gender identity is lost in the Winged Clan, so they became asexual. They used to be an extremely powerful race in the Tongtian Tower, and helped the three leaders of the Heaven Realm with attacking the Soaring Dragon Continent. But ever since their previous Sky Emperor was killed by the invincible Prison Emperor, they were almost wiped out. The entire race wallowed for 5,000 years. They regained their strength around 1,000 years ago under the lead of the Sky Emperor, Bae. Shark King stopped for a while before he continued. The Sky Emperor Bae's power should be stronger than my father. He already possesses more than 3 holy equipment and formed alliance with the Black Hell King and Empress Jellyfish, and agreed to send troops from Tongtian Tower. How about the Emperor of the Underworld? Yue Yang had already guessed that the Sky Emperor wouldn't just sit still, so he wasn't surprised by his decision. Hai Yingwu thought that Yue Yang would be astonished after hearing this, but never did she expect that he would react so calmly. Humph. Xia Yi felt that Yue Yang was just putting up a strong front. If not, it would be because he was numb to it already with the joint forces comprising of the Black Hell Army and the Sea Clan. He didn't care about the Winged Clan coming into the picture. Shark King paused for a while. The Emperor of the Underworld is a very mysterious ranker. He ruled over a region even larger than Demon Abyss in the 9th floor of Tongtian Tower. He could possibly be the strongest one among the Ocean Emperor and the Sky Emperor, and following closely behind the Dragon Emperor. But since they had not yet fought each other, it may not be accurate. He doesn't have any plans of sending troops to the Soaring Dragon Continent, but towards the Black Hell King's invitation, he said that he would come to the Soaring Dragon Continent to witness the battle and meet you in person. Yue Yang laughed loudly. Alright, this guy's zodiac sign is probably monkey, he's too cunning. With this, he won't offend any sides and can benefit from this without losing any soldiers. It's hard not to admire him. Hai Yingwu finally couldn't take it. She did not understand how Yue Yang could still remain so optimistic. There's still a lot of people out there like the Emperor of the Underworld. For example, the Emperor of Zai Wei Shuntian, the Black Prince, Thousand Goblin Sect leader and a huge bunch of other innate rankers. You won't be able to fight against them even if you have 3 heads and 6 limbs. Do you know exactly why did they choose to collaborate? They are afraid that you will become the new Prison Emperor, so they want to kill you at all cost. As for the treasures in God's ruins, they can take their time to split it among themselves after they kill their greatest competitor, which is you. Hai Yingwu warned. Ah. Xia Yi's face turned pale after hearing it. All the names she mentioned were supreme innates that could shake the entire Tongtian Tower. If they worked together to kill Titan Jr., the big pervert, then wouldn't he be a dead meat? Although Xia Yi was normally angry at Yue Yang and felt that he's an eyesore, and would quarrel with him every time they meet to vent her anger, she felt uncontrollably anxious for him now that he's facing a huge threat. She hated the fact that she didn't have enough power, if not she could help him. It would be enough if she could just help kill one of his opponents. Why was she always the weak one? Why did she reject him when he told her that she could become powerful? Xia Yi stomped her feet and left quickly after leaving a footprint on the sturdy ground. She balled up in fist and seemed to have made certain decisions. Shuntian, Black Prince and the rest are just opportunists, so they aren't the biggest threat. Shark King shook his head. The ones you should guard against the most would be the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Goblin Tribe, and the Demon Kings in Demon Abyss. One of them belongs to the strongest race in Tongtian Tower while the other one belonged to the largest and most despised race in the Tongtian Tower, so you definitely can't belittle them. But I don't mix with these races, so I don't have any informations about them. You can try it yourself, since the Dragon Emperor has a good impression of you, it will be worth trying. The Demon Kings are the most troublesome one, and even the Black Hell Army and Sea Clan are wary of them. As Demon Abyss and Soaring Dragon Continent are all situated in the first level of Tongtian Tower, the troop from Demon Abyss will be able to enter Soaring Dragon Continent via the ancient passage without having to pay a high price. As for the Winged Clan, the Black Hell Army and the Sea Clan, all of their soldiers will have to pay a price 10 times higher in order to teleport via the ancient passage. If they were to fail, their strength will be lost tremendously. Well said, I am the least afraid of the large number of soldiers. Let all of them come so that they will be more heavily injured. Yue Yang laughed loudly. Shark King, no wonder you are the most outstanding son of the Ocean Emperor. With an ally like you, why do I have to search for another one in a further place? Alright, we are allies from today onwards. I'm willing to make a blood oath that no matter what the outcome of this battle is, I will never betray you. Even if I die, I'm willing. Shark King sliced a dagger across his arms and fresh blood oozed out. Same pledge. Yue Yang got out his dragon-slaying dagger and sliced his palm. Yue Yang looked at Shark King seriously and then looked at Hai Yingwu. He raised his right hand that was filled out blood. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, as long as I am alive, I'll never betray my ally. If I were to win, I agree to distribute the possessions I got from the battle to the son and daughter of the Ocean Emperor, Shark King and Hai Yingwu, and let them own the vast oceans. I will help Hai Yingwu obtain the throne. I will not go back on my words. A teardrop rolled down the coral mask of Hai Yingwu. She walked forward and pulled away the dragon-slaying dagger in Yue Yang's hand and similarly sliced her palm. She then kneeled down, raised her bloodied hand and made her pledge firmly. I make a blood pledge that if this man before me can accomplish the wish of my father and brother, the day I succeed the throne will be the day I worship him as the new prison emperor of Tongtian Tower. I will lead my people in being devoted to him and never betray him. If I were to break this vow, the future generations of the Ocean Emperor will be cursed and be consigned to eternal damnation. After the blood oath, Yue Yang, Shark King and Hai Yingwu discussed for a while more and decided on all kinds of secret languages. The Shark King then proceeded to find the hybrids. After fighting with them, he left the Thunder Fortress. Since he couldn't hide his identity, Empress Jellyfish would definitely suspect something if she were to know about his visit. So he pretended that he was here to seek revenge and let Octopus Man Boss and Swordfish Man injure him before leaving to make it seem more logical. As for Hai Yingwu, she did not follow her brother back to the Flame Island and stayed behind. When Yue Yang returned to his room, Xia Yi dashed out from the hallway and called out to Hai Yingwu, who was following the maid back for a rest. Hey, you, why do you want to stay? Xia Yi asked. Xia Yi had asked Yue Yang about her before, and according to what she heard and saw a while ago, she already knew that Hai Yingwu was the daughter of the Ocean Emperor, so she was even more guarded towards her. Xia Yi wasn't hostile towards the half-elf girl at all. She was merely a little female slave that was ordered around by Yue Yang, and she's gentle and obedient, so there were no problems with her. But the one before her was the daughter of the Ocean Emperor. Not only was she extremely powerful, she was also ambitious. Most importantly, the big pervert was her arch-enemy since he killed her father. Now, she was asking to collaborate with Yue Yang. Could she really not have any ulterior motives? Since my father left, there's no place in this world for us. Brother and I felt that this is the safest place. I guess I will stay here temporarily for a year before I leave. Rest assured that I only have hatred towards Titan Jr., so I won't steal him away from you. There are two reasons for my stay here. First, I need the protection of my ally. Second, I'm here to be a hostage. This is to show the sincerity of my brother and I. As Hai Yingwu's coral mask only covered half of her face without covering her mouth, her bitter smile could be seen. Is he really your arch-enemy that killed your father? This was what that puzzled Xia Yi the most. How could they collaborate with a man that killed their father? My brother told me that father killed himself. He was conspired agonist by the bastard child of Empress Jellyfish. This caused everyone to leave him. Coupled with the fight with an XI previously, father was heavily injured. If Titan Jr. did not assist him at that time, brother wouldn't have been alive. It was because of Titan Jr.'s help that my father was able to die with dignity. So he isn't the enemy of my brother and I regarding the issue about my father. He's merely a competitor in the fight for treasures. Hai Yingwu paused for a while, as if she was hesitant, before she explained. So you are saying that you don't hate him at all? Xia Yi still felt that this woman is a big threat. Yes I do, but it isn't anything related to my father, it was what he did to me. Hai Yingwu explained. He did it on you. Xia Yi felt jealous. That pervert really liked girl with big tits so much? Forget about the half-elf girl with big boobs, even this daughter of the Ocean Emperor had huge breast, it was only her who was always laughed at by him for being too flat-chested. Last, flat is justice. No. Hai Yingwu muttered to herself before continuing, it's my personal matter, I don't wish to say it. What's your rank now? Xia Yi asked again. Innate level 1. Is this important? Oh, I understand now, you are suspecting that he helped to level me up? No, I inherited it from my father. Hai Yingwu was very smart as she knew what Xia Yi was thinking. I don't know what he is thinking, neither do I care about it. Xia Yi looked at Hai Yingwu. But, I will keep me eyes on you. I can understand that you don't welcome me. Hai Yingwu suddenly smiled and changed the topic. Your clothes are very unique, did he design it especially for you? I have never seen such a peculiar outfit. It's filled with style. It is also very sexy and wild, very attractive. None of your business, guest. Xia Yi turned and left. Hai Yingwu sighed as she saw Xia Yi's completely left. She had expected Xia Yi's response, so she did not take it to heart. It was just that her last word made her feel a bit wronged. Guest, if Yue Yang had agreed to her at the Flame Island, then her father might not have died. She might even be able to convince her father to give him the Mother Earth potion and things wouldn't have turned out like this. It would have been a perfect ending where he would work together with her father. She would help him, serve him. It was a pity that he rejected her, and made her fall back to the cold hard reality from Cloud 9. Of course Hai Yingwu understood that even if he were to agree, things might not turn out better, it was a hope after all. Now, her father died, and he became a stranger that doesn't belong to her. She had brushed past happiness. Sigh. Hai Yingwu started to sigh as she felt undescribably lost. What did the future hold for her? She had no idea. Even her father couldn't truly rule over the oceans. Could she become the new Ocean Empress? Moreover, is becoming Ocean Empress really what she wanted? Rather than becoming an almighty Ocean Empress, she'd rather be the naive, dreaming girl guarding outside his room that day on the Flame Island. How good would it be if she could rewind time, but it was impossible. Lakeside Residency. In the study room outside the master room. Isn't this business too good? Yue Yang would probably be the only person on earth to be unhappy over his prosperous business. Because Yue Yang was this impressive. He first killed Nightmare and Tiger Nian before slaying Demon Eye and Sky Dragon. Even the Ocean Emperor died in the end. This attracted all the merchants as they flooded the place and were fighting to work with the Titan Merchant Guild. They knew about Titan Jr. being wanted by the Sea Clan, but it didn't matter at all as even a blind man could see that the Sea Clan were just putting it up for show. If the Sea Clan were really capable, Empress Jellyfish would have killed Titan Jr. to avenge the Ocean Emperor long ago. Why would she issue a wanted warrant? Right now the Titan Merchant Guild was just setting out, this was the best time to work with them. There were also rankers whose skills weren't appreciated by others there, hoping to join Titan Merchant Guild. The successful case of Fat Toad Juta had become the most inspiring example in the whole of Tongtian Tower. No matter how weak they were, they would definitely be more powerful than the Fat Toad, who only knew how to bootlick. Even the Fat Toad could become the assistant butler and the president of Titan Merchant Guild. How could those who were stronger than him by 100 times not shine in the Titan Merchant Guild? So the Titan Merchant Guild became famous overnight. There were merchants who came over for business opportunities, lords who presented money for protection, and warriors who offered their skills to serve under Yue Yang. They were truly countless. When Yue Yang wasn't around, the butler Yan Zhang and the Fat Toad could still barely suppress them and didn't report it to him. But now that Yue Yang was back, Yan Zhang immediately reported everything to him. This troubled Yue Yang. He came back to the Thunder Fortress to enjoy the gentle treatment of the half-elf girl, he wasn't back to painstakingly earn money. It wouldn't do if he pushed it aside, so this made Yue Yang very frustrated. He sighed secretly. Why wasn't there anyone who can help him with management issues other than the butler Yan Zhang? Yan Zhang was a capable person, he was meticulous and detailed, but it was a pity that he was too old-fashioned and had to listen to Yue Yang's opinion in everything. With him around, his business would become more prosperous but it would tire him out. Moreover, it's true that he wouldn't be able to manage so many things at one go. The Fat Toad was an expert at bootlicking, his interaction skills weren't bad, but his management skills sucked. The hybrids only knew how to eat and fight. They want to enjoy life more than he did, so they wouldn't step out to help him with management stuff. Xia Yi? She wasn't cut out for it. Yue Yang tested her just now and realized that she only knew how to fight. The half-elf girl was very smart, and possessed a certain extent of management skills, but she didn't like to do these things. She only wished to spend time serving him, and he wouldn't be able to bear to see her being busy over work all day. She was his female slave after all, not a money-making machine. Yue Yang didn't have any choice but to clear the mountainous pile of things himself. The half-elf girl would gently massage his legs and feed him some food from time to time. She would also occasionally go in with a bowl of dessert. Yue Yang wouldn't lack any gentle treatment with her around. If you don't like to do these things, just burn them all. Xia Yi felt that Yue Yang was asking for trouble, and was secretly pissed off that she couldn't help him. Don't shout, I asked you to help me categorize these but you told me to burn them. I'll be better off without you. Yue Yang was furious. If it's not because I saw you being troubled, I wouldn't have pointed out. Xia Yi also became angry and retaliated. Hee. The half-elf girl laughed discreetly. She had already witnessed countless quarrels between Yue Yang and Xia Yi. It was like they were born to be at heads with each other. They would quarrel whenever they see each other, but no matter how much they quarrel, their hearts still lean to one another in the end. Xia Yi sat in front of the table for the entire night, staring at Hai Yingwu silently. Hai Yingwu suddenly spoke. Why not let me try it? I think they aren't too difficult, but just a little complicated. Xia Yi felt upset when she heard it. She was also a smart girl. She knew that it wouldn't be hard to accomplish the task, but she couldn't control her anger. She couldn't help but flare up when she saw the self-recommendations of some arrogant, idiotic warriors. She would slam the table whenever she sees the trade bills that were filled with errors. They dare to deceive the Titan Merchant Guild? Do they think that the Titan Merchant Guild is filled with rich fools? It was because of this that she wasn't willing to take charge of these. The best way to deal with these people would be to use violence. Now that Hai Yingwu talked about it, Xia Yi was alarmed again. Could it be that the daughter of the Ocean Emperor was really capable of this? She was good at these? Try it. When Yue Yang heard her, he remembered the time they were on the Flame Island. She mentioned that if he were to stay, she would be willing to help him build his career. Could it be that the Hai Yingwu was really capable of doing so? You trust me so much? Hai Yingwu looked at Xia Yi and the half-elf girl before she asked. I'm giving you all the oceans in the Tongtian Tower, would I care about this small amount of money? Yue Yang actually knew that Hai Yingwu's intention was to quell Xia Yi's hostility towards her using his own words. When he said this, Xia Yi really sent a disdainful glance towards Hai Yingwu. She was immediately assured. It's impossible for Hai Yingwu to steal away his assets. I'll try. Hai Yingwu sat down after hearing it and picked out the huge stack of documents that required Yue Yang to look through. Xia Yi humped and sat down as well, patiently waiting for Hai Yingwu to embarrass herself. It would be best if Hai Yingwu makes a lot of mistakes and make Yue Yang scold her till she's ashamed. It would also make her less full of herself. 10 minutes later, Hai Yingwu stood up. She handed the documents in her hands over to Yue Yang. Other than the agreement on top that needs your signature for verification, I have settled the other things. Xia Yi was stunned. So fast? Yue Yang was also very surprised as he saw the documents. He saw that they were already settled and they were very well done. If it was him, he would also have done it that way. Under the Xia Yi's gaze, Hai Yingwu carried all the documents on Yue Yang's desk and transferred it onto hers and immediately got started on them. Xia Yi was dazed for a moment before dashing towards Yue Yang. She grabbed him by the collar, and facing him eye and nose to nose, she glared at him. What more do you have? Take them out immediately. The half-elf girl laughed so hard that she bent over and continued laughing with joy in Yue Yang's embrace. It's not that there's no work. I still lack someone to wash my back, will you do it? Once Yue Yang said this, Hai Yingwu, who was pretending to seriously look at the documents, couldn't help but to secretly laugh. You. Xia Yi was so angry that she wanted to bite this brat to death. Actually, there is another thing that only you can do. Once Yue Yang said this, Xia Yi once again became happy. Something that only she could do? Look at that, she was really a talented person. Xia Yi shot a smug glance towards Hai Yingwu. Hai Yingwu was also surprised. What kind of job could that be, that only Xia Yi could do? The two girls secretly competed. As for the half-elf girl, she completely did not care about these things. She even took the initiative to prepare a hot bath for Yue Yang. Xia Yi quickly let go of Yue Yang and pulled out a "I am already prepared to set off at any time" kind of appearance. Yue Yang nodded his head. Then, he grabbed a small notebook from the desk and gave it to Xia Yi. Tomorrow morning, head off to the Gufeng continent and help me inspect the continent's ancient passage's current situation. I need it as soon as possible. If you think that you cannot do it alone, then I can assign some people to you. No need, I can do it alone. Xia Yi patted her chest to show her confidence. Let alone her current lesser innate level strength, even her previous level 6 elder strength was enough to complete the task unhindered. However, she wondered why Yue Yang wanted to know the situation of the ancient passage. Could it be that he wanted her to leave so that he can be in contact with the daughter of the Ocean Emperor? Thinking about this, Xia Yi became anxious and immediately asked, "Are you busy tomorrow?" As if he saw those Xia Yi's thoughts, he extended his hands towards her face and lightly caressed it. I will return to the Soaring Dragon Continent tomorrow, but I'll come back here after 10 days. Within that 10 days, you must grasp the situation of the ancient passage. If someone is currently using it, then immediately return to report it. Never let anyone notice you. If someone is using it, then you must record the situation down. The best thing you could do is draw a picture of the entire situation. Xia Yi, who had been caressed by Yue Yang on the face, immediately blushed red. Normally, she would already be angry, but now, she bashfully lowered her head and looked at her feet. It was as if she could not think at all. Remember this. If you discovered someone using the passage, immediately return and report to me. Here's the eye-destroying dagger, use it to protect yourself. Yue Yang lightly inserted the eye-destroying dagger on Xia Yi's belt. If you meet a demon that you cannot beat in the Gufeng continent, just note down his name. It would probably have its uses. Hai Yingwu suddenly added. Xia Yi was driven mad and thought to herself, if you do not speak, no one would treat you as a mute. She was not a stupid girl, so how could she not even understand this? Naturally, completing the task would be her first priority. She was not stupid enough to act impulsively and create trouble for Yue Yang. Xia Yi turned around and immediately prepared to return to Gufeng continent to inspect the ancient passage. Tomorrow? No, she wanted to quickly finish the task given to her. Yue Yang suddenly shouted and chased after her. Xia Yi was stunned. This brat hated to part with her? Or was it to cancel the task? Give me your hand. Yue Yang invited Xia Yi to extend her hand. Xia Yi looked at the notebook on her hand and felt that he must have regretted. He probably wanted to cancel her task, so she immediately resisted. I can do it. Why don't you let me try it? When she said that she could do it, you allowed her to help you. Why don't you believe in me? Xia Yi's eyes were reddening. She felt wronged as her teardrops almost spilled out. She wanted to throw a tantrum. However, she desperately endured not to cry, not to let the teardrop fall down. Yue Yang pulled her small hands and stared at her. What are you talking about? When she heard that it wasn't to cancel the task, Xia Yi immediately stopped struggling and looked at him while pleasantly surprised. Yue Yang only placed a small pouch on her palm and urged her, there are a few magic crystals and gold inside it. Try to make use of them as much as possible. Ah, okay. Okay. Xia Yi bashfully lowered her head. It seems that she was just thinking too much. There are 2 puppet summoning crystals inside. Each of them could summon 2 gold ranked level 6 Earth General. If the enemy is too strong, just summon them and let them slaughter without any distinction. You do not need to retrieve them. Safely returning and reporting to me is your most important mission. This golden bracelet is a distinguishing tool. You must wear it at all times and never lose it. It is the puppet's true core. Yue Yang softly helped Xia Yi put on the incomparably fine golden bracelet with a peculiar rune on her white arm. Xia Yi tightly bit on her soft lips. She tried hard to endure her tears and prevent her overflowing feelings from bursting out in front of him. However, there was still a single teardrop that didn't listen and dropped down on his hand. Hai Yingwu held onto 2 documents. However, her eyes were not on it but on Xia Yi. She continued to look at Xia Yi, and at the golden bracelet that Yue Yang had put on her wrist. After Xia Yi left, the place quieted down. Hai Yingwu took back her gaze and suddenly asked Yue Yang, tell me, will she encounter any danger? Yue Yang muttered to himself for a while and shook his head, hopefully my guess is wrong. However, I have a feeling that nothing will happen to Xia Yi, or else I wouldn't have let her go alone. Hai Yingwu wanted to speak again but stopped herself. She immediately lowered her head and continued to devotedly work on the documents on her hands. After 5 minutes, Xia Yi, who had changed her enticing clothes into a black thief outfit, once again appeared in front of Yue Yang. She did not say anything. Her bright eyes seemed to contain thousands of words. Yue Yang recalled something and waved to indicate her to come over. I remembered. I am currently researching on blood. Give me a few drops. A few drops would be enough. Xia Yi used the eye-destroying dagger to lightly prick her finger and squeezed out a few drops of blood on the jade bottle in Yue Yang's hand. She looked at Yue Yang as if she wanted to leave. However, her feet did not move. Suddenly, she charged into Yue Yang's embrace and forcefully hugged him once. Afterwards, she left without looking back. Her stubborn figure gradually went further away. Hai Yingwu kept pretending to look at the documents until Xia Yi left the second time. On the other hand, Yue Yang also prepared to take a bath, so she spoke with a bitter tone, she is very cute. Sometimes. Yue Yang replied. Are you the one who helped level up her body into one that could not be mind-controlled? Hai Yingwu calmly asked. You have the blood channel of the Ocean Emperor's Golden Dragon King. She also has a good blood channel and it's not that inferior to yours. The only thing is that she does not have a father like the Ocean Emperor. Yue Yang removed the Gemini mask on his face and confidently smiled. Seeing Yue Yang's smile, Hai Yingwu's expression became blank. This was the second time her expression became blank. The first was 3 hours ago when he removed his Gemini mask to show his true appearance. After taking a bath, he enjoyed the half-elf girl's massage. After collecting Hai Yingwu and the half-elf girl's blood, Yue Yang decided to leave the Thunder Fortress by midnight. Although the half-elf girl hated to part with him, she still sent him off with a smile on her face. Yue Yang even gave her a goodbye kiss. Despite the kiss being on her forehead, she still felt incomparably blessed, like a wife sending off her husband. The half-elf girl kept waving her hand until Yue Yang finally left. She returned to the room with incomparable shyness and happiness. She happily climbed onto the big bed and used the blanket to cover up till her head, slowly reminiscing his embrace and kiss. In the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower, Yue Yang arrived at the Warriors Guild. After meeting Ouyujen, he decided to write letters to Xizun, Night Empress, Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Shui Wuxia and Princess Qian. Hey girl! I miss you. How much? As much as you miss me. This was the letter he wrote to Shui Wuxia. Tigress, it's been a long time since I have heard your voice. I cannot get used to life without someone roaring like a lion beside my ears. Hurry up and come back. When you return this time, I will never let you go anymore. I will not allow those blind bastards to take away my house's tigress. Right, I have a question that I never dared to ask. Since you can't hit me right now, then let me ask you, are you really the flawlessly white tigress? This was the letter he wrote to Princess Qian. He predicted that Princess Qian would explode in fury when she reads this letter. Last, I am not sure what he is talking about. I won't say too many things. Quickly bring small ant sky disaster over the Tianluo Palace and let me take liberties on her. This was the letter he wrote to Phoenix Fairy Beauty. The world's most beautiful, most generous, most kind-hearted, omitting 100 million more words, Night Empress, I am the Yu clan's third young master. I understand the warmth of the bed. I know how to flatter people. I ask you to please provide for me. That was wrong. I ask for guidance. I wish to ask about the usage of the dream jadeite. Could a person who never dream in his sleep use the dream jadeite? Yue Yang felt that he should still ask this question to the most authoritative person, Night Empress. The Night Empress mirage was just like a dreamland that was combined with reality. It was said that she used the dream jadeite and another treasure to complete it. It could even completely ignore the attacks from a level 6 innate. The amount of people who could break through the mirage in the entire Tongtian Tower could be counted with one hand. Last, I could count to 100 with one hand though. The most important point was that the code inside the mirage was following Night Empress will and thoughts. It was not a divine object but it was comparable to one. As for the letter Yue Yang wrote to Xizun, he could not mess around. He diligently wrote, Master Xizun, the war is at hand. I sincerely invite you to visit. Yu disciple wishes to welcome you. Just when Yue Yang was about to send the secret messages, the receptionist, who recognized Yue Yang, felt a headache. It's you again. Even if you have money, you should not waste it like this. This time you can just deliver all of them to the Night Empress. Naturally, Yue Yang would never waste tens of thousands of gold to send a secret letter. However, this kind of letter clearly should not be seen by normal people, or else, it would affect the Night Empress, Phoenix Fairy Beauty and the others' images. Spending 10,000 gold would be safer. In any case, Yue Yang's Titan Merchant Guild's income was greater than robbing money. Yes. When the receptionist heard the Night Empress name, he was immediately surprised and quickly fixed his appearance. He respectfully bowed to receive the letter. After writing the letters, Yue Yang prepared to return to the Soaring Dragon Continent. Suddenly, he saw 3 people waiting for him in front. When these 3 people appeared, Yue Yang's heartbeat immediately sped up. His body tensed up. The 2 people on the side did not speak and only looked at Yue Yang. The tall man in the middle, who hid himself using a cloak, spoke in a warm voice. His incomparably beautiful voice carried a peculiar attraction and softly asked Yue Yang, It's a pleasure to meet you, Yu clan's third young master. I have long heard of your distinguished name. I just happened to hear the news about Shark King's defeat. As a result, I knew that you were in the 6th floor, so I intentionally waited for you here. Who knew that I would actually meet you? You are truly admirable. At your age, I was still a level 5 Grandmaster and worked hard to reach level 6 Elder and only succeeded after 3 years. A genius that only appears in 1,000 years. I, Old Black, thought that the prison emperor at that time was the world's most outstanding person. I never could have imagined that someone would be able to surpass him. Last, if you still don't know who appeared, then you are hopeless. Yue Yang's pupils slightly shrunk as sharp as a knife. He knew who the people in front are, but he would never have imagined that they would met like this on this day. This opponent had used a good hand. It was truly unexpected, he was truly not simple. The man who came was Black Hell King, the last person Yue Yang wanted to see at the moment. Not only did he possess lots of holy ranked equipment, even the cloak he was wearing was a gold-ranked treasure called Phantom. This made Yue Yang extremely jealous. What a parvenu, so ostentatious, wasn't he afraid that others would snatch it away? Yue Yang wanted to snatch the cloak away very much, but with his current power, there was still a gap for him to fill up before he could snatch the Black Hell King's treasures. However, the battle in Soaring Dragon Continent was about to start, so if he could kill Black Hell King during the battle, forget about the gold-ranked cloak, the real goal would be the holy ranked equipments that he was wearing. So long as Xian returns, Yue Yang would be 80% sure that he could get rid of the Black Hell King, step on his corpse as he climbs up the heaven stairway and enter the heaven realm. As for the Sky Emperor, the Emperor of the Underworld and other whatnots, they would just be minor characters. They would only be able to sit and watch. Yue Yang would never share the fruits of his labor with them. Uncle, you are. Yue Yang pretended that he didn't recognize the Black Hell King. Haha, interesting young man. The Black Hell King didn't answer Yue Yang as he pretended to be open-minded and laughed loudly. He knew that Yue Yang was pretending that he didn't know him in order to bash his ego. So he immediately laughed. Not only him, his capable followers, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North beside him laughed out loud too. When they knew that the Shark King went to the Thunder Fortress to challenge him but was defeated within a few moves by Titan Jr., they immediately teleport to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Sure enough, they caught this crafty third young master with limitless potential easily. The Black Hell King wanted to kill him numerous times because it was very unwise for him to let this potentially limitless junior grow and become the new prison emperor. But there's someone who made the Black Hell King heavily apprehensive. This person was Xian. She was the introducer of Yue Yang into the Tongtian Tower. Although she hadn't admitted publicly, she was actually his master. The Black Hell King had reasons to believe that if it hadn't been Xian, then no matter how much potential and gift Yue Yang had, he wouldn't be able to progress so rapidly. It would be easy to kill the Yu clan's third young master, but it would anger Xian. The Black Hell King guessed that she would take revenge for her favorite disciple at all cost. This was what the Black Hell King didn't wish to see the most. Who was the stronger one between Xian and himself? The Black Hell King couldn't arrive at a guaranteed answer, but he knew that if Xian were to go all out, his troops would definitely be wiped out and no one would be left behind. Before obtaining the Divine Grimoire, and obtaining treasures like God's Blood or Martial Soul in the God's Ruins, he wouldn't want to fight against Xian. The situation where both sides get injured would only provide opportunities to be exploited by the Dragon Emperor, the Sky Emperor and the Emperor of the Underworld. Moreover, the Black Hell King hadn't returned to his peak strength yet, so this wasn't the best time to start the battle with Xian. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North looked at each other discreetly. They began to test the water when it wasn't a convenient time for the Black Hell King to do so. They would have to test the strength of this third young master no matter what. If he were to pose a huge threat to them, they would then kill him at all cost. If not, they would teach him a lesson, which would also serve as a warning to Xian. I have heard of your distinguished name for a long time now. I hope that third young master can enlighten me with some of your moves. War Tiger of the East was seemingly very polite, but his words were filled with hidden threats. Ever since Xiajin Kingdom sub-base was destroyed by Yue Yang, this event disgraced War Tiger of the East due to the huge losses. War Tiger of the East harbored a deep hatred for Yue Yang. Forget about the Black Hell King being here, even if he wasn't here, War Tiger of the East would also want to test Yue Yang's combat skills. This Feng Shi had also seen third young master before. Please enlighten me as well. A middle-aged man of 2 meters tall, buff body and dark skin tone removed his huge cloak first. Hearing that his surname was Feng, Yue Yang secretly frowned his brows. Another one whose surname was Feng? He had just previously settled the issue between the young lady of Feng family and his fourth uncle, and then he caught the lunatic Mr. Feng Jin in the sub-base of Xiajin Kingdom. Now this Fierce Tooth of the North's surname was also Feng. How was he related to the Fengs? Could it be that there was an unknown secret in the history of the Fengs? Facing 3 strong opponents, Yue Yang could only suppress his curiosity. Don't mention about enlightening, my skills may not be fine enough, so I'm afraid I may injure the both of you. If that really happens, it wouldn't too good. Yue Yang smiled. If it is really so, then you will have to enlighten them even more, if not they will be too full of themselves. The Black Hell King's gaze was a little chilly. Please enlighten us. Fierce Tooth of the North and War Tiger of the East looked at each other again. If this were to be said by other juniors, they would have laughed. But they couldn't take the words of the Yu clan's third young master lightly. Even the Emperor of Ziwei, Shuntian, and the Black Prince mentioned that Yue Yang progresses rapidly, and they guessed that he would have a power of innate level 8 by now. Their comments even made the Black Hell King shocked. Regarding the progression of power, even the Prison Emperor wouldn't be on par with Yue Yang. There had never been anyone in history who became an innate at 20 years old, and then crazily rank up to become an innate level 8 just within 2 years. Forget about normal warriors, even the gifted Prison Emperor from 6,000 years ago couldn't achieve that. Yue Yang smiled lightly to Fierce Tooth of the North who challenged him first. This place doesn't seem like a good place to fight, right? It's lucky that I got to meet you guys. If it isn't convenient here, how about going to my place and have some light snacks before challenging each other? A polite and gentle voice resounded from a faraway place. It was as if it came from the sky. But it was so clear as if he was speaking to them in person. A black dot unknowingly appeared and walked towards the lot, one step at a time. With each causal step he took, he advanced forward by 100 meters, and within a few moments, he was already beside Yue Yang. The man who came was clad in a black robe with white hair. But he looked very youthful and didn't look old at all. While he was refined and courteous, he was also naturally reserved. He carried with him a sense of calmness that couldn't be taken away even if the world fell apart. He was none other than Elder Nangong, who went to the Soaring Dragon Continent to invite Yue Yang into the Innate Alliance. His appearance made Black Hell King withdraw a bit as he immediately greeted Elder Nangong, who then returned the greeting to Black Hell King, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. Why would I reject Mr. Nangong's invitation? Mr. Nangong, please. The Black Hell King reached out his hands and pretended to be open-minded. You have already reached the innate elder level. Since we look at the power instead of the age at Tongtian Tower, although I'm older than you by a few years, you shouldn't address me as sir, just call me Nangong will do. Elder Nangong's words scared Yue Yang. The Black Hell King was already an old man from 6,000 years ago, it was already exaggerated enough. Now, this Elder Nangong was actually still older than he was. Then how old would he be exactly? It was therefore no wonder that even the extremely powerful Black Hell King had to greet him. Yue Yang felt that he wouldn't be able to see through Elder Nangong even after the leveling up of his Heaven Eye's divine vision. From this, it could be inferred that this old man was indeed not a simple person. Yue Yang had previously underestimated him. Of course, he couldn't exclude the possibility that Elder Nangong had some treasures or inherent skills used to hide himself, such that others weren't able to see through him. Mr. Nangong, please. Fierce Tooth of the North and War Tiger of the East looked at Yue Yang before responding together. What about you, Titan Jr.? Mr. Nangong asked. I'm sorry, if there are no pretty girls, I won't go to a place with uncles and old men. Yue Yang rejected him. Elder Nangong took it lightly as he had expected Yue Yang's rejection already. His expression remained unchanged. The Black Hell King also acted like a mysterious man as he didn't comment further. Only War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North were shocked. No one in the world would dare to reject Elder Nangong's invitation. Yue Yang was really a freak. Mostly importantly, Mr. Nangong was obviously siding with Yue Yang, but Yue Yang didn't appreciate it at all. Could it be that he was really that confident to escape unharmed under the joint attack from the three of them? A wave of heavenly pipa sound resonated through the atmosphere. Last, pipa Chinese flute. It was initially slow like gentle river flows. It then gradually got faster, like the wind and the rain during spring, making those who heard it indulge themselves in the song. Its tempo changed again as it instantly got quicker, as if the strong wind during a chilly winter. Everyone felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow, with cold wind blowing by that caused them to be chilled to the bones. It almost made their blood froze. There was another eerie tone that became louder over time, as if thousands of soldiers were making a surprise attack in the snow, filling the place with deafening shouts and neighing war horses. Suddenly, numerous terrifying horrid soldiers pounced towards them with a deafening roar. They raised their bloodied sharp blades and beheaded everyone. Even the strong-willed Yue Yang couldn't help but immerse himself when he heard the demonic song. The demonic music was pressuring. He was a little dazed by it, but suddenly, the innate chi in his dantian erupted as if a volcanic eruption, dispersing the hellish cold he was feeling. Well played, what a well-played snowy journey. The Black Hell King clapped his hands. Yue Yang used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to capture the slight difference in energy between the Black Hell King's hands in 1,000th second. The Black Hell King's performance was worse than Yue Yang's as he still required to clap in order to disperse the negative effect caused by the hallucinatory music. Of course Yue Yang knew that with his nirvana flame and innate chi, it would be normal for him to be better at resisting against the demonic sound than the Black Hell King. But he didn't think that the Black Hell King, who was fully clad in holy equipments, would still be affected by this pipa's demonic music. This song is mesmerizing. Mr. Nangong complimented it too. Who? War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North couldn't speak. They opened their mouth only to breath out frosty cold air. The curious warriors, who were looking from far away, had all become ice sculptures. Their expressions were frozen and their lives were lost unknowingly. So this was the power of the demonic music? Yue Yang was shocked, and shuddered uncontrollably. He felt that the Black Hell King was secretly observing him. He was alarmed and quickly pretended that he was badly affected by the demonic music and his body couldn't take it. He started to exaggeratedly shudder a lot. The Black Hell King was sharp enough to differentiate the genuinity of Yue Yang's responses. He was secretly shocked that Yue Yang could recover by shuddering once. He realized that the rumors were real. Yue Yang really possessed a power beyond that of an innate level 8. His recovery from the effect of the demonic music was better than War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. If not for the uncontrollable shudder, he would have been deceived by Yue Yang. Looks like Yue Yang's recovery skills was only behind himself and Mr. Nangong. Yue Yang was indeed as abnormal as the rumors said. A beauty, clad in a snow gown and carrying a jade pipa, walked gently towards them. Before she arrived, her scent had already reached the lot. The beauty carrying the jade pipa first greeted Elder Nangong and then the Black Hell King. When it was Yue Yang's turn at last, she gave him a beautiful smile. We have met again. Do I know you? Yue Yang pretended that he didn't know her as he scratched his head and looked as if he was thinking hard. After a long while, he clapped his hands. I remembered, aren't you the chick who went to a motel with me? I remember that you have a very sexy black mole on your butt. What are you talking about? The beauty was embarrassed after hearing his words. She blushed and rolled her eyes at Yue Yang shyly. Isn't that it? Or you are the fat chick who secretly liked me and kept sending me love letters? When did you get your plastic surgery done? You have a hot body now, that curves and your smooth and tender face, I wouldn't have rejected you had I known this. Fat chick, why didn't you tell me that you had successfully lost weight? Yue Yang acted that he was remorseful. Are you sure you didn't recognize the wrong person? How about come closer and look at me more carefully? The beauty knew that Yue Yang loves to play pranks, so she played along. Let me see. Yue Yang recalled, leaned in closer and looked at her carefully. He then suddenly slapped her shoulders and embraced her intimately as if he saw a familiar face again. I was still thinking who you are actually the tomboy, right? I remember those times when we stood on top of a tree and peed towards a water jug. Your body was as flat as a summoning grimoire. You had no chest and no butt. I didn't expect the silly little girl to change into this kind of appearance. Task tisk. Xiao Hua, surely your chest isn't fake, is it? How can it be so big and full? Be honest with me, aren't these just water packs inside? Xiao Hua, don't pretend to be someone you are not. These fake boobs can easily be identified by others. Come, let me help you check it. Pu. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North were amazed. This guy knew too many ways to flirt. They had seen perverts, but none could even match him. People said that the Yu clan's third young master's inherent skills were amazing and that he had limitless potential. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North did not expect that the way he picks up girls would also be so impressive. He was an expert. Fierce Tooth of the North and War Tiger of the East had their fair share of fooling around with women, and they would even think of themselves as experienced playboys sometimes. Never did they think that in front of Yue Yang, they would all appear like newbies, especially like those beginner newbies who had just learned their first steps. Check your foot. The beauty slapped Yue Yang's touchy hands away. She wanted to look as if she was angry initially, but she couldn't hold it in the end and laughed out loud from Yue Yang's prank. Xiao Hua, you don't recognize me anymore? I am Brother Titan. You were crying when you said that you wanted to marry me, how can you forget all of these? Yue Yang was very upset. This is the Southern Goblin King from the Eastern Goblin Tribe. Her identity is normally the Peepa Goblin General. You should have seen her when the Eastern Goblin Tribe previously came to the Soaring Dragon Continent. Elder Nangong helped to hint Yue Yang. Yue Yang then had his sudden realization as he nodded. Yes, we have seen each other before. Her guard dog came to our plantation the other time and I cooked it. When she came over to settle scores with me, she realized that she was actually at fault, so she felt guilty and decided to make her sister my concubine as a form of apology. I accepted it half-heartedly at that time. I would have forgotten about it if you didn't mention it. Does the Yu clan's third young master always blackmail people like this? The Southern Goblin King carrying the jade people laughed as she asked. It's normal for a young man like him to like pretty girls. It would be nice if third young master could marry the sister of the Southern Goblin King. It would spread far and wide inside the Tongtian Tower. The Black Hell King looked at the Southern Goblin King to see her response. If she also supported Yue Yang, then the Black Hell King would have gained another strong opponent unknowingly. It's a pity that I don't have a sister. The Southern Goblin King smiled. And it seems that third young master already has a number of fiancés. Being a womanizer, there are naturally lots of beauties around third young master. War Tiger of the East was assured. If this Southern Goblin King were to have a crush on Titan Jr., she wouldn't have came over to find him so blatantly. He previously heard that the Dragon Emperor wished to make Titan Jr. his son-in-law, and even said that he was willing to marry off one of his princesses to Yue Yang as his concubine such that the royal family of the Eastern Goblin Tribe could form alliance with the Soaring Dragon Continent. I wonder what is the Southern Goblin King here for? Fierce Tooth of the North feigned ignorance. The Dragon Emperor thought highly of Yue Yang and wished to make him his son-in-law. So as the Southern Goblin King, she wouldn't just sit there and watch. She had 3 paths laid in front of her. First, she could marry him before anyone else does. Second, she could have a secret agreement with Yue Yang and disrupt the formation of an alliance between him and the Dragon Emperor. Third, she could become complete enemies with Yue Yang and work together with even stronger innates to kill him off, so that the Dragon Emperor's plan will fail. In these 3 paths, the first 2 were the ones the Black Hell King didn't wish the Southern Goblin King would choose, because she was very powerful and even the Dragon Emperor couldn't do anything to her. If she were to become allies with Yue Yang's strength will increase by a lot. And more terrifyingly, Yue Yang might ease the rivalry between her and the Dragon Emperor. Even if the rivalry ceased temporarily, it would still be terrifying. Once they started to work together to help Yue it would have great impact on the war. It might even allow Yue Yang to turn the tables around. If she couldn't coexist with the Dragon Emperor and chose the third path, it would be beneficial to the Black Hell King. If the Southern Goblin King were to join the allied forces of the Black Hell Army, it would definitely cause a huge blow to the Soaring Dragon Continent. With the Eastern Goblin tribe under her, he could restrict the Dragon Emperor and destroy the Xia, Tianluo and the 4 great clans in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Towards an ally like the Southern Goblin King, the Black Hell Army should try their hardest to win her over. Not only War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, even the Black Hell King was pondering over it. He had been thinking of a way ever since the Southern Goblin King appeared. Actually, I was just passing by the 6th floor, I didn't think that I would unexpectedly meet with you seniors and the Yu clan's 3rd young master here. The Southern Goblin King carrying the Jade Pipa smiled. Her words didn't rouse the suspicion of the Black Hell King, as their plan to intercept Yue Yang was an impromptu one, so nobody would have known. If Elder Nangong was here because he received the news, then the Southern Goblin King, who was normally in the 8th and 9th floor, wouldn't have come prepared. This was really a coincidence. The Southern Goblin King greeted Elder Nangong and the Black Hell King again. Half a year ago, people found an ancient ruin in the heaven outside heaven of the 10th floor. It must have been left behind by a powerful senior, and I felt that it was a pity as I couldn't explore it on my own, but since I met you all, how about we work together and hunt for the hidden treasure in the ancient ruins? The heaven outside heaven in the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower. The Black Hell King started thinking. What's heaven outside heaven? Yue Yang asked like a primary school kid that was having lessons. Titan Jr., heaven outside heaven refers to the unknown region between Tongtian Tower and the heaven realm. There is a vast space between Tongtian Tower and the door of heaven realm, and there are countless individual worlds there with hostile environments that are unsuitable for any life forms. Forget about normal warriors, even supreme innates would be in danger in these death spaces. Elder Nangong explained. I thought there's a passage that leads to the door of heaven realm from Tongtian Tower. Yue Yang raised a question again. Actually, there's no exact passage. It is just a safer route explored by countless seniors using their blood and lives. And you will have to go through 10 individual worlds through this passage, so it isn't a direct route. And in the individual worlds, there are still a lot of unexplored regions, broken gaps, and even spatial vortices that we have limited knowledge of. But according to the annals, there is a shattered void caused by an unimaginably strong deity in a fight during the Taigu period. Although the deity repaired it, the heaven realm that was originally in the 10th floor broke away from the Tongtian Tower and became a new world by itself. It then became further and further from the mortal world. And later, the heaven realm didn't recognize the mortal world and became a new realm by itself. If the warriors from the mortal world wishes to enter the heaven realm, they would have to pass through the extremely dangerous shattered void to reach the door of heaven realm. Elder Nangong explained patiently. Are there no other ways? Yue Yang felt that it wouldn't work just relying solely on the door of heaven realm, which opens only once a century. There may be. It was said that there's a heaven stairway in the god's ruin. It can be used to enter heaven realm directly. The Southern Goblin King revealed. It's merely a legend. It may exist, but one wouldn't be able to enter heaven realm without passing by the door of heaven realm. This is the rule of ancient code, and no one is excluded. Elder Nangong shook his head and indicated that it was ridiculous to think of using the heaven stairway to enter heaven realm. It could be that he was deliberately clearing things up to make Fourth Mother, who owned the secret of the heaven stairway, safer. Even if the heaven stairway couldn't reach heaven realms, it wouldn't hurt to try. The Southern Goblin King said while smiling. Third young master, go back and ask your Fourth Mother, she may know. The Black Hell King told Yue Yang. She's a housewife that doesn't go out often. Yue Yang glared at the Black Hell King coldly while emitting a murderous vibe. He was warning the Black Hell King not to find trouble with Fourth Mother. Please don't be offended, my master was only making a joke. Seniors usually know more secrets than the juniors. Your Fourth Mother is one who studies a lot, so she may know. Let's return back to the topic of the hidden treasures brought up by the Southern Goblin King. I'm most interested in the hidden treasures in the ancient ruins, so I will definitely go. War Tiger of the East laughed. Feng Shi is willing to go too. Fierce Tooth of the North looked at Yue Yang. If the third young master is interested, then Nangong is willing to bring you around the 10th floor. Elder Nangong was definitely taking Yue Yang's side. Although Yue Yang hadn't joined the Innate Alliance officially, being someone who appreciates talents, Elder Nangong would never let the Black Hell King harm Yue Yang in the 10th level. He guessed that Yue Yang would be willing to go, so he made his stand even before Yue Yang responded. I'm curious too. What kind treasures are there to the point that even Southern Goblin King is so hooked onto them? The Black Hell King looked at the Southern Goblin King, but in his peripheral vision, he was still looking at Yue Yang. If he wasn't going, then he won't go too. How do we split the treasures? Yue Yang's question assured the Black Hell King. Yue Yang still had desires towards treasures. Looks like this guy knew that he wasn't powerful enough and requires strengthening through treasures. With the secret protection of Nangong Luoyun, that old guy, Yue Yang would definitely take the risk to fight over the treasures with him. Most importantly, this treasure hunt would be an impromptu test by the Southern Goblin King. She was unable to choose who to form an alliance with between himself and Yue Yang, so she decided to reveal the ancient ruins and hoped to use this quest to pick a good ally. He had to get his hands on the hidden treasures in order to make the Southern Goblin King form an alliance with him willing. Conversely, if it were to be Yue Yang who got the treasures, she would definitely turn towards him. Tongtian Tower only believed in one kind of man. That is the Rancors. The Black Hell King looked at Yue Yang and was determined to defeat him. He set his mind on getting the hidden treasures in the ancient ruins, conquer the Soaring Dragon Continent, then the entire Tongtian Tower. And this officially marked the beginning of his journey. Everything will start from defeating Yue Yang, the young junior. Last, anybody else dare to do this? http://www.lifebuzz.com/never-search PS. It was an amazing experience. The group, each carrying with them different motives, left the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower and arrived at the 10th floor. This was the most dangerous treasure hunt Yue Yang will participate in ever since he entered the Tongtian Tower. It was because his so-called teammates were War Tiger of the East, Fierce Tooth of the North and the Black Hell King. Yue Yang knew that the three of them would grab onto any opportunity to kill him. Of course, he too would definitely kill the Black Hell King if he gets the chance to. The Southern Goblin King carrying the Jade Pipa took a neutral stand. Yue Yang's only ally was Elder Nangong. If it wasn't that Elder Nangong hinted Yue Yang to come, Yue Yang wouldn't have agreed to go on such a dangerous expedition. It was undoubtedly dangerous to go on a quest with the Black Hell King. Yue Yang wasn't stressed as he had entered the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower before. The gravitational pull became heavier when they moved through the 8th and 9th floor. In the 10th floor, the gravitational pull there was 25 times of Soaring Dragon Continents. Entering heaven outside heaven, it was even stronger and was 30 times of Soaring Dragon Continent. Even War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North had to unleash their power to innate level 7 in order to move on. The only ones who were able to continue moving without getting affected were Elder Nangong and the Black Hell King. The Southern Goblin King only had to unleash her power to innate level 5 to be adapted to it. From this, it could be seen that she was much more powerful than War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. It was therefore no wonder that Elder Nangong and Black Hell King thought highly of her. Are you all right? The Southern Goblin King asked Yue Yang curiously. Not only her, Elder Nangong and Black Hell King were curious too. He had the power to defend himself against the 30 times gravitational pull, but why does he choose not to unleash his power to innate level? Yue Yang didn't reply. He was lagging behind the lot by a few steps as he walked forward with great effort. He kept persevering, even as he was perspiring profusely and his muscles shook from weariness. He wouldn't unleash his power to innate level. The Black Hell King frowned secretly. Yue Yang definitely wasn't trying to pretend that he was capable. Could it be that he was deliberately showing that he was weak? No, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have chosen such a stupid way. Is he using the gravitational pull to train his body, such that he could be adapted to the 30 times gravitational pull below innate level? When the Black Hell King thought of this possibility, he was secretly shocked. Yue Yang was definitely an abnormal person, his thinking differed from that of a common man. Under the 30 times gravitational pull and being surrounded by enemies, he still had the mood to train. Looks like he was trying to use this opportunity to make a breakthrough. The Black Hell King definitely couldn't let such a young man continue to live. He would definitely surpass him one day. The Black Hell King got more scared the more he thought. The thought of killing Yue Yang flashed across his mind. After half an hour, Yue Yang, who was covered in perspiration, finally had an easier time walking as his footsteps became lighter. He who had been lagging behind slowly caught up with the rest. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North looked at each other. Other than the astonishment they felt, the feeling of killing Yue Yang overwhelmed them. He got used to the 30 times gravitational pull so quickly. He wasn't a human being. Elder Nangong didn't speak, but his gaze was filled with gratification. Seeing Yue Yang's rapid progression and unique gift, his determination to protect Yue Yang became even more firm. Only the Southern Goblin King acted as if she hadn't seen anything. In the heaven outside heaven. As early as 10 minutes before they arrived, the entire world became a terrifying place. There were occasional meteorite rains that sliced across the sky, causing a trail of blazing fire before falling to the ground with a boom. The shock wave from the earthquake came wave after wave. There were rampant volcanic eruptions as numerous magma spurted to the sky and then splattered around the ground. Towards all these, although the group was mostly comprised of supreme innates, they had no choice but to dodge too. They weren't willing to waste their effort in combating these world-ending disasters. Moreover, this was still mild as compared to the most terrifying shattered void in the heaven outside heaven. We are entering the official zone of the heaven outside heaven soon. Everyone be on your alert. Although we may have some misunderstandings in the past, I hope that all our priorities will be placed on getting the treasures. We'll talk about everything else after getting the hidden treasures in the ancient ruins. The Southern Goblin King gave the lot a heads up. Definitely, if we're treasure hunting, I'm willing to go through thick and thin with you guys. War Tiger of the East spoke on behalf of the Black Hell King. Lead the way. Yue Yang hadn't been on the 10th floor before. He had previously heard from the Night Empress and the Phoenix Fairy Beauty about how difficult it was to get through the 10th floor. He could understand why now. The environment was already extremely harsh even before they officially entered heaven outside heaven. He could only imagine how harsh it would be in the shattered void of the heaven outside heaven. The Southern Goblin King led everyone into a canyon surrounded by 5 active volcanoes. In the middle of the canyon was a dormant volcano, and halfway above the volcano was an ancient passage. What one would have never expected would be that the teleportation point to the individual worlds were also the entrance to the ancient ruins. If it weren't for the Southern Goblin King who led the way, nobody would have went into that place during a volcanic eruption. The Black Hell King frowned his eyebrows slightly. He had never heard of this ancient ruins. He had a very uneasy feeling. He thought that the Southern Goblin King found a secret stash for treasures he already known about. Never had he thought that it wasn't. Was the Southern Goblin King plotting against him together with Yue Yang? Would Night Empress and Xian be in there, waiting to ambush him? The Black Hell King hesitated for a few seconds. But when he saw that Yue Yang was secretly observing him and that he looked like he was on his guards as well, the Black Hell King became at ease. If there was really an ambush, then Yue Yang would definitely not be so guarded. He would either be scorning or be sarcastic. After teleporting into the individual world, everyone except the Southern Goblin King was stunned. It was extremely hot outside, so much so that it was as if they were being roasted in an oven. But in the individual world, it was extremely cold. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, who unleashed their power to innate level 6, started to shudder uncontrollably. They began to freeze from their feet that were stepping on the sturdy ground. They became ice men within a few moments. Howl! War Tiger of the East unleashed power to innate level 7 and summoned for his Scarlet Flame Tiger to barely defend himself against the chill. Fierce Tooth of the North used his sharp claws to tear his body apart. The blood that dripped out then became fire. As the Southern Goblin King already had treasures to protect herself, she didn't react towards the sudden change. The Black Hell King and Elder Nangong both unleashed power to innate level 1 to defend themselves against the chill. Of course, both of them had holy equipments with them, so the reason why they unleashed their power to innate level 1 was to guard against their surrounding. It was almost impossible not to have any ancient beasts in this frozen wasteland. The ancient beasts in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower could be described as abnormally strong. Even those who were gold ranked level 10 were 100 times, and even 1,000 times stronger than those of the same rank as them in the lower levels of the Tong Tian Tower. Moreover, there weren't much gold ranked ancient beast in heaven outside heaven. Most of them would be platinum ranked. For a soul innate level 8 warrior to enter the heaven outside heaven, he would be dead meat if he were to meet a large group of the ancient beasts. Who? Yue Yang heaved out a breath of chilly air. Twirling his hands, countless strands of cold air entered his body. The amazing thing was that not only did the chilly air not turn him into an ice sculpture, they became frost flowers that floated around his body, forming an ice-cold space that surrounded him for 10 meters. War Tiger of the East reached out his hands in an attempt to touch the flowers and his fingers immediately turned into a giant lump of ice. Everyone who saw this was shocked. A murderous gaze flashed across the eyes of the Black Hell King. Third young master indeed has great inherent skills. I have heard of your skills in controlling the Nirvana flames, but I didn't expect you to also be able to control the chilly ice so easily as well. Yue Yang didn't answer him as he was focused on controlling the ice-cold space around him. He made it absorb the yin energy, and at the same time assist himself. Of course, this was extremely difficult. With Black Hell King beside him, it was even more terrifying thing to do it. While the Southern Goblin King was leading the way, Elder Nangong suddenly turned around. After listening for a while, he spoke in a low voice. There's a violent battle occurring 10 kilometers away from us. I can't confirm what they are, but I can guess that it isn't a fight between the ancient beasts but innate rankers who are in trouble. Do we extend our help or continue our quest? With our power, even if we don't succeed, it won't be hard for us to escape. Holding on to the moral principle that warriors should help each other, I suggest we go forward and help them. Yue Yang initially thought that the Black Hell King wouldn't agree to it. Never did he expect him to nod his head. Could it be that he was using the ancient beasts to test me out? Laughing coldly inside, Yue Yang nodded too. No one could say for sure who would fall into the other party's trap first. The Black Hell King would definitely be alright. But what about War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North? Yue Yang felt that this might be a chance for him to get rid of either one of them. That would be akin to breaking one of the limbs of the Black Hell King. Then it would make it worth the risk to come here. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North also knew that they are the ones with the highest possibility of being killed, so they immediately summoned their grimoire and their guardian beasts before increasing their level to innate level 8. They had to go all out. Both the Black Hell King and Elder Nangong leveled up to innate level 5, while the Southern Goblin King leveled up to innate level 7. No one took this lightly. This was the internal part of the heaven outside heaven. Even a supreme innate who was innate level 10 would die. Only Yue Yang stopped after unleashing his power to innate level 3. Of course, the power of his innate level 3 was akin to that of innate level 8, it was just that the level was lower. What's matter with you? The Southern Goblin King asked inquisitively, by looking at you your power is not bad, but why are you just innate level 3? Sister, how old do you think I am? It's not bad for me to be able to go up to innate level 3 already. Yue Yang replied as he slowly condensed the crystal armor from his body, and brought out the Huijin magic blade that was burning with purple flame. In this chilly place, the power of Huijin magic blade weakened by a lot as the fire shrunk to become smaller. On realizing that it wasn't strong enough after waving it for several times, Yue Yang quickly took out the crescent moon blade. Conversely, the crescent moon blade with the ancient rune, permanent hardening and heaven runes frost and sharp, was 10 times more powerful in this individual world. This was also the first time it managed to surpass Huijin magic blade ever since it was created. The Black Hell King snorted discreetly. It wasn't that he was jealous of the crescent moon blade, but he was feeling upset about the power of Yue Yang's innate level 1 being the same as innate level 6 of others. The Black Hell King had never met such an abnormal person. If Yue Yang were to go up to innate level 6, then wouldn't he surpass innate realm and reach innate elder level 1? If Elder Nangong wasn't around, he would have killed Yue Yang immediately. Of course, even if Elder Nangong wanted to protect him, the Black Hell King would still do it. If the Night Empress and Xian weren't ambushing ahead, Yue Yang would be dead meat. 10 kilometers away, there was a giant canyon made from eternal glacier. Yue Yang and the rest arrived and landed on the top of the canyon. They gasped when they looked down. In the canyon, 100 giant ancient beasts were besieging the two sides of the canyon, and there were also a few enormous ancient apes holding onto Ice Mountain and throwing them towards the innate warriors they were besieging. Additionally, more than 10 ice dragon kept diving down and heaved out frosty dragon breaths. The more terrifying thing was that the innate warriors weren't united at all in a moment like this. They were still fighting amongst themselves even with the threat of death looming ahead. There are restrictions in this ice canyon. Upon entering, men and beasts won't be able to fly up into the air, but the ice dragons are an exception. The Southern Goblin King's complexion ashened. Danger! Elder Nangong dived down after clearly seeing the two sides that were fighting. Come, let's go play too. Seeing the Black Hell King who was raising his right palm and preparing to attack, he gave a sarcastic smile. Yue Yang then divvied into the canyon as he waved to the Black Hell King while he was still in mid-air. The Black Hell King hesitated again. There's a restriction preventing one from going up into the sky? That was his Achilles heel. What if there really was an ambush? Below, the Winged Clan and the Eastern Globin tribe were involved in the violent fight. There were even human innate rankers. Yue Yang didn't know anyone from any one of the camps as he only saw them busily fighting against each other, with the ancient beasts besieging them. This made Yue Yang shocked. Are these people dumb? Didn't they want to live anymore? When he stepped onto the back of the ice dragon and glided down all the way, he realized the ice wall on the side of the valley had a huge teleportation circle. It seemed to be an entrance to a secret place. Could it be that there's another ancient ruin in this individual world? No matter what it was, Yue Yang realized that they were only fighting over the teleportation circle. As for the ancient beasts, they couldn't be bothered with them already. As the Winged Clan were at the greatest disadvantage due to the restrictions that prevented them from flying, their combat power were halved. But they were at an advantage in terms of numbers, thus the team comprising of over 20 Winged Clan gained the upper hand, with the Eastern Globin tribe following closely behind. Although they only had 3 men, making them the minority, their combat power was strong enough and at least 4 or 5 Winged Clan were required to guard against one of them. The weakest were the human innates comprising of 6 men. 4 of them were only innate level 6 and all of them were injured. The remaining 2 were innate level 7 and were struggling to stay support the group. They were considered superior in the lower floors of Tongtian Tower. But the only thing they could do here was to defend themselves, if not they would be killed right on the spot. Forget about the fight between the Winged Clan and the Eastern Globin tribe, even the attacks from ancient beasts posed a great threat to their lives. Luckily the fighting between the Winged Clan and the Eastern Globin tribe was very intense, so they didn't have time to bother about the 6 innate warriors, if not they would have died long ago. Ridiculous, you all actually came to heaven outside heaven with a power like this. When Elder Nangong reached the valley, he summoned his grimoire, forming a shield. He then made all the 6 human innates hide inside before gently unleashing an undefendable energy that repelled all the ice dragons and the ice hurled by the ancient apes, forming a huge empty space in the center. Although the ancient beasts weren't holy beasts, they were still very smart. They retreated when they saw the arrival of an innate ranker who was too powerful for them. They watched at a distance, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Mr. Nangong. The 6 human innates who had a narrow escape were overjoyed and quickly greeted Elder Nangong. Could it be that the teleportation circle here leads to the ancient ruins? When the Southern Goblin King descended, the expressions of the 3 warriors from Eastern Goblin tribe changed. As they were all followers of the Dragon Emperor, they were sworn enemies with her. Black Hell King, Xiuda greets you on behalf of Bae the chief officer. The leader of the Winged Clan was an innate ranker of innate level 8. When Xiuda saw the Black Hell King descended majestically from mid-air, he immediately took a few steps forward and led all his men to greet the Black Hell King. Yue Yang raised his eyebrows a little. He knew about the alliance between the Black Hell King and Bae, who was also known as Sky Emperor, long ago, so this was totally expected. Xiuda, what's going on? War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North descended too. We received information about an ancient ruin, that was why we came to this glacier canyon. Never did we expect to meet the Eastern Globan tribe here too. They were very rude and prevented us from entering, so we started to fight. As for the ancient beasts, they were attracted due to the commotion, but it seemed that they didn't really dare to go near the ancient teleportation circle on the ice wall, so we were lucky that we weren't attacked by them directly. The winged clan leader named Xiuda had 4 wings on his back and was clad in a jewel armor. He was holding a shining golden crystal sword uniquely owned by the winged clan. These made him look smart and majestic. If that is so, let's kill the trio together. War Tiger of the East turned to face the 3 people from Eastern Goblin tribe. Nonsense. One of the trio was the mountain-shaking bear with power at innate level 8. The 2 other were thunder gold-eyed leopards with power at peak innate level 7. They weren't far from becoming innate level 8. Although they were afraid of the Black Hell King, their expressions were extremely resolute. They immediately unleashed all their power as they prepared for the battle. They knew that they weren't going to win, but they weren't willing to wait for their death or surrender on their knees. The Southern Goblin King didn't speak. But Yue Yang stood out and reached out his hand. Wait. If we are all treasure hunters, why do we have to kill each other? A hot-tempered tall winged clan warrior stood out. Who are you to be the middleman here? They killed 2 of my friends, our vengeance won't be eased if we don't kill them. The winged clan and the Eastern Goblin tribe will definitely not be able to coexist. If you still want to side with them, then we'll grant you your wish and kill you too. They all hated to be called wretches. Now that Yue Yang said it out in public, it placed them all to shame, making all of them incensed. The 3 people from the Eastern Goblin tribe were appreciative of Yue Yang's words because not many dared to speak up in front of the Black Hell King. The trio stood behind Yue Yang. They were prepared to fight together with him. The 4-winged Xiuda looked at Yue Yang and felt that he was not a simple person. He then stopped his furious followers quickly. He then asked War Tiger of the East confusedly, who is this young human being? You guys are blind. This is the 3rd young master of the Yue clan, the guy with the most potential in the Tongtian Tower. He is also Titan Jr. who successfully assassinated the Ocean Emperor. You all have to be more respectful towards him, especially now that no one is his match now. Except for Sky Emperor and the 3 chief officers here, no one can fight him. War Tiger of the East appeared to be a good guy when he helped to introduce Yue Yang to the lot, but he was actually secretly sowing discords to make the winged clan more hateful towards Yue Yang the young junior. Oh, I was still thinking, so you are Titan Jr. You live up to your name indeed. Xiuda laughed coldly. The mountain-shaking bear and the 2 thunder gold-eyed leopard quickly greeted Yue Yang and used humans' ethics to bow to him respectfully. No biggie, I have always disliked trash that like to bully the weak. With this, Yue Yang infuriate all warriors of the winged clan completely. They didn't really like him initially. Now, all the winged clan warriors took the Black Hell King's side. Elder Nangong quickly came and waved his hand. Everyone leave here quickly, I sense an abnormal sound in the distance. If we were to alarm the king of the ancient beasts, I'm afraid we won't be able to avoid a long-drawn battle. The 6 human innates fought to reveal the secrets of the teleportation circle. The leader of the team spoke hurriedly. Mr. Nangong, this teleportation circle leads to a place near the ancient ruins. According to the different rotation cycle every day, the teleportation points will land at 12 locations respectively. If we don't enter quickly, we will land ourselves in the furthest or the most dangerous region. Before us, there were 2 batches of people who went in. And this is the number of batches we are aware of, there may be even more. The Black Hell King glanced at the Southern Goblin King and saw that she was pondering over it. He then looked at Elder Nangong. On seeing that he agreed on entering, he immediately indicated for Elder Nangong to lead them in. Of course Elder Nangong wouldn't be the first to enter the teleportation circle. It would be strange if the Black Hell King didn't attack Yue Yang if he were to do so. The 6 human innates entered first, followed by War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. When the Black Hell King saw that his followers entered safely, he looked at Yue Yang before disappearing into the teleportation circle on the ice wall. Little kid, if there's a change in location of the teleportation point, remember to guard yourself against the Black Hell King. This is my indicator map, it will be effective for 3 days. After I enter, if I land closer to the north, I will wait for you at the north, if I'm closer to the south, I will be in the south, remember to come meet me quickly, be careful about everything. Elder Nangong was carrying towards Yue Yang. He had wanted to rush Yue Yang into entering, but thinking of it, Yue Yang would only enter after the Eastern Globan tribe. He should probably look after the 6 human innates first to prevent any losses from attacks by the ancient beasts. Human innates were rare, and those that could go up to innate level 6 were even rarer. But due to the conflicting interest between the Southern Goblin King and the 3 Eastern Goblin tribe members, they weren't afraid that Yue Yang and the 3 men from Eastern Goblin tribe would attack them together. If they were to start fighting, the Southern Goblin King would probably kill the Mountain Shaking Bear and the Thunder Gold-Eyed Leopards. Xiuda was confident in dealing with Yue Yang. No matter how powerful he might be, Yue Yang was a newbie after all. The only tricky part was his extremely powerful World Exterminating Wheel and Nirvana Flame. But Xiuda had a way of ignoring Yue Yang in the battle. He would be able to kill Yue Yang if he were to strike. He was very confident of it. Southern Goblin King looked at Mountain Shaking Bear and the 2 others and asked, "We have wasted quite some time, can we get going?" "Yes." Yue Yang instantly unleashed his power to innate level 4 and got out his Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel at the same time. He then smashed them towards the ancient teleportation circle. With a deafening boom, the entire glacier shook under the impact as the sound reverberated throughout the skies and the snowy ground. It was unknown how far the sound traveled. The ancient teleportation circle collapsed. While the winged clan were stunned, Yue Yang anchored his prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar heavily onto the glacier. At the start, when Yue Yang was destroying the teleportation circle, Xiuda didn't react to it, but a tinge of skepticism could be found in his eyes. But when the prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar was used, his expression ashened immediately. The treasure he previously hid in his palm broke and turned into numerous golden light as it disappeared into thin air. A light pillar shot down from the sky and the majestic vibe of the Black Hell King enveloped the atmosphere. But when the light pillar descended, it became distorted under the effect of the prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar. It moved around like a snake. The Black Hell King tried to reach out his hands to tear apart the space, but to no avail. He then let out a terrifying groan discontentedly. The light pillar disappeared, and his teleportation failed. The image of the Black Hell King disappeared. Yue Yang dug his ears casually as he then placed his fingers by his mouth and blew it, as if he had a huge chunk of earwax that could be blown away on his finger. Yue Yang then spoke disinterestedly to Xiuda, who looked all stunned. "Wretched friends, please don't be so loud the next time you want to whisper secrets with others. Do you not know how irritating it was to listen to those boring secrets? If you want to kill me, then do it. Why do you want to waste so much effort? You think you can kill me by indicating your location to the Black Hell King and make him teleport back? You guys are old men of over thousands of years old, why are you all still so naive?" Southern Goblin King laughed as she clapped. "It's always nice to watch a good show. The 3 of you go up and attack them." The 3 people from the Eastern Globan tribe shot towards warriors of the winged clan like arrows. Xiuda finally realized. "You guys are allies." "That's right." Southern Goblin King smiled lightly. "You are all idiots. You probably would thought that I, a traitor king of the Eastern Globan tribe, innately cannot coexist with the Dragon Emperor. Even if I am a traitor king, I won't help outsiders kill people from our own tribe. We were only intentionally putting up a show. If we, the Eastern Globan tribe, didn't do this, then we'll undoubtedly become the strongest and most threatening competitor in the Tongtian Tower. We will then become the enemy of all of the clans there, so we had to make up some internal conflict in order to make us appear less threatening. Looking at your expressions, I can tell that our plan has worked well. Bae the chief officer will take revenge for us." Xiuda shouted anxiously. "Yes, your last words are very interesting." Although Yue Yang and the Southern Goblin King hadn't worked together before, they understood each other's intentions very well. They appeared at the front and back of Xiuda instantly as Yue Yang brought out his World Exterminating Wheel while the Southern Goblin King used her 5 fingers to strike her jade pipa, sending out waves of demonic sound. They all went toward Xiuda, the leader of the winged clan. Last, wow, great plot twist from the Eastern Goblin tribe. Clap, 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 clap. Even though I expected it, it was still a nice reveal. Anybody else expected this? Ding ding ding. A few extremely high-pitched sound from the pipa flooded through Xiuda's eardrum. Xiuda's entire body shook as he felt like he was struck by lightning. Even with an energy barrier, his ears weren't able to take the demonic sound as his eardrums broke in an instant and fresh blood splattered out. Time seemed to stand still as Xiuda floated up in mid-air without moving. Yue Yang stared at him coldly. Even the innate ranker, Ocean Emperor, Guanlan, fell victim to Xia Wen Li's binding inherent skill, let alone Xiuda. Under the situation of the demonic sound inundating the atmosphere, Xiuda was confused and became even more defenseless. "I'll slaughter you." Yue Yang had always been an honest man who does not stand on ceremony. He struck with his deadliest move as he attacked. With the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus and the Frost Flower in his hands, he sent them towards Xiuda's body. Although the mighty and powerful Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus wasn't as strong as the Frost Flower in this individual world, the mental shock wave it gave out wasn't any lesser. Even the southern goblin king behind Xiuda felt suffocated as if the entire sky was pressed down by a giant hand. This was even before Yue Yang launched his attack. She couldn't imagine how agonizing it would be for Xiuda to be powerlessly hit by Yue Yang's direct attack. The shock wave propagated out as both sides of the sky looked as if it was torn in half. It was a blazing hell on one side and cold hell on the other. All the winged clan rolled on the ground in pain, and even the strong mountain-shaking bear and thunder gold-eyed leopards couldn't take it as they had to press down on the ground in order to defend themselves against the power of the heaven's fury fire lotus. The ancient apes, ancient demonic bear and ice dragons in the distance fled as they laid on the ground weakly, letting out weak groans. They looked completely different compared to before when they acted almighty and arrogant. Boom! Xiuda was struck. Half of his body was burning hot while the other half froze from the chill. Yue Yang was merciless towards the pathetic Xiuda as he launched a powerful kick at Xiuda's chest, causing a purple lightning to strike his heart. Without a body like the ancient titan, Wusu, and being bound, forget about Xiuda, the leader of the winged clan who was just innate level 8, even the strongest Sky Emperor would be severely injured. Without requiring further intervention by the Southern Goblin King, Yue Yang turned around as his world-exterminating will beheaded Xiuda who had lost all of his combat power. So fast. The Southern Goblin King seemed to understand something. She knew why the Black Hell King was wary of Yue Yang. The reason was that just with one chance, he would turn into a terrifying killer and kill his opponent instantly. If it was an opponent of the same power instead of Yue Yang, Xiuda would at least be able to last for half an hour. But facing Yue Yang, once they faced each other head-on, he was insta-killed before he could even react. Xiuda was a level 8 innate ranker that was ranked within top 5 among the winged clan. Who would have thought that he would be so easily killed by Yue Yang? This was the power of Yue Yang. And also one of the reason why the Black Hell King was wary. The Southern Goblin King also knew that this wasn't Yue Yang's full power. There were still the Nirvana Flame and terrifying invisible innate sword chi that wasn't used. If not, Xiuda would have been more thoroughly defeated. Yue Yang kept Xiuda's dead body. As the body of an innate level 8 ranker was extremely valuable, he couldn't waste it. Taking out Crescent Moon, he raised it high as he struck his first move, the earth-splitting slash. Ding ding ding! With silky long hair, the Southern Goblin King went behind Yue Yang's back in the blink of an eye as she assisted him with her demonic music. Her fair fingers fluttered around as she struck onto the chords of her pipe rapidly. There were demonic music in the distance and sharp blades slashing close up, together with attacks by both the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus and the Frost Flower. The most tragic thing was that there was a unique no-flying restriction in this glacier canyon that made it a nightmare for all the winged clan. Under the situation where there was no escape, the disturbed winged clan bonded together reluctantly and defended against Yue Yang's earth-splitting slash together. Boom! A number of the weaker winged clan vomited blood as their internal organs were injured by the shock wave from Yue Yang's blade. Yue Yang who shot to the sky borrowed pressure exerted by the restriction as he dived towards the glacier. This was the second slash created by Yu Qiu, the heaven and earth collapse. It was unleashed in his hands. With Yu Qiu's self-invented trump card coupled with the power Yue Yang gained from his enlightenment, the impact would definitely be world-shaking. The slash was unstoppable. The winged clan couldn't defend themselves against it even after gathering together to create a giant sword tower. The giant sword broke into a million pieces as the surrounding winged clan were all sent flying. They subsequently smashed into the glacier and vomited large amount of blood. The more severely injured one even puked out broken fragments of their organs. The strength of the slash could be seen from here. The winged clan members at the front were slashed into half from top to bottom by Yue Yang. The Southern Goblin King was stunned when she saw it. She had seen powerful strikes like this, but she had never seen a platinum-ranked treasure possessing the combat power of a holy equipment. Just by comparing the power and majesty between those of similar strength, the Southern Goblin King believed that Yue Yang would top the lot. Forget about Yue Yang hiding his true power, just the innate level 3 or to be more accurate innate level 8 power he showed had surpassed innate level 8s like Xiude. Even innate level 9s like Shen Tian and the Black Prince mightn't be able to unleash their power to such an extent. Again. Yue Yang jumped upwards again, under the no-flying restriction, the height he leaped was nearly 100 meters. Even the Southern Goblin King would admit that she wouldn't be able to do it. Third slash, Lord of Rivers and Mountains. After the previous two slashes, Yue Yang decided to kill his opponent directly to prevent future worries. His third slash was 10 times more powerful than the previous two slashes and Yue Yang believed that none of his opponents could survive the third blow. On a faraway mountain top, an ice dragon-like tornado went towards the lot at a breakneck speed. While Yue Yang struck down, all the winged clan warriors closed their eyes waiting for death to descend. The ice dragon had already surpassed the speed of shockwaves and sound, quickly rushing over. In the blizzard, a tall shadow with wings on his back reached out his hand and blocked Yue Yang's heaven-rending slash. His golden palm collided with the crescent moon silently. But an instant after, the center of their collision exploded. It was as if the entire space exploded as a circular shock wave expanded even before any sound arose. The ground and walls of the glacier valley shook from the shock wave as they collapsed. The ice dragons in the sky were drowned in the shock wave and snow that spread to the sky even before they could spread their wings and fly. The ancient apes and ancient demonic bears couldn't even stand straight as they rolled around. WANT2EAT, couldn't even stand straight as they rolled around. Just imagine that, haha xd. The only person that could stabilize herself was the Southern Goblin King. Even with the protection of her jade pipa, she glided 3 meters backwards before she eventually managed to stabilize herself. Mountain-shaking bear smashed into the ice wall, causing it to cave in. It was unknown where the thunder gold-eyed leopards went. They'd probably flew more than hundreds of meters away. The winged clan on the ground did not get shaken away as they were protected by an energy shield. It originated from the left hand of the mysterious man. His right hand was simultaneously defending against the sturdy crescent moon. Ha! Yue Yang unleashed his power. The crescent moon did not manage to slash the mysterious man's palm in half. Instead, Yue Yang was sent flying into the air from the impact. It was only until he rotated around did he manage to get rid of the impact and descended gradually. He realized that the mysterious man was a winged clan innate ranker with 8 wings on his back. He had a slender body with a height of around 2 meters. His legs were abnormally long and he looked otherworldly handsome. Coupled with his fair and pristine skin, he looked like a woman. There were 8 wings on his back with snowy feathers that moved by itself. Other than the rainbow crystal sword tied on his waist, he didn't carry any other weapons. He wasn't even clad in an armor. He merely used his body to defend just now and could easily take down Yue Yang's third slash, Lord of Rivers and Mountains. And he still had power remaining to protect his followers. Such a powerful man? Who was he exactly? The Southern Goblin King's expression changed when she saw the person who came. Of course she recognized this 8-winged man who resembled a woman. It was just that she didn't think that he would appear here, and especially in this very glacier canyon. Ah, it's Sky Emperor. My greetings, Your Majesty. The Southern Goblin King changed her expression naturally as she smiled to the Sky Emperor. You are here too. When the Sky Emperor Bae saw Southern Goblin King he was a bit apprehensive. It seemed the intel he received on her had a few discrepancies. Nonetheless, he was rather polite as he greeted her, before looking at Yue Yang and asked knowingly, who is this young man? I wonder what kind of hatred drove you to kill my men, the descendants of angels? Could it be that you are bullying us because we are the minority? Sky Emperor, this is the Yue clan's 3rd young master from the Soaring Dragon Continent, he is also the famous Titan Junior of the Tongtian Tower. The Southern Goblin King helped to introduce Yue Yang to Sky Emperor Bae. Even for you, the famous Titan Junior, you can't kill people without any reasons, right? Sky Emperor Bae confronted Yue Yang coldly. Killing with no reasons? Sky Emperor, although you are part of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower, you can't lie. Yue Yang laughed out loud as he used his crescent moon to point to a winged clan warrior at the feet of Sky Emperor. They stole my divine equipment in broad daylight and then ate my black turtle pearl. Nobody would want such outrageous individuals to be around. Could it be that Sky Emperor, you want to be biased toward your men while a junior like me can only be taken advantage of without any power to hunt for treasures? There's justice in this world, if you want to protect them from their crimes just say it, if you were to force me to comply, I'll turn away without second thoughts. Pu. The winged clan whom Yue Yang pointed to with his crescent moon vomited blood in anger. The Southern Goblin King also acted as if she didn't know him. She had seen shameless people, but none as shameless as Yue Yang. It was him who killed others and snatched away their treasures, and now he's trying to push the blame to them. This would probably make the winged clan, who was made into a scapegoat, vomit blood in fury. Sky Emperor laughed too. So it's like this. Titan Junior, if my men were to really steal your divine equipment and black turtle pearl, I'll definitely kill them personally to preventing them from tainting our name of being the continent's angels. But if they didn't do it, and if I were to find out that you are lying, what then? Do I kill you personally to compensate for the shame you brought upon us? Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders. Go and check quickly, they stole my god's blood and martial soul, make them vomit it out. The Southern Goblin King was speechless. It was exaggerated enough to mention divine equipment and the black turtle pearl. Now he's quoting god's blood and martial soul? He shouldn't have exaggerated things so ridiculously, how was he gonna cover up for it later? She poked out her fair fingers as she hurried Yue Yang via transmission. Idiot, run away now. Why are you wasting time with them? He is obviously trying to delay time, it would be too late if you don't do it now. There was a tinge of mysterious smile that flashed across the depth of Yue Yang's eyes. He replied the Southern Goblin King. You can't run away randomly, you have to choose the right timing to do it. In the sky, a dark shadow that was as gigantic as a demonic dragon descended. It was none other than the Black Hell King. He greeted Yue Yang in an abnormally gentle and polite manner. Don't be afraid, 3rd young master, I'll uphold justice for you. Sky Emperor would give me some face. If it really were to be the winged clan who stole your divine equipment, Sky Emperor will definitely uphold justice for you. The Southern Goblin King was speechless again. She wanted to speak to the Black Hell King very much about the level of intimacy between him and Sky Emperor to the point where they could form a gay alliance and talk about upholding justice. She understood now, there was an affair going on between the Black Hell King and Sky Emperor, and they were fast enough to grab onto the opportunity to find trouble with Yue Yang. She didn't know how Yue Yang would deal with it subsequently. There would be a high chance that he would run away, but she wasn't sure how he was going to do it. The Southern Goblin King felt curious all of a sudden and wanted to see what would Yue Yang's reaction be. How would he deal with it? Since the Black Hell King is here to be the judge, we don't have to worry about anything. The Sky Emperor brushed away his long hair behind his ears. He asked Yue Yang, before we investigate, we should confirm one thing, does the Yu clan's third young master possess a divine equipment? If you had never possessed a divine equipment, then it proves that my men could never have stolen your divine equipment. This is because no one would be able to steal something that never existed. Divine equipments choose their owners. Maybe a genius junior like the third young master would possess a divine equipment. The Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor snickered. Yeah, bring out your divine equipment, then we will admit that we stole from you. The Winged Clan warrior arrogantly provoked him. They all thought that divine equipments are something that cannot randomly be picked up from the ground. Even the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King had none, so the Yu clan's third young master definitely had none. Now, they are forcing him to bring it out. If he did not bring it out, then everything he said was just slander. With this, the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor could use it as a pretext to make a fuss and use this opportunity to attack. The Southern Goblin King's gaze slightly chilled. There was no mistake in what the Black Hell King said a while ago about divine equipment choosing their owners. If that was the case, divine equipment could not be stolen. Divine equipments have their own spirits and egos. Even if someone stole them, they would easily return to another person's side. Other than having the equipments recognize them, warriors could not use force to steal them. Within the Sky Emperor's words, he considered 3 points. 1. Yue Yang did not have a divine equipment at hand. If he had none, then Bae's men could not steal his divine equipment. Therefore, Yue Yang was intentionally slandering them. 2. Even if Yue Yang had a divine equipment, other people could not steal it, so Yue Yang was still slandering them. 3. By asking this, the Sky Emperor was not only attacking Yue Yang but also cleverly probing him. If Yue Yang could not prove that he had a divine equipment, then he was not only slandering the Winged Clan and challenging the Sky Emperor, he was also letting the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King have a clear understanding of inside information. If Yue Yang did not have a divine equipment, there was nothing that could protect Yue Yang's life. The Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King could then use this as a pretext to make a move. The Southern Goblin King knew that this wretch was not easy to deal with. However, she never imagined that just one move was very hard to deal with. His words not only succeeded in counterattacking but also forced Yue Yang into a difficult spot. Since you have a divine equipment, why don't you show it to us and expand our horizons? Right here, not only this emperor but also the Southern Goblin King is probably longing to see a divine equipment. The Sky Emperor looked at the Southern Goblin King. He and the Black Hell King had intentions to kill Yue Yang, but they were not sure of the Southern Goblin King's thoughts. If it was someone else, the Sky Emperor would not worry about anything, but since this person was the Southern Goblin King, who was an expert in using demonic music to kill people, they felt that it was best if they didn't touch her. Is that so? Third young master has a divine equipment? I haven't seen one before, so I wonder what it looks like. The Southern Goblin King's words made the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King relax. This woman was very clever and stayed neutral. This kind of result was already very good. If by any chance that the Southern Goblin King becomes fascinated by Yue Yang's charisma and protect him, Yu clan's third young master would most likely be able to run away. If it was like that, the future would be troublesome. Xizun, that extremely frightening woman, would probably charge into the Guangming continent or probably annihilate the entire Black Hell army. Last, Guangming means radiant/bright. If they did not worry about this, then the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King would have already made their moves. The Southern Goblin King appeared to maintain neutrality, but she was secretly sending mental messages to Yue Yang. Idiot, you still won't run away? If you delay any more, the Black Hell King's men would return. It is also possible that the Emperor of the Underworld would also join in. At that time, let alone escape, your life would also be forfeit. As if he did not hear Southern Goblin King's secret message, Yue Yang slowly placed his hand into his chest. When he moved, the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor tensed up. They felt that the brat was going to shatter a teleportation crystal to escape. As a result, they were secretly on guard and preparing to attack at any second. Unexpectedly, Yue Yang brought out an imperial seal that shone with great brilliance. Divine equipment? I have never lacked them. When he brought out the imperial seal, the entire sky above the glacier canyon seemed to be pressed down by the invisible hand of a god. All the life forms in the area couldn't budge. Even those ice dragons, who were not restricted by the ancient code, sharply fell from the sky without being able to put up any kind of resistance against the mighty force. If Yue Yang's Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus was compared to this Imperial Seal, the Fire Lotus was like a sailboat while the Imperial Seal was a 10,000-ton ship. Although they both possess suppressive powers, their levels were completely different. The most important thing is that the Imperial Seal carried an undefendable sealing power. Let alone the beasts in the canyon, even the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King were shocked to the point that they had the urge to escape. Facing this suppression and sealing power, an uncontrollable fear welled up inside them. This was especially true for the Black Hell King, who was once the Prison Emperor Divine General. He was the one who thoroughly understood as to what kind of treasure the Imperial Seal, that Yue Yang was holding, is. This was the thing he feared the most, the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Compared to the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and the Prison Emperor Divine Staff, the Prison Emperor Divine Seal was the most terrifying thing for the Black Hell King. This was because if he was defeated by the two people in front of him, he still had a chance to live. If he was defeated by the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, then what was waiting for him was either dying thoroughly or permanently sealed. The Prison Emperor Divine Seal. You have entered the Prison Emperor Divine Palace before. The Black Hell King's heart sunk down. If Yue Yang inherited the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and the Prison Emperor Divine Staff, along with his quick growth, becoming the next Prison Emperor was just around the corner. As a traitor general, he was in grave danger. It's really a divine equipment. The Sky Emperor's pupils continued to shrink. He also never could have imagined that Yue Yang would truly bring out a divine equipment. Moreover, it was an extremely high-quality divine equipment. The ancient beasts from afar already laid down on the ground from the divine equipment's suppression in awe, and didn't dare make any movements. The arrogant winged clan warriors behind the Sky Emperor Bae were frightened yet greedily gulped their saliva. The legendary divine equipment was in front of them. Even if they extended their hands to reach out for it, they simply could never obtain it. How could it not drive them mad? The most unfortunate thing was that these people said that if the other side was able to bring out a divine equipment, they would admit to stealing. They didn't know what to do anymore. The Southern Goblin King was also astonished. It took a while for her to return to her senses. She looked down upon the winged clan warriors' greedy appearance. They didn't have any strength at all, yet they still wanted it. Even if Yue Yang gifted them the divine equipment, they would never obtain the divine equipment. Divine equipments have souls and choose their owners. It would absolutely never choose a weak owner. As for why Yue Yang brought out the divine equipment, she could guess 2 points. 1 was to calm her heart, 2 was to defeat the opponent. By bringing out the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, he was undoubtedly slapping the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor in the face. The villains, who were originally colluding with each other, would also split apart due to the divine equipment. If the divine equipment had chosen its owner, then there was no problem, but it was ownerless. This means that the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King had a certain chance to obtain its favor. Whether it was the Black Hell King or the Sky Emperor, the Prison Emperor Divine Seal was the best treasure. Even after 1,000 years or 10,000 years pass, they would probably never obtain a better treasure. Killing Yue Yang and stealing the Divine Seal was already a certainty. The question was, who should have the Divine Seal? If the Black Hell King agreed to give the Divine Seal to the Sky Emperor, then he was an idiot. Giving it to the Black Hell King? The Sky Emperor was already weaker than the Black Hell King. If the Black Hell King obtained the Divine Seal, then the entire Guangming continent would become his backyard and the Sky Emperor would become his prisoner, not an ally. 1 prisoner Emperor's Divine Seal, 2 competitors, how were they going to split it? Moreover, the Yu clan's third young master was not made of tofu. Although he had not been recognized as the Prison Emperor Divine Seal's owner, the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and Divine Staff had most likely recognized him as their owner. Last, this is why making assumptions is bad. The Southern Goblin King finally understood why this brat did not escape and remained with the 2 ambitious players. He actually had this kind of strength. When she thought about it, she smiled and walked 2 steps forward. She poured oil on the fire. Oh! Is this a divine equipment? What a beautiful treasure! Third young master, do you have any extras? You should gift me one. By declaring her position like this, the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King became tensed. When the divine equipment appeared, it seemed that this Eastern Goblin tribe female goblin was slightly tempted. A handsome youth with a high-quality divine equipment, when these two combine, no woman would stay sane, else nothing could move their hearts. Not giving. Fourth mother said that all treasures should be kept to attract a daughter-in-law. Yue Yang indicated that everything was a betrothal gift. Stingy. The Southern Goblin King pretended to pout playfully and used her white hands to lightly hit him. The Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor looked at each other. They would definitely steal it, but how were they going to do it? Moreover, if they made their moves now, the Southern Goblin King would definitely assist the Yu clan's third young master. This was undoubtedly an unwise action. The Sky Emperor felt his stomach burn with jealousy. When he opened his mouth to counterattack against Yue Yang, he secretly felt proud of himself and felt that he would be able to trap this young beginner. He never imagined that the other side would beautifully slap his face. Not only did he swallow a bitter pill, he also let the opponent sow dissent in their alliance. Although the Black Hell King was an ally, he absolutely could not let him obtain the high-quality divine equipment. At the same time, the Black Hell King would never let him have it. Regardless of the future, Yue Yang's method succeeded today. As for the future of their cooperation, the Sky Emperor would not 100% believe the Black Hell King, and the Black Hell King would also not 100% believe the Sky Emperor. All of these was caused by Yue Yang bringing out the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. The Sky Emperor would rather Yue Yang never bring out the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. If that was the case, their cooperation would not have any misgivings. Let me touch this Divine Seal, just let me touch it once. The Southern Goblin King extended her hands, wanting to touch it, but Yue Yang would not allow it. No, a while ago, the wretches stole my Prison Emperor Divine Staff. If I lose the Prison Emperor Divine Seal now, it would be disastrous. If the little girl at home wanted to eat roasted chestnuts, I would have nothing to smash the shells anymore. Yue Yang's words almost made the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King vomit blood. Using the Prison Emperor Divine Seal to smash chestnuts, couldn't this brat do something even more useless than that? We did not steal. The Winged Clan Birdmen wanted to cry to death. They had never even heard of the Prison Emperor Divine Staff before. Moreover, divine equipments all have souls, how could they have stolen them? Wasn't the Yue Clan's third young master wrongfully accusing them too much? If this continues, Yue Clan's third young master would probably even want them to vomit out God's blood and martial soul. At that time, even if they wanted to hang themselves, they wouldn't be able to find a rope. Moreover, they even said that if the other side had a divine equipment, they would admit to stealing. A few birdmen quickly fell on the ground, pretending to have fainted. Who? The Black Hell King suddenly roared angrily. He looked towards the northwest sky. Yue Clan's third young master. As expected, you are truly worthy to be called a genius that only appears once every 10,000 years in the Tongtian Tower. I never imagined that you would have innumerable divine equipment, that are so rare in the world. From the sky, a completely unclear image of a man slowly floated down. The image made slight movements as if it was greeting the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor. Then, it sent its greetings towards Yue Yang and the Southern Goblin King. I am Yue Ming. I have admired the third young master's reputation for a long time now. When I saw you today, you truly are a dragon among men. With Black Hell King as the judge, Yue Ming and Southern Goblin King as witnesses, Sky Emperor's subordinates have stolen the third young master's divine equipment. If this is true, then it would smear the Guangming continent's name. Why not let your subordinates return the third young master's divine equipment? Last, here, Yue Ming aka Emperor of the Underworld uses extremely polite words, and I am bad at writing them, so assume that he is extremely polite. You. When the Sky Emperor Bae looked at the person who arrived, his complexion immediately changed and his confidence disappeared. This man who named himself as Yue Ming was actually one of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower, the Emperor of the Underworld. He was on par with the Sky Emperor and the Ocean Emperor. The Emperor of the Underworld was an extremely mysterious supreme innate. Rumor has it that his father was a ranker from the demon abyss who settled down in the Xia continent of the 9th floor of Tongtian Tower 2000 years ago. He then married his wife, who subsequently gave birth to the Emperor of the Underworld. The Emperor of the Underworld was born with incredible gifts, and he was far more outstanding than his parents, making him the strongest innate ranker in the Xia continent. This also made him one of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower. As there were frequent battles between the opposing Xia continent and the Guangming continent in the 9th floor of Tongtian Tower, the Emperor of the Underworld's father died on the battlefield when he was a young child. Therefore the Emperor of the Underworld and the Sky Emperor were arch-enemies, even though the Sky Emperor did not kill his father. Although the Emperor of the Underworld wasn't very sure if he could kill the Sky Emperor, he would never become his ally. He would oppose everything that the Sky Emperor approves. He would give his all to make the Sky Emperor upset. For example, him making use of Yue Yang to give the Sky Emperor a fierce slap across his face. Although the Emperor of the Underworld wasn't aware that the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor were scheming against Yue Yang and did not know why Yue Yang stayed after falling into their trap, and even flashed his divine equipment, these wouldn't hinder him being supportive of Yue Yang in order to embarrass the Sky Emperor. Last, so cool. So it is the Emperor of the Underworld, welcome. Although the Black Hell King was polite on the surface, he was silently sighing. It would be harder to kill Yue Yang now that the Emperor of the Underworld was here. If the Emperor of the Underworld were to find trouble with the Sky Emperor, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Yue Yang in front of the Southern Goblin King, and Yue Yang was not simple to begin with. If he were to act with force, it would definitely push the neutral parties, the Emperor of the Underworld and Southern Goblin King, to Yue Yang's side. Yue Yang had the Prison Emperor Divine Seal for quite some time already, but as long as he wasn't recognized by the divine equipment, the Black Hell King still had some chance. The Black Hell King was upset, but he suppressed it. The Sky Emperor Bae was also dejected. He felt that he got into trouble without benefiting from anything. Had he known that the Emperor of the Underworld had been following behind him, he wouldn't have to appeared at all. He could have also kept a neutral stance to avoid becoming enemies with Yue Yang. He could have let the Black Hell King deal with Yue Yang. Now that he had become the bad guy, he even formed a new enemy with limitless potential without gaining any benefits and became a joke in front of the Emperor of the Underworld. Let's go. The Sky Emperor felt too ashamed to stay as he brought his followers and tried to leave the Glacier Canyon. Wait. Black Hell King wouldn't let the Sky Emperor leave just like this. He had to try and form an alliance with him. Since he couldn't obtain the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, it would be useful to make the Sky Emperor his ally. He transmitted to the Sky Emperor. Since the Southern Goblin King found the ancient ruins left behind by our ancestors, and we had been brought together by fate, how about we venture around together to see if there are any treasures? Seeing that the Southern Goblin King didn't object to it, he felt that she was very smart as she did not indicate her stand at all. She didn't help Yue Yang nor did she try to secretly help the Black Hell King, she had only been enjoying the show all along. The Black Hell King looked at Yue Yang and the Emperor of the Underworld as if there weren't any past feuds between them. He extended his invitation to the duo politely. If there's really any hidden treasures around, let's see which one of us has the affinity to obtain the treasures from our seniors. His words made the Sky Emperor ponder silently. Even if there weren't any treasures in the ancient ruins, it would all be worth it if he could kill Yue Yang and obtain the high-quality Prison Emperor Divine Seal. If he were to leave hatefully, then he would never get the chance to obtain the divine equipment. In the end, the Sky Emperor decided to stay. As a witness, Yu Ming is more than willing to go along. Perhaps the Sky Emperor will have the affinity to obtain another supreme divine equipment so that you can return it to the Yu clan's third young master. The Emperor of the Underworld did not forget to be sarcastic towards the Sky Emperor. Yue Yang remained silent as he slowly put away the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Nobody could guess what Yue Yang was thinking. They were puzzled over why he didn't run, but showed his Prison Emperor Divine Seal to the lot instead. It was precisely because of this that the Black Hell King found Yue Yang terrifying. There were a lot of amazing things that were associated with the Yu clan's third young master. Now that he saw him today, he finally understood that the way he did things were different from common men. With such strength and mentality, it was therefore no wonder that he could even kill the Ocean Emperor. The Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor looked at each other discreetly as they felt shiver down their spine after seeing Yue Yang's calm reaction. There had never been a young man who was able to shock them so much. This guy was very dangerous. Black Hell King was determined to kill Yue Yang using his fastest speed when the opportunity comes, in order to prevent future worries. If he couldn't find the best opportunity to do so, then he would kill Yue Yang once he leaves heaven outside heaven. He couldn't let him leave heaven outside heaven alive, if not there was a high chance that he would be defeated once Yue Yang matures. Seniors, and third young master with a house full of divine equipments, let's proceed to the ancient ruins, shall we? I no longer wish to get the divine equipment that could only be used as a nutcracker. My biggest hope now is to obtain a holy equipment. Southern Goblin King smiled as her slim hands struck the chords of her pipe lightly as gentle music gradually sounded. It was pleasant to hear and it soothed the souls of those who heard it. Southern Goblin King ordered for Mountain Shaking Bear and the Thunder Gold-Eyed Leopards to leave while the Sky Emperor ordered his men who pretended to faint to leave. The teleportation circle in the Glacier Canyon had already been destroyed by Yue Yang and couldn't be repaired. Luckily the Southern Goblin King knew of another teleportation circle. While she was leading the way, she asked Yue Yang a lot of questions and it made her attitude change tremendously. This caused Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor to feel threatened. It seemed that the Southern Goblin King still had a little interest in Yue Yang as he was a handsome guy with divine equipments after all. They did not have any way to stop them from communicating. The only way was to kill Yue Yang together after they enter the ancient ruins. That would be the best way. Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor would be put to shame if Yue Yang were to get both the beauty and the hidden treasures. They were discussing in discreet along the way, planning on how they would kill Yue Yang together. The Emperor of the Underworld followed behind and kept quiet. But the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor were able to guarantee that if the situation was unfavorable, the Emperor of the Underworld would definitely be the first to strike and he would definitely attack the Sky Emperor. The lot walked for another 100 kilometers before they entered another teleportation circle and went into the ancient ruins. Yue Yang realized to his dismay that the real test had only just begun. The threat of the hostile environment was on par to the threat posed by the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor. The ancient ruins was located in a similarly unfathomably huge glacier canyon. The previous glacier canyon that spanned over more than 10 kilometers previously wasn't even 1% of the current length. The top of the glacier canyon couldn't be seen when one looked up to the sky. If one were to look across, the other tall cliff would at least be a few hundred kilometers away, its borders couldn't even be seen. If one were to look to the opposite side, one would also discover a snow-white monument covering the sky in the distant horizon, shooting up through the clouds. The hostility of the environment was horrifying. Numerous tornadoes spiraled down from the clouds and continuously sucked in the snow on the ground. Moreover, the frozen ground would break without warning, with an icy storm bursting out like a volcanic eruption. Millions of ice crystals and groundwater shot to the sky. The power was so immense that being hit by it was akin to being hit by the full power of a peak innate level 10. Even the Black Hell King, who was clad in holy equipments, was wary towards the ice crystal storms that shot up from the ground. The more terrifying thing was the strange disintegrating space. Yue Yang couldn't understand why it was like this even with his Heaven Eye's divine vision. A huge part of the sky shattered without any warning. In the shattered sky, anything would disintegrate and then vanish into thin air. This was the most famous, most terrifying scene known as the shattered void of the heaven outside heaven. Luckily this teleportation circle discovered by the Southern Goblin King wasn't damaged unlike before. The place it would teleport people to was fixed, so Yue Yang, Southern Goblin King, the Emperor of the Underworld, the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King landed in the same region that wasn't far away from each other. With the Southern Goblin King around, Yue Yang and the lot were able to land safely. Yue Yang saw the Black Hell Kings attempt to attack him several times, especially when the shattered void appeared. But once Yue Yang turned to face him, he would feign ignorance. The only thing he lacked was a tag saying I would never launch shady attacks on his forehead. What's that? Yue Yang saw a giant tornado pillar that was perpetually rotating in an extremely distant place. He asked inquisitively. Could that be the entrance into the ancient ruins? We haven't reached the real entrance yet. The real entrance into the ancient ruin is even more terrifying than that. Ice crystals and groundwater accumulates there, and shattered voids could be seen at any time. An innate level 8 warrior would be instantly killed if he were to encounter an ice crystal fountain or a shattered void. Even if he were to defend with all his might, he will most likely die if he were to be struck once. The Southern Goblin King had already unleashed her power to innate level 8, and it seemed that she still had power to go up to innate level 9. Looks like this Peepa girl is not a simple person, she could be on par to the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Third young master seems to have control over fire and ice, you definitely live up to your name. Black Hell King said with unknown intentions. That can't compare to the thickness of your skin, it couldn't be corroded by any fire or water. Yue Yang retaliated. The Black Hell King wasn't angry when he heard it as he laughed it off. On the topic of self-control, the Black Hell King was the strongest contender that Yue Yang had ever met. If it was others, they wouldn't be able to take such a critical personal attack, but as an elder innate clad with holy equipments and his allies by his side, he could still stand Yue Yang's provocation. One could see how shrewd he was from this. After walking for a few kilometers, half of the body of a frozen man appeared before them. There were a few broken ice pieces lying around. It most probably belonged to an innate rancor that got hit by the ice crystal groundwater, causing him to fall head first, shattering his head, neck, and half of his chest. Only his abdomen and feet was left dangling outside. Help! A dark shadow escaped from the edge of the perpetually spinning tornado and ran towards Yue Yang's direction in dire straits. But before Yue Yang could figure out what was going on, an ancient ice demon king with a height of around 60 meters chased after him. The demon king held a long curved ice blade and an ice crystal tornado swirled around him. Yue Yang immediately raised his Huijin magic blade, but was stopped by the Southern Goblin King. This ancient ice demon king is probably the guard of the secret passage, he will only go after those intruders, so he won't attack us. If we were to strike, it may then alert the entire team of guards, and if that happens, we won't be entered to ancient ruins even if we fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Even before the Southern Goblin King could finish her sentence, the ancient Ice Demon King had already caught up with the foreign innate who ran away. With a slash, the 10 meters long ice blade cut the foreign innate into half. After killing the foreign innate, the ancient Ice Demon King sunk into the glacier and gradually disappeared, leaving behind the corpse of the foreign innate that was slashed into half 100 meters away. Yue Yang suddenly developed a weird feeling. The ancient Ice Demon King seemed to have looked at him before he sunk into the glacier. Was it his misconception? Or could there be more than meets the eye? The entrance of the ancient ruins. In the center of the vast glacier canyon, there stood a tall conical crystal mountain. Its entire body was clear and pristine with a height of over 1,000 meters. Under the reflections of the snow, it appeared light blue and was indescribably beautiful. If not for the crystal pillars that collapsed and caused it to appear a little ruined, nobody would believe that it was an ancient ruin. A tornado was swirling around the mountain, wreaking havoc on the glacier. Shattered voids appeared occasionally, but the strangest thing was that it always appeared around the mountain and hence did not cause any damage to the crystal-shaped mountain. Southern Goblin King brought everyone to enter through a crystal gate from the west, which was one of the only 3 entrances into the ancient ruins. It was said that there were the north, south, east and west gates in the past, but the north gate had been completely demolished so nobody could enter from there. The east and south gates were also in shambles, causing the passage to be extremely dangerous. The only safe route was the entrance via the west gate that the Southern Goblin King entered in the past. Be careful everyone. There are a lot of internal passages, and if you were to enter one of those passages, you will be confined within them for a few days. Southern Goblin King alerted everyone. Yue Yang suddenly summoned Fei Wen Li. Black Hell King, Sky Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld were slightly shocked. Why did he summon his guardian beast without any monsters appearing? Yue Yang had been to the 5 Elements Palace and had suffered losses there before. If the ancient code inside the ancient ruin restricted the use of summoning, then no matter how strong his beasts were, they would be useless. The ancient ice demon king that had just killed the foreign innate just now wasn't a holy beast. It was only platinum ranked level 10 beast, but its power was akin to that of a innate level 8 warrior. If hundreds of such beasts or those even stronger than it were hiding inside, and with nobody who could summon their beasts, Yue Yang couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Forget about how the Black Hell King would think of him, his safety should always come first. Not only did Yue Yang summon Fei Wen Li, he also summoned the barbarian cow Shadow Aman, who possessed the heart of earth and never grow tired. Let's go in. Southern Goblin King did not react to it, but the Black Hell King and Sky Emperor were exceptionally cautious of Fei Wen Li as they stole glances at her various times, as if to confirm if she was a holy beast or a divine beast. Fei Wen Li laid on Yue Yang's back like his daughter. Her eyes remained closed as if she was in deep sleep. The first reaction the Black Hell King had when he saw Fei Wen Li was to stay away from her. Although they hadn't fought against each other before, Yue Yang's lowly Lamia was very impressive as she possessed the immensely powerful binding inherent skill that could restrict her opponent. The supreme innates in the higher levels of the Tongtian Tower had long heard of it. Shun Tian and the Black Prince were past victims of Fei Wen Li's binding inherent skill, even the great demon king of the demon abyss was no exception. There were even bold guesses that Guanlan died under the joint attack of Yue Yang and Fei Wen Li using the world exterminating wheel and binding inherent skill respectively. Sky Emperor was also wary of Fei Wen Li. After being binded, the Black Hell King was still protected by his body full of holy equipment, it was just that his become slightly weaker. The strength of the holy equipments weren't as powerful as the Black Hell King. He who was known for his speed, skills and light energy didn't possess any advantage when facing the binding inherent skill. It could be said that he would be completely restricted by it. This was why he didn't want to rashly find trouble with Yue Yang. Only the silent emperor of the underworld looked at the barbarian cow Shadow Aman. How weird. There are no guards in the crystal passage. Southern Goblin King brought Yue Yang and the rest in through the west gate, but she stopped dead on her track uneasily after a few hundred meters. There should be demonic shadows that could hide within the crystal passage, here. They can copy the skills of those who enter and will never die, so they caused others a terrible headache. They are now nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Are you sure we aren't walking the wrong way? Black Hell King asked. No, although the crystal passage here is like a confusing maze, I'm confident that I did not go the wrong way. Southern Goblin King shook her head. Could it be that the passage itself is moving, causing the location to change? Sky Emperor suggested a possibility. No, there's no such possibility, I did not feel any shaking. I'm very sensitive towards sound and scent, moreover the marking here isn't gone, so this was the route I took the other time. Southern Goblin King would put a note-like silver pin for every few meters she walked, they would then cause very weak vibrations which would serve as her marking. Yue Yang had noticed that she would collect all the pins she previously left behind, and would put new ones after every few meters, so according to these markings, Southern Goblin King believed that she did not take the wrong way. Let me ask you a question. The markings you left behind should be a song, right? What song is it? Yue Yang suddenly asked. Palace Misery. Southern Goblin King looked at Yue Yang thoughtfully. Don't doubt it everyone, we are walking on the correct path. But it's just that the distance is wrong. It may seem that we walked for only a few hundred meters but we actually walked for a few thousand meters or even further. Yue Yang pointed to Emperor of the Underworld behind him, and he is the demonic shadow. I don't know where the real Emperor of the Underworld went, but it was definitely him who copied Emperor of the Underworld's hallucination ability and deceived us. Come again. Black Hell King's gaze turned chilly instantly. He actually did not realize that Emperor of the Underworld was silently replaced. If the guards were to possess other even more strange powers, then wouldn't that land him in danger? Sky Emperor immediately unleashed his power to innate level 9 and attacked Emperor of the Underworld. Sure enough, his first strike made Emperor of the Underworld fly away from the impact. The demonic shadow could only copy the Emperor of the Underworld's hallucination ability but not his strength. Without the Emperor of the Underworld's strength, the demonic shadow that only had an innate level 7 strength was easily defeated and flew more than 10 meters away from the impact. After its exit, the entire space became clear, as if it was being cleansed by certain energy. The ground they were standing on did not change, but the passage changed. It seemed to be similar, but it looked foreign. The demonic shadow that disguised itself as the Emperor of the Underworld showed itself as a dark shadow that looked asexual. This was its original form. Emperor of the Underworld was replaced by the demonic shadow and the location of the real Emperor of the Underworld remained unknown. Just when Black Hell King was about to speak, he suddenly realized that there were numerous Sky Emperor flashing in the crystal passage. They all went for Sky Emperor at a breakneck speed, causing one to be unable to differentiate between the real Sky Emperor and the phony ones. All the Sky Emperor roared loudly and attacked each other crazily, causing one to be dazed from seeing the scene. Take your time to fight, Sky Emperor. We'll proceed to hunt for the treasures. Yue Yang was pouring oil on the fire, causing the Sky Emperor to be even more incensed. Damn it, I'm the real one, help me get rid of the rest. Although they will not die, they have to take a long time to recover if you were to kill them. Sky Emperor became frantic. I'm the real one. You guys are goddamn phonies, I'll kill you. All of the Sky Emperor claimed that they were the real one, even Black Hell King couldn't differentiate between the real and fake ones. Yue Yang did not bother helping when he saw that Sky Emperor was being targeted. One man less meant less competition. There might be just one hidden treasure, and even if there were millions of them, he wouldn't spare one for the Sky Emperor. Yue Yang grabbed Southern Goblin King and ran off. He didn't care about the Sky Emperor no matter how crazed and angry he was. Black Hell King was a little hesitant, but he decided to stay in the end. He had a special ability which allowed him to sense his target, and although he could only sense one person, he had already locked onto Yue Yang, so Black Hell King wasn't afraid that he would escape. Moreover, it wasn't guaranteed to be safe ahead. But the Sky Emperor did not want Yue Yang to get the hidden treasure before him, so in a haste, he unleashed his power to innate level 10. Grand Brilliance. With his trump card, all the Sky Emperors who copied his high-speed flying ability were sent flying, forcing them back to their original form. They were severely injured but not dead, so they floated into the crystal passage one by one and went to hibernate. They could copy the special skills of those who barged in but not their strength, so this issue was still manageable for Sky Emperor except for the part that he was landed in a sorry state. After defeating all the demonic shadows, Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor followed Yue Yang and Southern Goblin King anxiously. When they reached the Crystal Plaza, they were amazed by the view before them, just like Yue Yang. It was definitely a unique subspace. Just like the 12 Zodiac Temples, it did not have any guards. The entire Crystal Plaza was extremely huge. But it was empty. Yue Yang guessed that the entire space was the size of 100 football fields, it might even occupy a larger space than the Crystal Mountain. There was a beautiful crystal dome above with thick crystal walls that were nearly 1,000 meters tall around. Talking about its current size, the Crystal Mountain outside wouldn't be able to fit it, let alone the crystal passage spanning over a mere few thousand meters. In the center of the Crystal Plaza, there was a 6 meters tall crystal pillar right before Yue Yang. There were all kinds of heaven runes noted down on it. There were 4 neatly placed chests below. They were the golden chest, silver chest, bronze chest, and wooden chest. It was this easy to find the hidden treasures. The Sky Emperor was stunned. Black Hell King felt that it was not quite possible too. He was even thinking if these were demonic shadows or the illusion used by the guards of the Crystal Plaza in order to deceive everyone. Yue Yang did not reply. Southern Goblin King sighed softly. I have been here previously and I chose one out of the 4 chests. A ray shot out and the next thing I know, I was in an individual world in heaven outside heaven. I was expelled by that ray. What if I were to choose all 4? The Sky Emperor asked. Yue Yang pointed to the heaven runes on the crystal pillar. Sky Emperor, I didn't know that you were illiterate. You can't understand what is written up there? It is clearly written that we have to choose one out of the 4 chests and the hidden treasure will go to the one fated to have it. If you have no affinity with the hidden treasure, you will be expelled, like her. If you choose wrongly, then you will be doomed as it will teleport you to the Blood Lake Hell, where you can enjoy a free tour there with white bones as souvenirs and flaying meal set. Also, if you opt for all of these, I'll have to congratulate you even more as an extremely strong ancient beast will appear in the Crystal Plaza. I believe you will be so happy that you'll pee your pants. Since you are so scared, then don't choose anything. The Sky Emperor almost couldn't suppress his anger towards Yue Yang's mean words. Southern Goblin King, what did you choose the other time? The Black Hell King was a shrewd man, he did not bother about Yue Yang's sarcastic remarks. Although he wasn't as proficient as Yue Yang in reading heaven runes, he could understand part of them and he realized the meaning of the heaven runes was the same as the one Yue Yang mentioned. I have been here twice, taking this time into account, I've been here thrice. The positions and order of the boxes are different. I chose the silver chest the previous 2 times. The first one chased me away and the second one was empty, now that this is the 3rd time, I can't say anything for sure. You guys go choose first, I'll be the last. Southern Goblin King did not have enough confidence so she decided to leave the opportunity to take the risk to the rest. You choose first. Sky Emperor pointed to Yue Yang. Why? Yue Yang was puzzled. Why would he be so nice to him? The 3 of us voted and we agreed on letting you choose first. The Sky Emperor indicated that he was very democratic, and even used the tactic of casting votes to show it. Really? You guys are so nice to me. I won't stand on ceremony then. Yue Yang looked at the Sky Emperor sarcastically and laughed coldly. As if he already knew which box would have the treasure, he lurched forward. With that, the Sky Emperor was super regretful. Darn, Yue Yang might have some special ability and was able to identify which chest contained the hidden treasure. If he were to let Yue Yang choose, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. I'm choosing the silver chest. Yue Yang looked at the 4 chests for a long while before confidently picking up his target, the silver chest. Wait! Sky Emperor anxiously stopped him. If treasures were really inside the silver chest, he would be giving the treasures to Yue Yang for free. According to the rule of probability, the previous 2 choices made by Southern Goblin King resulted in one being chased away and the other obtaining an empty chest, so there was a high chance for him to obtain the treasures on the 3rd try. There was at least 50% chance of the treasures being in the silver chest. Now that Yue Yang took away the silver chest, the Sky Emperor felt idiotic. He had the opportunity but he gave it to Yue Yang. Yue Yang snatched to hold on to the silver chest as if there were really hidden treasures inside. He looked at Sky Emperor coldly. If I remembered correctly, you guys voted democratically for me to go first 10 seconds ago. Are you going back on your words now? Sky Emperor was slightly stunned but he quickly regained his composure. No, of course not. But apparently you misunderstood my words. I meant for you to choose the chest first, but not for you to take it, so in other words it doesn't mean that I'll let you have this silver chest. Because we aren't sure if there are any hidden treasures inside, so we should take the risk together since we are treasure hunting partners. We can discuss the allocation of the hidden treasures after we open the chest and obtain them. Black Hell King nodded in response indicating his agreement. Southern Goblin King felt that they were shameless but she kept quiet and observed how Yue Yang would respond to it. She became more and more interested in him now. His response always differed from that of common men, and sometimes it was a joy to see how he fiercely gave his enemies a fierce slap on the face. Yue Yang handed the silver chest over to the Sky Emperor. You just want my chest, don't you? Why bullshit so much, even I'm embarrassed for you. Take it if you want it, but do you know how to open it? You can only use the heaven runes to open it, do you know how to do it? Illiterate. Although the Sky Emperor couldn't understand the heaven runes on the crystal pillar, he was still able to open the chest. He didn't even have to resort to violence as the Black Hell King pointed his finger in the air numerous times. A bright light shone through the tip of his fingers. The rays took shape and shot onto the silver chest. The rays then shot towards the heaven runes on the silver chest as the dots connected together. The silver chest gradually gave off a blinding light. After the Black Hell King took a minute to unlock it, the silver chest was finally opened. A white light pillar shot up to the sky. This was an important sign indicating the moment a hidden treasure was unsealed. Sky Emperor could faintly see that there was a golden object at the bottom of the chest. Sure enough, choosing the silver chest proved to be the right choice. There was really a treasure inside. Sky Emperor reached his hands into the chest at breakneck speed. He then held onto the golden object before Yue Yang and Southern Goblin King could respond. We made contributions to finding this treasure too. Yue Yang was unhappy towards the Sky Emperor's action. Our quest hasn't ended yet, I will safekeep it first, and we can discuss the allocation of the treasures after this ends. The Sky Emperor was very pleased, he actually wanted to say that he and the Black Hell King would kill him first before the quest even ends, even Yue Yang's prison Emperor Divine Seal would be theirs, let alone this ancient hidden treasure. I think it's best for you to quickly let go of this treasure now. Yue Yang smiled coldly. Oh, is it? I feel that it'll be safest with me. Sky Emperor didn't bother about Yue Yang's threat as he shrugged his shoulders causally. This may not be a treasure, put it down quickly. Black Hell King's expression changed suddenly. It was a pity that his advice came too late as the Sky Emperor disappeared with a white ray before he could continue showing off in front of Yue Yang. The golden treasure in his hand landed on the ground. When Black Hell King saw the heaven runes on the golden mirror-like treasure, he took a deep breath. The heaven rune on it was Hell's Key. This should be the key that could be used to open Hell's Gate, and the Sky Emperor should have been teleported to the legendary Blood Lake Hell. This place wasn't Demon Abyss but a horrid place in heaven outside heaven where numerous ancient beasts were imprisoned. Comparing this terrifying individual world, ancient ruins, to the Blood Lake Hell, the ancient ruins could be considered as a safe paradise. Even if the Sky Emperor could return from the Blood Lake Hell, he would need a long time. Yue Yang laughed wickedly. Sky Emperor must be enjoying his stay there, let's wish him a pleasant journey. Black Hell King stared at Yue Yang coldly, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. You did it on purpose. You clan's third young master, you are very smart, but sometimes intelligence is nothing in front of sheer power, do you understand me? You opened up the chest, he snatched the treasure away, no one forced him into it, everyone here can be the witness. Yue Yang indicated he was an obedient child. Southern Goblin King, if you were to choose, which chest will you get? Black Hell King turned towards the Southern Goblin King. What about you? Southern Goblin King returned the question. Suddenly Black Hell King took out a golden shimmering thunder hammer and struck it toward the chests, completely smashing them to pieces. All of the chests were empty. There weren't any ray that chases people away, nor were there any treasures. Black Hell King fixed his gaze on Yue Yang. Third young master, your hands are very fast aren't they? I don't know when you took the treasures away, but I know for sure that it was you who took them. Yue Yang dug his nose calmly and nonchalantly replied. You have no evidence. Although we are familiar with each other, I can still sue you for defamation. Southern Goblin King couldn't stand his arrogant attitude. She pulled his ears. Great, you deceived me too. What treasure did you take exactly? Surrender them now. I came here thrice and more than 10 of my useful followers are dead. Now, I didn't even get to see the shadow of the treasure. You are actually playing this swapping game with me? I'm not done with you until you surrender the treasure. Yue Yang and Black Hell King were stunned by Southern Goblin King's reaction. They really couldn't tell that the Southern Goblin King, who was usually demure and polite, would become so ferocious with the mention of treasures. Yue Yang quickly took out a gold-ranked golden compass out from his chest and handed it over to the ferocious woman with shaky hands. Big sister, there's only this treasure in the 4 chests, there's also a banishing scroll. Banishing scroll? Never mind, I'll leave that to you as a reward. Southern Goblin King snatched away the golden compass and looked at it with loving eyes as she kept cheering. Okay, I'll give you a name, let me call you Gucci Plate, from now on you are my 1925th collectible. Yue Yang and the Black Hell King almost collapsed onto the ground. Oh boy, they had been fighting with each other all along just to benefit her. And listening to what she said, she actually had 1925 treasures. Yue Yang and the Black Hell King maliciously guessed that she must have robbed the treasuries of lots of kingdoms. Seeing the gold-ranked treasure in the hands of Southern Goblin King, Black Hell King decided not to find trouble with her. His main target was Yue Yang. And especially the Prison Emperor Divine Seal with Yue Yang. Black Hell King wouldn't feel at ease as long as Yue Yang held onto it. Since they had found the treasures in the ancient ruins, Black Hell King felt that it was time for his attack. With the treasure, Southern Goblin King would be smart enough not to interfere in the matter between Yue Yang and himself. Moreover, even if she were to help Yue Yang, Black Hell King had the confidence of killing these 2 people in the Crystal Plaza. Moreover, there was only one crystal passage to enter. There weren't any restrictions here that restricted the summoning of beasts, so Black Hell King felt that if he could block the crystal passage, then Yue Yang and Southern Goblin King would surely be dead meat. Just when the Black Hell King was about to attack Yue Yang, the entire Crystal Plaza suddenly shook. The crystal pillar sunk rapidly as the ground crumbled. A gigantic crystal spiral stairs appeared amazingly. It was unknown how deep it goes into the ground. Could it be that there were really the hidden treasures below? Before Black Hell King could think further, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Numerous powerful auras appeared behind the crystal spiral stairs. It seemed as though a troop of 1,000 soldiers would soon appear. Every single one possessed power akin to that of the ancient Ice Demon King, a handful were even stronger. Yue Yang used his hand to poke the Southern Goblin King, who was still in her happy bubble. Big sister, it's time to go. How naggy, just deal with the few rascals yourselves, you don't have to ask for my opinion. Southern Goblin King hated it when people interrupted her while she admired her treasures. Big sister, look what's on top of you. Yue Yang pulled her sleeves. Upon hearing this, Black Hell King also raised up his head. His pupils immediately shrunk. It was unknown when a gigantic glowing light ball was floating on the roof of the Crystal Plaza. Wrapped within the light ball was a huge ancient giant. It was curled up in deep sleep with a size of at least more than 10 meters tall. If he were to stand up straight, he should be around the same height as an ancient titan. Forget about Yue Yang, even Black Hell King was scared witless. The ancient giant in deep sleep wasn't someone to be trifled with, he would definitely wreak havoc if he were to be awakened. What's wrong? Southern Goblin King was shocked too as she shouted from a sudden realization, what did you all do? What happened here? SHHH. Yue Yang covered her mouth quickly. This isn't the time to talk about all these, we have to leave now. Before he could finish what he wanted to say, the crystal passage 1,000 meters away from them shut down with a boom. It closed so tightly that not even a hairline crack could be seen. The light ball suspended in mid-air gradually descended. The hearts of Black Hell King, Yue Yang, and the Southern Goblin King sunk too. Which miser left this ancient ruins behind? There was only a golden compass, and now not only did he release his dog out to chase after them, he also hired an ancient giant to bully them. Did he still want them to live? Last, PLS answer this poll regarding usage of numbers, words, or numeric symbols http://www.strawpoll.me/134311722. Ha! Black Hell King instantly upgraded his ability, exploding with innate level 10 power. A terrifying shockwave spread across the entire Crystal Plaza like a hurricane. Yue Yang and Southern Goblin King quickly retreated, staying away from Black Hell King. Even after upgrading to innate level 10, it was still not enough for him. Black Hell King pulled away his cloak, revealing his real body, and continued to upgrade. His aura turned into a tornado, madly spinning around him. Countless thunderbolts surrounded Black Hell King's body, like silver snakes dancing wildly and crackling loudly. A dark domain with a diameter of 100 meters slowly emerged around Black Hell King, rapidly rising above the ground. It formed a semicircle, encasing Black Hell King within it just like a shield. Countless dark energy exploded from the ground like a fountain. After boiling over several times, the dark energy formed thousands of weird shapes. Some of it looked like weapons, some like beasts, some like ghosts, others like humans. But since they were all formed from dark energy, they were all controlled by Black Hell King. The black figures neatly gathered around Black Hell King. Black Hell King's dark sacred armor continuously sucked the dark energy around him, spilling out thousands of rays. Those rays of darkness were tinted gold and looked as if they were of substance. Countless weapons formed from dark energy sunk into the dark sacred armor. The outer layer of dark sacred armor kept growing, forming a pair of wings and shoulder pads, to a huge shield and sharp knuckle blades. After the dark sacred armor turned into its second form, Black Hell King roared loudly again. His eyes turned bloody red and he forcefully unlocked his power to peak Innate Elder Level 1. The beasts formed from dark energy quickly pounced at him. When Black Hell King summoned his guardian beast Heaven Engulfing Demon Tiger, they fused with Heaven Engulfing Demon Tiger one by one to turn into an unusual tiger armor. Last, tiger armor equals armor for the tiger. Heaven Engulfing Demon Tiger fused with the dark energy to instantly grow in size. It grew horns, wings, and flame claws with an ice tail. On it, was a gold saddle with silver ropes. It looked extremely formidable. A diamond rank level 10 holy beast. Yue Yang used Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe Heaven Engulfing Demon Tiger. He realized that its abilities were super strong. It was stronger than Shun Tian's diamond rank level 9 Gold King by more than 10 times, stronger than Phoenix Fairy Beauty's Charm Demon Queen who had just leveled up to diamond rank level 10 by 4 or 5 times. Even though both were diamond rank level 10, Phoenix Fairy Beauty's Charm Demon Queen was the weakest one since she had only just leveled up. As for an X-Eyes Hell Black Dragon King, it was only a little stronger than Charm Demon Queen. The difference was not large, while the Ocean Emperor Guanlan's three-headed Golden Dragon King was more powerful than the Black Dragon King and the Charm Demon Queen by a long stretch, most likely by 3 times. It was exactly because of three-headed Golden Dragon King's valiance that allowed the Ocean Emperor Guanlan be able to defeat Tongtian Tower's top killer and Xi at Crystal Valley. But this Heaven Engulfing Demon Tiger was much stronger than the three-headed Golden Dragon King. If they were to fight, even if the three-headed Golden Dragon King, the Hell Black Dragon King and the Charm Demon Queen joined forces, they still might not be able to defeat this Heaven Engulfing Demon Tiger. Strange, why is this tiger a holy beast even though it has no human form? Southern Goblin King also seemed to have an ability that could read the enemy's beasts. Although it was not as useful as Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision since she did not know the truth and could only sense that something was not right. There is an ancient hidden technique that can turn a beast into its beast form, never able to turn into human form again. This fixation could make the beast become more powerful, but it has to be exchanged with future potential and intelligence. Compared to a normal diamond-ranked holy beast, this Heaven Engulfing Demon Tiger at most only has elementary intelligence. Compared to some human form holy beasts that were more well-rounded, with high intelligence and emotion, this tiger is mentally lacking. Yue Yang knew about this from the memories that the tragic guy's mother had passed down to him, but he was against this sort of heartless technique. Since ancient times, this sort of hidden technique has been banned. This was because its usage essentially kills any possibility of the beast's growth. A beast's future lies in turning into a human. A holy beast was already very near to being human. When a beast becomes a holy beast, it was no different from a human. It also had a high intelligence and emotion. It would be able to live and contract grimoires like a human, and also integrate into human society to learn and grow as a human. It could even get married and give birth like humans to produce offsprings. The fixation hidden technique that Black Hell King used had locked the Heaven Engulfing Demon Tiger in tiger form forever. Even though by doing this, the Heaven Engulfing Demon Tiger's power would increase by many times, its future would be devoid of any growth. Furthermore, this was a type of imprisonment akin to slavery. Heaven Engulfing Demon Tiger would always only be Black Hell King's ride, and never his partner in battle. Yue Yang would never do this. He not only treated Xia Wen Li like his baby. Even Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo were also showered with love. He even treats the spirit of Earth Fire and the Reaper Mantis that have not turned into human form the same way. All of this goes without saying for the hornless dragon Zhongying who he treats just like his lover. Towards Zhongying and the girls, he treats them like humans and not as beasts. Even though their forms varied, Yue Yang would never sacrifice any beast just because he needed power. Last, poor Hui Tai Lang, at least that's what I think. He felt that if he did not have enough power, he should train hard, to obtain power through his own hard work. Yue Yang would never use a beast's life or their freedom, or their future growth in exchange for power. Black Hell King is crazy. Southern Goblin King shouted. She despised sacrificing a beast to obtain any sort of benefit. Not to mention holy beasts that could turn into human form, even normal beasts would cry in grief when their owners abandoned them. Heaven Engulfing Demon Tiger was not only Black Hell King's guardian beast, it was also a holy beast. Yet, Black Hell King still wanted to reduce Heaven Engulfing Demon Tiger to only become his ride. From this, Black Hell King's strong desire to obtain power was obvious. This sort of mentality could no longer be described with words. It was simply heartless and ruthless. Rumble. When the humans formed from dark energy fused with Black Hell King's body, he instantly grew by half a meter and his muscles tensed up with an immense amount of power. The entire dark sacred armor leveled up to its third form. It emitted an especially scary brilliance. It was as dark as ink, powerful as a demon and fast as an arrow. Even though Yue Yang and Southern Goblin King have already retreated to beyond 2,000 meters, they could still feel the dark light pricking them. Southern Goblin King's jade pipa begun to vibrate and her face paled. Looks like we have to be more careful. Black Hell King's dark domain is quite strange. Those beasts and human forms are most likely lives he killed in the past. Those weapons are likely destroyed treasures. He used some sort of magic to strengthen that dark sacred armor. This dark sacred armor's power is completely different from what the legends say. Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision had already understood this. Black Hell King's dark sacred armor was now very close to the power of a divine equipment. Of course, this was not its original power. It was the result of Black Hell King's reinforcement using the dark domain. The dark domain had a sacrificial ability. It could absorb a part of the sacrifice's power to turn it into the owner's. But for dark sacred armor to reinforce to such a state, it was hard to even estimate how many lives and treasures Black Hell King sacrificed. By this time, Black Hell King had already upgraded to Innate Elder Level 1. He was just like a black sun. He seemed strange, but also extremely powerful. In his left hand, he pulled out Dark Sacred Sword. In his right, he raised Heavenfall Thunder Hammer. When that floating huge light ball landed on the ground, it gradually disappeared. The ancient giant that had just fallen into slumber did not look to be close to awakening. Die! Black Hell King shouted loudly, his voice exploded through the air. He raised Dark Sacred Sword and Heavenfall Thunder Hammer together, shooting out a dozen sword lights and hammer strikes. Thunder rolled through the skies, seeming to tear apart the sky and earth. Those hits heavily landed on Ancient Giant's head. The Ancient Giant, who had not even opened its eyes, fell heavily to the ground. Under Black Hell King's deadly stealth attack, the Ancient Giant fainted from the serious damage. Black Hell King still did not stop. He waved Heavenfall Thunder Hammer and Dark Sacred Sword like rainfall, heavily striking Ancient Giant's head continuously. He looked determined to kill Ancient Giant on the spot. Yue Yang frowned, something is wrong. He noticed that those monsters like Ancient Ice Demon King who had rushed out from crystal spiral stairs all stood staring at Black Hell King, completely stunned. As if they had turned into stone, no one went up to stop him and only stood there watching Black Hell King attack Ancient Giant. At this moment, an energy that was vast as an ocean surged into the entire crystal plaza. Compared to this surge of energy, the strongest Black Hell King was only like an ant. At the same time this energy appeared, Yue Yang heard a mysterious voice say to him, "In a minute, the death match will begin. Participants have to kill all enemies in order to leave. When the time limit of the match is up, all participants with less than 100 points will die immediately under the death code." Before Yue Yang and the Southern Goblin King could react, Crystal Plaza quickly rose and expanded. The east crystal wall shattered silently and disappeared. A 1,000-meter crystal tunnel that pointed east appeared. 10 kilometers away, an arena larger than Crystal Plaza by more than 10 times appeared. At the same time, Yue Yang sensed that countless powerful presences have emerged dozens of kilometers away. Among them, 3 presences were especially powerful. They were comparable to the existence of the ancient titan, Wusu. If Black Hell King had not heavily injured the ancient giant, there should have been 4 of such presences. 1 each for north, south, east and west. After a moment, Yue Yang quickly came back to his senses. He shouted furiously at the Black Hell King, "Black Hell King, you idiot! The giant you attacked was one of our seeded players. Do you really not have anything to do? Why did you attack? Now one of our seeded players is almost dead. Stop, that is our helper. Without this giant, even if you have 100 lives it would not be enough to survive." What? Black Hell King was stunned. He was someone who would kill the opponent at the slightest threat. Seeing that the ancient giant was about to awaken, he felt threatened and attacked with his all. How smart was he? Not only had he gotten embroiled into this death arena, he had also injured his ally. Southern Goblin King was extremely troubled. Now she understood why people said a boneheaded teammate can do you more harm than the most formidable opponent. To be on the same side as a selfish brat like Black Hell King was really burdensome. She summoned her grimoire and looked at the information on it. Indeed, the map was covered with enemies. As for their side, the ancient giant was really a seeded player. It was a harmless existence just like ancient Ice Demon King and the other warriors. Heal the giant quickly. Yue Yang itched to kill Black Hell King. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the ancient giant was a newborn giant loli. He raged at Black Hell King, "Did you eat too many retard pills? How could you hit a child? Scram, go and block the tunnel." If we cannot save this giant lowly, all of us will die. Black Hell King was speechless. He never thought such a thing would really happen. He was just enjoying the attack. How would he have known this giant was his ally? Different from Yue Yang's situation, footsteps of giants echoed from the north, south and east directions. The Black Hell King also panicked. Based on the presences, the east, north, and south giants were very far from him. However, if they joined hands to attack, their entire side would be wiped out. What should we do now? The Black Hell King hoped that Yue Yang would have a plan in this kind of desperate situation. You have already beaten her brutally, yet you still have the nerve to ask? Go away. Don't hinder me. Yue Yang was anxious and angry. If Black Hell King didn't think himself clever, this situation wouldn't have happened, yet he still dared to ask what was going to happen him. The most important thing now was to save this huge lowly ancient giant and borrow her strength. Only then would they have any hope of withstanding the enemy. Regarding Yue Yang's angry scolding, indignance flashed with the Black Hell King's eyes, but he silently endured flaring out. Moreover, with the urgent situation, he also hoped that Yue Yang's Nirvana flames and world-exterminating will would be effective in killing the enemy. The Black Hell King retreated 100 meters while his expression continued to fluctuate. He couldn't understand Yue Yang's earlier words when he told him to guard the crystal passage. Now, even an idiot would understand how dangerous defending the passage was. There were 3 giants. Once they joined hands, no one could be their opponent. As a result, the still Black Hell King decided to first protect himself. He looked at the situation and decided. In this death arena, the winners were those who could stay alive till the end. He absolutely disdained guarding the crystal passage like a hero. Just like this, the Black Hell King stood still in his original spot. He did not follow Yue Yang's plans to protect the crystal passage, nor did he escape into his grimoire world. Let me guard the crystal passage. Seeing that the Black Hell King was unwilling to risk his life to guard the passage, and seeing Yue Yang was trying to save the giant, the Southern Goblin King could only grit her teeth and volunteer to defend the passage. She understood that defend for too long. However, it was still better than dying without any resistance. The Southern Goblin King shrieked. Her strength instantly rose to peak innate level 9. Her fingers danced on the jade pipa. The song Expedition Song was being played and resounded in the entire Crystal Plaza. The song was played intensely yet carried a heroic passion. The Southern Goblin King appeared like a descending fairy and floated towards the crystal passage. Accompanied by a strong and clear pipa strums, a sweet-sounding voice spread across the passage. Her voice was heartbreaking, almost moving anyone who heard her to tears. On the yellow sand, on the lush green plains, our troops set forth, singing courageously. Looking around the millions of men, I noticed a few of my age. Carrying our flags and banners, whipping our horses, watching our comrades back as the sun sets across the horizon. Away from home, we slept on a faraway mountain. Amidst the autumn wind, along the long streets and halls, I hear the voice of my elders, crying through the whole night as they launder their clothes. After years of singing and dancing our battle cry, and countless warriors soaked in blood, our territory expanded by 3,000 miles. But who would remember our faces? The general led the attack, fire beacons were set off continuously. The new recruits who were fighting their first battle, were as courageous as a castle moat. Blades and shields clashed on both sides, bodies collapsed to the ground, pierced by spears and pikes, arrows rained down from the sky, hitting their targets as quick as lightning. War cries shook the heavens, as the troop continued their bloody battle, although dead bodies covered the whole land and bones piled up to a mountain. Our battle song died down, along as the citizens in the country went back to their daily life of farming. As white lotus bloomed on our ponds, our families also slowly forget our existences. Behind her, countless ancient soldiers fearlessly entered the crystal passage with her. Yue Yang did not know who these people were. Nor did he know why they would appear here. He only knew one thing, that these people awakened from an ancient seal. They did not complain and joined the battlefield without turning back. Who were they fighting for? Who had built this death arena? What was the goal of this mutual slaughter? Yue Yang couldn't completely understand this right now. He could only feel that he was a threatened follower. Hearing the Southern Goblin King's soul-resonating song and the heartbreaking calls from the pipa, he couldn't help but grow an uncontrollable bloodlust. He itched to charge forward and fight alongside her. As a man, how could he let a woman protect the crystal passage and hide at the back? Yue Yang's hands were shaking. His heart was burning. Xia Wen Li tightly hugged Yue Yang's thighs and silently dissuaded him. Right now, the most important thing to do was to wake up the huge lowly ancient giant. If she couldn't join the battle, the war would be as good as over. Yue Yang bit his lips to the point that blood came out, only then was he able to endure the blood rush. He spared no effort to help her recover and transferred all his innate chi into her head. Under Yue Yang's command, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, the Small Golden Beast, Tong Tian Beast, Spirit of Earth Fire and Reaper Mantis all rushed to help the Southern Goblin King in defending. Even the Golden Thorny Flower Queen, who was hibernating to evolve, couldn't help but stop evolving and join the battle. As for the hornless dragon Zhang Ying, that was still in a muddled state while hibernating, she was affected by Yue Yang's state of mind and let out a deep worry. However, she was still unable to wake up even though her body continued to shake as if she was about to wake up but unable to control her body. The Black Hell King still did not respond and quietly stood on the spot as he coldly observed. Xia Wen Li returned to the grimoire world and summoned out Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon. Only the Storm Mermaid, who knew how to cure people, stayed beside Yue Yang, while the other three quickly joined the battle. Seeing Yue Yang have so many beasts, the Black Hell King's gaze grew colder. He had thought of making a move against Yue Yang for a while now. In the end, he still endured it. The one thing he could determine was that Yue Yang had become a thorn to his side and became the biggest threat. If they did not encounter this death arena, the Black Hell King would have done his all to kill Yue Yang. Now, he was using the enemy to consume Yue Yang's strength. This was what the Black Hell King was happy about right now, so why would he help? Third young master, please stay here and continue healing her. Leave the crystal passage to me. A shadow suddenly appeared. It was unknown when the Emperor of the Underworld arrived, but he showed that he was willing to guard the crystal passage and let Yue Yang heal the ancient giant. Not only him, even the Sky Emperor, who was battered and exhausted, also appeared. The Sky Emperor was clearly teleported to the Blood Lake Hell, so why was he here? This is bad. A bad omen flashed in Yue Yang's mind. When he saw Elder Nangong's figure, his entire body shook. What's happening? Little Yue Yang, what happened? Elder Nangong asked as if he did not know what was happening. He was even more confused when War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North appeared on the same passage. Yue Yang originally thought that the enemies coming from the three sides were the Emperor of the Underworld, Sky Emperor, Elder Nangong, War Tiger and Fierce Tooth. He never imagined that it was a stupid thought. However, this was something that he did not want to see. The fact that everyone who entered had gathered together made him think as to who the real enemy was. Yue Yang had thought of one possibility that signified the worst possible ending. This possibility was that they were fighting a war in a foreign domain. The Tongtian Tower might not just be a single existence. In other spaces, there might be 3 other Tongtian Towers and the people there would become his enemies. This never-ending war would determine the last victor, just like how nature's survival of the fittest. Yue Yang believed that he was the most outstanding person, but the amount of time he had cultivated was very short. If by any chance that the other Tongtian Tower had another Black Hell King or someone that surpassed the Black Hell King, adding to the fact that their seated player was injured, what were the odds of winning? I remembered now. When Elder Nangong heard Yue Yang's explanation, he actually nodded his head and spoke with a serious certainty, I have heard of a similar legend. This is an ancient war that happened every 10,000 years. I had always thought that only Heaven Realm had it and never imagined that we would accidentally be dragged into this ancient war. This was not accidental. There is definitely someone that caused this and triggered the conditions for this ancient war. Yue Yang didn't have any time to think about it. This was because the war was about to begin. Anything could happen at the moment. Elder Nangong quickly advanced to help the Southern Goblin King defend the Crystal Passage. However, War Tiger of the East, Fierce Tooth of the North and the Sky Emperor stopped besides the Black Hell King and did not join the war. After Yue Yang went all out to save her, the huge lowly ancient giant opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with bewilder as if she could not remember anything. She shakingly sat up. Because she was dizzy, she once again fell on the ground with a loud rumble. After a long while, she once again propped herself up and even tried to stand up. Her entire body tottered. Without even taking 2 steps, she staggered and lost her footing. Once again, she fell onto the ground and shook the entire crystal plaza. Yue Yang truly hated the Black Hell King to the extreme. This huge lowly was originally very strong, but now she was given a cerebral concussion by that bastard the Black Hell King. Quickly wake up! Yue Yang jumped beside the lowly's ear and loudly shouted. The huge lowly randomly grabbed with her hands and grabbed Yue Yang in between her fingers. With a puzzled expression and a booming voice, she asked, Who are you? Yue Yang perspired profusely, I am your friend, but that is not important. The most important thing is, do you remember your name? Our battle is about to begin. Could you remember what you were supposed to do when you wake up? The huge lowly gently rubbed her forehead, my head hurts, I can't remember anything. Yue Yang was now completely out of options. He quickly comforted her, you should rest properly. You must come help me later because the enemy is about to approach here. Do you understand? When the huge lowly heard that there was an enemy, she instantly looked around her surroundings with worry and shouted, Titan! This shout exploded and sent out shockwaves in the entire plaza. Yue Yang almost fainted from her voice. He could only see countless golden light rays emerge from the huge lowly's body. She was as bright as the sun and made others unable to look at her. An extremely powerful energy directly sent Yue Yang flying 100 meters away. An extremely beautiful female battle armor appeared on the Hug Loli's body. It was extremely big and shined brilliantly. Countless heaven rune circles became decorative marks on the battle armor. On the pit of her stomach, there was a mental protection mirror and a giant ancient rune. As for the helmet on her head, 2 palms and both knees, there were slightly smaller ancient runes. Without a doubt, this was a divine equipment, that contained boundless power. A feverish greed and desire appeared in the eyes of the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor. Unfortunately, they could only look at it because even if it was given to them, they could not even wear the huge divine ranked armor. Moreover, the divine equipment were the ones who chose their owner. Yes, just like that. Battle. Let us go to battle. Yue Yang was very excited. He felt that this huge loli was too awesome. She was wearing a divine equipment, what was there to fear? She could just directly charge ahead and smash the enemies with her fist. He was only happy for a few seconds. The huge loli, who was wearing the divine equipment, rubbed her own forehead as her body swayed, so dizzy. With a rumble, she fell on the ground and fainted. Everyone was flabbergasted. Who would have known that this would happen? Yue Yang shot an angry glare at the Black Hell King. He itched to tear that bastard to pieces. The Black Hell King was very embarrassed and turned his face, pretending to not have seen Yue Yang's disdainful gaze and middle finger. Countless enemies have already gathered on the arena on the other side of the crystal passage. A sharp voice penetrated everyone's ears. People of Soaring Dragon, have you been scared to the point of peeing your pants already? A faintly discernible voice sneered. It is rumored that the people of Soaring Dragon were the most arrogant. Who would have thought that they didn't even dare come out of the crystal passage? Last, starting next chapter I will change numbers into numeric symbols. Last, poor Hui Tai Lang because he was not mentioned. People of the Soaring Dragon? Yue Yang's heart trembled slightly upon hearing such words. Why did the enemy call them the people of the Soaring Dragon instead of Demon Abyss, or perhaps the Eastern Goblin tribe? Could it be that since ancient times, the Soaring Dragon had the most powerful rankers? Before Yue Yang even had the time to think, 6 shadows raced past the Southern Goblin King and Elder Nangong who were guarding the crystal passage. They moved at a speed 100 times faster than lightning. They appeared instantly at the center of the crystal plaza. The Southern Goblin King and Elder Nangong noticed that the other party had no signs of fighting, so the pair did not stop them. However, they quickly returned back to Yue Yang's side. Within the square, 6 shadows appeared. They stood together, in a circle, facing the opponents. As if they were afraid of the enemy's sneak attack. Yue Yang, the Southern Goblin King and Elder Nangong did not make any moves yet. They decided to observe silently first. Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor, as well as their 2 subordinates, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, reunited with the Emperor of the Underworld, who re-emerged out from the crystal passage. Meanwhile dozens of non-human innates and human innates stood hidden among the ancient warriors, refusing to reveal their identity. They were deeply afraid of being exposed by their enemies. They also wanted to be the first to attack. The ancient warriors quickly returned and surrounded the 6 enemies. Unfortunately, although they won by quantity, in terms of quality, they were pale in comparison. Basically incomparable. The 6 opponents were all powerful fighters who were innate elders. So much that there was a silver-haired man whose eyes were closed. His appearance was delicate and pretty. His skills were way beyond that of the Black Hell King. This pretty man, whose long silver hair dangled to the ground, seemed to be at heaven ranked level 2. However, with his heaven eyes divine vision, Yue Yang saw that his real strength was actually heaven ranked level 3. Even though he was wearing an ordinary scholar robe, there was an invisible pressure from him. It was even stronger than the Black Hell King covered in dark sacred armor. Yue Yang could not imagine what kind of power this person could unleash if he used holy equipments or divine equipments. Not counting the pretty boy with long silver hair, there were 2 other people with strength equivalent to that of the Black Hell King. One was a man burning with flames from head to toe. He appeared similar to a fire elemental. However, he was a real living organism, and he was an actual human. The other one stood besides the burning man. He appeared to be entirely normal. However, under Yue Yang's heaven eyes divine vision, he was in fact an odd life form which was covered in metal. Yue Yang felt that this guy was similar to the T-1000 advanced prototype from the Terminator. They all had the ability to freely change their body. The only difference was that this guy was a perfect living organism made out of silicon. He was not a robot. This silicon-based life form was incredibly powerful. His strength was equivalent to that of the Burning Man and Black Hell King. Their strengths were about the same. The Black Hell King's hidden ability would make him more powerful than the Burning Man and the silicon-based Metal Man. However, when compared to the strongest, the silver-haired man whose eyes were closed, there would still be a certain difference. Although the silicon-based metal body was incomparable to his divine molten meteorite gold, Yue Yang still had the urge to pluck out a piece of him to investigate. Perhaps he could make use of this special fluid metallic body to manufacture even better weapons or even more perfect humanoid battle dolls. Other than the 3 people standing in front, the 3 other enemies who stood behind were not weak either. Every single one of them were real heaven-ranked rankers. They were slightly weaker than the Black Hell King, but compared to the Sky Emperor and the Emperor of the Underworld, they were much stronger. The tallest of the 3 was a towering half-human, half-robot fighter. His height exceeded 10 meters. Yue Yang could not imagine, how could flesh and blood integrate so perfectly with metal machines? Although reality was right in front of his eyes. Perhaps this guy's universe was a dimension just like Bio Booster Armor Giver? Yue Yang turned and looked at the fighter who was 5th in rank based on ability. He was a half-skeleton, half-spectre freak. After his waistline there was no lower body, he did not have an actual arm either. There was only an energy arm and a skeletal hand in front. The skeletal hand, which was half hidden in his energy, glowed faintly with blue light. The appearance of such a freaky creature stunned the Emperor of the Underworld. This was because he realized that this enemy had evolved to a much greater level than a Lich King. The opponent has already fused his skeletal bone, energy, and soul together perfectly. The 6th fighter was a beastman that was similar to the East Goblin tribe. He was a 3-meter-tall tigerman. There were not much difference between him and the members of the Eastern Goblin tribe. Using his Heaven Eye's divine vision to see through, Yue Yang discovered that even his blood channels were similar to that of the East Goblin tribe. The only difference was that this huge and tough-looking tigerman had 3 eyes. On the center of his forehead, was a golden eye pupil which had the size of a fist. It did not have an eyelid to cover it, but it could swivel around to look at people. The tigerman seemed to be uninterested in anyone except for the Southern Goblin King. The tigerman glanced at her once again and sniffed. He seemed to be puzzled by the fact that the Eastern Goblin tribe's Southern Goblin King was biologically similar to him. What is all this about? The tigerman who just surveyed the scene noticed the huge loli sleeping on the ground. He was stupefied. Don't tell me you guys fought with the war goddess guarding the Soaring Dragon Continent and made her faint. Ah ha ha ha. The huge half-human half-robot fighter could not help but laugh after hearing the news. He laughed so hard he could not straighten his waist. White smoke came out from his machine body. Idiots, born idiots. The half-skeleton half-spectre fighter also let out a snicker. It sounded like the cries of ghosts. He jeered mercilessly at Yue Yang and the rest. Yue Yang was speechless. In reality, all these were due to the Black Hell King's moronic actions. They were not related to him at all. But now, everyone had to be ridiculed at by outsiders thanks to him. It was really tragic. Of course the Black Hell King pretended that he did not hear anything. He would never admit his mistake in public. Furthermore, there were 6 powerful enemies here. He was still unsure what they wanted to do, so he was secretly on his guard. He decided to observe how things go. The good-looking man with long silver hair, whose eyes were closed and mouth shut all along, suddenly spoke. I am Huang Xuan, the first disciple of the clan leader of Heaven Realm's Guizang sect. I have trained in the Heaven Realm for 800 years. I am the Eastern Heaven Realm's chosen one to initiate the ancient wars. I thereby politely ask, who is the chosen one from the Western Heaven Realm? Elder Nangong, Black Hell King, Sky Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld, as well as the rest were all looking at each other, confused. Chosen one? Heaven Realm? Ever since the Prison Emperor fought with the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm, after thousands of years, there had not been any news about anyone being able to go to the Heaven Realm. How could there be a chosen one to start the ancient wars? What is the chosen one? Must one enter the Heaven Realm to initiate this war? We know nothing. The Southern Goblin King thought the 4 chests she triggered previously was the cause. She was guilty ever since. She felt that if she had not brought Yue Yang and the Black Hell King out for a treasure hunt, such things would not have happened. Based on the enemy's words, it seemed that it had nothing to do with her. There was another inside story. Could it be that you people had never been to the Heaven Realm? You do not even know about the chosen one. The 3-eyed tiger appeared to be stunned. Bumpkins, which village did you guys came from? Are you trying to make joke and make me laugh to death? The half-human half-robot fighter laughed so much he was rolling on the ground. One of the screws on his body came off because he laughed too hard. It appears that, in this battle between the North, South, East, and West, the Western Heaven Realm would definitely lose. Before the battle, you people have to hand over 30 people for us to kill. We are stronger, we have the rights to gain more points. If not, we would kill all of you even before the battle begins. As for whether you people can even get past the death arena, it would be dependent on your ability. We, the Fire Clan, were never interested in forming alliances with weaklings. The man covered with flames demanded the Black Hell King to hand over 30 people, right from the start. The foreign innates as well as the human innates who were hidden among the ancient warriors were all terrified. Right now, the Black Hell King could not even defend himself. Why would he even bother about them? The enemy's threat was clearly a way to impair them, but they could not resist. Although no one was willing to die here, but many have already understood. They would probably have issues just trying to run away. No matter where they were, ability was a must. Without enough power, they would most likely be eliminated. Facing the Burning Man's threat, Black Hell King and Sky Emperor's side had another problem: there were not enough people. The people the enemy was referring to was probably not the ancient warriors but the allies who entered along. However, even adding up people who entered, there were only 25 people. Even if they agreed to their demands, how could they get 30? Even after the enemies killed 30 people, how could they be sure they would not decide to attack themselves? What death arena? Can you guys explain clearer? Yue Yang was still confused. It has been a few thousand years since anyone has been to the Heaven Realm. Elder Nangong muttered, telling the truth. Impossible. Who knew all of them would doubt them at once? The humans of the Soaring Dragon Continent were always the most powerful race. No matter how trashy they are, there is no reason for them not to be able to enter the Heaven Realm. Moreover, if they can't enter the Heaven Realm, how could the ancient war be initiated? This is impossible. The man covered with flames clung strongly to his own views. There must be someone from the Heaven Realm to initiate the ancient war, if not, why would the ancient battlefield appear here? The three-eyed tigerman did not believe Elder Nangong's words. The person who initiated the ancient war would be the chosen one. The half-human half-robot guy added on. If it was the chosen one, then he would be able to hear the sound of the ancient code. He would be able to lead the entire race more efficiently to fight. The three-eyed tigerman's words made Yue Yang jump in surprise. He was the chosen one? Wasn't that plain gibberish? He had never even seen the Heaven Realm before. How could he even start that ancient war they were referring to? This is freaking nonsense. Did you guys hear the sounds of the ancient code? Yue Yang pretended to ask a question and hoped that the Black Hell King would raise his hand so he could be the black sheep. The people around Yue Yang all remained silent. Impossible, there is a chosen one. The chosen one would be your leader. Without your leader, you people would never be able to understand the different rules and requirements for the ancient war. You people are dead meat. The chosen one must be here. He must be hiding. The Burning Man waved his hand, raging flames rose to the sky. I do not care if you people have the chosen one or not. You are a bunch of weaklings, so you should have the consciousness of a weakling. Battle to one's death, never surrender. Elder Nangong's attitude was firm. No matter how strong the opponent was, he would never surrender. Allow Huang Chuan to explain. The silver-haired man unhurriedly opened his mouth. You people may be drawn into ancient war without being aware of anything. I can assure you that this is a death battlefield. It is also the place where the low-level races from the northern, southern, eastern, and western Heaven Realm fight to their death. The winner would be able to obtain a divine equipment. The losers will remain dead for eternity, being sealed in this crystal plaza for millions and millions of years. Unless the losers have the ability to collect 100 points in the coming battles, they would not be able to escape from the fate of being obliterated. Perhaps you would like to know, why is it that we have not killed you since we are your enemies? It is simply because even if we killed all of you, we may not be able to collect 100 points. The first enemy we have to face is the ancient slaughterer released by the ancient code. To prevent different races from forming alliance secretly, the ancient battlefield releases 10 ancient slaughterer every hour. These ancient slaughterer will attack randomly. Their mission is to kill all participants. Every time they kill a participant, they will gain a fellow ancient slaughterer comrade. You people from Soaring Dragon have already lost the chance to compete for the divine equipment. By convention, you people must hand over 30 people for us to gain points. We would then decide if the stronger participants left would join in to kill the ancient slaughterers to gain points so as to leave. If this is the case, why don't we all cooperate? Assemble the greatest powers and kill all the ancient slaughterer. Sky Emperor felt that they should totally cooperate. At the very least, they could cooperate now. It would not be too late to decide who should be the final winner after everyone collected 100 points. Of course, the enemy must have wanted to cripple the power of Yue Yang and the others from the Soaring Dragon. Obtaining a certain amount of points first would be useful to suppress opponents as well as to escape afterwards. It might even reduce the chances of the number of ancient slaughterers from increasing later on. The problem was, if Yue Yang's side kills 30 allies, it would be just like having 30 points being minused off. And who would be able to make it out alive from this death battlefield? You must turn useless people into points for us, this is the very basic condition. If you cannot do so, we will do it ourselves and kill every single one of you. You people do not even have the chance to negotiate with us. We, the representative from each side, have been preparing for this battle for hundreds of years. Every side has at least 3 heaven-ranked rankers, but you people only have 1. You are no match for us. The man covered in flames was keen to kill. Weaklings do not have rights. The liquid metal life form who did not speak until now also nodded in agreement. Other than this person, the rest would not be of much use. I suggest we kill them all, in case the number of ancient slaughterers increases. The half-skeleton half-spectre pointed at the Black Hell King in a peculiar manner. Obviously, only Black Hell King could obtain their recognition, the rest all became the enemy's sacrificial victim for their point collection. Black Hell King rejoiced covertly. He was safe. Perhaps protecting the Sky Emperor, and his two subordinates, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North would also not be an issue. As for Elder Nangong, Emperor of the Underworld and Yue Yang, it was just nice. He could get rid of all of them now. It was just that the Southern Goblin King was a clever girl, if she died it would be a pity. If she was willing to join him, he might consider saving her. However, it was unlikely. It was the East Goblin tribe's nature to be extremely stubborn and firm. Even in face of desperation, they would just accept it. They embrace challenges and deal with them. It was the style of the entire tribe. Never mind, if something did not belong to him, there was no point to force it. Anyway, it was just a woman. Black Hell King raised his chin arrogantly. He no longer looked at Elder Nangong and the Southern Goblin King. Sky Emperor quickly stood by his side with some affection. He put on this look as if he was terribly heartbroken that his biological brother got injured. The non-human innates and human innates were all in despair. They did not even need to look at Black Hell King's facial expression. This Black Hell King was unreliable. Mr. Nangong was the only one they could trust, but sadly he was not an innate elder. He could not be recognized by them and could not protect everyone. The half-skeleton half-ghost guy turned his finger of death and eventually pointed at the Southern Goblin King. The Southern Goblin King's body started to tremble. Yue Yang stepped out bravely and stood in front of her. I wanted to kill the woman first, but this human child seemed to have a different opinion. Let's kill him first. The half-skeleton half-specter guy laughed evilly. Yue Yang had to tolerate them for quite a while. After hearing this white bone saying that he wanted to kill him, he bursted out in fury. What the hell, acting thug just because you don't look human nor like a ghost? Sun Wukong could kill the Bai Gujing with 3 hits. He could take you on, I can too. Just nice, my guard dog back at home has got no more bones to nibble. Me, the young master will dismantle your stinky bones and feed them to my dog. Black Hell King and the rest heard him. Everyone were so shocked their chin dropped onto the ground. Isn't this brat behaving too arrogantly? The opponent was at least a heaven-ranked level 1 innate, and with his small body frame, he wanted to fight them? The Southern Goblin King quickly nudged Yue Yang, signaling him not to be impulsive. Yue Yang pushed her away. You people stay away, heaven-ranked innates, so what? Me, the young master beats heaven-ranked innates. The entire square was silent. Everyone was speechless. From the opponent's perspective, if this brat was not stupid he would be crazy. Either way, his brains was not normal. If not he wouldn't have overestimated himself and made such a ridiculous challenge. The half-skeleton half-ghost heaven-ranked ranker let out a laughter that resembled the cry of ghosts. I am Wang Jin, from the Bone Clan. I can kill you within seconds with a single finger. I hope you will tell me your name. I am very curious, what the name of this arrogant and conceited youngster, who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth would be called. Hehe, killing a weakling in a second was never thrilling, but you are an exception. Because you a human child, is too egotistical, you give me the urge to kill. This young man, is our Soaring Dragon's youngest and most talented genius. At the age of 20, he has already become a self-made genius. He became an innate, and within a few years' time, he reached this state today. He could be said to be the exceptional genius that appears only in a million years. The Black Hell King helped sincerely to introduce Yue Yang. As if he was afraid that the opponents were not willing to kill him. He picked out the most important and vital pieces of information. Yue Clan's third young master has battled numerous times, he had never lost before. Not only does he have strong beasts, he even obtained the treasure Prison Emperor Divine Seal which belonged to the Soaring Dragon's first ranker the Prison Emperor. Within days, once third young master's contract with the Prison Emperor Divine Seal succeeded. He would emerge as the new Prison Emperor. Merely a heaven-ranked level 1, why would the third young master even bother? Now, every single enemy stared at Yue Yang with the same look, he must die. Such an excellent young man, was there any reason for him to stay alive? Last, simple explanation to rankings. Earth rank equals innate rank, heaven rank equals elder innate rank. Earth rank and heaven rank are used by those from the heaven realm. Black Hell King was extremely pleased that he managed to stir up the murderous desire in the opponent towards Yue Yang. He, the Sky Emperor and the rest retreated so that the battle can begin. This move was indirectly recognized as the decision made by the opposing party to surrender 30 innates to turn into innate ranker points. Although they knew that the Black Hell King wouldn't protect them, the non-human and human innates were upset when they saw it. The feeling of being abandoned was extremely unpleasant. They'd rather the team on their side die on the battlefield as a result of not being able to defend against the opposing party. Black Hell King was a heaven-ranked ranker, but he didn't utter a single word. He couldn't match up to Yue Clan's third young master who took up the challenge. Let's defend against the opponent together. Southern Goblin King bit her lips and decided to work hand in hand with Yue Yang. She couldn't bear to watch him fight alone even if it meant that she'd be killed by the powerful opponents. It's okay, I alone will suffice. Yue Yang waved his hand to reject the Southern Goblin King's goodwill. Yue Yang knew that he could do better in solo fights. Southern Goblin King wasn't like him. If she were to be the prime target of the opponent, her life would be in danger. Although her intentions were good, he would still pay attention to her safety and become unable to show his true power. This would become detrimental in battle. There were 6 strong enemies in front of them. Even the Black Hell King would take the opportunity to attack. Yue Yang felt that if he didn't show off his abilities, then the enemy would think that they were just pushovers. Elder Nangong wanted to speak initially, but Yue Yang sent a sound transmission to him discreetly. Elder Nangong then nodded before gesturing to Southern Goblin King for her to leave with him. Southern Goblin King's eyes were slightly red as she took in a deep breath. She fought hard to suppress her agitation as she spoke in a low voice. I'll listen to you this time around, but don't you dare to go back on your words, you must come back alive. Wang Jin from the Bone Clan laughed evilly. Sorry to interrupt, but let me tell you lovers that no man has ever gotten away alive under my attack. Other than the strongest Huang Xuan who is slightly more powerful than I am, no one else, not even Fen Tian from the Fire Clan or Yun Xian from the Metal Clan is able to win against me. I'm an undead that can never die. My body is made of God's bones that can't be hurt in any way, and my goblin soul causes me to be immune against any energy-based attacks. Human tactics will never work on me, he. As he was speaking, his body started to morph. There wasn't any shockwave from the upgrading like human innates. It seemed that all the energy was sucked into his body. The bones in Wang Jin's body gradually appeared, forming a strangely unique bone armor. The bone armor and his energy combined perfectly. This was both Wang Jin's armor and his body. The internal part of his armor was empty, it did not even have demon crystal or orbs which served as the source of energy. Although the heaven-ranked Wang Jin was very arrogant, he did not underestimate his weak opponents. Other than his skeleton which became his armor, he also summoned 5 skulls that floated around him as protection. The skulls were all holy equipments, their attributes were dark, poison, fire, water and metal. They rotated freely around Wang Jin's body and they could attack and defend according to his will. Yue Yang unleashed his power to innate level 5 before Wang Jin. He was now on par to a level 10 innate. Towards a young yet valiant human opponent, the opposite side were alerted. Even the calmest Huang Xuan slightly frowned his brows. Black Hell King's gaze turned chilly. He didn't expect that Yue Yang could continue unleashing his powers. The Sky Emperor's heart skipped. No wonder Ocean Emperor Guanlan would die in his hand. Yue Yang had actually attained innate level 10 long ago. Although Guanlan was a peak level 10 innate, he wouldn't be able to withstand the joint attack of Yue Yang and an Xi. Luckily he was going to die here soon. If he were to escape here alive, forget about him, even the Black Hell King would be killed by Yue Yang. The Sky Emperor was already considered a genius as he trained up to innate level 10 after 1000 years of cultivation. How exactly did Yue Yang cultivate? Could it be that the gap between him and Yue Yang was really so big? Everyone was moved, not only by the power Yue Yang unleashed but also his level. Yue Yang only had to unleash his power to innate level 5 to be that of innate level 10 of others. What if he unleashed his power to innate level 10? Who can win against him then? Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. When Yue Yang unleashed his power, he didn't give off a terrifying shockwave like other innates would. This was because that is a representation of the weak. Ever since he leveled up to innate level 5, the shockwave became more controllable. Numerous energy became lotus-like fire under Yue Yang's control. Its petals filled the sky. With Yue Yang's body as the boundary, the left side was a blazing infernal hell, where high-temperature fire filled the skies, and the right side was an extremely cold ice hell, where even droplets of water froze. When Yue Yang raised his hands, purple lightning appeared with a crackling noise on his fingers. It moved downwards like a snake, surrounding Yue Yang's body. After that, it once again converged on Yue Yang's head, becoming a lightning ball. When everybody saw it, they profusely perspired. Forget about how strong the Yu clan's third young master was, his control had already reached an abnormal level. Fen Tian from Fire Clan was confident about controlling fire, he felt that he wasn't any weaker than the other party. But he knew that it was beyond 10 times harder to control fire and ice at the same time. It wasn't something that he could achieve. Moreover, as a young human being, the Yu clan's third young master could not only control ice and fire, but even lightning. The level of difficulty stunned Fen Tian, the heaven-ranked ranker. He was secretly doubting if Yue Yang was even human. Ha! Yue Yang gathered an ultra-huge ball of thunder, forming a purple lightning weapon. He was actually materializing thunder? Everyone was speechless. Even ancient titans who were gifted with the talent of controlling electricity from birth would not easily reach this level. Very good, it will be satisfactory to kill such a human innate rankers. Without waiting for Yue Yang to hurl the materialized purple lightning towards him, Wang Jin charged towards Yue Yang as his bony hands extending a 1-meter-long bone finger that pierced towards Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang raised the almost materialized purple lightning, with the support of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus and the extremely cold Frost Flower, he chopped towards the enemy with the first form of the Armageddon Slash. Earth-splitting slash. As if a giant hand was pressing down on the entire crystal plaza, the strength of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus reached its peak. Even the Innate level 8 War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, who were 1,000 meters away, felt suffocated. In the sky, a humongous fire ice blade spanning over a few hundred meters was formed from the joint energy of the Yang energy of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus and Yin energy of the extremely cold Frost Flower. Under Yue Yang's wave, it heavily slashed Wang Jin's body. Although Wang Jin was a heaven-ranked ranker, he had to retract his bone hand under this might. He gave up on attacking and focused wholly on defending. The energy on his bony hand returned back to his bone armor. As the bone armor was covered in his energy, he directly defended against Yue Yang's earth-splitting slash. The powerful slash sliced 100 meters crack on the ground of the crystal plaza, and divided it into two sides. But the bone hand Wang Jin used in defending didn't move at all. Could it be that those are really God's bones? Elder Nangong sighed dejectedly, not because Yue Yang's attack wasn't powerful enough, but because Wang Jin's body was too abnormal. Even if Wang Jin's skeleton weren't that of a god's, it wasn't far from it. It could never be destroyed. Again. Yue Yang didn't concede defeat as he launched his second strike after the first. Yue Yang was slow in his action. The people around thought that Wang Jin had tons of opportunities to attack Yue Yang, but the cautious Wang Jin didn't launch any attacks. He focused on defending. He didn't even retract his bone hand and directly summoned the 5 holy rank skulls to protect his head. But it was still too late. The materialized purple lightning in Yue Yang's hand flashed across the sky and slashed Wang Jin's head. The 5 holy rank skulls that could be controlled with Wang Jin's will weren't able to block Yue Yang's attack. As a heaven-ranked ranker, Wang Jin sunk 1 meter into the ground from Yue Yang's slash. Wang Jin's skeletal armor actually had signs of becoming looser under the attack of the terrifying purple lightning. Moreover, Wang Jin's sturdy skull, which was rumored to be made from god bones, had white scratches on it. A few heaven-ranked rankers' eyes popped out as they couldn't believe what was happening. Wang Jin's skull was famous for being sturdy in the entire heaven realm, but now it had been injured by a slash from a human boy who wasn't even a heaven-ranked ranker. Although Wang Jin was only slightly injured, it was enough to prove that Wang Jin wasn't undefeatable. And it also proved that Yue Yang's attacks were effective. The fight between Innate level 10 and heaven-ranked level 1 was like a child fighting against an adult. Who would have thought that the adult was actually the one injured? Get lost. Wang Jin was extremely infuriated. He felt ashamed to be defeated in front of so many familiar faces. He pressed his hand onto Yue Yang's chest at a breakneck speed. He unleashed his immensely power heaven-ranked strength as he intended to kill the goddamn human boy in one blow. In the instant where Wang Jin gave up defending and focused wholly on attacking, Yue Yang did not retreat and attacked him again. He clasped his hands together and let out the Armageddon Slash's third style, Lord of Rivers and Mountains. Both parties struck at the same time. Wang Jin's body shook slightly. It seemed that he wasn't seriously injured. But fresh blood sprayed out of Yue Yang's mouth, but he didn't stop his attacks. He leapt into the air and floated above Wang Jin's head and then borrowed the energy from Wang Jin's attack. Yue Yang grabbed the blood that sprayed out when Wang Jin's strike shook his organs and turned it into a blood dagger before he slashed it onto the white scratches again. This was the fourth style, Universe Reversal. The fourth style was 10 times more powerful than the third style. Combined with both the innate invisible chi and the attack power of the furious Wang Jin, he once again slashed precisely on the white scratch on Wang Jin's head. God damn! Never had Wang Jin dreamt that Yue Yang would be so hard to deal with. Not only could he not kill Yue Yang, he was battered to this point. This made him seething with anger. Wang Jin waved his bone hands wildly as he tried to send Yue Yang flying away. He didn't bother the contempt of his teammates as he took his skull down and held it in one of his bone hands and used the other to heal the tiny crack on the top of his skull. This was the first time someone caused a crack on his god's boned body. Although it wasn't lethal, it was the biggest shame in Wang Jin's life. No one had ever damaged him like this. Goddamn person of the Soaring Dragon, I must kill you today. Wang Jin realized that the crack on his head couldn't be healed. Yue Yang's attack had resulted in a permanent damage. It angered Wang Jin ever more. He returned his head back onto his neck and pounced towards Yue Yang crazily. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, not only did Yue Yang not retreat, he welcomed Wang Jin's attack. With his current power, it would be futile for him to fight against Wang Jin with it. He was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No one even knew why Yue Yang's attack was able to damage Wang Jin's head and even caused a permanent damage to it. There were too many unfathomable things that happened. None of the things that happened were normal. Looking at the fight between Wang Jin and Yue Yang, Southern Goblin King, who was previously uber anxious, started to be at ease. She was now full of anticipation, hoping that Yue Yang could continue to make miracles. With a ball of destructive energy between in his bone hand, Wang Jin reached for Yue Yang's head. He was preparing to burst Yue Yang's head to take revenge for himself as Yue Yang injured his skull permanently. A dash of rainbow flashed across. A lowly lamia appeared behind Yue Yang. She opened her eyes widely as she glared at the bone hand Wang Jin was waving. Everyone saw that Wang Jin's hand that was originally moving rapidly stopped as he became stationary. Although he regained his ability to move quickly, that 1 second where he was stunned was enough for Yue Yang to strike over 10 times. The glow from the runes was shimmering off Yue Yang's hand as the World Exterminating Wheel appeared. The World Exterminating Wheel chopped down heavily onto the wound on Wang Jin's head. A long halberd formed from nirvana flames pierced Wang Jin's eyes, forcibly causing his skull to fly off from his neck. In the sky, Blood Queen Red brandished her whip of agony and sent Wang Jin's head to the ground. On the ground, Barbarian Cow Shadow A Man hit the skull like she was hitting a baseball and sent it flying for over 1,000 meters. On the other hand, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen waved the sharp dagger formed from the Golden Beast and slashed at Wang Jin, who lost his skull, with all of her might. Last, this all happened in that one sec. The first response of Wang Jin, who escaped from the binding inherent skill, was not to attack Yue Yang again, but to run away. He relinquished one part of his spine as it had already been grabbed by Yue Yang's right hand that was burning with nirvana flame. Wang Jin's entire bone armor split and shot to the sky, and then returned back to his head. He once again restructured to form the original Wang Jin, but everyone was able to clearly see how sorry Wang Jin's state was. His right eye was charred and was twice as large as his left eye. The nirvana flame had directly burnt a huge hole on his self-proclaimed, no energy would be able to hurt him, God's bone. Luckily Yue Yang didn't have enough time to burn him, if not he would have been history. There was a small hole on the top of his skull too. This was caused by the World Exterminating Wheel. Goddamn liar, he is the chosen one. He definitely is, if not I won't be in such dire straits. Wang Jin scolded the other 5 people. You guys actually didn't help me when I was being abused so badly, are you still my teammates? Weaklings, have no rights. It's normal for you to get beaten up if you are weaker. The aloof liquid metal man still said the same thing. Damn it. Wang Jin was furious. He knew that he was stronger than Yue Yang, if he were to give his all and fight till the end, he guessed that he would still win. However, if he did this, he would be severely injured, would be easily killed by others. Fighting so hard just to benefit someone else was his least desired outcome. Wang Jin came here to take away the divine equipment, not to end his life. Moreover, Yue Yang's beasts and combat skills were too impressive, and his World Exterminating Wheel and Nirvana Flame caused even more headaches. Even though Wang Jin was very furious, he didn't dare to find trouble with Yue Yang. He was genuinely afraid of Yue Yang the lunatic. This brat was definitely a lunatic. I won't fight with him before the final battle. The World Exterminating Wheel is already scary enough, and he has the Nirvana Flame too. I'd rather be burned for a day by Fen Tian than to let the Nirvana Flame touch me once. It's really no joke. The Three-Eyes Tigerman shrugged his shoulders and indicated his respect towards Yue Yang's Nirvana Flame. The Nirvana Flames are make me jealous. Fen Tian from the Fire Clan hadn't blinked his eyes ever since the Nirvana Flame appeared. He stomped his foot hatefully, causing the entire Crystal Plaza to shake. Although I'm jealous, I won't think of something I can't possess, because it doesn't belong to me. He knows himself well enough to say this. Nirvana Flame definitely couldn't be snatched away forcibly. It belonged to the Yu clan's 3rd young master, so Fen Tian couldn't do anything no matter how jealous he was. Say something, Huang Chuan. The guy who was a half-robot and half-human decided to let Huang Chuan, who had been closing his eyes, have the final say. Leave the matter on whether if he's the chosen one aside. He has the right to attend the final round of battle. The ancient war allows us to compete against each other where the stronger ones progress and the weaker ones were eliminated. However, before the final battle, I will not kill any competitors who are beneficial to the battle. Before turning into rivals, we have to be allies first because what we will be facing is the ancient slaughterer. The last survivor could be me, it could also be the Yu clan's 3rd young master, or anyone here, so before that I have decided to give up my previous request. If we were to continue fighting, none of us will benefit, no one can escape the ancient slaughterer's pursuit. Huang Chuan looked at Yue Yang in the end. It's a pity that you haven't grown, if not you would have been my most formidable opponent. Try to stay alive, I hope that I will be going against you with your World Exterminating Wheel and Nirvana Flame in the final battle. Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He had a narrow escape. He used up almost all of his power, and even used the World Exterminating Wheel, Nirvana Flame, and innate invisible chi that were always hidden to make Wang Jin retreat temporarily. In this ancient war, if he doesn't level up his power fast enough, even if he wasn't killed by Huang Chuan and the rest, he would be killed by the ancient slaughterers or the Black Hell King who had always wanted to kill him. He was really in danger now. Of course Yue Yang made certain reservations secretly. If there weren't that many strong opponents, Yue Yang would give his all if he was only facing Wang Jin, even if the Black Hell King was added. Before the life and death battle on the ancient arena starts, Yue Yang couldn't reveal all of his power, it was due to Yue Yang's reservation that caused Black Hell King decide not to act rashly. Because even for Black Hell King, he couldn't figure out where Yue Yang's limit was, they were suspecting that Yue Yang had already attained Elder Innate level and had been pretending to be weak. By seeing him defeat Wang Jin easily just now, they knew that he hadn't shown some of his other powerful stuffs. The 3 of you, join in the battle too. Huang Xuan was speaking to Emperor of the Underworld, Elder Nangong and Southern Goblin King. After Yue Yang's stunning performance, Huang Xuan and the rest of the heaven-ranked rankers didn't dare to look down on anyone around Yue Yang. To them, although the group appeared weak, they possessed great hidden power that couldn't be easily seen through. Although not everyone could be as powerful as Yue Yang, Emperor of the Underworld, Elder Nangong and Southern Goblin King were recognized by the other party. Black Hell King was definitely the most disappointed one among all the people. But he fought hard to suppress it so he didn't express his disappointment. Yue Yang must be killed, but the Black Hell King had not yet found the best opportunity yet. Yue Yang, standing opposite him, thought the same as he decided to get rid of Black Hell King in this death arena. It all depends on who was the faster one in seizing the opportunity to kill the other party. Different from Yue Yang, the rankers representing North, South and East had abilities that were far superior. Let alone each of the three sides having 3 rankers that were Elder Innate leveled, there were already 10 Innate level 10 rankers who had abilities on par with Elder Nangong and the Emperor of the Underworld. No one was weak, even the rest were all Innate level 9. In comparison, Yue Yang felt that his side was really shabby. Even Black Hell King, the only one he could even put up a fight was a traitor who pulled dirty tricks. To top it all off, the ancient lowly was still unconscious. Before even fighting, the battle was half lost. Central Plaza. Without waiting for Yue Yang to wake the huge lowly giant up, the ancient war at death battlefield has already officially begun. The extremely tall domed roof cast down 10 bright golden light beams. All of you are to stay, protect, and heal the war goddess at all costs. Yue Yang was very speechless at how there was no innate ranker in his team that was a healer, however this was not a time to be investigating why. Yes. The numerous innates were all very respectful of Yue Yang. Other than his ability that called for respect, they shed tears of gratitude at how Yue Yang fought to save this crisis when he bravely stepped forward to fight against Wang Jin from Bone Clan. If not for Yue Yang, they most likely have become the enemy's points. Black Hell King had already agreed tacitly of the enemy's superiority. Only Yu Clan's third young master would dare to challenge a heaven-ranked level 1 Wang Jin with the ability of an innate level 10, and still win by a slight margin to gain the recognition of the enemies. He not only saved their face, but saved the lives of more than 20 teammates. As for battles, these innate rankers knew their abilities well. With their ability, to challenge the ancient slaughterers would definitely be delivering a meal. There was no issue with staying behind to heal. The only thing regretful is that no one was a healer, so there was not much efficiency. Black Hell King, Sky Emperor, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North have already gotten a head start, while Emperor of the Underworld was waiting for Yue Yang patiently. At this point in time, they would die unless they stayed as a team. Forget that they were already the weakest party, even the Eastern, Southern and Northern rankers put aside their personal grudges to work together to face the powerful ancient slaughterers. 10 metal-skinned ancient slaughterers appeared in the center of the square. They were shaped like an ugly behemoth. They had ape-like arms and pointed teeth. Their upper body was bigger than their lower body by several times. They also had sharp claws on their forelimbs that were up to 10 meters long. While these ancient slaughterers looked a little crooked, their height was terrifying. Each of them were 100 meters tall. Looking at them was like looking at individual castles that were able to move on their own. Using Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yue Yang realized that they were not holy beasts. They were obviously less intelligent than holy beast. Each of them were merely platinum ranked level 10. Even the strongest one was merely diamond ranked. However, the ability of these ancient slaughterer were unimaginably powerful. The team leader among the ancient slaughterer was at the peak heaven ranked level 2, which was comparable to Black Hell King's strongest power. Even the ordinary members were heaven ranked level 1. If the ability of heaven ranked level 1 could be split into low, medium, and high, these ordinary ancient slaughterer members were all medium heaven ranked level 1. Their ability was similar to Wang Jin. They were a notch superior compared to the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who had just rose to innate elder realm. Fen Tian, Yun Xing, Black Hell King, the 3 of you come with me. We will join hands to kill the ancient slaughterer's team leader. Even the strongest Huang Xuan was cautious. If the ancient slaughterer's leader were to start a massacre, all rankers beneath heaven ranked level 1 would be killed off in less than 10 minutes. Ancient slaughterer's leader was the greatest threat that had to be dealt with immediately. Understood. The Burning Man, Liquid Metal Man and Black Hell King all moved forward quickly. Roar! The war gods protecting the eastern, southern and northern areas began to approach the enemy, their footsteps shook the earth. Guarding eastern heaven realm was an enormous 12-winged angel. Its wings were silver with a golden body. A light halo was on its head as it blazed as brightly as the sun. Sky Emperor stared in awe, and was almost about to go on his knees to kowtow. This 12-winged angel was the strongest among the 3 war gods. Its strength was at peak heaven ranked level 2, he was much stronger than the ancient slaughterer team's leader. The only disparity was their height. This 12-winged angel was only around 50 meters tall, merely half of the team leader. Most probably in terms of strength, the difference between the two would also be very big. It was like this, so Huang Xuan was unwilling to let him face the ancient slaughterer's team leader. This was because if they were to fight, it would be a lose-lose and might even end with the two of them losing their lives. Guarding Southern Heaven Realm was a huge tiger lion man. It was 80 meters tall with extremely defined muscles. While his ability was slightly weaker than 12-winged angel, he was still at least medium heaven ranked level 2. Guarding Northern Heaven Realm was an enormous skeleton cloaked in black armor, wielding a pitch-black giant sword. It was 100 meters tall and had eyes that emitted a green glow. Among the 3 war gods, he was the weakest. But he was still a low heaven ranked level 2, so he was still much stronger compared to Wang Jin. This skeleton giant stayed at the back, but his attacks were the fastest. Before the 12-winged angel and the tiger-headed giant went into battle, he would send out a biting cold shockwave with a swing of his sword. This shockwave sent an ancient slaughterer that had rushed forward many steps back. The sword chi that could split heaven and earth broke the crystal ground, yet it only left an almost entirely negligible white mark on the ancient slaughterer body. Yue Yang's heart shook at the enemy's terrifying defenses. It appeared that normal attacks were ineffective against them. 1 ancient slaughterer leader and 9 ancient slaughterers could still be dealt with. This battle was not a problem. However, after an hour, when the second wave of ancient slaughterers come, would everyone still have the strength to fight them? And then 2 hours later, when the third wave of ancient slaughterer comes, what would be the outcome? Yue Yang did not think that an hour was enough to deal with 10 ancient slaughterers. If 1 hour was not enough, 2 hours would still be not enough. More and more enemies would appear, and the scale of victory would always lean towards the ancient slaughterers. Among the 9 ancient slaughterer members, 3 of them were stopped by the war gods. Another 3 were led away by the guy who was a half-robot and half-human, Bone Clan's Wang Jin and a heaven-ranked ranker Golden Corpse Emperor. There were 3 left. You clan lad, we must slaughter these 3 ancient slaughterer within an hour. Otherwise, we will suffer a complete wipeout. No matter what hidden abilities you have, use them now because this is your last chance. Alone by myself, it is impossible to handle more than 2 ancient slaughterer in one go. Three-eyed tiger man looked at Yue Yang, and waved his hand to his comrade, who previously did not participate, signaling them to attack. Okay. Among the 3 elder innates who did not come forward to threaten Yue Yang earlier, other than the Golden Corpse Emperor, there was also a light man whose entire body shone with splendor, and an insect man that was close to human form but had its entire body covered with eyes and body that kept on morphing. Huang Xuan, the tiger man and the light man all belonged to Eastern Heaven Realm camp, and were the strongest 3. The second strongest were the liquid metal man, Yun Xing, the guy who was a half-robot and half-human and insect man who belonged to Southern Heaven Realm camp. Ranked 3rd were the Burning Man, Wang Jin, and the Golden Corpse Emperor, from Northern Heaven Realm camp. Their strength was very similar to the Southern Heaven Realm camp, losing only by a slight margin. At Western Heaven Realm camp where Yue Yang was at, there was no heaven-ranked ranker other than Black Hell King. The team was in disunity. Yue Yang, Elder Nangong and Southern Goblin King were a team, Black Hell King, the Sky Emperor, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North were another while the Emperor of the Underworld was neutral. Adding to the fact that the War God, Huge Lowly had been knocked out by Black Hell King, their ability was at the level of them being looked down by the opponent. Three-eyed Tiger Man, Light Man, and Yue Yang were to join forces to attack an ancient slaughterer, hoping to concentrate their firepower to kill the target within half an hour such that they could then help their other companions. Insect Man pinned down 1, and fought under the secret assistance of 10 other teammates. The remaining 1 would not be a big problem if the Huge Lowly was still here. But now, the Western Heaven Realm camp was a tragedy. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North were completely unable to cause any damage, instead they would be killed in a single hit. Even more terrifying was that once a participant dies, there would be 1 more ancient slaughterer. The situation would become even more helpless. I will leave this one to you, no matter what, it has to be killed within an hour. Three-eyed Tiger Man's act was already giving the Western Heaven Realm camp the easiest task. But in reality, for Western Heaven Realm camp to do it was almost impossible. Their only hope was Yue Yang. But if he did not have an explosion of power, this ancient slaughterer would sweep out the entire Western Heaven Realm camp. Let us draw it to the Crystal Passage. Even though Central Plaza was big, there were too many variables that made it easy to accidentally injure their companions. Southern Goblin King decided to draw the ancient slaughterer into the Crystal Passage first, and then think of how to kill it. The best scenario would be for the giant lowly to awaken and kill the ancient slaughterer. Unfortunately, when she was at the weakest, Black Hell King had attacked her with all his power. After suffering from a concussion, even Yue Yang could not predict when she would completely recover. Yue Yang had been thinking the entire time. He was not trying to figure out the enemy's tactics, but rather the strategy of the whole battle. He had already predicted that his task would be to kill an ancient slaughterer. What Western Heaven Realm camp had to do was to pin it down. Huang Xuan and the others did not actually expect Western Heaven Realm camp to kill an ancient slaughterer, especially within an hour. Even Tiger Man and Light Man, the two heaven-ranked rankers did not dare to guarantee that they could do it. But one must not let others decide their fate, fate must be controlled in your own hands. What should be done? How could they win? When the war began, rumbles sounded one after another, sending shockwaves throughout the entire battlefield. Yue Yang finally came to a decision, you guys attract it, I will kill it. You all do not have to do anything and just think of how to attract this monster's attention. I will do the rest. Yue Yang was confident in killing the Ancient Slaughterer, even if it was Ancient Slaughterer team leader. However, to do it within an hour was unlikely. Yue Yang had to use the kite-flying tactic that was famous among gamers to torture the enemy to death. To kill it head-on was unlikely given his current ability. But time was not on his side, Yue Yang had to kill the enemy quickly and within an hour. After using Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe the Ancient Slaughterer, Yue Yang finally came up with a solution. Even though it might not change things, Yue Yang still decided to try. One must control one's own fate. Under Yue Yang's signal, Storm Mermaid sounded the storm conch. Water battles were the way to fully display Yue Yang's current guardian beast's strengths. In such a large space, water battles did not have much of an impact to the Ancient Slaughterer since it was 100 meters tall and not chained up like Ancient Titan Wusu. However, this was still better than nothing. The ancient warriors that were familiar with water battles came to support, controlling the water flow, turning the entire crystal tunnel into a lake. The water current slowly went over the Ancient Slaughterer ankle, all the way to its knees. The movement of the Ancient Slaughterer was affected. It had to occasionally jump while madly attacking the flying Southern Goblin King who was using sound to disturb its mind. When Southern Goblin King was in a critical moment, Elder Nangong would attack the Ancient Slaughterer. What he needed to do now was to delay things for Yue Yang. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North could only attack from a distance, but they were completely unable to cause any damage. The damage caused was extremely little. Kill. Yue Yang exploded to his strongest power. With the black light in one hand, and Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus in the other, he blocked the Ancient Slaughterer vision. He pretended to attack the opponent's mouth, and in reality, his target was the Ancient Slaughterer eyes. As long as the enemy was blind, with such an unintelligent enemy, its ability would decrease largely. On the surface, Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus seemed to be going on a rampage. Behind the decoy, Yue Yang was approaching the enemy. The black light in his hand shot at a lightning-fast speed towards the Ancient Slaughterer right eye. Pa! The Ancient Slaughterer responded extremely fast and waved away the black dot in front with his claws. The human body was as small as a mosquito to it, that possessed a gigantic body. The black dot flew once his hand swept it away. His 10 meters long palm was like a moving wall, it was impossible for humans to defend against it. A black dot flew off more than 1,000 meters away and smashed onto the crystal passage. The passage shattered into a million pieces. Southern Goblin King and Elder Nangong watched in horror. Yue Yang was actually instantly sent flying into the air with just one hit from the Ancient Slaughterer. This outcome was unbelievable, but everyone could see how agile this Ancient Slaughterer was. Although it had a huge body, its response weren't similar to that of other giant beasts. It was more similar to a monkey. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North retreated in horror, they were afraid that they would be killed instantly by this monster too. God damn! Southern Goblin King was furious. Her right hand fluttered over her jade pipa. The pipa music turned from annoying to being terrifying. Every note was like a deadly sharp weapon that shot everywhere. Although the Ancient Slaughtered had an extremely strong in defense, it took 3 steps backwards uncontrollably. Its ears could withstand the smashing of a 5,000 kilograms hammer and also the slashing of sharp swords, but towards this ear-piercing music, it felt a throbbing headache that made it very upset. Its mouth, that was even wider than a city gate, opened up as blazing red flames shot out like a volcano towards the Southern Goblin King. Elder Nangong's expression changed slightly as he blocked in front of Southern Goblin King. He drew a circle with his fingers. A giant circle of light appeared below his feet. Afterwards, numerous golden mirrors appeared like war soldiers and spun. The blazing red flames heavily knocked onto the golden mirrors, causing an abnormally terrifying tremor. The golden mirrors were almost crushed. Only 3 remained after barely reflecting the blazing red flames away. Elder Nangong was shaken back more than 100 meters away. His face was pale. Although he had the golden mirror army to block against the blazing red flame, the attack was still quite fierce. Luckily, under his defense using the golden mirror, both him and the Southern Goblin King were safe and sound. They could easily escape from the attack range of the Ancient Slaughterer. Storm Mermaid was still summoning as her loud storm conch resonated throughout the entire crystal passage. A storm approached as rain poured down, causing the ground to be flooded with water. The water gradually rose up to the thighs of the Ancient Slaughterer. The Ancient Slaughterer still chose to give up chasing after Southern Goblin King as it went for the Storm Mermaid. Although it wasn't intelligent, it realized that things would be bad if it continued like this. Southern Goblin King and Elder Nangong had been attacking it consecutively but the results weren't showing. The ancient slaughterer set its heart on killing the storm mermaid that could summon storms. In its heart, she was the biggest troublemaker. If it didn't kill her now, things would become more troublesome. So instinctively, it made its decision and charged towards storm mermaid crazily. Of course the Thunder Naga wouldn't let it happen as she sent a bolt of lightning onto the head of the ancient slaughterer. However, it was like an itch to it as it paused for a moment before ignoring it and continued to proceed. What should we do? Southern Goblin King and Elder Nangong were out of ideas. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North looked at each other. Both of them had intentions of leaving the battle and ending their partnership with Yue Yang and the rest who were destined to fail. They still hoped to work hand in hand with Black Hell King because he was the strongest after all. An agonizing cry resonated throughout the crystal passage. It was only until then did Elder Nangong and the Southern Goblin King realize that the one that was being swept away was a puppet beast in human form and not Yue Yang. The real Yue Yang had been hiding under the eyelid of the ancient slaughterer. He waited until it was distracted before giving it a lethal stab. The ancient slaughterer became blind in the right eye. It was left with a single eye. Black light engulfed its pupil, causing it endless agony. Possessing a strong and sturdy body didn't help a single bit at a moment like this. As Yue Yang attacked its weak spot, its eyes, the sharp black light coupled with his innate invisible chi broke through all of its defenses as it sunk deeply into its pupils. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North were shocked. Because they didn't realize where Yue Yang was hiding at all. In other words, Yue Yang's camouflage not only managed to fool the ancient slaughterer but also even human innates with higher intelligence. If this guy were to be an assassin, who can avoid his ambush? It was only until now that War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North gained the sudden realization why an Xi, the top assassin in Tongtian Tower, chose to work with Yue Yang to kill Guanlan. It was no wonder Guanlan would be dead in his hands. They didn't know that Yue Yang's original hiding skills were far more inferior to an Xi in the past. He had only learnt from an Xi discreetly during the battle against Guanlan. If Yue Yang was still seen through with his hidden skills and his counterfeit inherent skill, he wouldn't have bothered doing this. The ancient slaughterer became extremely crazed. Although it was in pain, its claws still caught Yue Yang who attempted to escape. It then crushed him into a million pieces. But it was actually a shadow that Yue Yang used to confuse it. His real body was under the other eye of the ancient slaughterer. Although he didn't use black light this time, he used the god-killing dagger that wasn't any weaker than the black light. It wasn't very helpful to make his opponent blind in one eye. He could only win this fight if he could completely destroy his opponent's vision. The air filled with sword chi is the god-killing dagger combined with the supreme sword. In one strike, Yue Yang cut open the ancient slaughtherer's left eye. Last, to those who forgot supreme sword was the first skill he learned from the innate invisible sword chi. A surprising thing occurred. Elder Nangong was stunned while Southern Goblin King almost fainted. The ancient slaughterer, that was completely blind, stopped howling as it pressed on its left eyes before grabbing Yue Yang together with its eyeball and stuffed them into its mouth. It started chewing. It seemed to realize that its greatest opponent was the little human boy, so it decided to eat him up at all cost. This crazy act shocked everyone. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North felt that their body turned into a jelly as they stood there, at loss. The Southern Goblin Kings shook as she couldn't accept this outcome. What's the use of blinding the ancient slaughterer? What meaning was there to win this match? She only hoped for Yue Yang to live. There's no meaning to victory if he were to be killed. Howl. The ancient slaughterer beat its chest crazily as it cheered for itself for killing a cunning opponent. Although it became blind in both of its eyes, it finally managed to avenge itself. The lowly lamia Xiao Wen Li shot in front of it in a flash as she glared at it furiously. She unleashed her binding inherent skill. The ancient slaughterer's cheering action stopped. This was originally the best time to attack, but Elder Nangong and Southern Goblin King did nothing as they were in a daze. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North watched like fools, as if they were just onlookers. Only the Emperor of the Underworld, who had been watching the battle, suddenly moved forward and sent War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North flying into the air. In the next second, the ancient slaughterer regained its movements as both of its arms crashed down heavily, targeting the previous locations where War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North were located. It turned out that its cheering action was actually a cunning disguise. Its motive was to kill its opponents. Luckily the Emperor of the Underworld was quick enough to help, if not War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North would be history. Once they were killed, there would be another two ancient slaughterers who would enter the battle. If this happened, they would lose for sure. Be logical, that little boy isn't dead yet, his beasts are still fighting. Elder Nangong regained his composure quickly. He was euphoric when he saw that Xiao Wenlin was still floating in the air. You are right. Southern Goblin King realized it too. If the owner was dead, the guardian beast wouldn't be alive. Yue Yang definitely wasn't dead. But where did he go to? The ancient slaughterer dug its eyes so quickly. Did Yue Yang really manage to escape in such a short period of time? If he really escaped, why didn't anyone see him? Could it be that he was in the stomach of the ancient slaughterer? When the Southern Goblin King thought of this, she immediately sweated, but since Yue Yang was alive, her heart calmed down and emotionally played her jade pipa. She attacked the ancient slaughterer like a tempest. Xia Wen Li moved instantaneously as she held on to the hand of Southern Goblin King and ran away. Southern Goblin King couldn't understand why initially. But suddenly, an suppressing force appeared. She felt suffocated as she turned and looked great difficulty. She realized that the bloodied eye sockets of the ancient slaughterer had a brilliant light shimmering. It was the glow of the prison emperor divine seal. In the next moment, a nirvana flame pillar rose in from the left eye socket of the ancient slaughterer. It pierced through its forehead, through its skull. It then rose from the ancient slaughterer and shot up to the crystal roof. When it rose 1,000 meters, it morphed into a humongous fire phoenix that reversed its direction. With a boom, the head of the ancient slaughterer started to burn. The strong ancient slaughterer lost its might in this moment. It stood there in a daze as it slowly kneeled down under the burning of the nirvana flame. Its knees gave out and finally with a boom, it fell into the water heavily, sending crashing waves of up to 1,000 meters. In the sky, Yue Yang rode on the back of the fire phoenix. He was holding a burning black crystal the size of a house on his right hand and the prison emperor divine seal on his left hand. That kind of might was unparalleled under heaven. Countless ancient soldiers kneeled down and serenaded Yue Yang. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North shivered and almost kneeled down. Sky Emperor was so shocked that his lips twitched uncontrollably. The current Yue Yang reminded him of the prison emperor 6,000 years ago who almost exterminated the winged clan of the Guangming continent. The Yu clan's third young master was unexpectedly the new prison emperor, and he still possessed the additional world-exterminating will and nirvana flame that the previous prison emperor did not have. He was even more terrifying. The black crystal the size of a house melted rapidly under the nirvana flame, and then finally refined to become a fist-sized dark gold crystal. The souls of the ancient slaughterer was completely extinguished. There were 10 ancient slaughterers. The first to kill one of them was Yu clan's third young master, Yue Yang, from the Western Heaven Realm. Southern Goblin King was moved to tears. This was his power. No matter how impoverished the Western Heaven Realm was, there's still the unparalleled Yue Yang that no one could match up to. Xia Wen Li flew towards Yue Yang and hugged his neck. Together with him was the fire phoenix formed from nirvana flame. It flew straight out into the battlefield. The battle had not yet ended. In the central plaza, although the Huangshuan, Fen Tian, Yun Xing and the Black Hell King worked together, ancient slaughterer was only injured but not defeated. It did not fear their attacks. Relying on its strong body, it continued to retaliate as he was being bashed up. It completely ignored anyone's attack, causing the 4 strongest rankers to retreat as no one dared to fight against it directly. All of you move away! Yue Yang shouted in a loud tone, shaking the entire central plaza. Seeing the fire phoenix made from nirvana flame, the crazy ancient slaughterer turned around and ran off immediately. It was previously arrogant and barbaric, yet it actually didn't dare to fight against Yue Yang now. It seemed to have inherent fear for this fire that could destroy the world and purify all life forms. The entire lot was shocked. Fen Tian was stuttering. What? Why you really killed that ancient slaughterer? Huangshuan, who was normally mild and calm, also complimented Yue Yang. You live up to your name of being the genius of Soaring Dragon Continent that could only be seen in 10,000 years. This is truly amazing. It has only been 10 minutes and you killed an ancient slaughterer all by yourself. If you can survive in the end, I'm willing to fight against you with all my might to see who deserves the divine equipment. The gaze Black Hell King shot at Yue Yang wasn't filled with surprise, instead it was filled with jealousy and endless hatred. This was how he looked at the prison emperor in the past. It reappeared after 6,000 years. Naturally, Yue Yang had already sensed the Black Hell King's "I want to exterminate you" gaze. But, he pretended that he did not see it. Since the Black Hell King was his enemy anyways, Yue Yang did not care even if flames of envy would burn the Black Hell King into a widow. It would even be better if he was mad to the point that his 7 apertures begin bleeding. In this death arena, even if they were teammates, Yue Yang and the Black Hell King were destined to never coexist. Did the Black Hell King want to escape alive? This decision was not something the ancient slaughterer can make but something that should be asked to Yue Yang first. For every participant from the east, north and south killed, it would only give 1 point no matter how strong the enemy was. Even if the Black Hell King was able to kill everyone, he would not even be able to reach 100 points. Whenever Yue Yang successfully kills an ancient slaughterer alone, he would obtain 2 points for the kill and another 5 points as reward for soloing. At the same time, he obtained a secret information as the chosen one. If he was able to obtain a score greater than 100, he would be able to give a third of his points to any teammate that lacked it. Regarding this, Yue Yang would absolutely never tell the Black Hell King. With Black Hell King's paranoia, he would never believe anyone's words anyways. Since the Black Hell King did not know his points, he would definitely go crazy in the end. As for Yue Yang, who knew all the secret information, he would just do his all to steal other people's points. Moreover, the three team leader Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, and Yun Xing didn't get any points, as they were unaware of its existence. The death arena definitely promotes solo fights, as those rewards from solo fights were far more than those for killing only. Under the handsome reward awarded for solo fighting and killing, Yue Yang would only have to kill 15 ancient slaughterers in order to be awarded with 150 points, which exceeded the point he would require to survive. In other words, Yue Yang was still short of 14 ancient slaughterers. No matter how the final battle would turn out to be, Yue Yang would be able to leave safely. The reason why Yue Yang chose to reveal part of his true power was because he wanted to get the ancient slaughterer team leader and get to know how many points he would be awarded for killing it. This point system mustn't be made known to Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, and Yun Xing. More importantly, Yue Yang needed the ancient slaughterer team leader to level himself up quickly. He guessed that the Black Hell King wouldn't be able to suppress himself for too long and would soon take action against him, so Yue Yang had to rank up or make a breakthrough before that. At the very least, he had to level up his beasts so that he would have sufficient power to protect himself. Yu Clan's third young master, we'll leave the ancient slaughterer team leader to you. It doesn't matter if you can't kill it, we can rush to your sides as long as you can restrict it. Fen Tian and Yun Xing weren't modest either. They knew that it would be hard to get rid of the ancient slaughterer team leader, so they were more than happy when Yue Yang was willing to restrict it. Even Huang Xuan left hurriedly and went to besiege and kill the other ancient slaughterers. The entire group bonded together as it adopted the wolf pack tactic. They targeted the weakest one first before thinking of ways to kill the ancient slaughterer team leader. The Black Hell King's expression was unreadable. He wanted to attack Yue Yang very much, but he was worried if he failed to do so, he would be besieged and attacked by Huang Xuan and the rest instead. If he were to stir up troubles in the group now, he would become everyone's enemy. He gritted his teeth hatefully as he decided to let Yue Yang live for a while more before waiting for the opportunity to kill Yue Yang. Of course, what made the Black Hell King most anxious was that he was afraid that Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, and Yun Xing would kill all the ancient slaughterer and snatch all the points away. It would then result in him being by the ancient code killed due to lack of points. After careful considerations, Black Hell King quickly chased after Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, and Yun Xing. The three team leaders were attacking an ancient slaughterer together with the three-eyed tiger man, the light man and the others. The ancient slaughterer whom the five were attacking jointly was the only one that appeared to be injured, the injury of the other seven were negligible. Of course Black Hell King wasn't willing to be at the losing end as he quickly joined them in attacking the ancient slaughterer while finding for an opportunity to kill Yue Yang. Nobody knew whether the points would be awarded to all those who participated in attacking or only to the one who made the lethal blow. But no matter what, the most urgent thing was to get rid of this ancient slaughterer first. The six who were the most powerful ones took turns to attack. The unlucky ancient slaughterer wouldn't be able to take it no matter how buff it might be. As it got more severely injured, a huge wound opened up on its steel-like skin as fresh blood poured out. But it wouldn't die from its injuries as it still attacked crazily. Another 10 minutes passed and the ancient slaughterer finally collapsed. Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, Yun Xing, and the Black Hell King stopped attacking at the same time. The three-eyed tiger man was shocked as he quickly jumped out of the battlefield to prevent himself from being targeted. As for the light man, he looked at Huang Xuan, who was in the same camp as him and had always seen him as the leader. Because we are not sure of how the points are allocated, I suggest that we should all work together and attack the ancient slaughterer. The burning man Fen Tian came out with the most reasonable solution. I agree. The liquid metal man Yun Xing looked at Huang Xuan. The Black Hell King was secretly unhappy. He who had always been superior had been ignored by the lot. The reason was that he was not the strongest ranker, the strongest was the silver-haired Huang Xuan, who had his eyes closed. Okay, let's do that. Huang Xuan muttered for a hole before agreeing to it. The other 5 people were secretly happy when they heard it. No matter what, they had finally gotten the point for killing the ancient slaughterer. With this speed, they would be able to kill at least 4 or even more before the second batch of ancient slaughterer arrive. It was because many ancient slaughterer had started to become injured after the 20 minutes long battle. As long as everyone gave their all, there was high chance for them to kill all the ancient slaughterer after 40 minutes. Just when the 6 men were preparing to deliver the biggest blow to kill this ancient slaughterer, who had collapsed, a grievous moan sounded. A suppressive energy pressed onto the entire ancient battlefield. This was the power of the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, and Yun Xing's expression changed slightly. Could it be that Yue Yang wanted to kill the ancient slaughterer team leader? They immediately expanded their senses. They sensed that there was Yue Yang's presence in the crystal passage of the Western Heaven Realm instantly rose to the peak. His ferocity was unparalleled and made others tremble. A wave of cheer then sounded the second time in the crystal passage. The first time was when Yue Yang killed an ancient slaughterer. Could it be that he killed the ancient slaughterer team leader? How could it be possible? He was only an innate level 10. Even with his Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel, his power wouldn't exceed a heaven-ranked level 2, which was required to kill an ancient slaughterer team leader, which had the power of a heaven-ranked level 2, right? Even the strongest rankers, Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, Yun Xing, and Black Hell King weren't able to do anything to it when they worked together. Impossible. He must have injured it and gained the upper hand. The three-eyed tiger man waved his hand. Everyone also felt that it was impossible for Yue Yang to kill the ancient slaughterer team leader. It would already be impressive enough for him to injure it heavily. Who would have thought that within seconds, the presence and soul of the ancient slaughterer team leader disappeared without a trace? Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, their sharp sense wouldn't lie to them. Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, and Yun Xing's expression ashened while the Black Hell King gritted his teeth noisily. He couldn't hold it in any longer as he felt that his chest was about to explode. He was very unhappy about Yue Yang killing the ancient slaughterer before. The 6 experts only managed to severely injure one but had yet to kill any ancient slaughterer, and Yue Yang had actually gotten rid of yet another ancient slaughterer. If this continued, he could easily snatch away all the points. How would that do? Most importantly, if he were to continue growing like this, would the Black Hell King even have a place to stand in the future? Awoo! The Burning Man Fen Tian was on the verge of madness as he grabbed onto the ancient slaughterer that collapsed and attacked it. Huang Xuan and the rest weren't slow to respond as they attacked it simultaneously. Only the three-eyed tiger was a tad slower as the ancient slaughterer was already dead when he hit it. After killing the ancient slaughterer, the 3 team leaders Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, and Yun Xing got points that were equally distributed among them. Each person got 0.4 points. In other words, only 2 points were awarded for the trouble of killing the ancient slaughterer, and it had to be separated among them. The most pathetic one was the three-eyed tiger man who wasted his energy for nothing. Of course Huang Xuan and the rest of the team leaders wouldn't tell him so. 1 ancient slaughterer for 2 points, so each of us will have 0.3 points. Fen Tian was afraid that Huang Xuan would reveal the point system to the three-eyed tiger man indiscreet, hence he did it before Huang Xuan did. When can we gather 100 points? The three-eyed tiger man was shocked. This point system was blood-sucking. Black Hell King laughed coldly on the inside. They would never get 100 points from killing the ancient slaughterer alone. The best way would be to kill people. He decided to act when the time was ripe and kill off all those participants below heaven ranked. Once he finished gathering 100 points, Yue Yang, Huang Xuan, and this rest would be struggling amidst various other opponents as they die miserably. With his unique inherent skills, Black Hell King was confident that he could achieve this. Of course, he wanted to snatch the points the most because with every points he managed to snatch, there would be 1 less point for others. Black Hell King looked at Huang Xuan. The only guy he was wary of was this silver-haired guy who had his eyes closed. But this guy was all focused on Yue Yang, and Black Hell King could make use of this and scheme against them. Three-eyed Tiger Man and Light Man rushed to their next target. Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, and Yun Xing rushed to the crystal passage as they wanted to see for themselves how Yue Yang managed to kill the ancient slaughterer team leader. They saw a huge pool that could almost form a lake from afar. Storm Mermaid and some other beasts were still summoning storms while the ancient soldiers were eagerly dissecting the ancient slaughterer team leader's corpse that was floating on the lake. Yue Yang wasn't around. Even Elder Nangong, Southern Goblin King and Emperor of the Underworld were nowhere to be seen. Only the Sky Emperor was present and didn't look right. What exactly happened? Black Hell King descended before the Sky Emperor. That guy has a hidden power, it was terrifying. Sky Emperor looked at Huang Xuan and the rest. He wanted to speak but held back. Recalling what happened before, he shuddered uncontrollably. A golden giant appeared on the third young master's body. It was a few hundred meters tall, and it killed the ancient slaughterer team leader instantly. War Tiger of the East said with shaking lips. That might be a one-time skill, and can only last for a short period of time. But the damage it can do is horrifying. Fierce Tooth of the North's face was similarly pale. Did the golden giant ring off the head of the ancient slaughterer team leader? Huang Xuan asked suddenly. I'm not sure because we were suppressed by the golden giant under its feet. We were submerged in water and with its feet covering the sky, we can't see what happened above. War Tiger of the East gulped on his saliva as he tried hard to quell his anxiety. When we could finally raise our head, the ancient slaughterer team leader had already been killed and its head fell down. It was very fast, the entire process took only a few seconds. The suppression wasn't caused by the prison emperor divine seal, but the golden giant. Was this the third young master's beast or the real chosen ones? Fen Tian's words made Huang Xuan and Yun Xing felt threatened. The one who could open up the ancient battlefield would definitely be the chosen one. Yue Yang wasn't a team leader, so the real team leader should be lurking somewhere around him. It was highly possible that the person would attack jointly with Yue Yang. There's such a possibility. Black Hell King felt a chill in his heart. It was no wonder Yue Yang had been so arrogant all along and wasn't bothered by him. He had such a strong supporter backing him. Was it Xia? Black Hell King wasn't sure since there weren't many people in the Tongtian Tower who could the ancient slaughterer team leader in one move. Other than the most mysterious and strongest Xia, who else would it be? But if Xia was here, would she hide herself? If she was that powerful, why would she let Huang Xuan control the direction of the battlefield? Why didn't she step up to lead? No one could fathom why. They didn't have the luxury of time to think further. Time was running out fast. Only half an hour was left till the release of the second batch of ancient slaughterers, but they had only killed 3 opponents. Talking about the points again, if they didn't go all out for the points they would all be snatched away by Yue Yang. With that, everyone would land into a disadvantageous situation. Huang Xuan and the rest left immediately as they looked for their next target. They could only confirm that even if only 2 points were awarded for killing the ancient slaughterer team leader, Yue Yang would at least have 4 points, which was 10 times greater than what they had. Of course, even the 3 team leaders, Huang Xuan, Fen Tian and Yun Xing weren't aware that there would be 5 points awarded right away for the solo killing of an ancient slaughterer, while solo killing the ancient slaughterer team leader was as high as 10 points. Yue Yang, who had gotten such rewards, became insane. He decided to snatch all the points away. Most importantly, he had to keep this a secret at all cost. It would be best if he could keep the secret until the last battle in the death arena. It was very selfish to do this, but Yue Yang had never considered himself to be a saint. Moreover, to be generous to the Black Hell King and the rest would be akin to being cruel to himself. Yue Yang wasn't dumb, so he would definitely not do it. A bad person, well, Yue Yang was born to be a bad person. Don't think that I didn't hide my true power. Yue Yang decided to tell this to the Black Hell King at the moment when he kills him. Huang Xuan and the rest realized that even before they reached the central plaza, the Yu clan's third young master had already made 2 ancient slaughterers blind. It remained unknown how he did it. But this made everyone overjoyed. They all knew how hard it was to defeat the ancient slaughterers. To be able to make it blind was undoubtedly the best tactic. Losing their vision was a detrimental injury to the ancient slaughterers. Their combat powers would at least be halved. They did not suspect anything. They never would have guessed that Yue Yang wasn't doing for everyone to easily kill the ancient slaughterer, but was just making sure that he could get points for the death of every ancient slaughterer. In other words, no one else but him would get the rewards awarded for solo killing an ancient slaughterer. This way, Yue Yang would be able to keep the reward for solo killing a secret for longer time and also have a grasp on the most of the points in this death arena. Yue Yang knew very well the difficulty he was facing. The representatives from the east, south and north were harder to deal with than the ancient slaughterers. Also, the Black Hell King, who would seize every opportunity to attack him, was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb as well. If Yue Yang didn't become more proactive, he would be in even graver danger. Without the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Luo Hua City Mistress, Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia by his sides, he could only fight this battle alone, as he couldn't escape from the death arena. It could be said that this battle was 10 times more life-threatening than his quest to the prison Emperor Divine Palace in the past. Third young master, use your strength to create more opportunities. Burning Man Fen Tian wasn't willing to expose his entire power, he wished for Yue Yang to launch more strikes. Fen Tian wasn't alone, as the strongest Huang Xuan and Yun Xing bore this attitude too. They all knew that the battle wouldn't end after this fight. There would at least be another 2 waves of ancient slaughterers arriving in the next few hours. After a short 3-day break, another 3 waves of ancient slaughterers would be released again. This uphill battle would continue until either all the ancient slaughterers or the participants were dead. Excluding the additional ancient slaughterers from the death of participants, there would be 10 waves of ancient slaughterers being released into the death arena, and their strength would only become stronger towards the end. There was a high possibility that the last wave would be completely made up of ancient slaughterer team leaders or even stronger. If they don't conserve some power, and give their all now, they wouldn't be able to sustain for future fights. Moreover, there was still the battle between remaining 4 sides after all the ancient slaughterers were dead. Only that was considered to be the final fight. Yue Yang's performance was impressive, but this was only the start. Burning Man Fen Tian and Huang Xuan weren't envious. On the contrary, they were secretly happy, as it would diminish his power greatly and reduce the threat he would pose on them. Compared to Yue Yang, who gave his all, the secretive Black Hell King alerted Huang Xuan, Fen Tian and Yun Xing even more. A chill flashed rapidly across Black Hell King's eyes. But Yue Yang caught it and smiled coldly in secret. Pleased? I'll see how long it could last. Yue Yang knew very well that he couldn't ally with Black Hell King, and he would definitely try to kill him, but Yue Yang couldn't act first and kill Black Hell King. There were 2 reasons to it. First, the current circumstances were too dangerous. Killing the Black Hell King would only land them in a more unfavorable situation. Second, it was hard to kill Black Hell King, who was protected by his holy equipments. Coupled with his hidden powers, even the strongest Huang Xuan couldn't confidently say that he could kill Black Hell King. Even if Black Hell King didn't act immediately, that doesn't mean that Yue Yang doesn't have a say. Once he got all the points, the Black Hell King would be killed by the ancient code, no matter how powerful he might be. So what Yue Yang wanted to do was to make use of the battle with the ancient slaughterers to level himself up, and use the fastest way to catch up with Black Hell King and surpass him. Only then could he gain the most out of this battle and emerge as the final winner. In the central Crystal Plaza, the heated battle was still ongoing. At the same time, at an individual world in heaven outside heaven. What's wrong? The elder sister of the war god guard twins, who gave Yue Yang a mysterious crescent moon ornament in the past, heroically defeated an ancient ape and majestically landed beside Xia. She asked confusedly, "Are you feeling unwell?" Last, refer to chap 213. No, I just felt a very weird sense of unease. I suddenly couldn't focus on anything. Xia couldn't fathom why she was feeling like this either. Is it because Princess Xian is returning to Soaring Dragon Continent today? The younger sister of the twins blinked her doe eyes as she asked. No, I'm not sure. Xia had suspected the possibility earlier, but it was soon excluded by her. You have been cultivating and it's been a long time since you were back, why not go back today? The older war god guard sister suggested. Our cultivation mission has been completed. The younger war god guard sister added on adorably. Alright then. Xia couldn't explain the fear she was feeling, but after hearing their suggestion, she decided to return to Soaring Dragon Continent, which she had been back separated from for a long time now, and visit her lover. She wondered how he had been doing. Although she would often receive his mail, she still missed him a lot. Could it really be that it was because Princess Xian returned to the Soaring Dragon Continent and her heart was giving way too? Carrying her doubts, Xia and the war god guard sisters left the individual world and back to the Soaring Dragon Continent. Tianluo Palace. Princess Xian walked towards the mirage. She didn't even return to the Xia Palace, nor did she went back to visit her father. She came directly to see Yue Yang. With the prison emperor divine sword on her back, she gave off a majestic vibe that combined faintly with her own. Princess Xian, who had mastered the divine sword better, was respected by people she met everywhere she went. She had already leveled up to become a supreme ranker. When Princess Xian just left from the palace gate, two women ran furiously towards her from Tianluo Palace. One of them was clad in a black cloak and wore a coral mask while holding a white whale staff. The other one was the half-elf girl who couldn't hide her out-of-the-world beauty even with a cloak and a white cloth covering her face. The guards of the palace only smelled an aromatic scent that caused them to immerse in it. Only the gold-armored captain could still maintain his composure as he quickly pulled out his sword to block the two women. You can't barge into Tianluo Palace like this. We have urgent issues and are looking for fourth mother. The one with the coral mask hastily indicated their intentions. There's no such person in the Tianluo Palace. The gold-armored captain rejected her immediately. Although they were two women, they were so powerful that it alerted him, especially for the one wearing the coral mask. Forget about her hiding her power, the power she showed was already that of a lesser innate. There weren't many in the Soaring Dragon Continent. What made the gold-armored captain confused was that he hadn't heard of these two women before. What was their motive now that they came suddenly? Are they friend or foe? He couldn't come to a conclusion. The woman wearing the coral mask spoke anxiously. Fourth mother is the fourth mother of the Yu clan's third young master. If she isn't around, then we'll look for the young master's sister, the second daughter of the Yu clan, Yu. If she isn't around too, we'll look for his younger sister, Yu Bing. Or, we can look for his teammates Ye Kong, Hai Deifu, Shui Tanlang, any one of them. If all of them aren't around, please report to Tianluo Emperor or the Xia Emperor, we have urgent matters to see them. This is an emergency, you have to report immediately. The gold-armored captain was confused. Who are you all exactly? Where did you all come from? Reveal your identities now. The woman wearing coral mask paused for a while. You have no rights to know my identity, this issue is confidential, report it now, we can't afford to lose any more time. No, if the two of you don't reveal your identities, I will never report for you, the gold-armored captain rejected directly. What if they were assassins from the Black Hell Army? Then he wouldn't be doing his job. Moreover, those whom she requested to see were the top priorities the country was protecting. What a stubborn fool. The woman wearing coral mask raised her white whale staff. If I were to be an enemy, I could have killed you instantly. We are allies, and we really have something very urgent. That won't do too, I will never let people of unknown identities in. The gold-armored captain became more firm. Did they think that they were very impressive being lesser innates? This is the Tianluo Palace, and he is the leader of the guards, he has to do his job even if they were innates. Moreover, everyone of the Soaring Dragon Continent knew that the guards didn't have any rights to let anyone into the mirage, so if they didn't even know this, even if they weren't enemies, they weren't allies either. They should go to the Yu clan castle if they wanted to look for Ye Long, Fatty Hai and Shui Tanlang. Why are they looking for them in the Tianluo Palace? These two women don't know anything, were they really allies? The two of them were too suspicious, and should never be let into the palace. Thinking of this, the gold-armored captain indicated to all the guards to be prepared for a fight. The woman wearing the coral mask fought hard to suppress her anger. We are really allies. If you all aren't willing to pass the message, then we'll go to the Yu clan castle. Where's the teleportation circle? The gold-armored captain thought, how could they be allies if they didn't even know the teleportation circle of the Tianluo Palace? He became more restrictive in his speech. If not for the huge gaps between his and their power, he would have nabbed these two suspicious women and reported them to his upper management. What happened? Princess Xian, who had a sensitive sixth sense, felt a weird feedback before she entered the mirage. Under her super-sensitive sixth sense, she suppressed the urge to see Yue Yang as she turned around. Divine equipment. The woman wearing the coral mask was stunned when she looked at Princess Xian. Prison Emperor Divine Sword, she is Princess Xian. The half-elf girl dashed towards Princess Xian immediately. Outrageous! The gold-armored captain became enraged, thinking that they were going to assassinate Princess Xian and snatch away her divine equipment. He brandished his sword and chopped. Princess Xian raised her hand and pointed in the air. Her chi deflected the gold-armored captain's giant sword. In the same instant, the white whale staff moved to protect the head of the half-elf girl. She tripped and fell into Princess Xian's embrace. She was crying hysterically and was too agitated to speak. She seemed to want to speak, but she couldn't. Princess Xian felt confused. Carrying her on one hand, she used her other hand to ask the gold-armored captain to back off. She doesn't have any ill intentions. Who are you all exactly? What happened? Her 6 records inherent skill could sense that these two women didn't have intentions to kill, so they definitely weren't assassins deployed from the Black Hell Army. But she couldn't fathom what they came for. The woman wearing the coral mask was excited too when she saw Princess Xian. But she immediately suppressed it and paid her respects. Your Highness, as there are a lot of people here, it isn't quite convenient for us to reveal our identity, but we have no ill intentions. Princess Xian, I am not a bad guy, Master is in danger, go save him quickly. The half-elf girl couldn't keep things to herself as she revealed everything when she was anxious. Princess Xian shook as she heard it, before quickly covering her mouth. Understood, we'll discuss further inside, we can't say anything here. She then turned towards the palace gates. All of you start doing shifts and take turns to guard the palace gates, no one is to leave for whatever reasons. Yes. Although the gold-armored captain didn't know what happened, he realized the severity of the issue as he shouted to the guards who felt confused. All of you listen up, from now on we are on alert level red. All of you immediately come with me to enter the quarantine room, no one is to communicate with people outside. Those who violates this will be seen as spies and will be killed without hesitation. Before waiting for the guards to act, Princess Xian had already carried the half-elf girl as she brought the woman with the coral mask into the palace. They ran all the way through the palace and into the mirage. Yue Clan Castle. On martial arts field, a tied-up robber was crying bitterly. This is injustice, I really am not a spy. You guys are too unreasonable, would the Black Hell Army want a level 2 brave man like me? I really am just a messenger. The little robber's face was covered in tears as he sobbed. Maybe he really is wronged. Lu Ye was getting a little soft-hearted. This little robber seemed too weak to be a spy, right? Look at how hard he is crying. He is too pitiful even if he really is a spy, let him off to turn over a new leaf. Baoer's heart was simply as soft as silk tofu. Turning over a new leaf is a waste of time, how about you just die? Fatty Hai pulled out a dagger and waved it in front of the robber's body as if thinking where to land the blade. His actions shocked the little robber into screams, almost peeing his pants. Ye Kong, Xue Tanlang and Tian Luo Prince gave each other a look, they all found this strange. To claim that this little robber was a spy seemed like a stretch when he was so weak. But to say that he was not a spy was difficult when he was so suspicious. Even though the kid claimed to be a messenger, there was no letter even after searching his entire body. He only said that 2 female rankers from the 6th floor made him pass the message verbally to Yue Clan's 3rd young master's companions. That is for them to look for Xizun immediately. This was the biggest lie. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the rest did not feel that they have the right to ask to meet Xizun, even a fake message would not ask them to do that. Moreover, no one knew the 2 women the little robber was describing. Even his description was very vague, as if he was making things up. What cloak covering the entire body, masks made from coral on their faces and hand holding a white whale staff. Doesn't it all sound crazy? Which woman in Soaring Dragon Continent would dress like that? In conclusion, this little robber was lying. Only after being caught red-handed did he come up with such an extremely stupid lie. There were 2 other points that were very suspicious. Firstly, this little robber was from the Xia Jin Kingdom. Why would someone from the Xia Jin Kingdom send a message to the Yue Clan Castle? If a robber from the Xia Jin Kingdom was not a spy, then what else could he be? Secondly, this little robber claimed that 2 women from Tongtian Tower 6th floor came down to the Soaring Dragon Continent. With this robber's ability, not to mention Tongtian Tower 6th floor, even the 3rd or 4th floor would be too unbearable for him, how could he even adapt to the 6th floor's gravity? There was no doubt he was lying and talking nothing but nonsense. I really am wronged, do not kill me. I am only greedy for money and did this for 100 gold. Moreover, I have no grudges with Xia and the Yue clan. Why would I be a spy for Xia Jin Kingdom? Even a fool would know how powerful the Yue clan's third young master was, just a single breath from him would kill me. How could I even dare to oppose him? The little robber was still sobbing. Nonsense. I have never heard of a quest that is worth 100 gold by just leading the way, do you think I am a fool? Fatty Hai was furious and kicked the little robber many times. This fellow needs to be sorted out. Most likely when we skin a layer of his skin later, only then would he tell the truth. Yan Pajun and Feng Qisha also found it impossible. How could the remuneration for just leading the way be 100 gold? Tongtian Tower never had such a quest, even if there was, how could this little robber go up to the Tongtian Tower 6th floor to receive such a quest? Did he think all of the guards of the Tongtian Tower 6th floor were blind? What happened to the two women you brought down from Tongtian Tower 6th floor? Anna asked patiently. They had a teleportation scroll and left immediately once they reached Soaring Dragon Continent. They only instructed me to come to the Yue clan castle to pass on the message. The little robber swore that he was speaking the truth. Impossible. If they had a teleportation scroll, this means that they know people from the Soaring Dragon Continent. Why would they need you to lead the way? Lin En immediately dismissed his words. They said that they knew the Yue clan's third young master. The little robber tried to explain himself. That is even more unlikely. If they knew the third young master, why they need you to lead the way? Ye Kong also felt that this little robber was speaking nonsense. When they asked you to bring the message to me, was there anything other than asking us to look for Xizun immediately? Is it that third young master was in danger and needed help urgently? Make yourself clear and I promise that they will not harm you. In fact, they will return your 100 gold. Anna's intuition told her that something was not right. It made no sense for Black Hell Army to use this little robber that was so weak. On the contrary, it would be problematic if this kid was telling a truth. I don't know, they only said to ask you all to look for Xizun. I know nothing, I was only leading the way. Little robber tried his best to describe, there were two of them. One of them was very tall, taller than me. She had blonde hair and green eyes. She wore a mask made from coral and held a white whale staff. She was formidable and most likely an innate. I saw that even the people of 6th floor were very respectful to her. The other was as tall as Princess Baoer. Even though there was a veil over her face, she still looked pretty. She was unlike the girls of Soaring Dragon Continent and she seemed very weak. Even when she spoke she was very shy, but she sounded so sweet. They did not allow me to raise my head to look at them, so I do not know for sure. But I swear that all of what I have said is real, not half a sentence is a lie. You are so dishonest. Not half a sentence is a lie, but every sentence is false. Fatty Hai gave him a kick. You are only a level 2 braveman, how did you go to the 6th floor? Xue Tanlang asked the important question. I have a silk smoke elastic monster that is able to resist gravity. By protecting my body with it, I am able to go up to the 6th floor. In the past my father was a traveling merchant and would bring me up there often. I have always been completing quests to pass items or letters from the 1st to the 6th floor. Just today when I was bringing alcohol for a mercenary on 6th floor, I saw Warriors Guild had just released a quest to lead the way for 100 gold. Since I was eligible, I gathered my courage and accepted it. I really am not lying, how could I possibly dare to come here to be a spy? Moreover, Zi Jin Kingdom confiscated all of my father's assets 10 years ago. He almost killed himself because of his depression. I have never liked them, why would I even be a spy for them? With shaking hands, the little robber summoned a bronze level 2 silk smoke elastic monster. Before we investigate matters thoroughly, you would have to stay here at Yue Clan Castle. If it turns out that you really are just a messenger, we will compensate you with 150 gold coins. Tian Luo Prince passed the little robber a tranquilizer pill to consume. You really think we can believe him? Even fools would know that we can never request to meet Xizun. Fatty Hai still did not believe him. If they were unfamiliar with Soaring Dragon Continent, or the situation was urgent, only Xizun could solve the problem. Tian Luo Prince's analysis made everyone's heart sank. If that was true, things were bad. If Xizun had to interfere, this could not be a small matter. It would definitely have to do with Black Hell King. Could it be that Black Hell King was attacking Yue Yang? If those two were Yue Yang's messengers, then why would they not come to the Yue Clan Castle but instead go somewhere else to seek help? Xue Tanlang and Tian Luo Prince exchanged glances. You all wait here, we will make a trip to the Tian Luo Palace. Everyone fell silent. Could it be that those two women have gone to Tian Luo Palace to look for the Night Empress? Now everyone instead wished that this little robber was a spy, or that he was lying. They hoped that this was not real. Ye Kong told Fatty Hai, Fatty you stay here and take care of things. I will go look for teacher to ask for his advice. The teacher Ye Kong was referring to was the old fox. Seeing how the situation has worsened, it would be impossible to not report to the old fox and the others. Be careful, this could be the enemy's scheme. Fatty Hai was unusually serious. 2 silver stars appeared in the sky. They sped across the sky. Before anyone could react, the two silver stars have already flashed in front of them. Xue Tanlang reacted the fastest. He immediately filled the sky with frost and heavily smashed it towards the opponents. Even if the frost could not repel the enemy, it could still serve as a buffer for his companions. A jade hand condensed all of the cold frost in the air into a small ice crystal. Xue Tanlang was shocked, before he could retreat, that jade hand had already stopped in front of his face. He was covered in cold sweat. This enemy was extremely powerful that he could not even withstand a single hit. Things were over. How could you not even recognize me? You are asking to be hit. The owner of the melodious voice flicked her fingers and sent Xue Tanlang flying. Sister. Xue Tanlang took some steps back, and quickly stretched out his hands to stop Yekong and Fatty Hai. He then rushed towards Xue Wuxia in excitement, shouting, Sister, why are you back? Beside Xue Wuxia were the two war god guard sisters, standing on her two sides. Xue Wuxia's appearance calmed everyone down. Now that the gifted eldest miss of the Xue family has returned to take charge of matters, things were now going to be settled. Everyone started talking about what happened at once, hoping that Xue Wuxia would be able to make the right judgment. Xue Wuxia waved her jade hand gently, indicating for everyone to quiet down. She then said with certainty, it is true. This sentence stopped everyone's hearts for a moment. Xue Wuxia pondered for a moment. When I was returning from training at Tongtian Tower's 10th floor, a woman called Hai Yingwu passed a top-secret letter to me as I reached Tongtian Tower's 6th floor. In the letter, it said that Yue Yang is at a very special place now and was fighting with the Black Hell King and unknown powerful enemies. She told us to look for Xian because Yue Yang's message to Hai Yingwu could only show 10 characters, the message was not very clear. But we could still deduce that Yue Yang was in a danger zone. When I returned to the 6th floor, Yu Zhen from the Warriors Guild also verified that Yue Yang had been intercepted by the Black Hell King. After that Elder Nangong rushed over and for unknown reasons, they all left with the Southern Goblin King to Tongtian Tower's 10th floor's heaven outside heaven. Fatty Hai started getting anxious, what do we do now? Xue Wuxia indicated for everyone to calm down, with your abilities, do not even think about Tongtian Tower's 10th floor. Even if I went, it would most likely be of little use. What you all have to do is mainly to prevent the Black Hell Army from attacking. I have already sent letters to Xian, Night Empresses and Sky Law, asking them to decide on the course of action. What we have to do is to wait for Xian's signal because she is the person who can really help Yue Yang. With Elder Nangong there, I think Yue Yang should be okay for now, we must believe in him. Her words made everyone feel much better. She was right, when had Yue Yang ever disappointed them? Even though Black Hell King was very strong, Yue Yang still had Elder Nangong with him. He should be able to hold his ground until Xian arrived to help. The problem was, where in the world was he now? The meticulous Anna and Lu Ye both noticed that Xue Wuxia did not mention the location. They immediately realized that even she did not know where he was, and started to panic. The two girls understood that this was not the time to get to the heart of the matter, otherwise everyone would start worrying. They pushed away their panic and kept quiet in the distance. A strange light flashed from the center of the teleportation circle. Wuxia, come quickly. Princess Xian rushed energetically from the teleportation circle. She pulled Xue Wuxia along with her, and shouted at Yekong, Fatty Hai, Xue Tanlang and Tian Luo Prince right before she left via the teleportation, you all stay behind and not cause any trouble for me. Report to the old guys and then wait here for news quietly. If the Black Hell Army really comes, that is your problem. If you do not settle it properly, when I come back, I will ruthlessly cut you all up. Princess, can elderly me help? Who knew where old cunning fox heard news, but he rushed over. There is nothing you can do, just look over them. Before Princess Xian finished talking, she had already left by teleportation with Xue Wuxia and the War God Guard sisters. Woof! Only Hui Tai Lang rushed over like lightning, and disappeared with the teleportation. Special note, changed Ancient Slaughterer Team Leader into Ancient Slaughter Captain because it sounds better. Death Arena, Crystal Passage. Yue Yang felt that things were going way too smooth. Although they survived through 2 waves of attacks and everyone was exhausted, but the mysterious thing was that, other than a small number of ancient warriors which were too slow to react and were eliminated by the ancient slaughterers, the participants from the north, south, east and west did not suffer any losses. To obtain this kind of results, not just Yue Yang, the others were also surprised. After attacking and killing 20+ heaven-ranked ancient slaughterers, they could still manage to have 0 casualties. Were the representatives all too strong? Or were the ancient slaughterers too weak? Of course, this type of result would be affected by a number of factors. Firstly, the participants led by Huang Chuan, Fen Tian and Yun Xin have been preparing for a few hundred years. They had plenty of preparations. The 9 heaven-ranked ranker skills were all out of the ordinary. Secondly, the ancient war gods were impressive. Other than the huge lowly who was still unconscious due to the cerebral concussion caused by the Black Hell King's attacks, the other 3 were able to take on 2 or 3 ancient slaughterers at once. Whether it was the 12-winged angel, the tiger lion man or the giant skeleton, they could all handle 2 or 3 ancient slaughterers on their own. With their presences, it was equivalent to having a protector god. Taking advantage of their ability to restrain the ancient slaughterers, the participants from the different regions could quickly besiege and eliminate their enemies. Thirdly, a special character emerged from the Western Heaven Realm, Yue Yang. Before that, no one knew that such an abnormal genius existed in the world. Due to the fact that Yue Yang had to enter the death arena, he was forced to use his full power. If not, no one would have found out about Yue Yang's real strength, even including Elder Nangong and the Black Hell King. Yue Yang fused his innate invisible qi, world-exterminating wheel and nirvana flames to his body, as well as the awakened ancient code power of the Card of Fate. After Yue Yang found out the ancient slaughterer's weakness, their eyes. He, who possessed the god-killing dagger, black light and prison emperor divine seal, turned the tables and greatly influenced the battle. In the 2 waves of battles, his role even surpassed that of Huang Xuan, who was the most powerful fighter. The entire team of ancient slaughterers had their eyes destroyed by him. He even rejected assistance. On his own, he eliminated 2 ancient slaughterer captains and 4 ancient slaughterers. This insane accomplishment could not be obtained by anyone else. After the secretive Black Hell King decided to put his own safety before anything else, on his very own, Yue Yang supported the Soaring Dragon Continent, which was no longer as glorious as its former time. Yue Yang even supported the entire Tongtian Tower, which represented the lower levels of the Western Heaven Realm. Abnormal potential and an incredible might. This was Huang Quan's opinion of Yue Yang. Although Huang Xuan made reservations in the battle, but when he asked his own heart, even if he fought at full power he may not be able to perform as well as Yue Yang. To protect himself, and to gain power to level up and break through, Yue Yang fought without holding anything back. By hook or by crook, Yue Yang eliminated the enemy. Of course, all of his battles were done alone. He attacked in secret, not working with anyone else. Thus, Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, Yun Xing and the Black Hell King did not have the time to peek at Yue Yang's moves. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Yue Yang possessed the skills that they would not want to provoke. More importantly, they did not know that even if they wanted to kill Yue Yang, the immortal beasts present, Kylan Girl and the Phoenix Sisters, they had no chance in hurting Yue Yang. As long as the ancient code does not kill him, Yue Yang need not be worried about people trying to murder him. The ancient code was different. It was too powerful. It made Yue Yang feel insecure. Whichever the case, he decided to collect enough points. Elder Nangong, the Southern Goblin King and the Emperor of the Underworld were secretly aiding him. They knew that if they wanted to get out this place, Yue Yang was their only hope. Therefore, the 3 had been assisting Yue Yang with all their strength. They did not rush to collect points, but instead, helped to restrict the enemy's movements for him. They let him kill the ancient slaughterers on his own and pushed him, one step at a time, to the final victory. Thud. The very last ancient slaughterer collapsed. Rest 5 minutes. The Southern Goblin King was so tired her fingers were trembling non-stop. She felt that she had already used up most of her energy, even though she just tried to restrict the enemy's movements. After all, her ability was far weaker than that of the ancient slaughterer. If Yue Yang was not so powerful, and if Elder Nangong was not protecting her all along, she may have already been killed by the ancient slaughterer captains. Everyone gather, let me restore your health. Elder Nangong summoned a rain of light, which allowed the exhausted Yue Yang to relax. Other than the barbarian cow shadow, a man who never feels tired, even Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's face showed a trace of weariness. Bloody Queen Red impatiently leaned on Yue Yang's shoulders and was fast asleep. Xia Wen Li and Stone Element Medusa guarded the area on high alert. As long as the Black Hell King was still alive, they could never feel at ease. Anyway, even if the Black Hell King died, there were also other enemies such as Huang Xuan. Compared to them, Yue Yang was still slightly lacking in power. The only drive was that Yue Yang knew the secret to gaining points, and Huang Xuan and the rest were still unaware. Before obtaining the final victory and leaving the death arena, Xia Wen Li and the others would not let their guard down. Something is fishy. The Black Hell King behaves too normally. Yue Yang's words were directed to the Emperor of the Underworld. He wanted the Emperor of the Underworld to check on the Black Hell King. You should rest well. The Emperor of the Underworld knew very well, the only one, who still had the strength to move, was him. The handful of non-human innates and human innates were too weak. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North were all on Black Hell King's side. Even if the Black Hell King and Sky Emperor wore only a single trousers, they could not be trusted. The Emperor of the Underworld quickly left and went to observe the battlefield in the distance. He brought back a piece of news: they ended the battle too, but strange enough, the Black Hell King seemed to be severely injured. Yue Yang's heart leapt. Impossible. Other than being covered by holy equipments from head to toe, the Black Hell King also had supreme defense. His real ability had also reached heaven ranked level 2. He was right behind Huang Xuan in terms of skills. How could he be heavily injured? Yue Yang was very sure, there was something going on with the Black Hell King. However, he was still unable to guess, what was the meaning behind Black Hell King's injury. The Emperor of the Underworld said he was injured. He definitely would not have misjudged. The Black Hell King would not fake in front of Huang Xuan and his allies. If he was really heavily injured, the problem would be even more puzzling. What benefits would the Black Hell King get if he got injured? There were no benefits at all. He would be more likely to be abandoned by Huang Xuan. However, the clever and smart Black Hell King would rather get hurt than to use his hidden powers. What exactly was on his mind? We have to be careful, that guy might make a move soon. Yue Yang felt that something was off. The Black Hell King was gonna cause mischief and he could not even see through his scheme. This time, we should not race to attack. Let us observe first. The Southern Goblin King was also very worried. Yue Yang was already exhausted. Even if Elder Nangong and the Emperor of the Underworld were to fight the Black Hell King together, they would be no match for him. Moreover, the Black Hell King still had Sky Emperor, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North to assist him. If that is the case, let me deal with him. The Emperor of the Underworld did not believe that the Black Hell King still dared to hurt people on the same side as him with a strong opponent in front of him. Unless he really did not want to live anymore. Very quickly, the war started again. The third wave of ancient slaughterers arrived, a new round of battle erupted. Participants had to continuously battle and kill all the ancient slaughterer in order to get only 3 days of rest. Even though Huang Xuan, Fen Tian and the rest were all exhausted that they were gasping for breath, they still gritted their teeth, and carried on. This was a battle that allowed only victory. No one was an exception. Third young master, I'll give you another 5 minutes to rest. Huang Xuan came specially to remind Yue Yang to rest. It was because Yue Yang was the key to victory. Without him blinding all the ancient slaughterers, everyone's battle time would have been lengthened by more than 10 times. Furthermore, there may not even be 0 deaths. Even if it was Huang Xuan, without the hitting skill and counterfeit inherent skill, he had no chance of hiding under the eyelids of the ancient slaughterer. Oh no! Just when Yue Yang wanted to reply him saying that he got it, he suddenly felt a sense of doom. It was Huang Quan's second time coming over. The first time, he came to express goodwill. He came over to let Yue Yang have a good rest. He even brought a blood god pellet which was unique to the Eastern Heaven realm. Yue Yang did not want to carelessly eat the blood god pellet, but he appreciated Huang Quan's kindness. Having the Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yue Yang could tell that this blood god pellet was the highest quality of medicine. It had the ability to revive one from his death. This time Huang Xuan came again. He gave Yue Yang another god blood pellet. Huang Quan's actions were normal, but Yue Yang thought of something else and jumped up right away. Oh no, you should not have left, go back quickly. Huang Xuan was startled but he immediately chose to return. Even if he might be a formidable opponent in future, Huang Xuan was still willing to believe in Yue Yang's words. Although he could not understand, Huang Xuan could still tell that Yue Yang was not joking. He realized the seriousness of the situation instantly and returned in a flash. At the center of the square, the Black Hell King, who was critically injured, charged headfirst to face the enemies. Perhaps he wanted to prove his power, or perhaps getting injured due to his carelessness infuriated him. The Black Hell King awakened his terrifying heaven-ranked level 2 powers. He raced to make a move before anyone else. The dark domain rose up. As if it was omnipresent, it covered up half of the center of the square. Fen Tian, who was from the Fire Clan, and Yun Xing, who was from the Gold Clan, all kept their distance away from the Black Hell King, just in case they get affected by this mysterious dark domain. Numerous sword-shaped, monster-shaped and human-shaped shadows emerged. They all gathered by the Black Hell King's side. As if blinded, the 10 ancient slaughterers were unable to detect the Black Hell King's presence in the dark domain. They striked carelessly. Everyone was baffled. Perhaps the Black Hell King wanted the ancient slaughterers to destroy each other in the dark domain? Perhaps he wanted to defeat the enemies alone just like Yu Clan's third young master? Everyone come and attack, I can only freeze them for 1 minute. Hurry up! The Black Hell King roared just like thunder. Alright. Fen Tian and Yun Xing were feeling ecstatic. What did it mean to freeze the enemies by a minute? The enemies could not retaliate and would be beaten. Even if their defense was high, they would suffer heavy injuries. Not just Fen Tian, Yun Xing and other heaven-ranked rankers. Even innate rankers who came to assist flocked over. Using their greatest strength, they attacked the ancient slaughterers who stood blankly. At this kind of timing, any kind of strength would be useful. However, no one thought of this. If the Black Hell King possessed such a powerful skill, Dark Domain, why didn't he use it before? Why didn't he use it after Yue Yang and Huang Xuan arrived? Yue Yang and Huang Chuan were still not there yet. All of a sudden, things changed. The ancient slaughterers which stood motionless in the dark domain all vanished. Within the dark domain, the scene fluctuated. The 10 ancient slaughterers were not held fix. They hid in the darkness, waiting for the right timing. Fen Tian and Yun Xing and the other heaven-ranked rankers sensed that something was off. They could still escape from the dark domain. However, the innate rankers who charged in to attack but lost their targets were exposed in front of the 10 ancient slaughterers. What made it worse was that, when they tried to retreat, the allies in the dark domain, the shadows, restricted their body. Almost all of the trapped non-human innates were instantly killed on the spot by the 10 ancient slaughterers. No one dared to charge into the darkness domain to rescue their comrades. The ancient slaughterer captain, leading 9 fellow slaughterers, madly massacred all of the non-human innates. Together, the slaughterers let out an ear-splitting, bloodthirsty snarl. Fen Tian, Yun Xing and the rest watched helplessly. They did not know what to do. They could only watch as their allies were torn into pieces. There were only 9 non-human innates still alive. They were all mainly healers. A single battle, almost a complete wipeout. What made it more terrifying was that, another more than 10 light pillars appeared on the center of the square all of a sudden. More than 10 ancient slaughterers were added due to the deaths of participants. Ha 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 ha. The Black Hell King laughed madly. He pointed at Yue Yang and Huang Chuan who had just arrived. Merely brats and you want to fight me? You are still young. Do you know what my inherent skill is? Did you guys really think I was afraid? I was just waiting for the right time. All of you go to hell. Not just you guys, in those days, the unmatched prison emperor also died under my schemes. Who do you think you guys are? Seeing the Black Hell King finally show his true colors, Yue Yang felt as if a rock had been lifted off his shoulders. Even though the Black Hell King's revolt would push the battle into a difficult situation, Yue Yang felt that it was better for Black Hell King to make his move earlier. At least now he would not have to always be on the edge, trying to guard against the Black Hell King's plots. Huang Chuan, Fen Tian and Yun Xing were shocked by Black Hell King's actions. Why would the Black Hell King do this? He was also a participant of the Death Arena, how could he benefit from this? Black Hell King, have you gone mad? Burning Man Fen Tian was furious, he would never have thought Black Hell King would be so ruthless. Damn it! Three-eyed Tigerman and Light Man also glared at Black Hell King in fury. Perhaps you clan's third young master would be clear what kind of person I, Black Hell, am. I was born a betrayer. Not to mention, 6,000 years ago, even the invincible prison emperor fell because of my plots. Are you all still delusioned in trying to coerce me? Stop overestimating your abilities. Black Hell King sneered in disdain, I have seen many young geniuses. But no matter how talented, how strong, no one can match up to me. This is because I have a unique and unmatched innate skill in the entire world betrayal. The stronger you are, the worse of a death you will suffer. Do not forget, you are also a participant. Once we fail, you will also be wiped out by the ancient code. Wang Jin was shaking from anger. Is that so? Black Hell King retorted in icy arrogance. He pressed his hands together. 2 short dwarf servants appeared by his sides. Once the 2 dwarf servants appeared, they kneeled respectfully at Black Hell King's feet. Under everyone's stares, the 2 dwarf servants pulled out daggers and cut their throats without a single second of hesitation. They did not die immediately. Before they died, they struggled in great pain, staring at the Black Hell King. Without any emotion, Black Hell King raised his legs and stepped on the 2 loyal dwarf servants, turning their bodies into minced meat. He stepped on them again and again. Fresh blood splattered everyone. The loyalty of servants is something I, Black Hell, do not need. When the Black Hell King finished speaking, the black light on his holy armor darkened by several shades. When he pressed his hands together again, a beautiful young woman holding a newborn appeared. That beautiful young mother was quivering. She begged Black Hell King with tears streaming down her face, King, what you need is just the blood of relatives. Let I, your concubine, take the place of the young prince, I beg you. The tears of a lover. Black Hell King reached his hand out to gently wipe away the tears of the beautiful maiden. In one swift move, he broke the neck of the beautiful maiden before raising the newborn high up in the air and throwing him on the floor. The newborn was smashed into a mess of flesh. And the tears of my relatives, I, Black Hell, do not need any of it. Everyone was stunned. Including Yue Yang, no one would have thought Black Hell King would do such things. Was this still a person? He was less than a beast. Huang Chuan, who had originally kept his eyes tightly shut, was now staring with his eyes wide. His gold eyes were filled with astonishment. After killing his servants, concubine, and son, Black Hell King was emitting black light so concentrated it almost seemed to materialize. He looked extremely evil. A frightening energy accompanied the dark domain, shrouding the entire arena. When Black Hell King raised his hand for the 3rd time, everyone was already scared of this seriously abnormal guy. All of them could not help but move several meters back. Wang Jin's teeth were chattering in fear. He knew that he was not a good person, but no matter what, he could not be as heartless as the Black Hell King. The protection of a guardian beast and the alliance of a team. These boring things, Black Hell, do not need any of it. Black Hell King pulled out the dark sacred sword and cut across his throat. In that instant, black blood rushed out from his neck. However, Black Hell King's life was not threatened. Instead, it was heaven engulfing demon tiger, which was healing at the east side of the crystal arena, that howled out. Its body quickly distorted and swelled. As swift as a sudden clap of thunder, it exploded. Boom! A loud boom blasted the 9 innates who were healing it into minced meat before they even understood what was going on at the central plaza. Everyone now understood why Black Hell King injured himself so seriously without a second thought. It was to find an excuse to make the heaven-engulfing demon tiger self-destruct. More black light emitted from the Black Hell King's body, spilling around him like ink. The black light then started to form an exact replica of the Black Hell King. When the replica was fully formed, Black Hell King sprayed blood on its face, mumbling while doing so. A single strike of gold lightning shot from the extremely high dome, easily annihilating the replica into thin air. What was freakish was that this lighting that possessed the power of the ancient code only wiped out the replica, leaving the Black Hell King unscathed despite how close he was. The Black Hell King was completely unharmed. A thought surfaced in Yue Yang's mind: your teammate has betrayed your squad. Among the participants of Death Arena, over 50 have died. An additional 4 Ancient Slaughterer Commander, and an Ancient Slaughterer Beast King will be added to the arena as penalty. Last, note, as Commander is higher rank than as Captain. Under the observation of Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision, he realized that Black Hell King's presence was already the same as the Ancient Slaughterers. Maybe there was still a slight difference. But there was no doubt that Black Hell King was no longer on the same side as Soaring Dragon Continent. Instead, he had betrayed them to side with of the Ancient Slaughterers. He had made use of betrayal innate skill and that strange black blood substitute. He not only escaped the punishment of the Ancient Code, but also changed sides to ally with the Ancient Slaughterers. If he got his way, he would become the final victor of this death match and would likely obtain the divine ranked weapon. Oh my god! Southern Goblin King finally understood why the Prison Emperor died under Black Hell King's schemes. It was because this betrayal innate skill was really too malicious. Huang Xuan, what do we do? Fen Tian was extremely worried, pinning his hopes on Huang Xuan to make a decision. Another 14 light pillars shot down from the sky. Among them were 5 especially huge pillars. Obviously they were the Ancient Slaughterer Commander and the Ancient Slaughterer Beast King. Even now, Yue Yang still did not know how many people there were in Black Hell King's grimoire. He estimated that all of the people Black Hell King brought in his grimoire also counted as participants. This was because the loyal servant, concubine, and son, including that black blood substitute the Black Hell King had killed, were all included as the participants of Death Arena. If there were still people in Black Hell King's grimoire, as he killed, the number of ancient slaughterers would continue to increase because of the death penalty. In fact, they would be even more powerful. Ancient slaughterers were heaven ranked level 1 while the Ancient Slaughterer Captain was heaven ranked level 2, if so, what were the levels of the Ancient Slaughterer Commander and the Ancient Slaughterer Beast King? All of the Ancient Slaughterers bowed down in respect to welcome the arrival of Ancient Slaughterer Beast King. Even the 4 Ancient Slaughterer Commanders also bowed down. Among the 4 commanders, one had a dark green body covered with countless strange streaks, while another's skin glowed blue and had extremely long claws. As for the other 2, one had blood-red eyes burning with raging flames and the other had a sculpted body with clearly defined muscles. Their ability was heaven-ranked level 3. They did not pale in comparison at all to the strongest Huang Xuan. As for the Ancient Slaughterer Beast King that was larger than the normal Ancient Slaughterers by 2 times and had shining gold hair and skin, his ability was a terrifying heaven-ranked level 5. Even forgetting the rest, just him alone was enough to kill all of the participants in the blink of an eye. This Ancient Slaughterer Beast King was an invincible existence, his strength was enough to make one depressed. Once he appeared, even the calmest Huang Quan's face paled. He shouted at Burning Man Fen Tian and Yun Xing, "Bring the ancient guardian beasts away immediately, we need to flee for now." He flashed to appear before 12-winged angel and brought this 50-meter-tall ancient guardian beast into his grimoire to save it from the fate of being killed by Ancient Slaughterer Beast King. Burning Man Fen Tian and Yun Xing rushed to the Tiger Lion Man and the giant skeleton. But with a cold sneer, Black Hell King slashed the dark sacred sword towards the Burning Man, stopping him in his tracks. Yun Xing risked the allied attack of the 4 Ancient Slaughterers commanders and was just in time to save the Tiger Lion Man by putting it into his grimoire. The giant skeleton was not so lucky. Even though 3-eyed Tiger Man and Wang Jin reacted quickly, their speed was still much behind Ancient Slaughterer's Beast King. Giant Skeleton was unable to defend himself and was brought to the floor instantly by the Ancient Slaughterer's Beast King. With just one heavy strike, the Giant Skeleton's body, that was supposed to be able to withstand any attack, was immediately fractured. The skeleton broke and his breastbone fell to the floor in one huge chunk. Under the ancient Slaughterer's Beast King's heavy attack, the giant skeleton's body was as weak as a straw man. A biting cold shockwave immediately threw away the three-eyed tiger man and Wang Jin, who had rushed forward to help. Go, everyone go to the east side of the crystal arena into my grimoire to discuss the situation. Huang Xuan turned to face the Black Hell King to let three-eyed tiger man and Wang Jin who were in danger escape. Huang Xuan then remembered something and warned Yue Yang, third young master, quickly return to save people. I will go look for you later. Sure. Yue Yang rode a fire phoenix formed from nirvana flames, forcing back the ancient slaughterers that have begun to surround him. He pulled Southern Goblin King up and retreated quickly. Since the ancient slaughterer Beast King had arrived, this battle could not be fought in the same way as before. If Black Hell King did not create trouble, things would be easier. But the Black Hell King just had to change sides to ally with the enemy. Now, no matter what strategy they come up with, Black Hell King would be able to see through it. Before he could come up with a plan to kill Black Hell King, Yue Yang would not fight him head-on. However, Black Hell King hated Yue Yang the most. He delightedly chased after Yue Yang, waving the Heavenfall Thunder Hammer and the Dark Sacred Sword. Third young master, why are you escaping like a stray dog? Didn't you want to avenge the prison emperor? Here is a chance for you now. Yue Yang despised him. If not for the ancient slaughterer Beast King, would you dare chase after me? In reality, even if Black Hell King chased him, he did not dare to get too close. He only dared to disturb him from afar with sword chi and lightning. He was terrified of the fire phoenix formed from nirvana flames. He had an armor so he was not afraid of Yue Yang's attacks, but this nirvana flame that could cleanse the world was his nemesis. Scram, scram you bastard! When Yue Yang saw that the ancient slaughterer Beast King was still breaking giant skeleton's bones while the four ancient slaughterer's commanders were chasing after Huang Xuan, he begun to relax a little. Fortunately, it turned out that these guys were a little scared of his nirvana flames. The fire phoenix formed from nirvana flames could also force the Black Hell King back. Along the way, he recalled the Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo and the others back into the grimoire. With Xiao Wen Li beside him, Black Hell King did not dare to face Yue Yang for now by himself. He was afraid of suffering under Xiao Wen Li's binding innate skill and only attacked with his sword chi from afar. This sort of attack had little effect on Yue Yang. Let us gather the ancient warriors. When Elder Nangong saw the situation of the battle fall apart, he invited the innate rankers into the grimoire and quickly gathered up the ancient warriors with the Emperor of the Underworld. Damn it! Sky Emperor originally wanted to rely on the Black Hell King, but he was afraid of getting killed by the ancient code since Black Hell King was no longer on the same side as them. After exchanging glances with War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, they escaped back into their respective grimoires pitifully. Seeing the dozen female ancient guards still healing the huge lowly, Yue Yang quickly invited them back into his grimoire too. Xiao Wen Li was also recalling the stone element Medusa and the other girls to avoid a head-on confrontation with Black Hell King. Without their control, the sea of cold water that was like a vast ocean in the crystal passage immediately fell apart. The water flowed in all directions. Different from Yue Yang's situation with Black Hell King, Huang Xuan and Fen Tian's side had turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Let alone the companions beneath heaven rank, even those ancient guards had been killed by the tens of ancient slaughterers. Only a few were saved by Huang Xuan. Central Plaza. The ancient slaughterer Beast King was still torturing the giant skeleton to death. It tore the giant skeleton's bones and raised its long backbone, smashing it on the ground. It then ripped away its legs and arms, before throwing the hardest part of giant skeleton's body, its skull on the floor. The giant skeleton's eyes quickly dimmed. Death was imminent. The four ancient slaughterers' commanders brought with it dozens of henchmen to chase after Huang Xuan and Fen Tian. There were also a few ancient slaughterers' captains who have started to help the Black Hell King, who was being pushed around by the fire phoenix formed from nirvana flames. But, their plan was simple unachievable. Even without Yue Yang's control, the fire phoenix had a conscience to automatically chase enemies away. After all, the fire phoenix was a gift from the Phoenix Sisters to Yue Yang for his protection. Even though it was not alive, it still had their will. Because there were many enemies, Yue Yang was only using the fire phoenix to chase the enemies away from the crystal passage, preventing them from chasing after him. Only until he forcefully brought the huge lowly into his grimoire was he able to heave a sigh of relief. He had no time at all to meet up with Elder Nangong and the Emperor of the Underworld. Yue Yang immediately rode Fire Phoenix and rushed towards the central plaza. Elder Nangong and Emperor of the Underworld immediately returned to their own grimoires, retreating for now. The ancient slaughterer Beast King was furious at Yue Yang's arrival. It roared at Yue Yang, trying to deter this tiny human boy away with his deafening howl. Roar, you sister, what are you roaring for? If you can, come and play with fire. Under the converging attack from Black Hell King and Ancient Slaughterer Beast King, Yue Yang forcefully landed. He also snatched the giant skeleton skull that had been smashed and stored it in his storage ring, before calmly flying away. This move made ancient slaughterer Beast King almost implode with anger. It began to blow flames from its mouth. However, this was completely ineffective towards Yue Yang, who was riding the fire phoenix. The speed was much too different. Third young master, you will not be smug for long. Seeing Yue Yang's actions, Black Hell King was grinding his teeth in hate. Yet he still could not do anything about this lad. However, the Black Hell King was still extremely confident. No matter how cocky he was, Yue Yang did not have betrayal innate skill. Before the time limit of the death arena was up, it was impossible for him to defeat the ancient slaughterer Beast King and the 4 commanders. As for Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, and Yun Xing, the 6 ancient slaughterers captains and 54 ancient slaughterers would be able to turn them into minced meat. What set the Black Hell King at ease was that with every 3 days that pass, there would be 3 ancient slaughterers leaders and 27 ancient slaughterers joining in. They would only get stronger and stronger. With that, the possibility of success for Yue Yang and Huang Xuan would become smaller and smaller. No matter how much of a genius they were, they can only die in despair. Black Hell King smiled very sinisterly. He smiled, extremely pleased with himself. Yue Yang was very unhappy. He pointed his middle finger at Black Hell King, do not fool yourself, the only one laughing at the end is the victor. Let's see who will remain laughing in the end. Last, F/Go NA server players add me 524,024,087. Shiro seems to have forgotten to post LOL. Just when Yue Yang was preparing to return to the grimoire world, a mysterious message appeared again. Addition of new team members. Last, I would have loved to change this to here comes a new challenger, but sadly does not fit. Yue Yang was shocked. What was happening? A golden pillar shot down from the center of the crystal plaza. As if realizing something, Black Hell King raised his dark sacred sword and Heavenfall Thunder Hammer. With an earth-shattering force, he charged towards the slender figure that appeared from the light pillar. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't let Black Hell King succeed, as he rode on the fire phoenix at a breakneck speed and overtook Black Hell King's sword chi before embracing the slender figure directly, bringing her out from the attacked zone. It's you? Sky Law, what are you here for? It's dangerous here. Yue Yang knew who it was when he hugged the figure. He was both happy and apprehensive. He was happy as he did not have to continue his solo fight now that Sky Law was here. But he was worried as the situation was getting bleak now, and they might not be able to turn the tables even with her around. But no matter what, it was a good thing for the Phoenix Fairy Beauty to come. Her arrival meant that Xizun would come too. If Night Empress and Xizun also came here, with the joint force of the 3 powerful women, forget about Black Hell King, they could even get rid of the ancient slaughterer Beast King. The only problem was that Shui Wuxia and Princess Xian might come as well. And if they were to run out of points? Yue Yang shuddered. He wanted to send message to Hai Yingwu via the 3 colors map, but a day had not passed yet, so he could only wait anxiously. Upon seeing that there weren't any further light pillar appearing, Yue Yang was at ease as he knew that only Phoenix Fairy Beauty came. I heard that you were kidnapped by the Black Hell King, so I had rushed over. I don't want to become a widow. Phoenix Fairy Beauty said with a smile, as she hugged Yue Yang and kissed him on the cheeks with her soft lips to indicate that she missed him. She then looked around curiously. Where is this? Death Arena. Yue Yang did not have time to be intimate with her as he quickly controlled his fire phoenix to fly higher. Sounds scary. Phoenix Fairy Beauty looked indifferent. Do you see those giant monsters? I'll have to kill at least 15 of those by myself in order not to run out of points. If not, I'll be killed by the ancient code. Yue Yang tried to keep his explanations simple. It was only then did the Phoenix Fairy Beauty realize the presence of the ancient slaughterers. She shouted in shock. They are all Elder Innate level 1? No, they don't seem to have any intelligence, so they aren't holy beasts. This is so weird. Why did these monsters come from? They were released from the Heaven Realm. They call it Heaven ranked level 1. These monsters are super powerful, but they aren't smart, and do not personify, so they aren't holy beasts and can't even fly. But due to their thick skin, it makes killing them difficult. Yue Yang was secretly relieved that the ancient slaughterers couldn't fly, if not the chances of him winning would be even slimmer. What puzzled Yue Yang the most was that these ancient slaughterers couldn't actually fly. For human beings, a level 6 elder could already do short distance flight. For those who were lesser innates, they could do it easily and for longer distance. Innate rankers who were above innate level 3 could fly in the air as if they were breathing. Their flying skills could even be used during combats. Innate rankers above innate level 8 could fly in the air for a long time or suspend and rest in the air. They were even more adapted to the sky than the birds. They could live in the sky without touching the ground and do anything they wish without any restraints. So, the ancient slaughterers' situation puzzled Yue Yang. They were heaven-ranked creatures yet they couldn't fly. But fortunately, the situation was like this. If not Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, Yun Xing, and Wang Jin would have had an extremely hard time. Upon seeing the captain of the ancient slaughterers, Phoenix Fairy Beauty frowned her brows. There's even a level 2 heaven-ranked monster leader. Girl, it is considered to be weak already. It is merely a captain, there are still 4 heaven-ranked level 3 commanders and a heaven-ranked level 5 beast king ahead of us. Yue Yang rode his fire phoenix and flew to the highest point. He decided to stop messing with Black Hell King and returned back to the Grimoire world to discuss this issue with Sky Law. This has become a little tricky. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's expression became heavy when she heard it. Fighting against creatures of heaven-ranked level 5 was beyond her limits. So, it's Sky Law. Black Hell King recognized the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. He did not look good too. If she were to be the Phoenix Fairy Beauty of the past, Black Hell King wouldn't have bothered. Sky Law was only in level 9 innate in the past, even if she was at the peak of innate level 9, he would have gotten rid of her easily. But now, Sky Law's power exceeded Black Hell King's prediction. Although she had hidden more than half of her power, the powerful might she emitted when she tried to hold back her anger could be felt by Black Hell King, who was also a heaven-ranked ranker. That's right, she was also a heaven-ranked ranker. Although she was slightly weaker than the Black Hell King, he couldn't afford to be complacent. Compared to Sky Law, Black Hell King was more willing to fight against Wang Jin and the Three-Eyed Tiger Man, who were also heaven-ranked rankers. Black Hell King didn't want to become enemies with Sky Law. Although Black Hell King hadn't fought against Sky Execution, Sky Wrath, and Sky Law yet, he was wary of the existence of the Demonic Palace. He suspected that they obtained certain ancient books or treasures from the gods' ruins. If not, Sky Execution wouldn't be so powerful. According to credible sources, Sky Execution had looked down on the Sky Emperor in a conflict during a treasure hunt and knocked back the haughty Sky Emperor within one move. Sky Execution was hiding his power and identity, so he did not strike a second time, but if he did, Sky Emperor would have faced an embarrassing defeat. After getting to know this information, Black Hell King suspected that Sky Execution had surpassed the 3 emperors and was closely behind the Dragon Emperor and human Xian. He could even be heaven-ranked now. This was especially so after seeing Sky Law, who was ranked just below Sky Execution. It was only then did Black Hell King realize that he had underestimated the Demonic Palace. Luckily Sky Execution and Xian weren't here, if not the situation would have been entirely different. What's the matter with this guy? Phoenix Fairy Beauty was surprised when she realized that the Black Hell King was on the ancient slaughterer's side. Betrayal inherent skill. With Yue Yang's words, Phoenix Fairy Beauty immediately understood. It won't do with just the betrayal inherent skill, you also need the resurrection inherent skill. Phoenix Fairy Beauty smiled as she gave off a murderous vibe. She believed that her power, together with Yue Yang's, would allow them to kill the Black Hell King under a constricted environment like this. Let's return to the Grimoire world. Yue Yang didn't think that the Black Hell King was a believer of Chun Ji cult, that he would immediately resurrect on the bloodied ground after dying. However, killing him would be no easy feat with his cunning nature and his teammates being made up of more than 10 ancient slaughterers. It would be hard to get rid of him without a good plan. Yue Yang's words were also a form of inquiry, so the Phoenix Fairy Beauty would definitely hint to him if there was anyone else coming. If it was only her, then she should agree to his suggestion. Chun Ji, https://kanengba.com/post/1382.html, Chinese internet slang, its meaning is somewhat close to dying and instantly reviving. Wait, there are still a few more coming, they are arriving soon, let's play around with this traitor first. A tinge of smile appeared on Phoenix Fairy Beauty's enchanting face. Humph. A chill rose inside the Black Hell King. He would never allow them to gang up on him, be it Xian, Night Empress or Sky Execution. He wasn't one who could be trifled with. With just 2 heaven-ranked rankers working together to attack him coupled with Yue Yang's deadly world exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame, he would already be in extreme danger. Hearing that there were still people on the way, he dashed back to the crowd of ancient slaughterers. He didn't care about pride. All he wanted was the final victory and the divine equipment as a reward. Phoenix Fairy Beauty raised both of her hands and gathered a giant thunderball. She didn't compress the thunderball like what other heaven-ranked rankers would, nor did she hurl it to her opponent. She used a very special tactic where she forcibly tore open the thunderball such that it could be released to the sky and form flashes of lightning. Black Hell King's pupil constricted several times when he saw it. The lightning from the torn thunderball did not disappear. Instead, under the willpower of the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, it became a lightning storm that had the power of judgment. It expanded by tens, hundreds of times, forming a lightning tornado that engulfed the entire Crystal Plaza. Tens of thousands of lightnings were twisted to form spirals under the control of the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. They entwined to form a giant lightning tornado. Forget about the lightning tornado, even the flashes of lightning that weren't part of it were capable of killing innate rankers under innate level 9. Black Hell King felt that this lightning that carried the power of judgment was the same as the Nirvana flame and world exterminating wheel. They were all his nemesis. If he was struck, the consequence would be dire. Run! Black Hell King did not even pause to think or stop for a moment. He teleported away instantly, away from the protection circle of the ancient slaughterers. At the same time, the bloodthirsty and warlike ancient slaughterers ran off one after the other. They also didn't dare to take on Phoenix Fairy Beauty's Sky Law directly. But it was all too late. If they had run off when the Phoenix Fairy Beauty was gathering the Thunder Ball, they might have been able to escape the attack. But now, under the control of Phoenix Fairy Beauty's thoughts, no ancient slaughterer could escape the judgment power of Sky Law. Different from Yue Yang's card of fate, Sky Law's judgment power did not take the form of a man. It was in the form of thunder and lightning. It could be said that it was a spirit hurricane released by Phoenix Fairy Beauty. It carried the power of the cards of fate but was released in the form of lightning. The booming thunder and lightning attack began. The duration between the first strike of lightning and the final judgment was 5 minutes. All the ancient slaughterers laid on the ground as charred bodies. None of them managed to avoid the attack. However, they were still heaven-ranked level 1 creatures with buff bodies after all, so their extremely strong vitality allowed them to survive the judgment of Sky Law. There were only 2 heavily injured ancient slaughterers lying on the ground, on the brink of death as they could no longer get up. One strike from the Phoenix Fairy Beauty managed to get rid of more than 10 ancient slaughterers. Not only the Black Hell King almost received a heart attack from this result, even Yue Yang was tongue-tied. Yue Yang could confirm that the Phoenix Fairy Beauty had improved again. And it was a tremendous one that exceeded Yue Yang's expectations. The power of the previous Sky Law was definitely not this strong. Could it be that the Night Empress or Xian had given her certain advice to make her fully comprehend the power of Sky Law? Just when Yue Yang was puzzled, a big question came up at the same time. If it was Xian who guided the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, then what was Xian's realm at now? If it was just a casual guidance that made her little sister make such a huge improvement, then the improvement her little sister would make if Xian were to go all out in grooming her would be unimaginable. Sky Law made such tremendous improvements after a little guidance, what about Shui Wuxia then? Yue Yang suddenly started to anticipate for the arrival of Xian. This girl was just too mysterious. You are strong. Yue Yang stuck up his thumb to Phoenix Fairy Beauty generously. Even the strongest Huang Chuan would blush in shame if he were to see that the Phoenix Fairy Beauty managed to defeat the ancient slaughterers within one move and even killing 2 instantly. No big deal. Phoenix Fairy Beauty smiled at Yue Yang sweetly. She went into Yue Yang's arms willingly as she kissed Yue Yang with her tender lips, completely ignoring the presence of the Black Hell King. When the Charmed Demon Queen appeared, all the ancient slaughterers that just got up started to kill each other crazily under her power. If not for the thundering shout of the Black Hell King that woke them up, they would have all died under the Charmed Demon Queen's mesmerizing. More than 10 ancient slaughterers roared furiously at Charmed Demon Queen. They left unwillingly under the lead of their captain. The smart Charmed Demon Queen did not follow after them as she stared at the 2 ancient slaughterers on the verge of death. Within 1 minute, the more heavily injured one on the left died from its brains exploding as its giant eyes and brain fluid burst under the mental power of the Charmed Demon Queen. Black Hell King watched as his hands shivered slightly. It was only until then did he realize the kind of opponent he was going up against. But he still remained arrogant and not discouraged by it. Because he was the Black Hell King. The man who successfully killed the mighty prison emperor 6,000 years ago. He turned around and left. It seemed that he had a new scheme to retaliate against the joint forces of Yue Yang and the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Seeing that the Charmed Demon Queen killing the 2 ancient slaughterers that were on the brink of death, the points for the solo killing these 2 ancient slaughterers went to Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Yue Yang then used his god-killing dagger to dig out the black crystals in their skulls before using Nirvana flames to refine them into fist-sized dark gold crystals. Phoenix Fairy Beauty slightly knit her eyebrows. These monsters indeed have thick skins. I thought I could kill 5 or 6 of them, turns out that I can only get rid of 2 of them, and they weren't even dead. When she used her will to control her Sky Law energy to perform a large-scale attack, she realized that it wasn't powerful enough to kill all the ancient slaughterers, so she switched to targeted attack and focused on 2 of the most heavily injured ones. In the end, she still needed the Charmed Demon Queen to make the final blow. This made Phoenix Fairy Beauty secretly worried. But Yue Yang felt that this was impressive enough. Yue Yang had deeply understood the level of difficulty in killing the ancient slaughterers. Even Huang Chuan, Fen Tian, and 6 other heaven-ranked rankers had to work together for a good 10 minutes before they could win against a single one. It wasn't hard to imagine how buff the ancient slaughterers were. The Phoenix Fairy Beauty, solely relying on her Sky Law energy, could only barely kill 2 of the ancient slaughterers. Yue Yang was overjoyed for the Sky Law energy to reach such a high realm. Moreover, Phoenix Fairy Beauty also made tremendous improvement that she could now use her spirit manipulation freely without restrictions, greatly improved compared to before. If not for Sky Law's dominant appearance, how would the Black Hell King be scared away so easily? Yue Yang kept the dark gold crystals and glanced around the crystal plaza. Girl, there's no one else coming, right? Hehe, if I can't fool a naughty boy like you, how would I be able to fool Black Hell King, that cunning dog? Phoenix Fairy Beauty shot Yue Yang a beautiful smile. Phew, thank God. What Yue Yang was really happy about was not for the fact that Black Hell King ran off, but because they're lesser the people who enter the death arena, the better. Sky Law had already advanced into Elder Innate realm. Light flashed as Emperor of the Underworld and Elder Nangong came out from the Grimoire world. They were shocked when they saw Phoenix Fairy Beauty's level. Previously, she was still weaker than them, but now, she was far ahead than both of them. They could not believe their eyes. Among the duo, Elder Nangong realized that there was something intimate going on between Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty, as they acted like couples. He immediately guessed that it was Yue Yang who helped Phoenix Fairy Beauty to advance into Elder Innate realm and became even more shocked. The Emperor of the Underworld wasn't slow to respond too as he greeted Phoenix Fairy Beauty and deeply sighed, "Congratulations to Sky Law who finally reached Elder Innate realm. Your long-time wish had finally been granted. In retrospect, I feel ashamed for being in the same place for 100 years. Sky Law greeted him back and smiled. "Emperor of the Underworld, there is only a fine line left before you advance to the Innate Elder realm. You will surely level up after this battle, why bother being envious of me?" Emperor of the Underworld looked at Yue Yang, as if desiring his affirmation. Yue Yang was overjoyed. It looked like reaching Elder Innate realm was indeed the dream of all warriors. Even the powerful Emperor of the Underworld wasn't an exception. Yue Yang nodded his head and affirmed the Emperor of the Underworld. "Emperor of the Underworld, if there is a good opportunity, you should try killing an ancient slaughterers on your own. I believe you will reach Elder Innate realm soon after." Yue Yang tossed a piece of refined dark gold crystal to the Emperor of the Underworld. "Forget about everything else, we will definitely win this fight. I will use this as an early gift to congratulate you on reaching Elder Innate realm." "For real? Thank you, third young master." Of course the Emperor of the Underworld knew that Yue Yang was trying to pull him on his sides with this. But this made Emperor of the Underworld even more assured. With the betrayal of Black Hell King, they were facing numerous strong opponents. They were now in a life-threatening situation. Forget about Yue Yang fighting all by himself, he showed his sincerity by assuring everyone and even gifted him such a priceless dark gold crystal to help him reach Elder Innate realm. Emperor of the Underworld would be a fool if he still didn't understand what Yue Yang meant. The third young master's future was limitless. He would definitely be the new prison emperor of the Tongtian Tower. Emperor of the Underworld looked at his inherent skill, potential, character and other factors. He figured that he was lacking a lot if he wanted to dominate the Tongtian Tower. He was no genius, so he would skip the part of being a useless competitor and would rather focus on becoming allies instead. Now that Yue Yang showed his sincerity in forming an alliance and gifted him the energy crystal of the ancient slaughterers, the Emperor of the Underworld was definitely overjoyed as he decided to support Yue Yang fully. Of course, Emperor of the Underworld also felt that he was lucky. If he was not in a feud with Bae, the Sky Emperor, and allowed the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King to gang up against Yue Yang previously, Yue Yang wouldn't have treated him as an ally, nor would he have given him the precious energy crystal of the ancient slaughterers. Emperor of the Underworld couldn't predict what would happen next, but he was willing to follow Yue Yang. Miracles. How many miracles had the Yu clan's third young master created already? Now that Sky Law was here to help, coupled with the possibility of Night Empress and Zhi's coming, they might be able to turn the tables in the fight against Black Hell King and the ancient slaughterer Beast King. Congratulations, Emperor of the Underworld. This object is of no use to me, please leave it for yourself, third young master. Elder Nangong had a different response as he didn't accept Yue Yang's gift like the Emperor of the Underworld did, but he handed it back to Yue Yang. Elder Nangong wasn't stubborn on attaining Elder Innate realm and preferred to let nature take its course, so he felt that rather than wasting the dark gold crystals on him, he'd rather Yue Yang use it to level himself up. It would be the best way to utilize them. You don't have to worry about the ancient soldiers. We should meet every day. Emperor of the Underworld summoned an invisible spirit and let it float high in the air, keeping surveillance everything outside. Elder Nangong also summoned a firefly. They all have ways of knowing what was happening outside even if they returned back to the Grimoire world. After agreeing to meet up daily for further discussions, Yue Yang went back to the Grimoire world with Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Although the Phoenix Fairy Beauty looked as if she won effortlessly, she actually exhausted a large amount of energy. If not for her charm Demon Queen, who used mesmerization to make the ancient slaughterers lose their mind and attack each other, causing them to run off and leave behind their two dying teammates in a haste, they wouldn't have been able to kill the two ancient slaughterers. Considering their strong recovery ability, if they weren't killed on the spot, they would revert back to normal after 2 resting days. Luckily the Phoenix Fairy Beauty managed to scare away the Black Hell King when she appeared, if not he would have caused disturbances in their fight and they wouldn't have won so easily. The Black Hell King was no fool. If he had regained composure and came back to fight, it wouldn't have been easy for them to win. The power of Sky Law was energy draining. The Phoenix Fairy Beauty couldn't use the Sky Law energy for the rest of the day, she had to recuperate. Yue Yang also felt that he had to take this chance to think of a good way to successfully kill all the ancient slaughterers. With regards to monsters like the ancient slaughterers, killing one of them was better than injuring 10. Inside the Grimoire world, Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Southern Goblin King looked at each other as sparks flew everywhere. It was unavoidable. Beauties would always be rivals of each other. As the saying goes, beauties are like a tigers, two tigers can't stay in the same mountain. These two women had known each other since a long time ago. They had competed with each other on numerous occasions. Although they weren't considered to be mortal enemies, they didn't have good feelings towards each other. Oh yeah, why are you here by yourself? Yue Yang quickly changed the topic. Phoenix Fairy Beauty glanced at the Southern Goblin King as she hugged Yue Yang as if no one else was there and replied intimately, I heard that the Black Hell King had captured, so I quickly came over. I met with 3 men from the Eastern Goblin tribe on the way and got to know that you were hunting for treasures here, that's why I came. Was it Mountain Shaking Bear who told you the way? They are my men. Southern Goblin King emphasized to Yue Yang that it was her men who led the way, so she made the first contribution in the fight. I would have found the way without the 3 idiots too, they confused me even more and almost made me take the long way. Phoenix Fairy Beauty indicated that she was born smart and it was a piece of cake for her to find her lover Yue Yang. She didn't need anyone to guide her. Humph. Southern Goblin King hated Phoenix Fairy Beauty so much that she gritted her teeth. She liked Yue Yang a little, but she doesn't love him. She only felt that he was one of a kind and wanted to know more about this young human male. After entering the grimoire world, the Southern Goblin King thought that she would be able to be alone with Yue Yang and have a good conversation. She could never have imagined that Sky Law would come. The thing that the Southern Goblin King couldn't endure was that Sky Law had suddenly stepped on the Elder Innate realm. In the past their strength were about the same, now the distance had actually widened. This was not the biggest blow. What made the Southern Goblin King truly jealous was Sky Law's relationship with Yue Yang and guessed that they must already be lovers. The Southern Goblin King felt that the treasure that she had targeted was stolen by someone else. She felt extremely sour inside. Moreover, she was completely unable to denounce them. This was because Yue Yang was not her lover and they were only friends. She was barely qualified as Yue Yang's combat teammate. How did you enter? Yue Yang was a bit curious. Was it possible to casually enter the death arena? There is a huge teleportation gate outside. At the start, I could not enter at all, but in the end, it somehow changed and I was able to smoothly enter. When Phoenix Fairy Beauty said this, Yue Yang immediately guessed that the death arena had a limit on the number of people inside. If the Black Hell King did not craftily kill that many people, Sky Law wouldn't have been able to enter the death arena. The Black Hell King made use of the ancient slaughterers to kill more than 10 foreign innates. With the death penalty adding more ancient slaughterers and even ancient slaughterer commanders and Beast King, the death arena wouldn't simply all the participants die in despair. It probably opened up its doors to let more people enter and assist. The problem was that with more people entering, the casualty rate would rise and the situation would become more chaotic. Yue Yang couldn't say for sure what would be the final outcome. He could only wait for Night Empress and Xian to arrive and see how strong they were. If they were powerful enough, then it would be to his benefit, if not, he would have to think of another way. Yue Yang suddenly yearned to see the Sword Spirit Goddess. She should have ways to deal with the current situation. If Yue Yang was able to deal with the situation, then he hoped that Night Empress and Xian would not come. Naughty boy, I'm dead beat, let's go back and rest. Phoenix Fairy Beauty hugged and kissed Yue Yang in front of Southern Goblin King, then she pulled his hand and placed it onto her big boobs. Although they weren't husband and wife officially, they had done everything a married couple would have done so she wouldn't be bothered by his touchy hands. Especially in front of the other beauties, it was a silent declaration telling them that this man was hers. Southern Goblin King felt as if she had gulped down 3 big bowls of vinegar. Yue Yang pretended not to see it. He didn't have time to tease the Southern Goblin King as his current main goal currently was to take down the girl Sky Law. They hadn't seen each other for a long time after all, and he missed her dearly too. He carried Phoenix Fairy Beauty and walked back to his room. Southern Goblin King stomped her foot furiously as she cursed him pervert in a low voice. Incensed, she was planning to return to her own grimoire world, but on second thought, she turned her beautiful eyes and stayed behind, looking as though she wasn't willing to concede defeat just like this. The giant loli was still asleep and was snoring adorably. More than 10 female ancient soldiers leaned on her wearily. Occasionally, they would take turns to heal the giant loli. Without knowing whether it was because the Southern Goblin King was here or because it had been a long time since they had met, the Phoenix Fairy Beauty begun to take the initiative. She serviced her lover with all of her effort. All kinds of difficult movements, all kinds of arousing position, she tried all of them with him, making love to their heart's content. After she became exhausted, she returned the dominant position to Yue Yang and comfortably enjoyed her naughty lover's embrace, bringing her extreme happiness and pleasure. They made love for a long time. These heart-racing, ear-reddening sounds, from the very start, continuously came out from Phoenix Fairy Beauty's mouth, making the eavesdropping Southern Goblin King extremely mad. She was suspecting that Sky Law was intentionally increasing her voice to provoke her. She wanted to run over there, kick the door open and roar at her, "Enough, don't be too excessive." Naturally, this was only her imagination. It was impossible for the Southern Goblin King to run over, kick the door and tell Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty to stop their lust-filled war. Whatever she says would only be affront. Towards those kinds of battles, other than longing for it and being shy about it, she was also slightly afraid, so much that she was worried that Yue Yang would be provoked if she kicked open the door and disturbed them. Then, if he was in a bad mood, he would catch her and make her helpless. In the past, if Yue Yang dared to push her down, it wouldn't be weird for her to use her jade pipa and send him flying. However, after listening to Phoenix Fairy Beauty's extremely joyous moans, her entire body weakened. She did not dare say that she could defend against Yue Yang if he pushed her down right now. Aren't you people done yet? Aren't you people tired from doing it this long? Isn't this kid's stamina too high? Are doing those kinds of things that pleasurable? She thought. Southern Goblin King tossed and turned. She could not sleep at all. No matter how she shut off her senses or recite her pipa's score silent and serene heart, she still couldn't help but feel something disturbing her mind. She could have returned to her grimoire world to sleep, but doing this was equivalent to losing against Sky Law. With Southern Goblin King's pride, she would absolutely not allow herself to be outdone by her opponent. However, if this continues on, she doubted whether she could endure under Sky Law's intensely alluring moans and gasp for breath or not. Naturally she knew of Sky Law's charm inherent skill, but she would not yield to her opponent. This was because they both use mental type attacks, but she never imagined that Sky Law's charm inherent skill would create these kinds of results as she moaned and gasped for breath. If her mental defense was not this strong, she would have been like other women and joined in the battle. I will absolutely not lose. Southern Goblin King clenched her teeth and bitterly endured the hurried beating of her heart. She could not endure any more and extended her small hands downwards. She shut her lips tight. She held back her voice and stealthily moved, not letting a single sound come out. When Phoenix Fairy Beauty let out a loud scream during her orgasm, the Southern Goblin King would use this moment to hurriedly gasp for breath. His image flashed in her mind, remembering his heroic look when he had killed the ancient slaughterer before, remembering his confident look as he rode on the fire phoenix, remembering how he protected her when the ancient slaughterer Beast King appeared. The feeling of his hand pulling her small hand was still there. Very quickly, a tide began to rise from inside, quickly accumulating more and more, waiting to erupt like a volcano. The Southern Goblin King seemed as if she could not endure it anymore, but she still held it back. Although Sky Law and Yue Yang were in a fierce battle, their hearing ability could definitely still hear the sounds from next door. That loathsome Sky Law could even be eavesdropping to her movements. The Southern Goblin King absolutely cannot let her discover what she was doing. After a long while, the Phoenix Fairy Beauty once again screamed with pleasure. Taking this opportunity, the Southern Goblin King released a bit of repressed feelings. She groaned with an extremely low voice. Although this was not enough to satisfy her, she was still able to successfully let it out. This made the Southern Goblin King felt upset yet comfortable. Her rigid body also trembled in waves and gradually relaxed. Using this method, the Southern Goblin King repeatedly released the pressure on her. In the end, she had truly successfully defended against Phoenix Fairy Beauty's charm inherent skill included in her extremely alluring moans. She tiredly fell into a deep sleep. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was also exhausted. However, she still did her best to fulfill the mission of a young wife and serve her lover, so much that when her body could not endure any more, she let the charmed Demon Queen substitute her in battle, until her lover comfortably released all of his feelings. After the heated passion cooled down, Yue Yang carried the Phoenix Fairy Beauty to wash her sweat and let her body carefreely and comfortably sleep. At the same time, he also fell asleep in the midst of the charmed Demon Queen's massage. In his dream realm, the big loli was waiting for him. She seemed to be attempting a new sword skill. When Yue Yang saw this sword skill, he felt a sense of familiarity and a sense of strangeness. This was clearly the innate invisible sword chi, yet why was it so different? Could it be the innate invisible sword chi that he had learned was fake? Impossible, the sword spirit goddess would never have taught him a fake sword art. Moreover, a fake sword art would not possess that kind of might. There was another possibility, the innate invisible sword chi that he had learned before was only the foundation. The real innate invisible sword chi was much deeper and much more profound. His distance towards the deepest comprehension was probably quite far. Yue Yang decided to learn this new sword skill with the big loli. However, the big loli unexpectedly stopped, indicating that Yue Yang could not learn by following her. What's wrong? Yue Yang was a bit curious. Why didn't she let him learn it? The big loli did not speak and only shook her head. Perhaps due to looking at Yue Yang's puzzled appearance, she gestured, seeming to say that what she learned was wrong and telling Yue Yang not to copy from her. If Yue Yang did not learn with the little girl, could it be that the sword spirit goddess would personally come out to teach him? Yue Yang thought that this was impossible. Unexpectedly, a miracle really appeared. The sword spirit goddess, who was usually hidden, floated down in front of Yue Yang with shining colorful lights as if a fairy descending into the human world. She also did not say anything and only gestured, indicating that Yue Yang and the big loli should look. Because she was personally going to teach them, Yue Yang's heartbeat quickened and became excited. He was unable to take his eyes off and stared at her flawless snow-white hands. He could only see that sword chi was being collected in her palms and then ever so slowly change. With an incredibly profound method that was hard to explain, the sword chi gradually condensed, combined, and arranged itself, forming a 2-meter wide, 10-meter long black greatsword. On it, bright lights sparkled as countless runes, that Yue Yang could not recognize, were inscribed on it to form a wonderful rune circle. The only things that Yue Yang recognized were 2 ancient Chinese characters, Gui Kang. Last, Gui means to gather, to belong, or to return, Kang means to conceal or hide readest sung. This Gui Kang must be the sword's name. The black great sword named Gui Kang. Yue Yang's eyes widened, could this be condensing chi and turning it into a sword? He wondered what kind of realm must he reach to actually be able to do this. Under the silent permission of the sword spirit goddess, Yue Yang and the big lowly placed their hands on the sword, sensing its existence. When Yue Yang's hand touched the black sword Gui Kang, he immediately shuddered. The sword's supreme power made him feel incredibly small. Moreover, it had completely materialized and was even harder than metals by 10,000 times. When Yue Yang had used his finger to touch it, it actually used a supreme will to closely examine him, appearing to have judged that he still did not have enough power to wield itself. A great sword with its own will, additionally it was created by condensing pure energy. Even in his dreams, Yue Yang never imagined that if the innate invisible sword chi was trained to its apex, it would actually reach this kind of supreme realm. With this sword, Gui Kang, Yue Yang felt that he didn't even need to fear the Black Hell King nor would he need to fear the ancient slaughterers. Additionally, he would be able to cleanly kill them just like cutting vegetables. Right now, the only question was if he could wield Gui Kang. The sword had its own will and was extremely similar to divine equipments, would it recognize him as its owner? The sword spirit goddess's white hand slightly moved and Gui Kang immediately disappeared. In a flash, she once again condensed sword chi and did it repeatedly. Wait a minute, I was not able to see it clearly. Yue Yang hurriedly shouted. As if wanting to let Yue Yang see clearly, the sword spirit goddess was extremely patient and did it 3 times, condensing Gui Kang with an extremely slow speed. Before Yue Yang was able to finish digesting this magnificent enlightenment, the sword spirit goddess used her other hand to condense a long white sword. The sword was long and slender yet flexible as a rainbow. The sword blade was crystal clear, with a wave, myriads of brilliance shone dazzlingly. This white long sword was even thinner and longer than the black great sword. 2 beautiful characters were inscribed on the blade, Shuang Hua. Last, Shuang means frost and Hua means magnificent or splendid. Black Gui Kang and white Shuang Hua. 1 black and 1 white sword, both were not divine equipment but superior to divine equipments. If the sword spirit goddess did not condense these swords, Yue Yang would not dare believe that there was such a mystical sword chi in the world. After teaching about Gui Kang and Shuang Hua to Yue Yang, the sword spirit goddess suddenly floated up, fluttering into the void. Countless beautiful divine swords condensed and rotated on her hands, the sight was indescribably wonderful. Other than the black Gui Kang and the white Shuang Hua, there were also red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple divine swords that were much more powerful. They slowly rotated around the sword spirit goddess and as every single blade rotated, their power was even able to cut the void and annihilate the world. In front of these divine swords, Yue Yang felt as if a door to a new world had been opened in front of him. He felt that he was only moving around the door until today, when he was finally able to take a peek of the true way of the sword. The way of the sword was boundless. Yue Yang comprehended that Gui Kang and Shuang Hua, these 2 swords that he thirsted for, were not treasures. This was the direction of his future cultivation. The moment he possesses Gui Kang and Shuang Hua would be the moment when he truly mastered the innate invisible sword chi. Only then would he be considered to have started in the path of the sword, thus stepping forward the endless way of the sword, rising to the supreme realm where the sword spirit goddess stood. The innate invisible sword chi, other than having innate sword chi, also had the power to cut anything. This was Yue Yang's current realm. He needed to reach the point where he can switch between corporeal and incorporeal forms. And then he needed to combine to reach chi to sword, sword with a will, sword with a name, and then divide into Gui Kang and Shuang Hua. Only then would he have stepped on the path of the sword. Yue Yang excitedly flew up and shouted toward the sword spirit goddess, I understand now. Treasures only serve as a support. In order to truly become strong, I could only rely on my cultivation. I will definitely possess my own Gui Kang and Shuang Hua. The sword spirit goddess disappeared without a trace. Before she disappeared, her expressionless face looked back as if smiling. When Yue Yang woke up and opened his eyes, he realized that he had immersed in the joy of his enlightenment in the path of the sword for a long time. That kind of joy wasn't the kind of joy that would make one jump and cheer, nor was it a self-absorbed roar. It was in the form of silent reflection. It was an internal silence in which its power wasn't any weaker than a volcanic eruption. It lasted a long time. Yue Yang felt that his thoughts entered a state between reality and dream. He knew that he was lying on his bed with the Phoenix Fairy Beauty lying on him, asleep. But it was as if his thoughts left his body as he rode on a divine sword, up into the sky, and out into outer space. The shock Yue Yang received from seeing the pitch-black Gui King and pure white Zhuanghua wasn't any lesser than the time when he saw the Prison Emperor Divine Sword for the first time. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword was a divine equipment with its own will and power. It was the same for Gui King and Zhuanghua. The only difference was that the Prison Emperor Divine equipment possessed a fixed shape and its presence could be seen by anyone. Also, its power and will were already fixed, so no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to surpass their fixed value. On the contrary, Gui King and Zhuanghua were formless existences. They would only take shape when their masters need them. In other words, there would be a limit to the Prison Emperor Divine Sword's power no matter how strong it might be, but Gui King and Zhuanghua weren't limited by anything, they could power up limitlessly. If Yue Yang used them while in the innate realm, the power that they could unleash would be relatively weaker. Once Yue Yang reached the Elder Innate realm, their power would grow exponentially. They would become completely different with every level up. At the same time, they wouldn't be restricted by any form. If Yue Yang could move past Elder Innate realm and reach even higher realms, they would also grow correspondingly. They could grow limitlessly. At the current state of Yue Yang's understanding and utilization of Gui King and Zhuanghua, their power definitely wouldn't be able to match up to the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. But when they were in the hands of the Sword Spirit Goddess, the two swords, Gui King and Zhuanghua, could easily destroy the world and everything that existed, even the void. Yue Yang was unable to imagine the Sword Spirit Goddess but understood that once she attacks no one would be able to block it. The Scarlet Emperor who owns the divine equipment, Guardian Divine Shield? Su Kong and Zhu Xiao who escaped from the Prison Emperor Divine Palace and returned to the Heaven Realm? No, although these people were far more powerful than the current Yue Yang, they wouldn't be able to survive a single slash from the Sword Spirit Goddess's two swords, Gui King and Zhuanghua. Yue Yang could completely imagine the true power of Su Kong and Zhu Xiao. But he couldn't imagine where the limit of the two swords, Gui King and Zhuanghua, was. After Gui King and Zhuanghua, there were still 7 other even more powerful divine swords. Yue Yang couldn't imagine where the end of the path of the sword was. All he could sense was that the Sword Spirit Goddess was still teaching him the basics of the way of the sword. In order to understand the way of the sword deeper, he needed to rely on himself and level up to higher realms. Based on Yue Yang's current realm, he was just like a junior high student. So, he couldn't understand the notes from university lectures. Compared to Yue Yang, innate warriors were like primary school students while those elder innates were just senior high students. Although Yue Yang was still a junior high student, his abnormal understanding skills and timely opportunities allowed him to understand senior high materials completely. It was just that he wasn't in senior high yet and had already started to study university level materials. For example, a higher level of innate invisible sword chi, black Gui King and white Zhuanghua. What is this? The Phoenix Fairy Beauty was terrified by the sword chi which caused her to be jolted awake. She realized that numerous innate chi rushed like a flood into Yue Yang's palm. A tiny black sword appeared out of nowhere. It was initially smaller than a pair of chopsticks and its blade was blurred with faintly discernible runes on it. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was entirely shocked. This was a supreme ancient sword chi that was completely materialized. Phoenix Fairy Beauty felt a sense of unimaginable power from the tiny sword as she became genuinely fearful of it even if she had reached Elder Innate Realm. Charmed Demon Queen hid behind Phoenix Fairy Beauty for the first time. She wasn't afraid that Yue Yang would hurt her. It was an inherent instinct of revering divine swords. Yue Yang felt as if all the energy in him was being sucked away but he still wasn't able to smoothly condense the black Gui King. It was already so difficult to make such a tiny one, how much innate chi would it take to make the giant Gui King that were in the hands of the Spirit Sword Goddess? How high was the level of control needed? Southern Goblin King next door, who was similarly awoken by the sword chi, dashed in. She ignored Yue Yang who was lying on the bed naked as she watched unbelieving at the condensing Gui King he was struggling to maintain. This is a divine equipment. She was unable to believe it. How could sword chi gather to form a real divine sword? Pa! Southern Goblin King gasped uncontrollably, disturbing Yue Yang who was already at his limit. His focus was shaken and he lost control of the tiny Gui King, and then it disappeared into thin air. It reverted back to pure chi and returned back to Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang's perspiration flooded as his breathing quickened. This was even more tiring than his battle against the Scarlet Emperor. Are you okay? Southern Goblin King knew that it was her who interrupted him. She was secretly guilty as she went forward and asked if he was all right. I'm fine. Yue Yang panted heavily as he almost couldn't reply her. Ah, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Southern Goblin King realized that Yue Yang wasn't wearing anything. Of course, it wasn't solely him. The Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Charmed Demon Queen were similarly completely naked. After all, they had sex and cuddled each other to sleep. When Yue Yang woke up, he wanted to try to gather the Gui King but he didn't expect it to alert the Southern Goblin King and that she would barge in and see him naked. Someone who barges in is also wearing her sleeping gown. The Phoenix Fairy beauty wasn't as awkward as Yue Yang, so she reminded Southern Goblin King not to go into other people's room in their sleeping gown. Oh! Southern Goblin King looked down and saw that she was wearing her sleeping gown. As it was made of silk and was a little translucent, her figure was entirely exposed. She was utterly embarrassed as she ran out of Yue Yang's room. Phoenix Fairy beauty laughed indiscreet. She reached out her fair hands and massaged Yue Yang. She used body fusion to channel some of her energy to him in order to reduce his exhaustion. Before the enlightenment disappears, Yue Yang decided to try again. He had already condensed the Gui Kang, he just lacked more control. It shouldn't be of a problem if he practices further. But he still hadn't condensed the Shuanghua. He had to complete it no matter what. He couldn't afford to lose this hard to gain enlightenment. Without resting, Yue Yang tried to condense the second type. This was completely different from Gui Kang. It was a white Shuanghua. Gui Kang was large and pitch black, big and crude, completely natural and had no tip. The entire sword let out a powerful oppressive force on all living things, making everyone believe that it was indestructible. Shuanghua was the opposite. It was outstandingly magnificent, had a brilliance that dazzled the eyes, as smooth and clean as ice. Yue Yang felt that it had the ability of killing demons and exorcising ghosts. But this was not all. Unlike the Gui Kang, which had destructive properties, Yue Yang felt that Shuanghua also possessed a unique ability to cure all kinds of harmful things. This ability was an extension and also a qualitative change in using innate qi. Towards opponents, Shuanghua was used to kill the demons. Towards Yue Yang or his teammates, it was a treasure that could purify and heal. With this Shuanghua, not only would Yue Yang's combat power rise, it would also be beneficial to the entire fight. Compared to the Black Gui Kang, Shuanghua was harder to condense. It required even more innate qi. Yue Yang tried his best to condense a 2 meters tall and slender, tiny Shuanghua. This was completed only thanks to the help of body fusion with Phoenix Fairy beauty. When the Shuanghua appeared, the entire room lit up as a faintly wonderful scent filled the space. Yue Yang's previously tired body quickly recovered. Finally, the Shuanghua that helped to lift Yue Yang out of his negative stage became as thin as a fine line, but it was still powerful. Although Southern Goblin King was shy and ran out of the room, she unable to suppress her curiosity when Shuanghua appeared. Suppressing her shame, she hid behind the door and witnessed the birth of the Shuanghua. Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman and even the ancient female soldiers all gathered outside the window as they held their breath and watched the Shuanghua moving swiftly in Yue Yang's hand as if it was alive. Under the help of the elder innate leveled Phoenix Fairy beauty, Yue Yang finally managed to gather the Shuanghua successfully. Although it was as thin as a fine thread, Yue Yang could see with his heaven eyes divine vision that the word Shuanghua was carved on it. Compared to the Gui King gathered by Yue Yang alone, the Shuanghua gathered by Yue Yang on the second try was way better. The sword was more solid and its shape was clearer, even its name was visible. I did it, I did it. Yue Yang gradually returned Shuanghua into his body. Compared to Gui King which previously dissipated, Yue Yang was now able to truly put away and bring out the swords with ease. Although he spent a long time and did it with the help of the Phoenix Fairy beauty, it was no easy feat. Congratulations! With these two divine weapons, the Black Hell King will be dead soon. Phoenix Fairy beauty hugged Yue Yang as she kissed him passionately. Although Yue Yang still couldn't use Gui King and Shuanghua to deal with Black Hell King right now, as long as Yue Yang continues to level up and master the two swords better, the Black Hell King's luck was going to run out soon. Could the Black Hell King still rely on his dark sacred armor to defend against Yue Yang's attack? The Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel were also weapons that could kill people instantly, but their targets were too obvious so the opponents would often end up escaping. Gui King and Shuanghua were different. If Yue Yang were to control them and make them act instantaneously, or condense them early and launch a sneak attack on the Black Hell King, the Black Hell King would suffer a lot. Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel could only weaken the sly Black Hell King, but it would be hard for them to kill him instantly. They were more suited to be used in dealing with those ancient slaughterers with only low intelligence and buff bodies. Yue Yang had more than enough time to kill the ancient slaughterers who couldn't fly or teleport. Even if they were to run off after seeing the Nirvana Flame, Yue Yang would be able to catch up with them, but this wouldn't work on the Black Hell King. Yue Yang had to kill the Black Hell King within one move in order to prevent him from escaping. Gui King and Shuanghua would be able to achieve this. The only problem was that Yue Yang had to master these two swords quickly, and the faster he could condense the swords the better. Under the disguise of his counterfeit inherent skill and his camouflage skills, Yue Yang decided to find a good opportunity to make Black Hell King taste what it would be like to have his heart pierced through by a sword. Scumbag! Southern Goblin King, who was hiding behind the door, realized that Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty started to make love again amidst their cuddling and kissing. She watched dumbstruck as Phoenix Fairy Beauty unleashed her breasts and tongue on Yue Yang. Southern Goblin King completely forgot that she was peeking at them as she doubtfully muttered, "That also works." It was only until she saw that the Phoenix Fairy Beauty sat on Yue Yang and sitting riding on him passionately that she regained her senses. Her cheeks instantly burned red and her body began to burn up as she ran back to her room. She covered her blanket over her head as she couldn't think straight for a long while. The steamy scene kept flashing across her head. If you don't understand, it's a BJW/. As Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty were still busy making love, the hornless dragon Zhongying, who was still in a hibernating with a muddled state, suddenly started to become better. She started to wake up from her muddled state. It was unknown whether if it was due to the Shuanghua gathered by Yue Yang that made her recover or due to the affair going on between him and the Phoenix Fairy Beauty that awakened her senses. No matter what, the fact that she finally woke up was a good news. Quote of the day, people die when they are killed. Just when Phoenix Fairy Beauty was tired and contented from the fighting and was about to withdraw from Yue Yang to let Charm Demon Queen take over, a great brilliance flashed. An entirely silver hornless dragon flew out from the golden grimoire. It shot straight upwards to an extremely high place within the sky dome before quickly shooting down, only stopping to hover around at 100 meters. The hornless dragon turned into human form. Spilling hot tears, she flew into the house and threw herself into Yue Yang's arms. She bawled just like a little kid who had just seen her parents after being away from home for a very long time. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was stunned at first, but after seeing Yue Yang comforting her with a bewildered expression, she sniggered. She gathered her clothes and exited the room with Charm Demon Queen, leaving Yue Yang and hornless dragon Zhongying to spend alone time in the small space. Do not cry, be good, Zhongying. Do not cry. Yue Yang quickly comforted her, while covering the hornless dragon who had not a single stitch of clothing on her. I was so afraid, muddled in the darkness. I missed you so much, but I was unable to come out. I thought that it would be the way forever. Boo-hoo. Hornless dragon Zhongying was reduced to sobs. Her wish had come true. Under Yue Yang's help, she successfully leveled up to become a divine beast. But, while fulfilling her dream, she had become muddled because she had rushed to level up too quickly. In her consciousness, there was still a stream of clear-headedness. She was just unable to control her body. Her mind was in an entire state of muddle, and she was unable to use her consciousness to awaken her slumbering soul. As one of the guardian beasts, she was aware that Yue Yang had met with all sorts of danger during his battle. Even though she desperately wanted to help Yue Yang, she could not do anything. Even though she grew up lonely and stubborn throughout the years, she had never experienced being unable to control her body. Of course, she had also developed a fear towards the future. Only now, was she finally able to leave the chaos. She was able to sense all of Yue Yang's actions. Her consciousness began to clear up and she began to slowly regain control over her body. After awakening, Zhongying could not wait to immediately leave her bronze grimoire when her freedom returned. Ignoring that Yue Yang was still enjoying himself with Phoenix Fairy Beauty, she could not wait to jump into his arms to tell him about what she had been through. Even though Southern Goblin King did not know who Zhongying was, but upon seeing Zhongying's true form as a female hornless dragon, she knew that she also belonged to Eastern Goblin tribe. Southern Goblin King did not have any hostility towards Zhongying's sudden appearance, in fact she felt a faint familiarity towards a person from the same clan. When Southern Goblin King opened the door to see the naked Phoenix Fairy Beauty walking out from Yue Yang's room holding her clothes, she could not help but snort. There is no need look. Mine is bigger than yours. Phoenix Fairy Beauty walked past Southern Goblin King arrogantly, waving her huge breasts extremely seductively. The damned dairy cattle! Southern Goblin King cursed silently. Even though she did not find hers small, it could not be compared to Phoenix Fairy Beauty's at all. In the room, only after Yue Yang's comforting for half a day did Zhongying finally calm down. When she saw Yue Yang's naked body, her jade face burned red. A surge of bashfulness rushed into her heart, yet she could not bear to let go of him and leave. She simply buried herself in his arms to let him hold on to her. She basked in this blissfulness of being pampered by him. If she had not been stuck in the state of muddleness and was hibernating, she would most likely have done that thing with him. Zhongying's heartbeat quickened. She was not unfamiliar with Yue Yang's body. She had already seen his body after doing body fusion with him to level up to Divine Beast. Note that she is still a virgin. If she did not have to worry that Phoenix Fairy Beauty would return, she would have already kissed him to relieve the yearning within her. After Yue Yang's comforting, the grievance and fear in hornless dragon Zhongying's heart were already all chased away by this blissfulness. It was as if she saw a ray of light in the darkness, her spirits were now lifted. When she heard noise coming from outside, she actually started to worry about Yue Yang. She hurriedly got up and donned her clothes, and indicated for Yue Yang to bring her out. Who was that big sister? She seemed to have been an elder Innate. She is Sky Law of the Demonic Palace. Yue Yang led Zhongying out the door. He realized that Giant Loli had also awakened and was seated upright, looking around the grimoire world in a daze. Oh my, who is that? An ancient titan. Upon seeing the giant Loli that was nearly 100 meters tall seated upright, hornless dragon Zhongying was shocked. She is really huge. Southern Goblin King could not understand how did the giant Loli grow to such a size. At Heaven Tier Level 3, this could possibly be the strongest loli in this world. In fact, Phoenix Fairy Beauty felt that Heaven Tier Level 3 was not her peak yet, she still had power that she had not displayed yet. Where is this place? Why am I here? The most confused person was still the giant loli. Her question sounded like thunder rolling through the clouds. First, she had suffered a concussion from Black Hell King's all-out attack and lost part of her memory on the spot. Then, she was saved and awakened by Yue Yang. After changing into Titan armor to prepare for battle, she fainted. When she woke up again, she realized she was not in the familiar Crystal Paleza, but instead in a comparatively smaller world. With so many changes, not to mention a giant loli that lost her memory after a head concussion, even a normal person would be completely confused. Ahem, things are actually like this. Yue Yang explained the entire situation, hoping that it would help the giant loli recall. The ancient female warriors also supplemented the story. Among them, a beauty from Dog Clan wagged her tail, cutely affirming Yue Yang's words, "Woof, he is right. You are the Imperial Guardian of Western Heaven Realm. We are all descendants of a sealed clan. Even though we have not participated in ancient wars before, we will still try our best to not let our father's generation down. You all are descendants of a sealed clan? What is a sealed clan?" Yue Yang was curious, where did these ancient warriors come from? Woof woof. The Dog Clan beauty wagged her tail. She was the youngest among all the ancient warriors, and the cutest among all. Looking at her, she looked younger than even Yue Yang's younger sister Yue Bing. A sealed clan means our father or ancestors' generation had all done something wrong to receive the punishment of being sealed. They have to support guardian war gods to defeat the enemy and emerge victorious in order to regain freedom. Looking at the situation now, it looks helpless. Until here, Dog Clan Beauty was a little dejected. Her cute little ears drooped down. Yue Yang quickly comforted her gently, "That is not true, even though this battle is hard, victory will be ours. You will all regain your freedom." Hearing this, the Dog Clan Beauty's spirits lifted. She believed in Yue Yang, really? That is great. Other than her, the other ancient female warriors were not as optimistic. They did not dare believe in what Yue Yang was saying entirely. Because of Black Hell King's betrayal, the situation was terrible. Of course, they did not dare expose Yue Yang's words. After all, a little kid still had to be coaxed. They could not ruin a kid's innocence with too much of the cruel reality. Am I really the guardian war god of the Western Heaven Realm? The giant loli was confused. She stood up, increasing her height to more than 200 meters. Everyone was nervous seeing her scratching her head, confused. Yue Yang quickly lied, "It does not matter if you cannot remember. First, you can be sure of one thing. You are very safe now, we are all your friends." Hearing this, Giant Loli clapped her hands together in delight, "Do I really have so many friends? I am so happy." She started to dance happily, shaking the entire grimoire world. Her shaking was scarier than an earthquake. Suddenly, this giant loli stopped. She leaned down, using her finger that was a dozen meters long and gently prodded at Yue Yang, "But, I do not know who you are." With just a gentle prod, Yue Yang almost flew 100 meters away. This was even more ridiculous than that time he suffered a hit from Shun Tian's 5 transformation fists. He supported himself with all his might. Even with that he could not help but take many steps back. Of course, on his face hung a smile that was as bright as the sun. "If you ask me for my name, you will know who I am." Giant Loli clapped her hands cutely, generating crazy whines, almost blowing Yue Yang, Zhang Ying and the others away. "You are right, then what is your name?" Yue Yang was very nervous knowing that this giant loli had such a destructive power without her even realizing it. After a tough period of communication, the two of them became friends. Even though the giant loli still could not remember what she was called, but after she made a promise with Yue Yang, she recognized Yue Yang as her friend. On the other hand, Black Hell King who had injured her was automatically added to the blacklist. "Brother Yue Yang, you are so small. If only you were also an ancient titan, that would be good. Then we would be able to defeat that bata you are talking about, and also those monsters." Using just her index finger, Giant Loli could hold up Yue Yang. In fact, it would not be difficult for Zhang Ying, Southern Goblin King, Phoenix Fairy Beauty and all of the ancient female warriors to all be seated on it with much space to spare. "I am human, different from your species. For a human being to grow to my height is already considered tall." Yue Yang laughed upon hearing her words. "Hee." Zhang Ying and the rest laughed. "You really cannot become bigger? Looking at you is so tiring." Compared to the giant loli, Yue Yang was like the size of an ant to a human loli. "Ah, it is not really possible for me to become bigger. I do not have the ability to do it. But, it could still be possible for you to become smaller temporarily." Yue Yang recalled Kailan girl Bingyan had an interesting technique that could turn the target into a mini-shrunken version. Maybe that would be effective when used on the giant loli. To turn the giant loli into the same size as a human loli might still be difficult, but with Kylan girl Bingyan's current ability, it would still be possible to shrink her into a 10-meter giant. Really? Giant Loli was unsure. My Titan armor is immune to all mental attacks. Any skill that would affect my body are all ineffective. Forget that I ever said anything. Yue Yang sweated profusely. Who says that shrinking is impossible? Forget an ancient Titan, even those golden Hercules that can move mountains could be shrunken by me. At some point in time, Kylan girl Bingyan had ran out to defend her ability. She viewed all life in Heaven Realm or Tongtian Tower lower level the same with contempt. This was because she felt that she was the highest rank of life. Other than the Phoenix Sisters, she also reluctantly viewed Xiao Wen Li as her equal. As for the others, even if it was Hui Tai Lang, who was the world-destroying demon wolf, or Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, who had evolved extremely quickly, she did not care about them. The bloodline of immortal beasts can be said to turn up their nose at everything else. Kylan girl Bingyan reached out her small hands. Countless rainbow-colored energy blossomed out from her jade palm. Everyone's jaw dropped to the ground. Something inconceivable was happening before them. Giant Loli was shrinking very quickly. The giant Loli quickly shrank from the height of a skyscraper until she was about 15 meters tall. Impossible. Even the giant Loli could not believe this was happening to her, not to mention the others who could not believe their eyes. Hornless Dragon Zhongying, Southern Goblin King, Phoenix Fairy Beauty were all stunned. Only Xiao Wen Li and Bloody Queen, who have seen Kylan girl Bingyan perform this magic at the Golden Barrier in the past, knew how powerful Kylan girl Bingyan was. There is no weakening in ability even after shrinking. Yue Yang was slightly regretful. If the target could be weakened after shrinking, then it did not matter how many ancient slaughterers there were. After shrinking all of them, his team could rush up to give them a beating. As for Black Hell King that would then be shrunk to only the size of a bean, he would just kill him with a single step. There also exists the magic that can weaken the opponent while shrinking them, but that would have to be performed with specific treasures. Kylan girl Bingyan was very pleased with herself. It appeared that she had an even more powerful trump card up her sleeve. Really? Upon hearing this, Yue Yang's eyes lit up. Yan, I am so tired. I am going back to sleep. Seeing that Yue Yang was about to make her work hard, Kylan girl Bingyan escaped quickly. When will I be able to return to my original form? The giant Loli asked urgently. But before she was able to open her mouth, Kylan girl Bingyan had already slipped back to the divine grimoire to sleep. Looking at her hands, and then the crowd on the ground, the giant Loli was suddenly very happy. I am a little unused to being small, but this feeling is quite nice. I am hungry. Is there anything tasty? Quickly bring it out. Demon crystal? I do not eat demon crystals. I am not a beast, I am an ancient titan. I eat meat, I want to eat delicious roast meat. Roast meat. This was difficult for Yue Yang. With the giant Loli's stomach, even a horse would not be enough for her to pick her teeth with. It would be very difficult to make her full. Do you eat ancient slaughterers? Bloody Queen Red welcomed the guest for her owner warmly. Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman started moving an ancient slaughterer's body over. Boom. She threw it on the ground. Everyone almost fell on the ground. Could this thing even be eaten? That cute dog clan beauty wagged her tail, asking with her eyes wide, Brother Yue Yang, wouldn't eating that cause diarrhea? Bloody Queen replied with assurance for Yue Yang, no, Duo ate one just now. After digesting it, she then prepared to eat another. Even though I do not know what it tastes like, but at least it is edible. Yue Yang was about to faint. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's Thorny Flower Sea could even digest metal, there was nothing she could not eat. Using her as an example was completely inappropriate. However, the giant Loli was very gullible. Hearing that it was edible, she started to prod at Yue Yang with her finger, forcing him back several steps to almost fall back. Brother Yue Yang, roast it quickly, I am hungry. I really am not good at roasting meat. In the past, Yue Yang heard that barbecuing was one of the 8 skills a male protagonist, that passed through dimensions, needed to have. As one who went into another world, one can be useless at everything and just had to be good at roasting meat. Coming to this world and not knowing how to roast meat, was as shameful as time traveling to ancient China and not knowing how to prepare gunpowder, prepare newspaper, farming, making cement, or generating electricity. If he did not know how to roast meat, it was a straight waste of this spot. How can this be endured by the giant dragons in the other world anxiously waiting and salivating for roast meat? Usually, as long as roast meat is brought out, any giant dragon would fight to recognize the main character as its owner. This was because they had never eaten such delicious roast meat. And from then on, for delicious food, they decide to follow the main character. Yue Yang just started, but would him roasting meat create the same result? Could it be possible that the giant Loli would be happy from eating roast meat, and for the sake of her stomach decide to follow him? And from there on become his powerful ally? However, expectation and reality was always different. The response Yue Yang received was, This roast meat really tastes horrible. The meat is too tough, I cannot even bite through it. My teeth are going to fall out. This was the coquettish cries of the dog clan beauty. I see me's there is no salt on it. Upon trying it, Southern Goblin King gave heartless feedback. And it is not cooked through. Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying nodded while secretly laughing. Good thing I did not try it. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was rejoicing in others' misfortune. While Charmed Demon Queen reluctantly ate a piece. However, she immediately frowned. She was most likely sorry to criticize him. Hey, this has nothing to do with how well I can roast meat. It is the fault of the damned ancient slaughterer. Its meat is tough like metal, it is already impressive that I can even cut it to roast it. Who says that I did not put any salt? I added so many spices. But do you think that adding spices to metal will give it any taste? Yue Yang was going crazy. It was impossible to roast ancient slaughterer meat with just ordinary fire, it had to be his Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. He also had to use Huijin Magic Blade and Crescent Blade, and after a whole lot of hard work was he able to cut a few pieces to roast. If not for him, it was impossible to even dream of eating ancient slaughterer meat. It is really bad. But whatever, as long as it is filling, the giant loli did not have high standards for taste as long as she could get full. Forget about today, what do we do tomorrow? Southern Goblin King realized that it was not easy to feed the giant loli. First, she really ate a lot. Second, they were stuck in the grimoire world and did not know when they could get out. As the days pass, how could they survive? They only killed 4 ancient slaughterer, and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen already ate 1. Now that they roasted another, they are only left with 2. Fool, just 1 drop of God Dew could get her through one day. Yue Yang has a lot of God Dew, how could this be a problem? Phoenix Fairy Beauty did not think this was a problem. The real problem was how could they hunt more enemies when the enemies not only increased in numbers, but also increased in strength. You have God Dew. Upon hearing that Yue Yang had God Dew, Southern Goblin King delightedly passed him a jade bottle. I only have this small bottle. This is not mineral water, moreover you are not in a rush to use it. Yue Yang rejected her. Such a big jade bottle, if he gave her just 1 bottle, he would still be unwilling. While calling Yue Yang a miser, Southern Goblin King continued to bug him. As for God Dew, even in her dreams she wanted to obtain it. Any amount is good. Unfortunately, Yue Yang also thought the same. If she asked directly, Yue Yang would not give it for sure. If someone needed God Dew to save lives or recover, that could be discussed. He threw out the excuse of going to cultivate, and escaped. Even though the Southern Goblin King wanted to follow, she was stopped by Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Sky Law. I am Yue Yang, that bad is unmarried wife. What about you guys? Once she said that, she completely gained the upper hand. Southern Goblin King opened and closed her mouth, but she could not utter a single word. Zhang Ying on the other hand, this hornless female dragon looked to the floor, her face faintly blushing. She twisted her pale fingers and bashfully said, I am Zhang Ying, Yue Yang, and I have not known each other for very long. At first I wanted him to help me level up to a divine beast, but later we made a contract, and I have followed him since then. As for this hornless dragon Zhang Ying, Phoenix Fairy Beauty did not have any objection towards her at all. Zhang Ying was Yue Yang's guardian beast. She would never betray him, so Phoenix Fairy Beauty was very much at ease. As for Southern Goblin King, she was an outstanding beauty. Her birth was a mystery and her aura was noble. She had her own method of doing things. Combined with this attitude of someone who was used to occupying the highest position, she was definitely not an ordinary girl. Phoenix Fairy Beauty felt that this Southern Goblin King was her love rival. What is a love rival? This was a love rival. Zhang Ying, you are also from the Eastern Goblin tribe, right? How could you make a contract with Yue Yang? Southern Goblin King was still a little unclear of the situation, in fact, she was a little jealous. I am different from ordinary Eastern Goblin tribe members. Even though my paternal grandfather was a hornless dragon from the Eastern Goblin tribe, my paternal grandmother was a gold dragon empress. My maternal grandfather was a silver dragon lord while my maternal grandmother was a spider empress. A part of my bloodline belonged to beasts, which is why I can make contracts too. Hornless dragon Zhang Ying was actually a little ashamed of her bloodline. It was because she was mixed blood, she had no choice but contract a grimoire in order to become a divine beast. While being mixed blood brought her enormous power, it also brought her a difficult problem of unable to contract a grimoire. Thankfully, Yue Yang appeared and she was able to contract a grimoire with his help. Otherwise, that would be a regret she would have for life. Actually, even for Eastern Goblin tribe members, it is not easy to contract a grimoire. It is only slightly easier for royalty. For someone ordinary from Eastern Goblin tribe, it is almost impossible. Southern Goblin King told her a secret. What do we do now? Zhang Ying had just woke up and really wanted to help Yue Yang. However, she was still unclear on the situation. If you all agree to cooperate, I have an idea. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was determined to regain the leadership position. If Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia were here, she would not fight for the power. But in front of Southern Goblin King, there was no way she would let Southern Goblin King gain the upper hand. Speak. Even though Southern Goblin King was very unwilling, but due to her status and ability, she could only listen to Phoenix Fairy Beauty. A day later. While using Dark Domain to absorb the scattered energy from the Innates who have died, Black Hell King felt that something was amiss. His intuition told him something was wrong. There had been no battle the entire day. Huang Xuan and Yue Yang were at opposite sides, the east and the west, and had no interaction at all. What was the problem? Simply based on a warrior's intuition, Black Hell King felt that things were not right. Yet, he could not figure out what was the problem. After observing and pondering for 2 hours, Black Hell King counted the number of ancient slaughterers. He was shocked to realize that the ancient slaughterer patrolling Huang Quan's side did not unchanged, but Yue Yang's side had 6 missing ancient slaughterer, and 1 ancient slaughterer captain was also missing. This was to say, Yue Yang, that guy, was able to kill 6 ancient slaughterer and 1 ancient slaughterer captain without him even realizing it. How did he do it? There was no possible way that he could kill as many as 7 ancient slaughterer without a single sound. Moreover, there were as many as 10 ancient slaughterer patrolling each time. There was no reason for them not to retaliate if they saw their companion being killed. Even if they did not attack, there should have been a commotion. No matter how powerful Sky Law's Thunder, World Exterminating Wheel, and Nirvana Flames were, it was still impossible to kill 7 ancient slaughterer in an instant. Black Hell King rushed to Crystal Plaza, yet he could not find any clues. It was as if those 7 ancient slaughterers disappeared like smoke. After thinking for very long, Black Hell King suddenly understood. His chest was about to explode from anger, yet there was nothing he could do. He knew what happened. It was Sky Law's doing. Sky Law's charm Demon Queen was good at mesmerizing. She had hypnotized the ancient slaughterers into her grimoire, and Yue Yang later killed them. This method was relatively ineffective towards intelligent beings, but to those ancient slaughterers of almost no intelligence, it was brilliant. Fine, we will see who laughs to the end. Black Hell King spat out these words and returned to the central plaza. When he returned, Black Hell King used some strange method, and after that no ancient slaughterer came to Yue Yang's side to patrol anymore. They all stayed at the central plaza, quietly waiting for time to be up. Black Hell King was going to compete with Yue Yang on endurance. The more time passes, the more beneficial it was for him. In the grimoire world, Phoenix Fairy Beauty side, Black Hell King is really not simple. I thought he would take 2 more days to realize something was amiss. Yue Yang comforted her. Even though it was a good idea to hypnotize the ancient slaughterers into the grimoire world, it is not a long-term plan. Everyone do not panic, I can come up with another plan. With 10 dark gold demon crystal from the ancient slaughterer, maybe I can come up with a better plan. The mysterious way he said it was completely confused the Phoenix Fairy Beauty and the others. Only Xia Wen Li knew that Yue Yang was preparing to enter the black space to visit his mother. Black hole sealed space. Death Arena. After Empress Fei Wen Li listened to Yue Yang's account of what had happened, she smiled sweetly. No need to keep guessing, I am sure someone is causing mischief in the dark. Someone used your blood to start the ancient war, making you the team leader of the Death Arena and forced you to join this battle. Actually, strictly speaking, this is not only a ruthless battle, it is also a desperate battle. In ancient times, Heaven Realm and the world of mortals were linked. Even the rankers from Heaven Realm often participated in the battle at Death Arena. As for the Supreme Innates, accumulating 100 points was not a difficult thing to do. The harder part was how they could hunt the enemy, or even to escape from the hands of a powerful enemy. Someone used my blood to start the ancient war. Upon hearing this, Yue Yang frowned. If up till now, no one from Tongtian Tower has reached Heaven Realm, then the person who began this ancient war is definitely your enemy, such as those who escaped from prison Emperor Divine Palace. Yue Yang estimated that if it wasn't Su Kong, it would have been the mysterious Zhu Xiao. During the fierce battle at the prison Emperor Divine Palace, they must have collected his blood. And then, they used his blood to begin this ancient war. This also explained why he was the leader instead of the stronger Black Hell King. Also, it was practically impossible for him to begin the ancient war since he had never been to Heaven Realm. This must have been because of either Su Kong or Zhu Xiao. The problem was, if it really was them creating mischief, things would be even more complicated. How would the enemy only set a single trap? Obviously Su Kong and Zhu Xiao were not the kind to let Yue Yang off easily when he had such immense potential. Their scheme will definitely develop over time. After Black Hell King betrayed us, the situation has become very dire. I wish to understand the weakness of the ancient slaughterers, or the different rules of ancient arena. At this critical point, Yue Yang was going to skip all the formalities and ask the main questions. It is very easy to kill ancient slaughterers. Such creatures of low intelligence are not to be feared. Even the ancient slaughterer commanders and Beast King are not much of a threat to you. On the other hand, you have to be careful of the betrayer Black Hell King. I feel that if he was not very certain, he would not have betrayed. He must have something else up his sleeve. Empress Fei Wen Li muttered to herself quietly, and said, actually, what you really have to worry about is not the ancient slaughterer's Beast King nor the Black Hell King. You should worry about the Heaven Realm innates that come down from Heaven Realm. What? Yue Yang was shocked. Even Heaven Realm would send their innates? Heaven Realm innates could appear as the sixth party. They are not allies of any of the four parties, but they are also not the hunters. However, they can enter when there is an imbalance. They are the interferers. Empress Fei Wen Li nodded her head. What they? Right now we cannot even win. Now that they will come in to interfere, are they trying to kill everyone? Yue Yang was sweating profusely. In the past, humans were very strong. Under Tongtian Tower, the humans of Soaring Dragon Continent, the Demon Clan from Demon Abyss and the Shanzi Fairies of the Heaven Stairway were the three strongest clans. Any warrior from these clans were able to disturb the balance between the many ancient slaughterers and the warriors from north, south and east. So, Heaven Realm had to send down Heaven Realm innates to interfere with the war to ensure north, south and east were not too much on the losing end. Empress Fei Wen Li's words made Yue Yang ashamed. Now that Soaring Dragon Continent was destroyed, if the humans did not have Night Empress and Xian, they could not even compare to north, south and east. In the north, south and east, are there still three other Tongtian towers? Yue Yang asked. No. Empress Fei Wen Li waved her hand, denying it, there is only one Tongtian tower. It is the special bridge between Soaring Dragon Continent and Heaven Realm. There is no such Tongtian tower elsewhere. The north, south and east are considered the lower levels of the Heaven Realm. What about Heaven Stairway? Yue Yang asked again. Heaven Stairway was the original world where the Shanzi Fairies resided. It was a world that was linked to Tongtian Tower's 1st to 10th floor. It has a similar relation that Tongtian Tower had with Soaring Dragon Continent and Demon Abyss. It formed a stable three-sided world. In the middle was God's ruins. Later, after the Great War between ancient rancors, Heaven's Stairway suffered great damage and the Shanzi Fairies clan was almost entirely wiped out. This was why they broke off all contact with Tongtian Tower. As for what the situation currently is, I am not aware of it either. But I know that 10,000 years ago, the Shanzi Fairies were extremely endangered, there were only an extremely small number of them left. Talking about the past made Empress Fei Wen Li sigh. Your Majesty, what level is your ability at now? Yue Yang was very curious, just how strong was Empress Fei Wen Li? Using Heaven Eye's divine vision now, he still could not see through her power even though she was at a weakened state. From this, he knew that Empress Fei Wen Li's ability was at a level that Yue Yang could not even imagine. Empress Fei Wen Li smiled at Yue Yang's question. She tactfully replied, the me back then, strictly speaking, was the rebel empress that led many clans against human warriors. In Heaven Realm, I think one of the bounties amounting to 500 billion belongs to me. 500 billion? And a Heaven Realm bounty at that? Hearing this, Yue Yang was close to fainting. Tongtian Tower's highest bounty of 10 million was Yue Yang's record. This 10 million bounty was only awarded by Empress Jellyfish after Yue Yang killed the Ocean Emperor Guanlan, and a dozen Sea Clan innates, including royalty such as Sea Dragon Crown Prince, Sea Anemone Crown Princess to almost split apart the entire Sea Clan. Old Man and Xi who also killed the Ocean Emperor, and millions of warriors only received a bounty of 5 million. Receiving bounties was different from doing business. It was not difficult to earn 5 million or 10 million from doing business. But bounties had to be agreed by the elders of Tongtian Tower Warriors Guild and the Innate Alliance, after they took into account of the target's ability. It was definitely not a case of just putting any amount of bounty onto a person, there was also an extremely strict criterion. Not just millions, even a bounty of 10,000 was impressive, even if they were not innates they would be extremely vile and despicable lesser innates. For example, Fatty Hai and Yekong they still had to prove that they had enough ability to reach a bounty of 10,000. As for Zi Jin Kingdom and Black Hell Army's bounty for them, Shui Tan Lang's was the highest at 9,500. Tian Luo Prince, Fatty Hai and Yekong were all 8,000. As for Feng Qi Xia and Yan Po Jun, whose cultivations were lacking by far, they were all below 3,000. Within Tongtian Tower, since much of the bounty was covered by treasures, or at least treasures with gold coins, the bounty of gold coins would not be very high. But nonetheless, to have a bounty of millions would have to be those like the great emperor of Zi Wei, Shun Tian, the Black Prince, 1,000 Goblin sect leaders such levels of supreme innates. A bounty of 3 million would have belonged to the Sky Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld, Ocean Emperor, and Xi, and other people with the ability of peak level 10 innate. A bounty of 5 million would be the stronger Dragon Emperor. 10 million would undoubtedly be the Black Hell King. Only Black Hell King the betrayer of 5,000 years and Yue Yang the upcoming Prison Emperor, were worth 10 million. Deducing from here, with a bounty of 500 billion. What was the true ability of Empress Fei Wen Li? Not to mention whether anyone would take up this kind of assassination, just this quote was enough to scare people away. It was enough to make people tremble. There are too many people who want to kill me, so I think this sum is a little exaggerated. Actually I think 300 billion is more suitable. Empress Fei Wen Li snickered. It would have been better for her to not say it. Now that she said it, Yue Yang was sweating profusely. Was 300 billion not money? Moreover, this 300 billion was definitely not just in cash, there were definitely treasures included. It was impossible to calculate the total sum. Fine, then what about the person who sealed you in this black space, how much bounty was he worth? Yue Yang tried to test the waters. I think at least 900 billion. Hearing Empress Fei Wen Li say this, Yue Yang really fainted this time. Such a monster, was he really human? Yue Yang could not imagine how could a Soaring Dragon Continent human train to such a terrifying level. In comparison, he was really weak. How old are you even? In comparison, the speed of your growth is unprecedented in history. If I had to give you an honest estimate, your current power could reach a bounty of 100 million. As for your potential ability that you are unable to use for now, I estimate it to not less than a billion. That is to say, your current ability is only a tenth of what you can really do. As for your future potential, it exceeds a trillion. You are stronger than the one who sealed me for sure. Forget all this, continue to train. For now, you are still a sapling. Even though you already are standing tall and straight, you are still a long way from becoming a tall tree. Empress Fei Wen Li caressed Yue Yang's face and smiled, looking at you like this, even I am jealous. Do not be jealous of me. Right now I am worrying over Black Hell King and the Heaven Realm Innates. Yue Yang felt ashamed. He knew that he was still unable to use all of his power. When he was in an extreme state, his ability would burst out to 10 times. Even Su Kong, Zhu Xiao and the Scarlet Emperor could be fought with that state. Why could he not use his full power when he was clear-headed? Yue Yang was still perplexed after thinking over it for so long. Perhaps, it was because he still did not understand himself enough. For now, Yue Yang did not have time to drop everything to slowly think through it. He just wanted to keep tapping into his potential and quickly obtain more things. Only when he had tapped into his potential to a certain extent, he would then slowly think through the situation. Moreover, the answer would not come to him in an instant. It would have to be absorbed through repeated enlightenment during the process of cultivation. Going by your current situation, Heaven Realm Innates may not actually descend. Even if they descend, their highest strength would at most be Heaven ranked level 3. Their ability would not exceed the Hunters, unless they deliberately wanted to kill you. Otherwise, among the 6th party interferers, the strongest would be Heaven ranked level 3. If you see a Heaven ranked level 4, 5 or even stronger Heaven Realm Innate descend, quickly retreat. Going by your current ability, if you do not have a strong support, your possibility of winning against them is very small. Also, they definitely intend to kill you. Empress Fei Wen Li reminded Yue Yang to be wary of his enemies. No matter what the situation, he must not be tricked. I got it, there was only one question left in Yue Yang's heart. How strong were Xia and Night Empress exactly? If they were very strong, then he could choose to lose himself under Phoenix Fairy Beauty's charm to get rid of Black Hell King. Conversely, he would have to come up with ways to accumulate points. Retreat safely first, and then get his revenge. Xia should be close by now. What level was she at? Was she Elder Innate level 2? Level 3? Or level 4? Level 4. Empress Fei Wen Li was sealed within the black hole space and Yue Yang couldn't think of a good way to bring her out temporarily. But she had been in deep sleep for 10,000 years, so she didn't mind waiting for a while more. Yue Yang returned back to the grimoire world after leaving the black hole space. Although Phoenix Fair Beauty and Zhang Ying felt that Yue Yang's actions were strange, they pretended not to know anything when Yue Yang didn't tell them anything. They didn't try to probe further. After learning various information about the death arena, Yue Yang didn't wait further as he decided to attack. He continuously harassed the ancient slaughterer in the central plaza. With his power, he couldn't kill the ancient slaughterer in front of the Black Hell King and the Beast King. But due to his harassment, all the ancient slaughterer hated Yue Yang to the bones, so they would roar crazily when they see him. They were almost hysterical. If not for the Beast King, who suppressed them, they would have chased after Yue Yang at all cost. What does this guy have up his sleeves? The Black Hell King knew that there would be certain motives behind Yue Yang's actions. He would never have done it out of boredom. But the Black Hell King couldn't fathom what Yue Yang's intention was. He didn't have any good plans to stop Yue Yang's harassment towards the ancient slaughterers. The Black Hell King didn't even wish to hinder Yue Yang. Because he was afraid that Yue Yang's true intention was to trick him and subsequently kill him, he wouldn't land himself in danger no matter what happens. An hour passed. Although Yue Yang's attacks only caused very slight injuries, the ancient slaughterers lost control and became restless under Yue Yang's harassment. They, who lacked intelligence, didn't know that it was a scheme, as they hated Yue Yang, the human being who beat them and immediately escaped whenever he was near them. Their eyes would even shoot fire when they see Yue Yang. In fact, no one could match up to Yue Yang's harassment skills. Yue Yang would condense Nirvana flame arrows and shoot towards the ancient slug tirers, lightly injuring them every time. Yue Yang would never pick a fight with them. This made the ancient slaughterer felt their pride were hurt. Under the harassment, even the Beast King couldn't sit still. The ancient slaughterers that couldn't fly could only chase after him with futile effort. Sometimes Yue Yang would recklessly fly within them as he skillfully dodged their humongous body, causing them to be agitated and knock onto each other, and therefore further incensing them. Now the Black Hell King finally understood. Yue Yang wanted to make the ancient slaughterers agitated and lose their cool. He wanted them to attack each other, and use them to reduce the number of ancient slaughterers. The Black Hell King also suspected that while Yue Yang was trying to weaken the ancient slaughterers, he was also looking for an opportunity to kill him. But what can he do even if he found about Yue Yang's scheme? The Black Hell King simply could not think of an idea to deal with Yue Yang. His harassment tactic was just too shameless. The Black Hell King could follow his footsteps, but one problem was that Sky Law was still around, waiting for the Black Hell King to fall into their trap. Good idea. Huang Xuan and the rest realized that Yue Yang had successfully harassed the ancient slaughterers. They suddenly realized this and praised Yue Yang tremendously. They also followed Yue Yang's lead and did the same thing. After injuring a few ancient slaughterers together, Huang Xuan and the rest were more proactive as they protected each other and took turn to fight against the ancient slaughterer consecutively, leaving no gaps at all. This incensed the ancient slaughterers. Without possessing any intelligence, they would attack anyone who appeared before them with bloodied eyes. They would chase after the opponents and none of them were willing to stay put in the central plaza anymore. The Black Hell King was secretly apprehensive, but what he could only do was to follow Yue Yang around in the dark, and try as much as possible to prevent Yue Yang from luring them into his grimoire world. Apart from Yue Yang, the Black Hell King believed that no one else would use this method to kill the ancient slaughterer. Yue Yang was even more threatening than Huang Xuan now. The Black Hell King would rather ignore Huang Xuan and the rest and follow Yue Yang around. He didn't dare to be complacent. This guy would jump at every opportunity to cause trouble, so he could turn the tables anytime. How could the Black Hell King be lax about it? One day passed by unknowingly. After the deadline on the third day, 10 more ancient slaughterers descended from the sky. And Yue Yang, who had been harassing the ancient slaughterers for 3 days, only managed to find a chance to kill one of the ancient slaughterer who ran the furthest. Yue Yang succeeded in his plans, but he wasn't efficient enough. He only killed one while 10 more ancient slaughterers arrived at the same time. The Black Hell King felt that he would be the last one smiling. We have to get rid of the Black Hell King. With him around, the ancient slaughterer Beast King will calm down and sober up, and as long as the Beast King is around, all the ancient slaughterer will still listen to it. Third young master has a good plan, but we can't afford to wait any longer, we have to act quickly. Does anyone have any good ideas? As long as the Black Hell King is dead, I believe that this battle would be able to progress more smoothly. Fen Tian and the rest found Yue Yang and gathered to discuss. They felt that the best way was to kill the Black Hell King. Only when the Black Hell King is dead would their harassment tactic work and make their opponent lose their mind. Hard. Yun Xing was concise as usual. He directly pointed out that his idea wasn't feasible. Would you like to share your thoughts with us, third young master? Huang Xuan knew that Yue Yang had reasons for doing it, since he would not shoot without aim. The ancient slaughterers aren't very scary. The Black Hell King is the same, he could only grit his teeth in the dark as we gather together. My only concern is the interferer sent down from the Heaven Realm. I guess they will be around Heaven ranked level 3. Yue Yang revealed the secret deliberately. Interferer Huang Xuan and the rest's responses made Yue Yang realized that they didn't know about the existence of the interferer from the Heaven Realm. I heard it goes like this. Yue Yang told them what he heard from Empress Fei Wen Li with a little alteration. He had portrayed the interferer from the Heaven Realm as evil bastard. Taking advantage of the fact that no one knew who they were, Yue Yang continued to bluff them. Ah! Huang Xuan and the rest gasped when they heard Yue Yang. Due to the pressure from the oncoming interferer, Huang Xuan and the rest started to get scared as they decided to attack the Black Hell King with all their might. They planned to kill the Black Hell King before the interferer arrived. They had to cooperate with Yue Yang to kill a few more ancient slaughterer at the very least. If not, they would all be dead meat when the interferer descends. Huang Xuan and the rest gave their all in attacking the Black Hell King without reserving any of their power. The Black Hell King couldn't withstand it as he went to hide beside the ancient slaughterer Beast King temporarily. After realizing that Yue Yang and Huang Xuan attempted to kill him numerous times, the Black Hell King returned back to his grimoire world and decided not to fight against them at all. In the instant where he left the central plaza and entered his grimoire world, Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Charm Demon Queen took the opportunity to appear and lured all the 20 crazed ancient slaughterers into her grimoire world. Phoenix Fairy Beauty had already shifted all her valuables from her grimoire world into Yue Yang's, so even if the ancient slaughterer were to wreck everything crazily, Phoenix Fairy Beauty would not feel any heartache. God damn. The Black Hell King realized that 1/3 of the ancient slaughterers were gone when he was away for 10 minutes. You are the one who's damned. Huang Xuan unleashed all of his power to innate level 3 to attack the Black Hell King. The 4 ancient slaughterers who were initially the Black Hell King's bodyguards were lured away by the 3-eyes Tiger Man. Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, Yun Xing, and Yue Yang worked together and attacked the Black Hell King. They aimed to defeat him before the ancient slaughterer Beast King arrives. Awoo! The ancient slaughterer Beast King was lured away by the Phoenix Fairy Beauty too. Charmed Demon Queen continued to lure the opponent into her master's grimoire world. The Black Hell King was super anxious, but he didn't dare to fight with them easily. As compared to the ancient slaughterers, his life mattered more. Moreover, the Black Hell King still had confidence. Because even if all the ancient slaughterers were killed, there would still be 3 heaven-ranked level 3 ancient slaughterer commanders and a heaven-ranked level 5 ancient slaughterer Beast King. No matter how powerful Yue Yang's Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel might be, he wouldn't be able to kill the ancient slaughterer Beast King, as the gap in power between the two was too huge. You guys are working for the benefit of the 3rd young master. He has already killed so many ancient slaughterers and has gained enough points, but what about you guys? Congratulations for becoming the stepping stones in his path to obtaining the divine equipment. The Black Hell King didn't forget to sow discords before he returned back to his grimoire world. Blabbering bastard. Yue Yang awarded the Black Hell King with a painful whip, but the 6,000 years old traitor wasn't hurt by this at all. 3rd young master, what do we do now? The 3-eyed Tiger Man realized that the ancient slaughterers felt threatened as they let out reason ants roars when the charmed Demon Queen used her mesmerization to lure them into the grimoire world. They were calling for their commander and 6 captains that couldn't be lured. They were very bonded and left Yue Yang no opportunity to lure them again. They would take turns to shoot out burning flame whenever Yue Yang flew near them. They would also dodge together, splitting up and sticking together again. Yue Yang and Huang Xuan weren't able to kill them when they bonded together, with each of them possessing strong powers. Additionally, with the occasional observation of the Black Hell King, the tired Huang Xuan suggested for everyone to return back to the grimoire world and fight again after resting for a day. Just when everyone thought that their plan had succeeded and they could turn the tables, 5 rays shot down from the sky. The light pillar in the center was as exaggerated as the time the ancient slaughterer Beast King arrived. It was even more ridiculous in fact. The golden rays lit up the entire central plaza as all creatures in it looked as if they had seen a golden lining on them. Although the person in the middle who descended was clad in a purple glamorous cloak and didn't show his face, his underlying power shocked everyone. Another heaven-ranked level 5 existence. And he wasn't of low intelligence like the ancient slaughterer Beast King. He definitely possessed intelligence. And only intelligent creatures could use words to quell the worries from both sides. Don't worry everyone, I will not interfere your fight in any way, I'm only here as an arbiter to make this game fairer. Huang Xuan and the rest were euphoric when they heard it. Luckily, the person who came from the heaven realm wasn't a new opponent but an arbiter. They couldn't completely believe that the person who came was an arbiter. But before the situation gets worse, they'd rather believe that this person who came from the heaven realm was one. Yue Yang wasted no time as he hid Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Charmed Demon Queen into his grimoire world. Empress Fei Wen Li's words were ringing beside his ears. If you see a heaven-ranked level 4, 5, or even stronger heaven realm innate descend, quickly retreat. Going by your current ability, if you do not have a strong support, your possibility of winning against them is very small. Also, they definitely intend to kill you. The interferer from heaven realm had already arrived, and they definitely were coming for him. Luckily, he managed to convince Huang Xuan and the rest to previously lead 30 ancient slaughterer into Phoenix Fairy Beauty's grimoire world. So, even if he couldn't finish killing all of the ancient slaughterers, he wouldn't risk being killed by the ancient code. The interferer from heaven realm was here. The situation had become more serious now. Why weren't Night Empress and Xian here yet? Just when Yue Yang decided to return back to his grimoire world and never come out again, a mysterious information filled his mind. New team members have joined. Yue Yang was excited. An indescribable sense of sanguinity overcame him. Night Empress and Xian finally came. They didn't ignore his pleas for help. Help! Help! Even though Huang Xuan and the others did not receive any news that Yue Yang had new teammates, they could still sense from their presence that Soaring Dragon Continent had sent reinforcement. In comparison, Huang Xuan and the others looked to be alone in battle. After losing their teammates, there had been no new reinforcement from north, south and east. It was not that there were no more experts, but that none of them wanted to participate in this ancient war's death arena given how cruel the ancient code was. The reason why Huang Xuan and the others participated was because of the desire to obtain the divine equipment and increase their power. Going by their abilities, could they be said to be the strongest rankers to represent north, south and east? Definitely not. I will give you guys 10 minutes. Gather all your teammates. What I hope to see is a truly fair match. I do not want to see too many outstanding juniors die in this meaningless battle. The purpose of this ancient arena was not to wipe out the rankers in the lower levels, but to produce more elites through such battles. You all have mistaken death arena's purpose. You all are the most outstanding existences. I hope that you will all strengthen yourselves during the battle, instead of wrongly fighting each other. The mysterious man cloaked in an amethyst cloak spoke with a tone that seemed to bemoan the state of everyone on the battlefield. When he raised his hands, he calmed all of the violent ancient slaughterer captains, Emnates and even the Beast King. A soft light spread out from his hand like moonlight. All of the irritable ancient slaughterers sat down quietly, obedient like small dogs. After this mysterious man stretched out his hand, Huang Chuan and the others were all convinced. They could not help it. The ancient slaughterer Beast King was a strong heaven-ranked level 5 beast that could ignore everything and just attack everything. But, when this man just stretched out his hand, it was pacified, without even any resistance. What did this prove? If this mysterious man attacked everyone, no one, not even the strongest Huang Chuan could withstand a single hit. Around the mysterious man, there were 4 heaven-ranked level 3 rankers. In the east, was a 12-winged angel. He was shorter than the ancient war god and was only around 3 meters tall. He held a golden sacred sword, with a majestic presence that was pure and holy. In the west, was a general donned in silver armor who was slightly taller than a human. He looked extremely human and his imposing manner was like a war god that controlled tens of thousands of soldiers, with incomparable might. In the south, was a huge tiger man whose bare upper body was extremely built like a white horse. He was 5 meters tall with defined muscles. His body was covered with extremely unique battle scars. In the north stood a lich, whose entire body glowed with an eerie light. He held a white bone staff, and his eyes glowed with a blinding red light. With only the ability of these 4 interferers, they are likely able to wipe out everyone in the entire death arena. Forgive Huang Quan's boldness, but are you the senior Shi Feng from the Central Palace? Huang Chuan suddenly bowed towards the amethyst-cloaked mysterious man. Is Shi Feng the only one famous among everyone from the Central Palace? The mysterious man denied his identity. Then you must be Senior King Yan. Fen Tian began excitedly salute. I am from the North Heaven Realm's Fire Clan, Burning Sun City Master's 3rd disciple Fen Tian, pays my respects to seniors. The mysterious man nodded his head slightly in response. With his acknowledgement, other than Yue Yang and Black Hell King, those such as Huang Chuan, Yun Xing were all in shock. What did Central Palace was to Heaven Realm? They who have trained in Heaven Realm were very clear. The Central Palace did not belong to any sect, but all of its members were picked from the most elite rankers from each sect in Heaven Realm. To be a member of Central Palace was the greatest honor for any ranker. The Central Palace was also a unique organization that any disciple from all sects could join without leaving their original sect. There were so many powerful people, that it was extremely mysterious. This was the more accurate description of Central Palace. Not to mention outsiders, even the members of Central Palace did not know how many people were part of the it. When Huang Chuan and the others all heard King Yan's name, they were all in shock. Wang Jin and that gold-rigid emperor were also strangely agitated. This was because even though this mysterious man King Yan was a ranker of the Central Palace, he was the pride of North Heaven Realm since he was been born there. Strictly speaking, to Fen Tian and Wang Jin, King Yan was their senior. Huang Chuan and Yun Xing secretly exchanged looks. It was not good that a senior from Fen Tian's North Heaven Realm was here as the arbiter. Now, they could not even hope to obtain the divine equipment. They could only hope to leave safely. Towards all that was happening before him, Yue Yang was unmoved. What he was concerned with was his new teammates. Once his new teammates entered the Crystal Plaza, they followed the agreement Yue Yang sent to Hai Yingwu in his message to quietly enter their grimoire world and wait for Yue Yang there. Yue Yang now understood. Those that have come were all on his side, and not reinforcements for Black Hell King or the Sky Emperor. As for whether it was Night Empress and Xizun who had come, Yue Yang was still not 100% sure. This was because with the effect of the Heaven Realm interferer's presence and how they had quickly entered their grimoire world, Yue Yang was almost unable to sense his new teammates' presence at all. But still, there was one thing Yue Yang was sure of. Princess Xian was here. This was because Yue Yang had strong telepathy with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword she was carrying. Even though it was Princess Xian who was using the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, this Divine Sword actually recognizes Yue Yang as its owner. It was only because of the last wish of Prison Emperor's remaining soul, that caused it to be wrongly passed to Princess Xian. It does not matter where the arbiter comes from, he will be fair to all parties. You all bring all of your teammates here, those that do not have enough ability to join the battle can be under our protection for now. This will prevent elimination by the ancient code due to not having enough points. After the divine equipment chooses its owner, everyone will be brought away from the death arena by the arbiters. Only those with sufficient ability to participate, no matter which party, the arbiter would fairly supervise without any form of bias. Mysterious man King Yan put forth a professional front, and generously guaranteed to get rid of everyone's problem of being eliminated by the ancient code from the lack of points. Huang Chuan and Yun Xing were skeptical. They felt that things went uphill too quickly, too smoothly. In fact, they seemed different from the interferers Yue Yang mentioned earlier. Who should they believe? They could not decide. Thank you, Senior Kang Yan. Fen Tian, Wang Jin, and Gold Rigid Emperor chose to believe without a single doubt, and bowed gratefully. They were now brimming with confidence. Even though this was supposed to be a fair battle, but since the arbiter came from the same hometown, it was still better than him coming from elsewhere. At least the Northern Heaven Realm did not have to worry about being unfairly treated. Huang Xuan actually wanted to say something to Yue Yang, but Yue Yang pretended not to hear anything. He communicated silently. Leave. Of course, Yue Yang knew that all this speak of fair supervision were all bullshit. It did not matter if this mysterious man was Kang Yan from Central Palace, even if he was here not to save them, but to kill them. Were they really so great? That they would actually come to the death arena from Heaven Realm just to save people? Impossible. Even if he had not went into the black hole space to ask Empress Fei Wen Li, Yue Yang would never believe that Kang Yan and the others were arbiters. Not to mention, Yue Yang already knew the true identity of these arbiters. To Huang Xuan and his party, Yue Yang could openly warn them. However, his warning might not be effective. Huang Xuan and his party might not believe him. By doing so, Yue Yang was inviting trouble for himself. He would become everyone's target. As they say, save oneself first. Before Yue Yang could ensure his safety by 100%, he would never open his mouth to expose the tricks of Kang Yan. Kang Yan definitely was not here with well intentions. Before they could communicate with Black Hell King that betrayer and set him as their target, he had to slip back safely for now to meet up with Night Empress and Xian. As for how the battle will go later, Yue Yang needed to rethink his strategy because these Heaven Realm interferers had arrived earlier than he thought. Seeing Yue Yang teleport away as fast as he could, Black Hell King's eyes shone. He appeared to have come to a decision. He chased after Yue Yang quickly. Bae, Tiger, and Feng Shi, all of you come out. Black Hell King did not attack Yue Yang, but only followed him at a distance while he called out to the Sky Emperor and his two subordinates. Yue Yang did not care that Black Hell King sent his friends and subordinate to die. But if War Tiger of the East, Fierce Tooth of the North and Sky Emperor believed the Black Hell King, they deserved to die. Yue Yang used both hands to draw a unique rune circle made from heaven runes and sent it to the top of the dome. After receiving this agreed-upon signal, a splendor shone in the sky. Princess Xian that was carrying Prison Emperor Divine Sword and Shui Wuxia who was holding on to gold-ranked ancient book appeared before Yue Yang. Seeing the two women arrive, Yue Yang was both surprised and delighted. Why are you guys here? Didn't I forbid you two from coming? Even though he appeared to be blaming them, his arms pulled them into a tight embrace. It had been a long time. Yue Yang really missed them so much. He originally wanted to ask where were Night Empress and Xian before he noticed Shui Wuxia waving her hands drawing a secret signal, and so he did not ask. He suppressed the mad delight in his heart. Night Empress and Xian had already came. It was just that they had a certain plan, and did not want to reveal themselves to the enemy just yet. When she saw Yue Yang, Princess Xian put down any front she had for him and threw herself into his arms. She was completely unwilling to let go of Yue Yang, as if that if she let go, Yue Yang would disappear. Her eyes were slightly red, her lips were trembling slightly, words stopping at the tip of her tongue. Yue Yang held her little face, wanting to see whether this tigress had changed in any way after not seeing her for so long. She suddenly bent her head to bite on Yue Yang's shoulder hardly with her silver teeth. Fool, why did you come here? We were all worried sick. Shui Wuxia was calmer. Seeing that Black Hell King was approaching them with ill intentions, she quickly reminded, let us talk after we go back to the grimoire world. Under the guidance of Xia Wen Li, Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia entered the grimoire world. The silver armor general that represented the Western Heaven Realm Arbiter flew here at a high speed. Wait a minute. Without waiting for his voice to even reach their ears, Yue Yang and the two ladies have returned to the grimoire world. No matter what flowery words the enemy had, don't think that Yue Yang would even believe a single word. To believe the enemy's words was the same as digging one's own grave. Black Hell King almost completely disregarded Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia's strength. But as for Princess Xian's Prison Emperor Divine Sword, he could not help but shudder at the sight of it. He knew better than anyone else how terrifying this Divine Sword was. Now that Yue Yang had the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, and with the arrival of the Heaven Realm Arbiters, Black Hell King was having a huge headache. Back in the grimoire world, Yue Yang could wait no longer and asked Shui Wuxia, where are Night Empress and Xian? We have always been behind you. Suddenly, Night Empress's voice came from behind Yue Yang. To avoid being detected by that Kang Yan, we used some small tricks to hide ourselves. Night Empress words shocked Yue Yang. When did she come in? How could he not have sensed anything? Even if it was Tongtian Tower's ultimate killer and Xi was invisible, Yue Yang could still sense him. Now, even after Night Empress entered his grimoire world that was entirely under his control, he was unable to sense her presence at all. What did the mysterious Night Empress look like? Yue Yang was extremely curious. He quickly turned around to take a look at Night Empress. Who would have thought, there was no one behind him. Even though your eyesight and perception seem to be quite refined, you cannot see us. Night Empress words made Yue Yang sweat profusely. It turned out that other than Night Empress, Xia was also here. In fact, Xia was also invisible. Even Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision could not see them. What level were they really? What sort of invisibility trick was this? Did they borrow the power of divine equipment, or was this their innate skill? Yue Yang could not get an explanation no matter how hard he tried. He only knew that both Xia and Night Empress were in front of him. Whatever, instead of trying to figure out how the mysterious Xia and Night Empress can become invisible, he should be thinking of what strategy he could use to deal with the enemy. Yue Yang quickly pushed aside the matter of invisibility and greeted the space respectfully in front of him like an obedient kid. Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia also respectfully bowed after Yue Yang. There is no need for formalities, go straight into updating us all on the situation. Xian's voice rang out. It sounded clear as a river stream, extremely unique. In front of Xian, even the fearless Phoenix Fairy Beauty did not dare to make a sound. She could only hold her breath. Southern Goblin King was very excited, you must know, Xian was her idol. Yue Yang quickly explained the current situation of Death Arena. He also shared the information he got from Empress Fei Wen Li and his own speculations. The arrival of the interferers is not a good thing for sure. Their target could very likely be us. If Zhu Xiao and Su Kong did not escape from prison Emperor Divine Palace, the people in Heaven Realm might not know that rankers from Tongtian Tower have already fallen to such a disastrous state. I suspect that it was either Zhu Xiao or Su Kong who used my blood to begin this ancient war. It could also be Scarlet Emperor since he might have also escaped to Heaven Realm. Scarlet Emperor should still be in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Compared to going to Heaven Realm, he might as well think of how to obtain the secret treasure in God's ruins. After Night Empress said so, Yue Yang suddenly understood why Night Empress and Xia were so late. The reason was because Scarlet Emperor was still in Soaring Dragon Continent. With their departure, there would be no one left to guard Soaring Dragon Continent. Actually, we have enough points already. Yue Yang suddenly felt that it was better for Night Empress and Xia to not come. With them gone, problems might easily arise in Soaring Dragon Continent. Let us not think about the Scarlet Emperor for now. Xia urged Yue Yang to forget his concerns. Since things have come to this, let us put our all into the fight. You have trained well, your wit and innate skills are completely unmatched. You are just too calm, and too much of a perfectionist. You are too concerned about the wins and losses. This does not mean that being resourceful is not good. It is just that a tyrant should turn his nose up at the whole world, the heavens and the ground. He should look down at the strongest in the world as blades of grass, and see tens of thousands of enemies as nothing but air, to become the Xia of this world. Remember, Xia is a title not a name. Xian's words shook Yue Yang's heart. Just like a strike of lightning, it lit up Yue Yang's heart. To be the Xia of the world. Yue Yang had just been caught in a bottleneck, and her words completely shook Yue Yang, enlightening him. It was as if a heavy door in his heart had been opened. Xia had easily and directly pushed open the door. Yue Yang closed his eyes. Xian's words aroused a completely new insight in him, his body was burning with excitement. She is right. If he was strong enough, why did he have to worry about any arrangements or any plans? When facing the ultimate power, no matter how good, how clever a plan, it was all useless. His concerns all arose because he was not strong enough. The one who was really powerful was not just strong physically, he was also strong mentally. It was not that he was not strong. It was just that he did not have the same powerful mindset as Xia. This sort of mindset was not arrogance. Rather, it was a clear understanding of one's own power. It can be said to be the real awareness of oneself. Maybe Xia saw that he was still in the dark about his true self, and so intentionally said those words to enlighten him. In an instant, after receiving Xia's enlightenment, Yue Yang's mentally upgraded in an indescribable way. His previous mentality broke through immediately, and leveled up to a whole new level. Yue Yang's chi had been suppressed. It was like a sleeping dragon. When everyone was at a loss, Yue Yang's chi completely exploded like a volcano. Countless rays of splendor shone from Yue Yang's hands, body, and face. A portion of those rays naturally formed flame lotuses, another portion formed frost snowflakes. The lightning that was originally dissociated outside Yue Yang's body suddenly shone in Yue Yang's eyes, interweaving with each other, turning his irises a peculiar purple. His star explosion domain rapidly expanded from an extremely small area into the size of a nebula, turning into constellations like an entire galaxy. Runes started to appear on the surface of his skin, forming many different patterns. As for his gift from the Phoenix Sisters, the Nirvana Flame Phoenix, it raised its head and flew towards the skies and dived down to fuse with him. It turned into Nirvana Flame armor and Nirvana Flame wings that were covered with a stunning phoenix motif. This Nirvana Flame armor and Nirvana Flame wings were more beautiful and powerful than last time. Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian and Phoenix Fairy Beauty who had practiced body fusion with Yue Yang before could not help but float up and dance around him like heavenly maidens. They automatically entered the realm of complete synchronization with Yue Yang. With his enlightenment, they also upgraded at the same time. Even though they did not level up as fast as Yue Yang, it was also significant fast. Only after a long time, did Yue Yang recover from his enlightenment. His entire aura had completely changed. Even Princess Xian and the others who have been there the whole time felt that he had completely changed. Even Yue Yang himself felt like he had become a powerful ranker. With each movement, he could feel that he was moving with the heaven and the earth. The mysterious feeling he received when he had an enlightenment in the past was also now completely within the control. Yue Yang could not even fathom how much he had improved. What can be determined today, was that Yue Yang's power had increased by another large step. Now, be it the domain power or the power of the cards of fate, or the innate invisible sword qi, the control of the two swords Guizang and Shuanghua, Yue Yang had gained a deeper understanding in all of it. Yue Yang raised his hands, he almost could not believe the power he had now. Only now did he realize that what Empress Fei Wen Li said was all true. He was very powerful, he had only used a small fraction of that power. Even though Yue Yang was not able to use all of his power yet, he was already completely different from a mere 10 minutes ago. His power had greatly increased. Even though you might not be the most hardworking when it comes to training, but when it comes to wit and innate skill, you are definitely the best. No one can compare to you. Night Empress was surprised by Yue Yang's improvement. She had never seen anyone who was able to suddenly break through and level up like this. Even though you are not yet at the level of an elder innate, you can still pull through with other qualities. Xizun was also pleased with Yue Yang's speed of growth. Shui Wuxia and Princess Xian were embracing each other in rejoice. Even though Phoenix Fairy Beauty appeared calm and collected, her heart was bursting with joy. Forget the results of her battle with her sister in the past, at least with Yue Yang, she had won over her sister. In the past, she had made up her mind to snatch Yue Yang over out of jealousy of her sister. She had planned to make him fall and become evil. But after spending a lot of time with him, not only did she fail to make him evil, she had unwittingly become attracted to him. Afterwards, she trained with him and even went through a battle of life and death with him. And today, they were already husband and wife. Even though that fight was pointless now, she was still in the lead. This was the only time in her entire life that she was better than her sister. Of course Phoenix Fairy Beauty only thought of this in her heart, she would never dare to say it out loud. You guys have just met after a long period of separation, I believe you guys have a lot to talk about. For now, everyone take a rest for an hour before we go out to meet the guests from Heaven Realm. Night Empress grinned, giving Yue Yang an hour break. Up till the end, she and Xizun did not reveal themselves and only left without a sound. 10 minutes ago, Yue Yang was completely unable to sense Night Empress and Xizun. After the breakthrough, even though Yue Yang still couldn't see them, but he could roughly feel that not far from him, there was someone likely to be the Night Empress. As for Xizun, Yue Yang realized that he still could not sense her presence. Maybe he needed to level up another time, he needed to become stronger. What level were they? For now, Yue Yang did not dare make any presumptions. This was because the power Night Empress and Xizun displayed had greatly exceeded Yue Yang's imagination. Crystal Plaza. While Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia and Princess Xian were deep in embrace to relieve the pain of separation, Elder Nangong, Emperor of the Underworld and the Sky Emperor were arguing in front of the Silver Armor General. They all held different opinions, no one could convince the other. The ancient code will not change easily. I hope everyone will not choose to side with the arbiter. After all, we are still the representatives of the West Heaven Realm. Elder Nangong did not trust Sky Emperor, War Tiger and Fierce Tooth. He hoped that the 20 innates would stay behind, and not leave the team easily. How can you say that? The Sky Emperor criticized him with delight and anger, no one is strong enough. Isn't it better to side with the arbiter for now? By leaving the team we can prevent being wiped out by the ancient code. Furthermore we entered this ancient arena by accident, we did not want to do this. Siding with them? I refuse. Emperor of the Underworld was the first to disappear back to his grimoire world. Other than Yue Yang, he would not trust anyone else. If Yu Clan's third young master was the one suggesting it, Emperor of the Underworld might consider it for a while. But this was good news brought to them by Black Hell King, Emperor of the Underworld would not even consider it. What kind of person was the Black Hell King? Someone who would sell him, and make him count the cash, the kind of person who was ruthless, vicious and greedy, that was the kind of person Black Hell King was. Furthermore, Black Hell King had betrayed the team and was their enemy now. How could the words of the enemy be trusted? Emperor of the Underworld would never believe him. But unlike Elder Nangong, he would never persuade his companions to stay behind. Every person had their own opinion, this sort of things could not be forced. Just as the Emperor of the Underworld thought, when Silver Armor General promised that this was only a temporary alliance that could help them escape from the ancient code, all of the innate rankers were tempted. They bowed to Elder Nangong who had been protecting them the whole time. Elder Nangong, we are very sorry. As you know, we are all weak and cannot be of much help to the team. Rather than burdening the team, it would be better for us to leave early. The Sky Emperor also hit his chest and promised, everyone should not worry, even though I do not have the same reputation as Elder Nangong, I am also not a ruthless tyrant. If you are all willing to side with the arbiters, I will take care of everyone as the temporarily appointed team leader. I promise to forget all of the resentment from the past. We will work together and leave Death Arena together. Even though they did not say anything explicitly, all of the 20 innates have already gone to stand behind the Sky Emperor. In the face of death, they were willing to believe the words of the arbiters. They chose to leave their team, and submit to someone else's subordination. What else could Elder Nangong say? Good luck to all of you. Elder Nangong sighed. He knew that Yue Yang would not help them anymore, regardless of whether they could or could not escape from the ancient code. Because this was also a form of betrayal. If not for Yue Yang, all of these people would most likely be dead by now. Even though it was smart for them to leave now, and could even be considered as wisely submitting to the circumstances, this was the worst betrayal for Yue Yang, who had persisted to fight. Elder Nangong knew that Yue Yang would never forgive them. Even though he knew what Yue Yang was like, and what would the outcome be, Elder Nangong could still not make them change their minds. Even those human innates that he looked out for specially, they still chose betrayal. I am sorry. One of the human innates bowed to Elder Nangong apologetically. It is okay. Actually, by this age I am already used to parting. It is regretful that we are choosing different paths. From here, you all have to take care of yourselves. Elder Nangong also rejected Silver Armor General's suggestion and returned to the Grimoire world. Black Hell King already knew that he would not be able to pull Elder Nangong over. In fact, he also knew that when Elder Nangong shared the news of siding with the arbiters to those innates, it was to test their loyalty. The results of the test was obvious, everyone failed. A glint of mockery flashed in Black Hell King's eyes. It disappeared quickly before the Sky Emperor and the innates even noticed. He looked at the direction Yue Yang disappeared in and muttered, Yu Clan's third young master will be back very soon. Everyone should leave quickly. By the time the Sky Emperor followed the Silver Armor General to the central plaza, there was already a crowd there. They were all the relatives and friends of Fen Tian and Wang Jin who lived in the Grimoire world. There were also many ancient warriors, the ancient war gods were especially striking. When the Sky Emperor saw that Huang Chuan, Yun Xing and the three-eyed tiger man were all here, especially the two ancient war gods, he was completely relieved. It seems that this was not a trap. Even though it was a little embarrassing to submit to the arbiters, it was better than being dead. Moreover, this was only temporary. Other than the Yu clan's third young master, Emperor of the Underworld and Elder Nangong from the West Heaven Realm are not here, everyone else is present. Silver Armor General reported to the mysterious man King Yan. In that case, let us go through with the submission. Mysterious man King Yan waved his hand, he sounded as if he was a savior who have come to save all of them. Sky Emperor Bae was about to step forward to bow to the 12-winged angel. Suddenly, the 12-winged angel, Tiger Man, Lich and even the Silver Armor General, who was standing in front of him, suddenly began a massacre. The human innates walking beside Sky Emperor did not react at all, and were killed by Silver Armor General's sword in a split instant. Before the word escape even flashed into his mind, the Sky Emperor could only see the Silver Armor General's right hand magnifying rapidly right in front of his eyes, landing onto his face. Idiots! The death of a teammate triggered the death penalty. The hunters would receive a greater advantage. Yue Yang hadn't even sat down to chat with Shui Wuxia and Princess Qian before what seemed to be the consciousness of the creator of the ancient code flashed in his mate again. It notified him, as the team leader, a reasonable yet unexpected piece of news. Yue Yang understood in his heart that with the blatant enticement of the interferers, there would be some innates who would switch sides. But he just never expected it to be so fast. Could it be that these guys didn't even use their brains to think about reality? Did the threat of death rendered them brainless? What was even stranger was why would the enemy attack so fast? They had not even tried to entice him before they began to kill people? What's wrong? Princess Qian suddenly noticed Yue Yang's abnormal expression. I have to go outside to look around. Yue Yang had no idea how many people had died out there. Be careful. Shui Wuxia knew Yue Yang the best. When Yue Yang left the Grimoire world, he found Elder Nangong and Emperor of the Underworld outside as well, sensing the events that was happening in the central plaza with violent emotions. Yue Yang felt his heart lightened up upon seeing his strongest ally, Elder Nangong, unhurt. As for Emperor of the Underworld, Yue Yang was also happy that he was not fooled. This proved that Emperor of the Underworld valued teamwork and would be true to his word in addition to being smart. He was a trustworthy teammate. In front of the threat of death, in front of such a wonderful enticement, it wasn't easy, but the Emperor of the Underworld had managed to withstand temptation and stand firm. Little Yue Yang, I'm sorry I couldn't convince them. Elder Nangong looked down and shook his head disheartenedly. We are the only few left. Emperor of the Underworld hinted that a massacre was happening at the central plaza and the chance of survival for those who were lured in were low. Those who could leave but did not leave would also leave in the end. You two rest first, I will check out the situation. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yue Yang nodded at Elder Nangong and Emperor of the Underworld. With the breakthrough of his mental state as well as being secretly accompanied by Xia and Night Empress, Yue Yang left for the central plaza calmly. Central Plaza. By this time, it had already become the site of a slaughter. The families and friends of Fen Tian and Wang Jin were all killed. What had been left of the ancient warriors were also killed in this huge massacre. The ancient war god guarding the eastern heaven realm, the 50-meter-tall 12-winged angel and the western heaven realm's 80-meter-tall tiger lion man were both knocked down on the floor. The ancient slaughterer Beast King had brought 4 commanders and 6 captains as they ganged up to beat the war gods until they were heavily injured and breathing to their last. Huang Xuan, Yun Xing, and Fen Tian desperately tried to stop the assault, hoping to save their comrades but to no avail as the arbiters had flanked them continued to attack. The mysterious man Xia emitted a special domain which enveloped the entire central plaza. Within his domain, the weakest insect man was knocked down and heavily injured to the point of dying. The golden rigid emperor was chopped into 8 pieces. He was the first heaven realm innate to die in battle. Soaked in blood, Fen Tian fought bravely. Despite putting his life aside to intercept the attack, not only could he not save his comrade but he also placed himself in imminent danger. Kill me too, you goddamn liar. Fen Tian was different from Huang Xuan and Yun Xing. Turns out he had trusted Xia unreservedly. However, he only received cruel deceit in exchange. He had wanted to share with his beloved wife the joy of success, but he only brought her nightmarish deceit and even her death. Damn it! Although none of their loved ones were killed, Huang Xuan and Yun Xing, who had chosen to trust their enemy in the end, were just as furious. It was because of the disparity in skills and the success of the enemy's conspiracy. Huang Xuan knew. This was a battle that cannot be won. All they could do was to do their best to kill the enemy, to make every effort to avenge their extreme shame and humiliation. Black hell, save me! Sky Emperor Bae was still alive. His power would never have been able to keep him alive until now, but he was not the main target of the massacre. Taking a fatal hit head-on from the sliver-armored general, his face shattered, teeth fell out and stained his beautiful face with blood. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Confronted with the pleading of his good friend, Black Hell King turned his head away and shook his head slowly in refusal. I'm willing to switch to your side. Would you please, give me a chance? Sky Emperor could not return to the grimoire world. Under the strange domain deployed by the mysterious man Xia, nobody was able to leave that easily. Is that so? The mysterious man Xia dismissed the plea with a wave of his hand and then, in the tone of a savior, he said, get on your knees and beg me. As a chief officer of the Guangming continent and as one of the 5 emperors of the Tongtian Tower, the Sky Emperor had never knelt in front of anyone before ever since the moment he was born. Was it really possible to exchange his life with his humiliation and surrender? Sky Emperor had no idea but he also had no choice. Under the stunned gaze of War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, he knelt down, the sound of his knees hitting the cold floor of the central plaza rang out. Humiliation filled his heart but his face remained indifferent. His tears mixed with his blood and dripped onto the floor as he bent his head and kowtowed. To save his life, he had abandoned his honor as an innate. Yue Yang arrived just in time to see this scene. Stunned. Although this had nothing to do with him and the Sky Emperor was also not someone good, they were still teammates. As one of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower, it was the greatest disgrace for Sky Emperor to humiliatingly beg for his life like this. If past generation of innates from the Soaring Dragon Continent ever find out, they would probably curse this later generation for losing their face. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Yue Yang did not know why Sky Emperor did it, but he knew that even if the Sky Emperor did this, Xia would never let him off that easily. Weaklings had no human rights. No matter what the Sky Emperor did, he would never be pitied nor pardoned. Xia wanted to humiliate the Sky Emperor before killing him, to gain more satisfaction from abusing the weak. Sky Emperor Bae, what you are doing is useless. Yue Yang sighed sadly. Compared to the Ocean Emperor Guanlan, the Sky Emperor's skills were not all that bad. However, when it comes to an innate's pride and honor, the Sky Emperor was still far away. The Ocean Emperor chose to fight to the death even when he knew he had lost, he was unwilling to surrender. Even if he died, he would be heroic and hold his head high, to repay the grudges he owed an Xi many years back. The Ocean Emperor Guanlan had died valiantly. Although Yue Yang carried out Elder and Xi's wishes to the end and killed the Ocean Emperor, he personally deeply respected this man who had the courage to face up to his misdeeds instead of judging the man by success or failure. Sky Emperor was also a part of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower. But he had, at the final moment, knelt to beg for forgiveness from his enemy. This action filled Yue Yang's heart with disappointment. This also made Yue Yang realize that what defines a powerful innate was not their skills but their mentality. A lamb that possessed the strength of a lion was still nothing but a lamb. Sky Emperor may be considered a was still cute strong in terms of power. Although he was not the strongest, he still had the ability to protect himself. However, instead of fighting for his life, he began begging on his knees. The Sky Emperor's mentality had fallen to that of a weakling. Leave me alone. Since you can't help me, then leave me alone. Sky Emperor trembled abnormally in extreme pain. Having always been at the top, he would obviously be endlessly humiliated. Yet, when faced with an enemy he could never defeat, what choice did he have? Sky Emperor did not want to die here. He wanted to be alive like the Black Hell King. Good job, I like smart people. Now, the benevolent me will offer each and every one of you a choice to be like him, kneel and beg. Draped in his amethyst cloak, Xian spread his hands in an act of mercy, showing his willingness to accept them. Pooh! You goddamn liar, I want to drink your blood and skin you. Fen Tian, who had the utmost respect for Xian, could only see red as his eyes were shooting flames. This is a bloody battle that we will fight to the death. Huang Chuan was as firm as a boulder. Ahu, Feng Shi, come over. Black Hell King called out for his two loyal subordinates. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North looked at each other. Suddenly, both of them knelt down. Their knees on the floor. Comparing the representatives from the East, South, West, North Heaven Realm, Yue Yang was slightly speechless. Did West Heaven Realm specialize in producing people with no backbone? So be it with Sky Emperor, but even War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North knelt for forgiveness. However, it was really no surprise that they knelt since their master was originally Black Hell King. Now that Black Hell King was on the enemy camp, it was only reasonable and expected for them to switch sides. This was not completely outside of Yue Yang's expectation. Hell King, Hu Tiou and Feng Shi have followed you for years. We have always been loyal and never went against your wishes. War Tiger of the East kowtowed. Good, now get up and come here. Black Hell King also hated to part with his two able subordinates. It was easy to find capable people but not as easy to find loyal ones. We are not yet finished. Hell King, we were once your servants, everything we have had been bestowed by you. If this incident today had not occurred, we would have followed you forever and not let you down after your kindness towards us. But, we are on different sides in this battle today, so forgive us for our disloyalty. We are unable to follow you any longer, our skills and favor, we shall return them to you now. Feng Shi bids you farewell here. Fierce Tooth of the North kowtowed and in a flash, grabbed his dagger and plunged it into his heart. Twisting it with sword chi, he reached into his body and dug out his heart. He crushed his heart to smithereens in front of Black Hell King's confused gaze. War Tiger of the East closed his eyes. He increased his power explosively to his limit. He flew towards the nearest ancient slaughterer captain, self-detonated and died. Even if War Tiger of the East knew self-detonation was useless, he still chose to die in battle, instead of surrendering docilely. They were willing to kneel to repay the favor but would never beg for their lives. I'm so moved. Yue Yang felt very surprised at the actions of War Tiger and Fierce Tooth. At the same time, he felt a surge of respect for them. Despite that they were the enemy. Still, no matter who they were, as long as they were faithfully loyal, they would earn the respect of other people. This world would never lack of geniuses nor the mighty. What it truly lacked were subordinates like War Tiger and Fierce Tooth, who had remained loyal to their death. It's not easy to be subservient and even harder to remain loyal to both sides. War Tiger and Fierce Tooth had chosen death instead of betrayal when they were unable to approve of Black Hell King's beliefs. Pain flashed in Black Hell King's eyes. He could have prevented the deaths of War Tiger and Fierce Tooth. But without a doubt, no matter what he did, the ending would be the same. He did not want War Tiger and Fierce Tooth to kill themselves, but he also did not have the power to keep these two unmovingly loyal subordinates alive. Firstly, the factions had changed but War Tiger and Fierce Tooth had refused to abandon their pride as innates and change sides to be with the Heaven Realm Arbiters. Secondly, with his strength, Black Hell King had no say in matters over on this side. Black Hell King, you're such a failure. Yue Yang could not hold back his rage at the silence of this traitor of 6,000 years ago and sneered at Black Hell King. Black Hell King only maintained his silence as pain momentarily shined in his eyes before it instantly disappeared. I am truly sincere about pledging myself to this side, please accept me. Sky Emperor Bae no longer had any care for everyone's derision. He had already knelt down so it did not matter to him if he begged Xian. Very well, for those who are sincere in switching allegiance, I will definitely not reject. Mysterious man Xian waved his hands, you are 2 kilometers away from the Crystal Passage. If you can prove your abilities by reaching the Crystal Passage within 10 seconds, then I'll take you in. Not only you, everyone has to know that I will never accept useless subordinates. Yes. Sky Emperor Bae had enough confidence with his speed and believed that 10 seconds was sufficient. You fool! Yue Yang was speechless. Shut up, leave me alone, I'm sincerely in pledging loyalty to Lord Kangyan. Don't drag me down, I don't want to die together with all of you, I want to live well. I will not die here for nothing. Your human behaviors are meaningless to me. I only want to live nicely and not die a heroic death. Sky Emperor Bae angrily roared at Yue Yang. He knew that Yue Yang despised him and in truth he also despised himself. However, he had no choice. Reality was harsh. If he did not surrender, he would die. War Tiger and Fierce Tooth had died in front of him, so he was absolutely unwilling to reach this kind of end. He wanted to live and continue doing big things. Yue Yang kept silent and Black Hell King only wanted to save himself. Sky Emperor could only depend on himself now. He summoned his guardian beasts with some other beasts and increased his power to the limit. He leveled up without reservations to the peak of innate level 10, just to take a chance at his life. At the wave of the mysterious man Kangyan's hand, Sky Emperor shot out like an arrow. The force had split the air, becoming a sonic boom. Sky Emperor's body streaked across the sky like a shooting star as he traveled at an extremely fast speed. Having went all out, Sky Emperor reached the crystal passage before his 10 seconds were up. He even had time to return to his original position in 10 seconds. He sneaked a peek at Kangyan and when he saw the admiration on Kangyan's face, he knelt down immediately and bowed to Kangyan, hoping to gain favor. Very well, pretty good speed. I announce that you are my subordinate from now on. Kangyan's words moved Sky Emperor to tears. I swear my loyalty to Lord Kangyan, faithful until death. Sky Emperor pledged his loyalty hurriedly as he raised his hand. Since you're one of my men, you belong to me in entirety, including your life, now, die for me. Suddenly, the mysterious man Kangyan raised his right hand and clenched his fist. A giant hand appeared around Sky Emperor inside the strange domain Kangyan created. The hand tightened around the Sky Emperor like he was just a wooden puppet and with a blood-curdling scream, the Sky Emperor's body was crushed like a wooden puppet in the hands of a giant. All his muscles and bones were crushed to mush and his body fell to the ground. Before he could beg for mercy, Sky Emperor's body exploded with a boom. Blood, bones and flesh splattered across the sky. The Silver Armor General and the other arbiters burst out in laughter like they had just seen the funniest fool in the world. Black Hell King's expression changed slightly but he still remained silent. On the other hand, Fen Tian, Yun Xing and the others were burning with rage. Even Huang Chuan, who was the most cool-headed of them, widened his eyes in anger, he could not restrain himself. Kangyan, you're too much. Even if you are from a higher heaven realm, you shouldn't toy and humiliate us like that. You ant-like creatures, don't be too naive. Kangyan mocked. Besides death, the only treatment you can get is humiliation. Because eternal humiliation is best matched with weaklings. Huang Chuan, I've heard of you. You want to challenge me with your mediocre heaven-ranked level 3 skills? You're overrating your abilities. When you all started the ancient war of the death arena joyously, you were doomed to this fate. To think that you still believed that we were the arbiters from heaven realm. I will tell you one truth before you all die. We are actually ancient slaughterers. The real arbiters died millions of years ago. Third young master, we shouldn't have doubted your words. Huang Chuan apologized to Yue Yang in remorse. The real death arena had already changed for the worse. Moreover, this isn't entirely your fault. Yue Yang knew Kangyan and O'Hare people were messing with them and secretly controlling the ancient war. Even he himself was forced to enter this place. Continue your pleas like weaklings, you all don't have much time left. Kangyan taunted arrogantly. He elevated to the top of the dome and casted 10 light pillars. Including Sky Emperor, the dead participants from the 4 sides triggered the ancient code's penalty again. A dozen ancient slaughterers appeared. Huang Chuan berated a despondent Fen Tian's suicide attempt and looked to the calm Yue Yang, third young master, do you have any plans? Even Black Hell King looked curious. He also felt that Yue Yang's expression did not seem like a loser in despair. The silver-armored general roared with laughter, is that so? Then I'm really a little curious. You're the successor of the prison emperor, aren't you? You little immature human bean sprout, hurry up and use your brain to think of a solution. Don't you people from Soaring Dragon Continent always claimed yourselves to be smart? I have no solution but I do have a pretty awesome master. Yue Yang smiled, if the disciples were to be bullied, the master would lose face. Who was it that bullied you? Zhizun's voice rang clear across the skies. At the sound of her voice, the silver-armored general, who was laughing hysterically, actually fell silent like he had been slapped. His mouth gaped open but no sound came from it. He was furious, he had never been suppressed by a sound and stared angrily behind Yue Yang. He thought that Zhizun would appear behind Yue Yang. Standing beside the silver-armored general were his comrades Lich and Tiger Man. Both shouted for him to be careful. The silver-armored general turned around at the warning and found a beautiful strangely dressed human female floating behind him. He could not see through this beauty's ability. From her appearance, she did not feel like an innate, but weak normal human. Other than having a tiny six-winged angel by her side, she was no different from an ordinary human female. The silver-armored general felt that the blast waves from one of his sneezes would be enough to kill her. What could such a puny existence do? He really wanted to extend his hand and just squeeze her to death. At last, out of caution, he looked at Yue Yang uncertainly, as if trying to seek confirmation that this human female was the master he mentioned. Could this woman who came to die be a sacrificial blood trap? Would her life be exchanged for some special power? The silver-armored general could not figure it out. Is he the one who bullied you? There was no aura of a rancor from Xian's physical form, she was just like a normal human. She had quickly advanced just like her last meeting with Yue Yang. Now, she had returned to her natural realm. Yue Yang could not even see the level of her abilities with his Heaven Eye's divine vision, much less the general. I have embarrassed you. Yue Yang faked a miserably bullied look. Okay then, let's kill him. Xian declared. Ah! Does the Soaring Dragon Continent only produce funny clowns? The silver-armored general was startled at first but immediately burst into a laughing fit, almost rolling on the floor. The Heaven Realm Level 3 silver-armored general aside, even Huang Chuan, Fen Tian and Yun Xing were doubtful of Xian. Even if she possessed abilities equal or higher than that of the enemy, before their large numbers, how could she kill him? Yan would definitely not stand by and watch. Moreover, the enemy was not a pushover that could be instantly killed, after all the general was still a heaven-ranked level 3 ranker. Xian slowly raised her hand. Her slender fingers drew a strange hexagram chart. No one could figure out her intentions and they could not see how the design was formidable other than Yue Yang who had his Heaven Eye's divine vision. Yue Yang could see that where Xian's fingers had drawn across the skies had already split open. It was not an illusion and actual cracks had actually appeared in the skies. In other words, she easily shattered the void. Yue Yang needed to reach the level of being able to summon Gui King and Zhuanghua to be able to do this, yet she did it with just her fingers, without condensing her powers nor with the help of any weapons. Such ability had surpassed Yue Yang's original mental estimation. As Xian held the hexagram chart lightly in her hand, it instantly shattered. Tens of millions of shards were grasped in Xian's hands. Yan's expression changed red-hot as he felt the threat from Xian's hand. The holy sword slashed through air, the biting cold sword chi cut through the sky. However, Xian had already disappeared. She appeared gracefully behind the silver-armored general as she held a black granule on her soft palm. It was formed when the shattered void was condensed. The general quickly turned around with lightning speed but his movements were like a snail's pace in front of Xian. With a flick of her fingers, the frightening black seed shot towards the general's forehead. The holy armor of the silver-armored general was penetrated like it was thin paper. The black seed pierced through his brain. It burst out from the back of his head. A tiny hole appeared in the silver-armored general head. The hole seemed natural, like the general had been born with it in his head. He seemed like he had more to say but he swayed, then fell helplessly, kneeling on the ground. His entire body soon slumped onto the ground, the holy armor clanged sonorously at the impact with the ground. Instant kill. This outcome was unexpected even by Yue Yang. The Heaven Realm Level 3 silver-armored general actually died to an instant kill in front of Xian. Such a performance resulted in awkward silence from the crowd. Everyone who witnessed the scene were dumbfounded. Xian killed the silver-armored general instantly when she struck. With this, she shattered everyone's doubts on her as she made everyone awe at her power. All except the mysterious man Yan who still held on to his haughty attitude. The rest of the hunters all had their expressions ashened and were intimidated by Xian. She could even kill a heaven-ranked level 3 instantly. Doesn't this mean that all other hunters, except the heaven-ranked level 5 Yan, wouldn't be able to defend against her and would suffer the same fate as the silver-armored general? How powerful was this woman? Her strength is simply too unfathomable. Facing the danger of death coming from Xian, Lich, Tiger Man and the 12-winged angel from the hunters' camp were extremely vigilant. They immediately struck together as they besieged Xian with the triangular offense tactic. They decided to use their joint power to get rid of this strong opponent. They would definitely not be able to win by fighting against her individually. But they were still quite confident towards flanking and killing Xian. They wouldn't deny that the strong opponent before them could kill them instantly if she were to strike. But they were extremely astute. While they were shocked, they immediately judged that the Achilles heel of this female innate was that she was slow to strike. If the silver-armored general didn't underestimate her just now, he wouldn't have waited her to finish drawing her hexagram chart, nor let her condense the terrifying black bullet made from shards of the shattered void and be insta-killed by her. The terrifying black bullet was immensely powerful and couldn't be defended against. But it wasn't hard to avoid it. The black bullet wouldn't be successfully condensed if they were to interrupt her. The process required her to be fully focused, she wouldn't be able to completely condense it under the state of being distracted. As the 12-winged angel, Lich, and Tiger Man went up to her, the ancient slaughterers also charged towards Xian under the lead of their Beast King. Night Empress, don't be modest with tackling the opponent now, go help out quickly. Yue Yang deeply wanted to dash forward to help, but he was worried that he was not powerful enough and would become Xian's burden instead, so he chose to request for Night Empress help. Actually, I'm not a combat type. I'm not specialized at fighting, and my level isn't high. I have just ranked up to Elder Innate level 2 not too long ago. You think everyone improves as fast as you and Xian? Don't worry, Xian will have a way. Although I have never fought against her, I know that Xian is the direct opposite of me and similar to you. She is a combat-type warrior, so she will become stronger when she meets with stronger opponents. Night Empress didn't reveal her power as she continued to maintain the air of mystery around her. Her words made Yue Yang perspire profusely. Night Empress was only Elder Innate level 2? His Heaven Eye's divine vision couldn't see through her even though she was only Elder Innate level 2. He couldn't even see her when she was hidden. Compared to the Black Hell King, wasn't she superior by miles? Not even the heaven-ranked level 3 Eunuch Chuan, Lich, Tiger Man, Angel, and Silver-Armored General could escape Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision. Night Empress could keep her air of mystery so well even though her level wasn't high. Could it be due to the way she cultivates? Or could it be that she possessed certain divine equipment that could help to hide her status? Yue Yang couldn't arrive at anything and was very puzzled. Although they conversed quite softly, Huang Chuan and the rest could still hear it. They were all upset and were so ashamed that they wanted to bang their heads onto the wall and die. They had just realized that there was another rancor behind Yue Yang's back. If they hadn't spoken to each other, everyone would still be kept in the dark. If this person were to be their opponent, would they still be able to survive? Roar! The ancient slaughterer Beast King roared furiously at Xian. Even though she was small, she actually made it feel extremely threatened. This made it surprised and angry at the same time. It couldn't suppress its anger any longer as it led all the ancient slaughterer towards Xian instinctively, indicating that it wanted to get rid this threatening opponent ahead of them. Go up together, kill her. Lich, Tiger Man, and Angel from the hunter camp were secretly alarmed when they realized that Xian wasn't bothered at all. Could it be that she still had other trump cards which allowed her to be fearless towards all attacks? But they couldn't chicken out now, they could only brace themselves and continue the fight. If they were to back off, they would be killed instantly once Xian managed to successfully gather the black bullet. Nobody wished for this outcome. So other than Lich, Tiger Man, and Angel, even the Black Hell King and the mysterious man Xia were secretly taking precautions against Xian's sudden attack. The battle between the two parties could start at any moment. Just as Eunuch Chuan, Fen Tian, and the rest were thinking of retreating, they realized that they couldn't move as a foreign feeling of losing control over their bodies emerged. They turned pale with fright. They initially thought that it was Xia activated his strange domain, but it was actually caused by the Night Empress. Night Empress' soothing voice echoed. Xian is going to strike soon, and it isn't something you people can defend against. Come hide in my starry sky domain. Stars twinkled one after another. They were brilliant like the Milky Way. They suspended in the space a few hundred meters around Yue Yang. Although it wasn't as vast as Xian's strange domain, it was extremely powerful as it drove his strange domain out of the starry sky easily. The mysterious man Xian sensed it too as his expression changed immediately. Never had he thought that an opponent far weaker than him could actually drive out his domain. The level of shock he felt was akin to the time when the silver-armored general was instantly killed. Everyone knew that a domain was a direct representation of its master's power. The stronger the master was, the more powerful the domain would be. A heaven-ranked level 2 woman could actually drive out his domain with her own domain? This was simply too absurd. This was even more ridiculous than an ant turning over an elephant. Their power differed by at least 3 levels, but her domain could actually win against his. This was too inconceivable. Humph! Xian snorted as he emitted a large amount of dark qi from his body. It shrouded the entirety of his strange domain. He shook slightly as a shock wave was instantly unleashed from Xian's body, and then it started to expand, engulfing everything like a hurricane. The starry sky domain, that was 100 meters in radius, immediately got struck head-on. It started to shrink continuously as Xian's strange domain shrouded it. Under the dark hurricane-like shock wave, the weakest ancient slaughterers at heaven-ranked level 1 couldn't even stand up straight as they wobbled around. The immense power of the shock wave could be seen from this. However, Yue Yang, who was in front of the blow, did not feel the slightest amount of pressure. The starry sky domain had already shrunk to 80 meters, but it was as steady as MT Tai. The domain did not shake up anymore no matter how much shock wave was unleashed from Xian's domain. Be born Big Dipper. Night Empress's voice was soft like water. In the dark, her fair fingers seemed to point at the empty void. She appeared like a goddess, using her supreme power to create a star in the dark. The brilliance of the star burned brightly. A star that was exceptionally bright was born. It was located in the northern sky of the starry sky domain. An undescribable energy was channeled into the starry sky domain when the star was born. The starry sky domain that was initially suppressed by the other party expanded and reverted back to original. The stars that were initially dulled in the few hundred meters of the domain once again shined with renewed vigor. The previously strong shock wave was engulfed and was rendered useless. This retaliation made Kang Yan's expression ashened. Huang Chuan, Fen Tian, Yun Xian, and Wang Jin in the starry sky domain were all flabbergasted. Without showing herself, Night Empress, who claimed to be heaven-ranked level 2, could actually drive back the heaven-ranked level 5 Kang Yan's domain attack directly. Could it be that everyone from the Soaring Dragon Continent were all abnormally strong freaks? How could this be possible? Forget about her managing to defend herself, she could actually retaliate and emerge victorious. This amazing performance of winning as the less powerful party made the higher-leveled Huang Chuan, Fen Tian, and Yun Xing want to smash their head onto a piece of tofu and die. This made them too inferior. How could they raise their head in pride again? Yue Yang was similarly stunned. Although Night Empress claimed that she wasn't a combat-type warrior, she could drive back Kang Yan with just her domain. If the Night Empress were to use all of her power, then... Never mind, Night Empress was one of them. The stronger she was, the better. The best result would be that she could fight hand-in-hand with Xian and get rid of the extremely arrogant Kang Yan. On this side of the battlefield, it was a fight between domains. On the other side, the battle had also started. The Lich, Tiger Man, Angel, and the Ancient Slaughterer Beast King alongside with his followed attacked Xian together. The Ancient Slaughterer Beast King led 4 of his commanders, 8 captains and more than 10 Ancient Slaughterers. They were all ready as they opened up their mouths widely, shooting out waterfall-like fire pillars. It resulted in overwhelming flames filling up the atmosphere and towards Xian, who was floating in the air. The Lich waved its white bone staff to form a giant skull as it eerily bit towards Xian. The Tiger Man on the other hand hurled its tiger-shaped shock wave, while the Angel used its golden greatsword and sent a heaven-splitting sword wave, flanking Xian. None of these attacks were defendable by a human being. Huang Chuan and the lot watched anxiously. They definitely wouldn't be able to defend against these attacks. And they wouldn't be able to escape from this battle that left them little chance to run away. Most importantly, Xian was still in Kang Yan's strange domain, so she couldn't even use her own domain to protect herself. In other words, Kang Yan could control his domain of power anytime and even use it to attack her. Although Huang Chuan and the lot felt that the situation was unsalvageable, it didn't mean that Xian had no more moves. Even Yue Yang felt that death wasn't guaranteed for Xian. Yue Yang knew that Xian would definitely retaliate. He was anticipating it. Xian would definitely give the most impressive counterattack. He wondered how would she react to their attacks. Insignificant tricks. Xian rose 100 meters higher. When the attacks were extremely close-aby, she extended both of her arms in a series of beautiful actions. The domain Kang Yan used to restrict her shattered like the shattered void in an instant. A burning glow that was tens of thousand times brighter than the sun was given off from her. A giant golden light wheel appeared with her body in the center of it. Millions and millions of rays with world-exterminating power radiated out densely like light arrows and spears. It obliterated all forms of life it touched. Everyone was instantly blinded as they couldn't see anything before them. Forget the ancient slaughterers that were in the center of the battlefield, even the visions of Huang Chuan, Fen Tian, and the lot who were hiding in the starry sky domain were stolen from the brightness of the rays of light. They landed in a state of confusion. Their minds were in a daze. They stood in the starry sky domain blindly like zombies who had lost their souls. If not for the protection provided by the starry sky domain, they would have been obliterated into thin air under the direct exposure to this world-exterminating ray. Orikai's divine light? Crap! Yue Yang was stunned as if a computer system that had just crashed. Damn, he knew that Xian's comeback would be impressive, but he never expected it to be so impressive. Last, Rev, King of Fighter, Orikai. Although Yue Yang possessed the Heaven Eye's divine vision and he did not have to see directly using his eyes, he was still blinded despite being under the protection of Night Empress Starry Sky Domain. His eyes were stinging. The destructive ray still had the power to steal one's sight even under the protection of Starry Sky Domain. To quickly restore his eyesight, Yue Yang hurriedly dropped 2 drops of water of life into his eyes. Using water of life and innate chi to heal, his eyes finally felt better. In his blurry line of sight, Yue Yang saw a scene which he would never be able to forget in his entire life. A dozen ancient slaughterers which were exposed to the destructive light beams all lost their lives. A second ago, they were ferocious and tenacious, just like cockroaches. Their eyes still showed signs of pure fear when they saw the strong light. They would be frozen in fear forever as their souls are destroyed straight away under the powerful light beam. Collapsing one by one onto the ground with a loud thud, they were all like huge trees that were being chopped down. The ancient slaughterer captains which were far more powerful than the normal ancient slaughterers rolled on the ground painfully with their hands hugging their head. Although they did not die, these 8 ancient slaughterer captains were close to death. They no longer had the ability to fight. The 4 commanders which were stronger than the ancient slaughterer captains all became blind. All 8 eyes were ruined as fresh blood steamed out of their eye sockets. Other than the ancient slaughterer Beast King, all other ancient slaughterers had most of their skin burnt and scalded. The attack had penetrative properties. The ancient slaughterers which had already fainted on the ground were scorched. Some were even covered in fire, and it seemed as if it would not stop burning. This was the power of Xizun's attack. The ancient slaughterer Beast King was a heaven-ranked level 5 beast. Its physical body was formidable, thus the injuries it suffered in this destructive light were the least. However, although that was the case, one of its eyes went blind due to the destructive light beam. When the ancient slaughterer Beast King covered its 2 eyes as reflex response, one of its fingers was slower by a beat. There was a narrow slit left uncovered. The light ray blinded its eye, turning it into a one-eyed monster. A large amount of blood gushed out of its injured eye. The Beast King tried very hard to tolerate the pain. It yelped in pain, and fled quickly. It was also the only enemy that could escape from the battlefield after the destructive light beam attacked everyone. Aghh! The tigerman fell face first from the sky. 2 rows of blood gushed out from his eyes. Struggling, he wanted to get back up, but due to his dizziness, he could not stand. His body reacted negatively due to the exposure to strong ray. It made him vomit uncontrollably. He rolled in his own vomit but could not get rid of the terrifying negative effects. The lich was more miserable than the tigerman. Perhaps due to its dark nature, it suffered much greater damage from the light. Unlike the tigerman, the lich did not get blinded nor did he throw up, but half of his body was instantly burned to ashes. By standing sideways, he used one side of his body to block the light, causing it to disappear without a trace. The angel who was exposed to the light the most due to his size, did not have it any better. Upon seeing such things, Yue Yang broke out in sweat. Isn't this destructive light way too OP? Just now the tigerman, lich, and angel were so cool, with a blink of an eye all 3 of them became like African natives. This is what was written. If you have complaints, bring it to the author. Of course, these 3 were not the important points that Yue Yang wanted to see. The one Yue Yang wanted to see most was Kang Yan. Was he also battered and tattered? On the surface Kang Yan seemed okay. First, it was because he was far away. Second, Kang Yan had a cloak over him and it was a holy equipment of high quality. Its high defense was impressive. Third, Kang Yan's powers were the strongest in the entire battlefield and he was prepared way beforehand. Therefore, he looked okay. On the surface alone, Kang Yan was the only one in the entire field who seemed indifferent. The destructive light seemed to have no effect on him. He still had his hands behind his back, and stood calmly on the exact same spot. His 2 eyes were not blinded, and were sparkling. He seemed to be confident and at ease. What was left now was for his toned body to let out a fart to shock the entire field. What Yue Yang did not know was that, when he was blinded and dizzy, Kang Yan suffered from a headache that was so painful he almost fainted. After all, Kang Yan was a heaven-ranked level 5 ranker, his ability to heal was fast. In addition, the strange domain also offset most of the light ray's power. If not, even if Kang Yan wanted to act cool, he might not be able to do so. Even before his vision restored, Kang Yan has already started glaring. He put on an "I was not affected at all" look. In reality he was getting panicky. He was afraid that Xizun would attack with divine light once again. If that was the case, it would not be fake blindness but real blindness. Even if he were to be beaten to death, Kang Yan refuses to believe that the opponent could release 2 of such powerful attacks continuously. Moreover, the overpowering attack was able to instantly wipe out a group of people. So, he forcefully braced himself and pretended that he was fine. This really made him hit the jackpot. He made a smart move. Xizun did not release another wave of destructive light. Instead, she stopped and slowly healed. Kang Yan really wanted to charge forward and attack, because if he waited for the human female to restore completely, he would receive headaches later. The problem was that he just got attacked by the destructive light, his vision had not completely restored. Furthermore, the opponent might be luring him into killing her. After he approaches, she might release the black bullets and kill him instantly. That was no joke. Kang Yan gave up on doing a surprise attack on Xizun when she was still healing. Moreover, there was still a hidden human innate who had the power to use the starry sky domain. Dangerous. He did not need to consider whether it was a trap or not. Kang Yan would never attack, he absolutely did not want to get fooled. The only one that was not injured on this battlefield was the Black Hell King. The Black Hell King was not stronger than Kang Yan, but he could flee much faster. Even before Xizun launched her attack, he escaped back into the grimoire world. It was as if he knew he would be instantly killed if he remained. What made Yue Yang wonder was that Kang Yan did not even use his domain to stop Black Hell King from escaping. On the contrary, he even allowed him to do so secretly. Could it be that the Black Hell King was actually the key to turning the tables of the fight? Such a thought flashed through Yue Yang's mind. Save me! The angel flew up in terrible pain. He flapped his bald wings, and flew in a staggering manner towards Kang Yan. He wanted to plead Kang Yan to save his life. Kang Yan wanted to save him too, but when he saw that Xia still had another card up her sleeve, he decided to continue standing indifferently, not minding other people's business. Just now Xia did not heal. She was quietly storing up her power. If Kang Yan made a surprise attack just now, he might replace the escaping angel and get slashed instead. A huge light wheel. It was blazing just like the sun. It gathered and accumulated in Xian's delicate hand and quickly grew larger. Along its circumference, was a loop of heaven runes. They emitted numerous light rays. The center was just like the world exterminating wheel, it also had 2 ancient runes but it did not have a hidden immemorial rune. This light wheel that blazed as bright as the burning sun was much larger than Yue Yang's world exterminating wheel, and much more powerful. This sunlight wheel seemed to exhibit its full power in the hands of Xia. When Yue Yang saw this light wheel, he immediately realized. Turns out one could also charge up like this. Compared to this light wheel, the world exterminating wheel that was made up purely of runes as well as an immemorial rune, had much greater potential and power. However, with Yue Yang's current state and strength, the power he could unleash was limited. Of course, before that Yue Yang had no one to help him and he relied solely on himself to understand everything. His improvements were actually all made at flying speed. Now, seeing such a profound technique to charge up runes and manipulate them, Yue Yang quickly studied it so that he could use it. He secretly learned from her. Perhaps Xia was intentionally teaching Yue Yang before the fight, because she did not need to use such a powerful move on the angel who was already like an African chicken. Yaa. When the angel was about 100 meters away in front of Kang Yan, he was sliced into half by the sunlight wheel. Kang Yan's foot shifted only a tiny bit. He did not take on the sunlight wheel, instead, he avoided the sunlight wheel while acting cool. He let it brush past him. The lich that had half of his body destroyed, fled in the other direction. Xia did not even bother to look. She slowly lifted up her left hand and dozens light rays emerged in her palms. Severing space, they formed a dozen arc-shaped dimension slash. The dimension slash cut across the sky, instantly splitting the lich into 10 pieces. Wait, Master Xia, please descend and rest. Leave the rest to me, I would do the cleaning up. Seeing that Xia still wanted to attack, Yue Yang quickly leaped out to stop her. He could not just stand there applauding and let her finish everything. After all, he was still the captain representing the West Heaven realm. He had to grab some small credits. Moreover, the enemies were not dead but injured, it was the best time to take advantage. Then I'll let you practice a little. Xia spoke lightly, her tone was just like a billionaire, who took out a check worth $1 million to a starving person to buy some bun as he wishes to fill his stomach. If it was not Yue Yang, no one else would be able to change her mind. You should be careful. On the contrary, the Night Empress was worried for him. Not to mention, the ancient slaughterer Beast King was still alive and kicking, there was also Kang Yan who was watching covetously. The enemy being afraid of Xia did not mean that Yue Yang should take advantage of the situation. A rabbit will bite back if cornered. Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, Yun Xing who were all slowly restoring their sight were all concerned for Yue Yang. At the same time they all felt ashamed. Out of loyalty and dignity, the 3 of them followed Yue Yang to fight together. Wang Jin and the rest were all withering due to the divine light, they were left with little combat power. However, even if they went out, they would probably just get in his way. They might not be of much help. Thus, they tactfully stayed in the starry sky domain. The tigerman which was left alive was still vomiting. Although he was throwing up a lot, his combat power was slowly recovering. After all, he was a heaven-ranked level 3, he would not die so easily. The heaven-ranked level 3 innates, that Xia could instantly kill, were actually not easy targets to be messed with. Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, Yun Xing were all bombarding the tigerman with attacks one after the other. However, the injured tigerman was able to take on their attacks and sustain no further injuries. The tigerman roared, numerous blood-colored light illuminated from his body. Even after Huang Xuan and the rest backed down, the tigerman's body was still gradually changing. A horn grew out from the top of his head. His sinister face became more and more terrifying. His fangs extended out from his mouth just like the saber-toothed tiger. Thorns grew out from his tail and begun burning, while a fin bone, just like that of the Stegosaurus, grew out from his back. After rolling on the ground, the tigerman became an extremely unsightly and ugly horned, thorny-tailed monster. He no longer had any trace of human form to him. The power of the tigerman who became a monster swelled, reaching the peak of heaven-ranked level 3. His strength, speed and physical defense all reached the maximum. Huang Xuan, who was also heaven-ranked level 3, was sent flying a few hundred meters into the air after getting hit. He spat out blood on the spot. Fen Tian and Yun Xing had it even worse. They were not even able to catch up with the opponent's movements. Get out of the way, let me do it. Yue Yang followed Xian's technique to store up power for his world exterminating wheel. Although it was far behind than the sunlight wheel in terms of power, but compared to before, there was an obvious improvement. The power that was exhibited even slightly affected King Yan, who was watching in a distance. The power of this world-exterminating wheel as well as Yue Yang's extraordinary comprehension threatened him. If not for Ji Zun's presence, he would definitely dispose of Yue Yang. Due to overcharging, the world-exterminating wheel in Yue Yang's hands went out of control all of a sudden. It came off and flew out. Fen Tian and Yun Xing were terrified as they quickly dodged. Although the Tigerman became a monster, his intelligence still remained. It also avoided it by leaping out of the way. It quickly jumped back to attack Yue Yang. Its speed was extremely fast, faster than lightning by 100 times. You think my ability is only this much? Yue Yang smirked, the Gui King sword in his hand flashed. Compared to the world-exterminating wheel, wouldn't this Gui King sword be a better finishing blow? Once Gui King was out, its pressure acted on all living things. The figure of the Tigerman who became a monster became sluggish. The fear of death flashed through the Tigerman's heart. He suddenly had an unimaginable bewilderment. Perhaps him, who was heaven-ranked level 3, would die in the hands of this brat. King Yan's presence changed slightly, great waves rose in the grey domain. Tigerman who was suppressed by Gui King's sword in midair was thrown high into the sky. Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, Yun Xing felt incredibly embarrassed. They could not even defeat the heaven-ranked level 3 Tigerman, while Yue Yang, who had not yet stepped into the heaven-ranked, actually pushed him to the point that he needed heaven-ranked level 5 King Yan to assist him. Yue Yang's eyes flashed, taunting his enemy. He concealed the condensed Gui King in his hands. He raised his hand and hit Tigerman's neck with whip of agony formed from Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. Even though the damage was not huge, it was enough to slow Tigerman down. Huang Xuan did not really understand, why does Yue Yang want to fight with Tigerman in close proximity? In terms of realm, ability, and body, Yue Yang was far from Tigerman's level. Why must he fight with Tigerman in close combat? Howl! Tigerman who turned into a monster roared at the skies. The sound wave exploded outwards, shattering the whip that Yue Yang was hitting him with. Even though Yue Yang had the Nirvana flame armor and innate invisible chi, he was hit with dizziness and his body was swaying. Even so, Tigerman did not dare attack Yue Yang. He only opened his mouth to puff out a thick black smoke. In the dense smoke, a tiger-shaped monster that was hidden behind the smokescreen pounced at Yue Yang, waving its claws. Spears of light. Huang Xuan opened his eyes wide, and shot out almost 100 spears of light from his pupils. At almost light speed, it shot through the tiger-shaped monster behind the smokescreen. Light and dark were extremely incompatible. Huang Xuan was confident that his spears of light was able to instantly kill that ghost tiger that was hidden behind the smokescreen. However, something strange happened. It was as if those spears of light did not touch anything and directly passed through the body of the ghost tiger. There was no damage at all. That ghost tiger continued to pounce at Yue Yang. The sharp claws that clawed out from the smokescreen was even able to cut through air as the wind gave a terrifying hiss. Not only was Huang Xuan stunned, even Fen Tian and Yun Xing were shocked. It was obviously a ghost tiger. Why was his spears of light ineffective? Time did not permit them to mull over it. When the ghost tiger was about to finish Yue Yang, who was still in a daze, a blazing ball of fire rose from Yue Yang's body. This was not Nirvana flames. It was a beast that possessed elements like burning flames, smoke, storm, lightning, ghost, and spiritual attributes. She was one of Yue Yang's guardian beasts, the spirit of earth fire. While the spears of light could not even touch the ghost tiger, once the spirit of earth fire appeared, she flung the ghost tiger away. Only she was the same kind of beast like ghost tiger was. Even though the ghost tiger was much stronger than the spirit of earth fire, the spirit of earth fire was not afraid and was not injured. She was not very intelligent, instead, she mostly fought based on her instinct. The ghost tiger was easily able to tear her body into 1,000,000 pieces, but spirit of earth fire's body was able to recover in a split second. As long as Nirvana flame that was her source of life was still burning, she would never disappear. As long as her owner Yue Yang did not die, she would never really die. What ghost tiger was destroying was just her elemental form. This sort of attack had the same effect spears of light had on ghost tiger just now. It was completely ineffective. The only way ghost tiger could cause damage to spirit of earth fire was by engulfing this enemy that would never die. Spirit of earth fire was doing this exact thing. She did not care that the ghost tiger was stronger than her by 100 times, she was making use of Nirvana flames to suck up her opponent's energy bit by bit. Even if ghost tiger did not retaliate, if she wanted to completely engulf the opponent, she would most likely need 3 days and 3 nights. The ghost tiger was furious. It flew around wildly, clawing at the air with its sharp claws. The flames from its mouth burned the entire sky. No matter what property it was completely ineffective towards spirit of earth fire. Struggling was futile. If it was any other beast, the ghost tiger would have swallowed it in one mouth. The problem was the origin of spirit of earth fire was Nirvana flames. No one would be able to swallow such a lethal thing. Under such circumstances of being unable to swallow its opponent, the ghost tiger was fleeing in depression. It hoped to escape from this fight with Spirit of Earth Fire and return to its owner's side. But in front of a delicacy, the Spirit of Earth Fire did not care about anything else. It only wanted to unleash its appetite and enjoy the meal. As for protecting its owner, Spirit of Earth Fire never even considered this problem. This was because Yue Yang had too many guardian beasts. Other than the ghost tiger, Tigerman who turned into a monster also summoned another very powerful devil-toothed beast. This was a strange beast that could only be found in Heaven Realm. Once it was born, it was already gold ranked level 10. From then on, it would never change ranks or upgrade. It could only keep increasing in size and its ability would keep accumulating. Their distinctive characteristic was that they could forcefully swallow and digest anything. After turning into a monster, Tigerman's intelligence was still the same. He summoned out the devil-toothed beast that was the size of a small mountain to probe Yue Yang. For a beast like the devil-toothed beast that had no brain and was just like a ball of meat that was able to heal in an instant, it could hold up against any attacks from a human. If Tigerman was not scared of Xia, he would not be testing Yue Yang so carefully. He would have rushed up to finish Yue Yang off immediately. Now, Tigerman hoped to force Yue Yang away and return to Kang Yan's side. He did not care about anything other than avoiding a confrontation with that human Xia. Is this all you've got? A cold ray flashed across Yue Yang's eyes. If Kang Yan had not used the power of his domain to rescue Tigerman, it would be hard to say if he could survive Gui King Sword's attack. Now he still dared to summon beasts? Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen flew out with a yawn. She was still resting, but had rushed out to face Devil-Toothed Beast. There was no one better than her to face off against the Devil-Toothed Beast. When he condensed energy in his right hand, countless runes flashed. World Exterminating Wheel? Tigerman and Kang Yan were both alarmed. Thankfully, even though this boy's World Exterminating Wheel was quite powerful, there was only one way to attack with it. Kang Yan's presence slightly rose. Tigerman felt a stream of energy enter his body and his battle power increase by multiple times. He was delighted and his confidence elevated. Even though he did not dare enter close combat and defend against the World Exterminating Wheel's chops, Tigerman waved his sharp claws and tail to send tens of invisible air blades, that could cleave metals and crush rocks, at Yue Yang to disturb the process of his condensing. Hung! Kang Yan was suspicious of how Yue Yang did not even try to avoid the attack. Could it be that the attack of Gui King's sword was a fake? And, its true purpose was just to test them? The extremely experienced Kang Yan suddenly had such a thought. Just now, Yue Yang was only trying to test the enemy's limit and the control of his own domain. The real attack was going to come. Come back! Kang Yan shouted to summon Tigerman back, but it was too late. A giant rune wheel was condensed from Yue Yang's hand. It was extremely similar to but still different from the World Exterminating Wheel. When this giant rune wheel appeared, just like Night Empress Starry Sky Domain, the entire room came under Yue Yang's control. All of Kang Yan's domain power was stripped off. Within 10 meters of this giant rune wheel, there was nothing that could affect it. Different from Starry Sky Domain, other than possessing Yue Yang's will, this giant rune wheel possesses special power and will. It could not be negated by anything or any power. Its existence was just like the birth of an entire universe. It had existed since the beginning of everything. When Kang Yan saw that the World Exterminating Wheel had changed, he cried out in shock with he saw this the giant rune wheel, eternal wheel. Oh no! With Yue Yang as the center, countless runes quietly floated around him. After they formed the eternal wheel, they kept their original form. It was as if they have been like so since ancient times, and would still continue to exist like that even in the distant future forever. This was the might of the eternal wheel. There were no external power in this world that could affect it. It was the exact opposite of World Exterminating Wheel. One could exterminate everything, the other would remain eternally. Yue Yang had long inherited the World Exterminating Wheel and the Eternal Wheel. He was just more familiar with using the World Exterminating Wheel, and felt that World Exterminating Wheel caused greater damage. He did not have much time to practice using the Eternal Wheel until the Scarlet Emperor escaped from his seal. Scarlet Emperor's extreme speed and protection from his divine equipment made it impossible for Yue Yang to even hit him. Later, Yue Yang thought of using the Eternal Wheel. It was then did he understand, the two wheels had to be used together. No matter which one, there was no way to use them to their maximum if used alone. Tigerman realized that he was at the edge of the Eternal Wheel. He could not move an inch. Frightened out of his wits, he could only watch as Yue Yang raised the Black Gui King sword and flew over. Not to mention escaping, it was even impossible to call for help. Kang Yan sent out a black gas, but he did not help Tigerman. As for the ancient slaughterer Beast King that only had one eye left, it did not have any intention to fight Yue Yang that was protected by Nirvana flames. It could only feel fear instinctively. Compared to the Eternal Wheel and the World Exterminating Wheel, it was more afraid of Nirvana flames. Nirvana flames was the bane of its existence. Watch out! They say that Kang Yan had an ability that can explode someone's corpse. Huang Xuan suddenly remembered this, and quickly reminded Yue Yang. Even so, I must kill. Even though the Gui King sword was not much larger than chopsticks, it was extremely powerful. The first time the Black Gui King was used, it bore through Tigerman's forehead. Not only did it bore through the brain, even Tigerman's hardest horn was cut off. Interesting. Xian did not show any surprise at Yue Yang's world exterminating wheel and eternal wheel, but instead showed interest in Gui King. Gui King's sword could also bore through the head in one go. Even though it was not as powerful as the Black Bullet, she could see the potential of this divine sword. Just at his current realm, Yue Yang was able to use Gui King's sword to almost the same power as her Black Bullets. If he leveled up to Elder Innate, what power would Gui King's sword possess? The answer was obvious. At the same time Yue Yang killed Tigerman, a terrifying shock wave that was 100 times stronger than a volcanic eruption burst from beneath Tigerman's feet. In almost the same instant, Xian looked through Kang Yan's domain and deeply muttered, so it was only just small tricks to deceive people. It was just the trap domain that needed something from the outside as a trigger. Not to mention Xian, even Night Empress' voice held a tinge of delight, how fortunate, it needs something to trigger it. It had frightened me for a minute there but it seems that it's not much. The ghost tiger that was connected to Tigerman howled in pain. At the same time, a glacier like snow exploded from its body, sealing Ghost Tiger and Spirit of Earth Fire together in ice. The only thing it could not seal was Spirit of Earth Fire's source, Nirvana Flames. At the moment when Tigerman's body was struck, the devil-toothed beast's body exploded. What it shot out was millions of golden lightning snakes in Kang Yan's trap domain. Not to mention Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen that was within the range of the explosion, even Huang Xuan, Fen Tian and Yun Xing were also completely numb from the electricity. Chain explosion. Kang Yan slowly raised his right hand and pointed at the dozen ancient slaughter corpses on the ground. What? Wang Jin and the others were stunned. If these dozens of ancient slaughter corpses exploded, how could anyone still survive? Kang Yan's trap domain built upon each trigger. After 3 explosions, the power of the lightning was already stronger than the initial volcanic eruption by 10 times. If dozens of ancient slaughter corpses exploded one after another, who else could stand it other than the most powerful human Xian? Even Yue Yang who was protected by Eternal Wheel and Night Empress who had Starry Sky Domain most likely cannot withstand the explosion with a power that was 1,000, a million times multiplied. As expected, the heaven-ranked level 5 Kang Yan was terrifying. If he did not attack, it was still alright. Once he attacked, he wanted to wipe out everyone immediately. Xian remained indifferent, as if she did not see that Kang Yan was about to start a chain explosion. Rather, the concealed Night Empress opened her mouth, "Be born, the power of the 12 zodiacs, Aries, Starry Sky Gravity." Gravity. Stars were born one after another, forming the stars of Aries. Starry Sky Domain expanded. An indescribable vast power of stars momentarily produced a boundless attractive force within Kang Yan's trap domain. Under the effect of Starry Sky Gravity, the bodies of ancient slaughterers that were about to explode gently floated in the air. They seemed even more graceful than Yue Yang who was stepping on Eternal Wheel, their huge bodies looked as if they were as light as feathers. With his Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yue Yang could see the secret of that amazing power. This Starry Sky Domain was not amazing because of how it was able to largely disperse Kang Yan's trap domain, but because of its powers of isolation. All of the ancient slaughterer corpses were wrapped up in a faint star power. Even though the trap domain's trigger had astonishing power, but after being isolated by the star power, it could no longer be triggered. Trap domain had essentially been rendered almost useless. As for Kang Yan's chain explosions, Night Empress was able to nullify it easily. Without a trigger, even if he wanted, Kang Yan's trap domain could not cause anything to explode. No matter how powerful it was, it instantly became useless. Trigger was the weakest point of trap domain. So much food. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, who had just been blown to pieces due to the explosion of the devil-toothed beast's corpse caused by the trap domain's trigger, appeared again. That shadow that was blown apart earlier was not her true form. A stalk of thorny flower sprouted from the ground. It bloomed, blooming into a flower bed of indescribable beauty. Atop of that flower bed, was the true Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen who was still yawning. She waved her jade hands, and countless thorny flowers appeared within Starry Sky Domain. Those thorny flowers helped Night Empress Star Power attack Kang Yan's trap domain, sweeping away the floating ancient slaughterer corpses. Unable to completely devour the meal, those huge thorny flowers wrapped up together in the thousands and forcefully dragged those ancient slaughterer bodies away. Ancient slaughterer Beast King was furious. But because of his fear of Yue Yang, who had Nirvana flames, the Beast King did not dare to stop what was happening. In the distance, it spat fire, burning the thorny flowers. Countless thorny flowers burned to ashes from the heat of the fire. But even more thorny flowers grew, turning into an entire sea of flowers. Disregarding the Beast King, they still forcefully dragged the ancient slaughterer bodies away. Kang Yan's eyes were like ice. He only looked on coldly, and did not interfere. The four ancient slaughterer commanders, whose eyesight have not fully recovered, were stubbornly struggling in the sea of flowers. Even though they were injured by Xizun's destructive ray, they did not die. In fact, they still have very powerful fighting power. It was almost impossible to hold them with Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's Thorny Flower Sea. With the help of Trap Domain, the four ancient slaughterer commanders broke free from the thorny flowers brutally and escaped to Kang Yan's side. With their heaven-ranked level 3 strength, the current Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen was still unable to contain them even though they were heavily injured. Yue Yang did not attack them. But as for those ancient slaughterer captains on the brink of death, Yue Yang would not have mercy. Yue Yang intended to use them to train his team as they struggled in the Flower Sea. Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying and Xia Wen Li came forth in succession. Kang Yan did not care what guardian beasts Yue Yang summoned. He also ignored Shui Wuxia who was holding onto an ancient book. He only glanced at Princess Xian who was carrying Prison Emperor Divine Sword. He was not looking at Princess Xian. He was looking at Prison Emperor Divine Sword. Other than Xizun and Night Empress, Kang Yan did not care about anyone else. Even rankers like Huang Xuan, Fen Tian and Yun Xing at heaven ranked level 3 and level 2, were like ants in Kang Yan's eyes. He did not care about them. There is no need for me to attack you guys who do not have enough points. You all will be ruthlessly wiped out by the ancient code. Kang Yan sneered and looked at Xizun. He knew that only Xizun had enough points to escape the punishment of the ancient code. The others had no chance of surviving at all. Because of this, Kang Yan decided not to attack. Firstly, it was because he was not 100% sure he could defeat the mysterious human Xizun in Starry Sky Domain. Secondly, his biggest reason for descending was to injure the elites who were going to advance to Heaven Realm, and not waste his time on the ordinary ones. Huang Xuan and the others looked sick. Previously, when they were under the constant threat of death, they did not have time to even worry over their points. Now, after Kang Yan said it out loud, they felt their scalp go numb. When human Xizun attacked and killed majority of the ancient slaughterer in one go, even though she saved everyone's life, they could not avoid the ancient code because they don't have enough points. What should they do? Even Huang Xuan who was usually the calmest was frantic. Raging waves raised in his heart. You clan's third young master, what good ideas do you have? Huang Xuan suppressed his fear forcefully. He could instinctively sense a chance of survival, and that was to believe in Yue Yang. This Yu clan's third young master will definitely not wait for death to come, he definitely was not that kind of person. He was unwilling to die, and so he would think of a good plan to escape the punishment of the ancient code for sure. This time, no matter what, they had to trust him. Idea? I do have one, but it might not be very good. Of course Yue Yang would not wait for death. When he saw the pleading eyes of Huang Xuan and the others, he was delighted. He deliberately acted humble. We trust you. Fen Tian thought that if even at this point of time anyone did not trust Yue Yang, that person was an idiot. You all will never escape the punishment of the ancient code, because I will return to Heaven Realm. No ancient slaughterer will come again. You all will never accumulate enough points, just kill each other in desperation here. Kang Yan waved his hands and the faraway ancient slaughterer Beast King and the four ancient slaughterer commanders around him. A platinum staff suddenly appeared in Kang Yan's hands. The Staff of Return. The platinum rank Staff of Return was a treasure exclusive to Heaven Realm. Even though there are as many as 10 of them, they could only be found in Heaven Realm. Or rather, it was an item that belonged solely to Heaven Realm's central palace, no one else could own them. A extremely dazzling white ray shot to the sky, countless currents spread inside the trap domain. When the white light reached the highest point in the sky, it exploded like a firework. 6 white rays curved down, landing on Kang Yan, Ancient Slaughterer Beast King and the 4 Ancient Slaughterer Commanders. Huang Xuan, Fen Tian and Yun Xing were unable to resist the powerful shockwave from Kang Yan's trap domain and were thrown kilometers away. Bringing with him the Ancient Slaughterer Beast King and Ancient Slaughterer Commanders, Kang Yan teleported away, disappearing from Central Plaza. They returned to Heaven Realm. The entire process was very strange, because no one received punishment from the ancient code. From this, it is obvious that Death Arena was under the control of someone. They must have made use of a loophole within the ancient code to turn this ancient battlefield into their slaughterhouse of those in the lower Heaven Realm. If Xizun did not come, Kang Yan would most likely not have to abandon Black Hell King and escape back to Heaven Realm in such a rush. But even with the powerful support from Xizun and Night Empress, it was of no use. The enemy had long set a trap. To wait for the rankers from the lower world and ensnare all of them. Now we are really all dead meat. Fen Tian fell onto the ground in helplessness. Now that Kang Yan escaped back to Heaven Realm and no other killers were going to come, they were all going to die without enough points. What other choice do we have now? We should have combined forces together just now and fought to keep Kang Yan here at all costs. Wang Jin sighed. If only Xian and Night Empress had been willing to step forward to stop Kang Yan from escaping. Even if Kang Yan wanted to leave, it was not that easy. Wang Jin did not understand why didn't Xian and Night Empress stop Kang Yan just now. It was not good for them to let Kang Yan off either, why did they do it? Let us all think of another solution, no point in complaining. Yun Xing waved his hand dismissively. He felt that Xian and Night Empress have already done what they could. They could not possibly defeat Kang Yan. If not for what they have already done to scare Kang Yan away, they would all have died in Kang Yan's trap domain. Third young master, what do you think? Huang Xuan looked at Yue Yang with hope. We could not have stopped Kang Yan from escaping if he wanted to. Moreover, I did not even intend to stop him. Yue Yang said. Suddenly, a gold compass that was more dazzling than the staff of return by 100 times appeared. This was the three-realm compass that Empress Fei Wen Li lent to Yue Yang. A special divine equipment. The staff of return was quite an impressive treasure already since it was able to teleport to Heaven Realm directly from Death Arena. However, compared to three-realm compass, the staff of return was like a child's toy. As long as you set target on any location or item, the three-realm compass could teleport anyone at will. Not only Tongtian Tower's mortal realm and Heaven Realm, even if it was the God's realm from Legends, it was possible to teleport there. Any obstruction in this world, other than Ancient Code, Divine Grimoire Space and the Unbreakable Eternal Seal, or rather those black hole seals that are called Nirvana Seal, no other space would be able to block teleportation using Three-Realm Compass. Three-Realm Compass was also a divine equipment that could be successfully used even if the owner was not super powerful. It was a highest quality special divine equipment. Even though this was Her Majesty's divine equipment, but because she and Yue Yang had a spirit blood contract, as long as she designated it, Yue Yang would be able to borrow it. At that time, when Yue Yang went to seek for Empress Fei Wen Li's help, she took out this three-realm compass immediately after understanding the situation. She later said something to Yue Yang that shocked him greatly: the best way to break the manipulation of the ancient battlefield is to attack Heaven Realm. To let Kang Yan escape back to Heaven Realm was part of Yue Yang, Xian, and Night Empress plans. Otherwise, Xian would not have let him off. Of course, if Xian and Night Empress did not come, Yue Yang would have been helpless even if he had the three-realm compass. This was because Kang Yan was not someone he could handle. The enemy from Heaven Realm could not be messed with. After hearing Yue Yang's plan, Xian and Night Empress agreed to it without a second thought. Attacking Heaven Realm was such an impressive move, that even if it failed, it would shock the entire Tongtian Tower. Moreover, Yue Yang was directly by Empress Fei Wen Li herself. Even if they could not attack Heaven Realm, Yue Yang still had a way to return safely. Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, Yun Xing, you three can stay behind. I will not force you all. Our plan is to attack Heaven Realm. There is no way we can let Kang Yan escape. I have already marked the ancient slaughterer Beast King and can immediately teleport to where it is. Decide for yourselves whether to follow me and kill Kang Yan, or to stay here. As Yue Yang invited Huang Xuan and the two, he also transmitted his innate chi into the three-realm compass. Different from the staff of return, from the splendor of three-realm compass, a tiny smiling spirit flew out. This was the spirit of the divine equipment. It was a fairy around the size of one's palm. The spirit of the divine equipment had a pair of wings like rainbows, and a gorgeous fishtail. It looked like a mini version of Fei Wen Li. Even though not exactly identical, it was still extremely adorable. The spirit waved its small hands, and all life 10 meters within Yue Yang were marked with a golden ancient rune. Huang Xuan, Fen Tian and Yun Xing exchanged looks and quickly rushed over. Of course, they wanted to join in on this crazy plan to attack Heaven Realm. Even though they did not know how many enemies there will be, an extremely slim chance of survival was better than staring at the death arena. Staying here would definitely mean death. Not to mention those that were near, even Elder Nangong and Emperor of the Underworld, who were observing from a distance also rushed over. They were all determined to join the counterattack on Heaven Realm even if they might never return. To be able to attack Heaven Realm was the long-cherished wish of any ranker. Even if they died in battle, it was still worth it. Before teleporting to Heaven Realm, Yue Yang shouted towards the empty space, "Black Hell King, you gutless turtle, are you waiting to die here? The ancient code cannot kill me, third young master. You will never understand what a true betrayer really is." After Yue Yang and the others disappeared, Black Hell King quietly appeared, floating in the sky. He slowly raised his hand, removing the sacred armor on his body and kept his dark sacred sword. He kept everything in his grimoire, leaving him standing there in the sky. Lastly, he mumbled to himself, "A true betrayer can even betray himself. The last betrayal is not just things like the loyalty of servants, the tears of a lover, the protection of guardian beasts and the alliance between teammates, even my own life. I, Black Hell, do not need it." The punishment of the ancient code turned into a destructive strike of lightning, turning Black Hell King into ashes instantly. Suddenly, a white ray appeared from nowhere. It shot up to the sky. A shadow the shape of the Black Hell King flashed within the white light, disappearing. Heaven Realm, Ancient Battlefield Ruins. This was a desolate, uninhabited, and lifeless place. Within the radius of 1,000 miles, there was absolutely no living creature. Although it had been 10,000 years, the dimensional fracture caused by the legendary gods in the ancient times was still unable to recover. It was a shock to the eye. The sky was split into half by an unimaginable power. There were two types of power from the ancient code which were entirely different. In the deafening silence, they resist each other continuously. From time to time, a whip of purplish-blue lightning would be released, piercing through the sky, and eventually explode onto the ground. The surface of the earth was covered entirely by solidified lava which formed creepy shapes. Since the ancient times until this very day, there were no plants that could survive here. Most of the areas here were plains. There weren't any volcano craters at all. The reason, why the surface of the earth melted, was entirely due to the violent burning of the flames. Other than the legendary gods, no one else could cause thousands of miles of land to burn and form liquid lava. Gazing into the distance, one could see deep pits which seemed to be formed from the collisions of meteor. These huge pits were the result of the clashes between the powers of the gods. The only miracle within the ancient battlefield ruins was the ancient god statues which stood at the center of the ruins. There stood a huge headless statue, which was 200 meters tall. It was enormous, sitting right in the middle of other statues. At present, no one knew which god this statue represented. However, based on the fact that it was right at the center, it was obvious that his status was high. Perhaps he was the legendary king of gods. Beside this headless statue, there stood about a dozen of smaller statues with and without limbs. They were similar to the headless statue. Although they stood upright, all of the statues were damaged. There seemed to be no means to restore them. The dozens of god statues were split into two big groups. Faintly, they seemed to show hostility towards the other group. Even the most knowledgeable person wouldn't be able to identify these god statues. However, the entire heaven realm seemed to be able to recognize one of the gods. It was the god of arbitration. No one was sure if the god of arbitration was real, even including the disciples from the central palace, who worshipped the god of arbitration. They only vaguely heard that the god of arbitration was a formidable god that determined the lives and deaths of the living beings in heaven realm. During that time, he suggested the idea of having the four lower worlds to compete in the ancient war in the death arena until this very day. On the left group, standing at the third position in line was a blindfolded god. His left hand was damaged, while, in his right hand he held a huge golden scale. He was the god of arbitration. Under his foot, was the four-sided divine steel which initiated the ancient wars. Whoosh! A beam of light rose from the war altar in front of the four-sided holy steel, soaring into the sky. After reaching the highest point, it fell downwards just like fireworks. Falling onto the ground, Xian, the ancient slaughterer beast king and the four ancient slaughterer commanders appeared. Due to the fact that the ancient slaughterer beast king and the four ancient slaughterer commanders were too huge in size, they could not react quickly enough. They knocked over a few hundred ancient slaughterers which were standing on the war altar waiting to enter the death arena, and sent them flying. This caused a disturbance. Upon seeing the ancient slaughterer beast king's return, all the ancient slaughterers roared with excitement. Thinking that they won, they all cheered for the beast king's return. Were there no talents in the Soaring Dragon Continent? Xian, it must have been a disappointing trip. A middle-aged man whose surroundings sparkled with azure ripples appeared in front of the war altar. He also had a purple cloak over his body. His light green skin was abnormal, but his elegant appearance was just like that of a human. He has a pair of special eyes. His golden pupils could enlarge just like cats, and it exuded a trace of ruthlessness. With great confidence, this middle-aged man with golden pupil mocked Xian, the Soaring Dragon Continent has already fallen. 6,000 years ago the prison emperor fell into our trap and fought with the three great leaders of the Western Heaven Realm. Numerous of his subordinates died. The ancient inheritance was practically completely lost. There is no way that there could be another elite. Merely just seeing that in this 6,000 years, no one from the Soaring Dragon Continent could set foot in Heaven Realm, there was no need to initiate the ancient war. Hey who, take a look at the number of people that returned. A man who was like an invisible man, who also had with a purple gold cloak, snorted, arrogance, is sometimes the synonym of foolishness. What happened? The man with light green skin and golden pupils furrowed his eyebrows. There is an elder innate ranker from the Soaring Dragon Continent, she might have used divine equipment to raise her powers. She killed more than a dozen ancient slaughterers. However, other than her, the rest would definitely die. Including the young boy who claims to be the new prison emperor. Xian sounded irritated. He really did not want his companion to see his embarrassing state after his failure. Even you could not kill her. Hu Hei was really surprised. Xian refused to answer this question. The outer palace initiated the ancient war without approval, and even forcefully meddled with the battle between the four sides of the lower world, as a result 100+ ancient slaughterers died. I would report these things to His Majesty Shangdian. The invisible man did not wait for Kang Yan to explain, he lightly brushed his cloak using his hand. There was a light breeze, and in that split second, the person was gone. His high speed and mysterious techniques were something even Kang Yan, who was on the same level, and He who could not see through. Shangdian gender currently unknown but sticking to his temporarily. Kang Yan still remained silent. The inner palace has already declined. The golden pupil man, He who snorted with anger, the central palace is made up of wind, fire, water, earth, the 4 great palaces. Us outer palace members have occupied the 3 other palaces excluding the wind palace. We, the 8 great elders, are ranked 6th among the outer palace, we totally have the overwhelming power. If it was not because of His Majesty Shangdian always favoring and helping the inner palace, then all those useless wastrels would have been kicked out from the inner palace. Shi Feng is quite powerful, if not he would not dare to be so arrogant. Kang Yan spoke with the intention to sow dissension. Hey Hu, perhaps we can cooperate during some occasion. To cooperate with you? Clever Kang Yan, I need to consider that. Hey Hu remained cautious. One day you will look for me. Kang Yan seemed to be confident. Unhurriedly, he flew and landed in front of the 4-sided god stele. He wanted to pick up the star of arbitration which represented the central palace. The golden bright and dazzling star of arbitration was taken down from the golden scale from the statue of the god of arbitration. There were 2 in total. Normally, the central palace takes away one of them, letting the golden scale to tilt to its right. When the ancient wars start, the central palace would place the star of arbitration back to the 4-sided god stele. When this divine equipment was placed on the 4-sided god stele, it would open the war altar in front. This allows the heaven realm fighters to enter the death arena as the 6th side, the arbiters. Once the star of arbitration is picked up, it would mean that the passage to the death arena would be closed. The heaven realm fighters could not open it within the next 1,000 years. Kang Yan softly prayed, then slowly drew out the heaven runes symbolizing the arbiter. However, the star of arbitration did not move. It was not willing to fly out like how it obeyed the arbitrator before. He who was preparing to leave, he turned his head. Seeing what happened he furrowed his eyebrows. Kang Yan, you cannot even move the star of arbitration? Such pretentious look, could it be that you plan to embezzle the star of arbitration after I take my leave? I do not want to warn you once again, Kang Yan, the divine equipment, star of arbitration cannot be messed with. If the 3 palace owners knew, they would not mind having a new elder. If His Majesty Shangdian found out, even your body will get torn and bones crushed, you would be unable to avoid the severe punishment. Kang Yan did not answer. He prayed once again and drew out the heaven runes once again. The star of arbitration did not move an inch. It was embedded onto the 4-sided god stele, as if it was an integral whole with the 4-sided god stele. He who saw that Kang Yan did not seem to be joking with him. He quickly stepped forward and stretched out his 2 hands. Being exceptionally serious, he prayed together with Kang Yan, and then drew out the heaven runes together. He was prepared to receive the star of arbitration. However, the star of arbitration did not respond at all. Now, Kang Yan and He Hu both realized that something went wrong. Sweat appeared on their forehead, they were both not sure what the issue was. What is happening? The arbitration is over, the star of arbitration should return. This is impossible. He Hu glared at Kang Yan, what happened in the death arena? What exactly have you done? We did not do anything. Kang Yan was feeling extremely gloomy, he really did not do anything. Why wasn't the star of arbitration responding to the summon? Why don't you guys ask me? Illiterates should honestly admit, do not pretend you know when you don't. All of a sudden, Yue Yang appeared in front of the 4-sided god stele. It was unknown where he came out from. Yue Yang acted as if he was taking things very seriously. He pointed at the inscriptions on the 4-sided god stele, with the font as if he was a worthy teacher. He said, you guys should have seen the ancient rune here, do you know what is written? It said that if the ancient war was not officially over, the arbitrator could not abscond. Looking at your expressions, did I make it sound too deep? Then you illiterates should listen well. Although you guys escaped from the death arena, the real war is still on. We were still pursuing and attacking. We did not give up yet. The ancient code decided that this ancient war is still on. You guys want to be ostriches, it is not a problem but at least you should ask us if we agreed. Now do you understand? It was you. Kang Yan looked at Yue Yang, his eyes popping. It was just like how ordinary people react when they witness a ghost. Who is this little ant? A participant from the Soaring Dragon Continent. He who looked at Yue Yang. He was also stunned. This young master, is the new prison emperor, just as what Kang Yan had said earlier. Of course, I have not reached the prison emperor's standard yet. If not, I would have already swat you 2 flies with my palm. I thought you people were capable, but in reality you do not even understand ancient runes. Stopping living in the heaven realm, go back to the countryside and collect dung. Those who collect dung from my hometown are more educated than you. Yue Yang picked his ears, looking at the two heaven realm rankers who could not even read ancient runes. He felt that his ego wasn't bad. In fact, the ancient runes was not something common. Xian and He who could not read, this meant that only a few people from the heaven realm could understand. This was definitely not something any random person could read and understand. Yue Yang was not so free, if not he would use ancient runes to write a letter to take liberties on Ming Yu Guang and see if she understood ancient runes. Now, seeing Xian and He whose pale complexion, Yue Yang felt that it was just like the tragic expression an illiterate person would make when he or she was caught taking newspapers. It was a really great feeling. How did you chase me to the heaven realm? Xian quickly calmed down his mind. If this Yu clan's third young master chased after him alone, then he should just kill him. Of course, even if he ate a moronic pill he would not think this way. If the opponent was not sure, he would not have gave chase. As for Yue Yang, Xian did not feel there was a problem. His only concern was the human Xizun who could kill once she moves her hand. So the heaven realm was just nothing but this is so disappointing. Xizun's cold and conceited voice rang just like ice pearls cracking. Xian's heart sank, he cried out in alarm to warn his companion, be careful. But it was too late. Xizun appeared in the sky, above the war altar. Her two hands have already opened, she was going to release another beam of destructive ray. With the special assistance from Starry Night Domain and the extra support from the war altar, the power Xizun unleashed this time, was 10 times stronger than what she unleashed previously. Instantly, the entire ancient battlefield ruins had been flooded by an ocean of light. After a long time, the wave of light finally gradually receded. Xian was in an extremely sorry state. Although he was prepared, his underestimation towards the new power of the destructive ray caused him greatly suffer. Before that, Xizun had already released the destructive ray once. Although she managed to kill more than 10 ancient slaughterer instantly, Xian wasn't alarmed as he realized that the seemingly terrifying ray couldn't hurt him. It had never occurred to him that it was Xizun's tactic to hide her true power previously. This time round, Xizun did not reserve any of her power. She was 10 times stronger than the previous round. Under the help of Night Empress Starry Sky Domain, coupled with Xizun going all out, the power of the destructive ray was expected to boost up to 8 times. But what surprised even Xizun herself was that the strength of her destructive ray had been boosted by another level by the war altar. This natural aid boosted the power of the destructive ray to 10 times and beyond. So Xian and He who turned into a sorry state. Being so close to the destructive ray, the cloak, that was a holy equipment, was thoroughly destroyed, turning into ashes in the air. Xian's previously beautiful curly golden hair were charred even under the protection of his holy equipment and his domain. The purple gown that was a holy equipment was already torn and tattered. It was like a beggar outfit. Coupled with Xian's charred appearance, he looked extremely tragic. It was a huge contrast to his previously cool appearance. But he was strong enough, hence he wasn't injured fatally. But those who knew Xian would be shocked since no one had made him look so sorry for thousands of years already. As compared to Xian, He who was more severely injured. He who wasn't aware that Xizun could unleash such a powerful blow was directly exposed to the ray, and as a result, his golden pupil was burnt. Even if he could recover, it would take many years, or even longer. The appearance of He who lost his vision and turned blind was even more sorry than Xian. There were bloodied wounds everywhere on his body. Most of them were charred, giving off a barbecued meat smell. If it weren't because he was at the same level as Xian, he would have collapsed from the blow. The ancient slaughterer Beast King had already collapsed. Both of its eyeballs exploded and as its eye sockets became 2 bloodied holes. As it was nearest the region Xizun attacked in, its head and face were charred and disfigured as fresh blood oozed out from its nose and mouth. Other than the external wounds, it suffered internal injuries. Xizun was aware that she couldn't kill the cunning Xian and He who, so she focused on attacking the ancient slaughterer Beast King the most. Although the ancient slaughterer Beast King wasn't as shrewd as Xian, it was the ruler of the ancient slaughterers after all, so he had a large number of followers. As long as it was still alive, it would be a huge threat to the entire situation. If she couldn't kill Xian, she chose to kill the ancient slaughterer Beast King instead. It would be better to break 1 finger than to injure 10 fingers. This was a plan initiated by Yue Yang. The ancient slaughterer Beast King was an important key. Xian would run away, so she couldn't let him take ancient slaughterer Beast King away. It was superior to all other people apart from Xizun, Night Empress and Yue Yang. It was a deadly threat even to the heaven-ranked level 3 Huangquan. If they could get rid of the ancient slaughterer Beast King, Huangquan, and the rest would be able to help them. Yue Yang, Night Empress, and Xizun could then be more focused on attacking Xian. But it wasn't dead. It possessed such a strong body that even when it was blind, it was full of life. Being heavily injured temporarily meant nothing to it. The 4 ancient slaughterer commanders also didn't die. They laid on the ground on the brink of death. The previous destructive ray almost killed them. Now with an even more powerful destructive ray, the reason why they weren't killed instantly was because of their strong body. They wouldn't be able to recover in the short term, so everything was going well according to Yue Yang's plan. The only thing Yue Yang did not expect was that there were almost 100 ancient slaughterers in the war altar. Most of them collapsed under the destructive ray. Instant kill. Even with the shelter of their teammates, not many of them managed to survive the blow. A few ancient slaughterer captain were still alive, albeit already on the verge of death. But they were at their limits already. Even if everyone ignored them with them, they wouldn't be able to survive. God damn it, this is too annoying. I hate people from the Soaring Dragon Continent the most. Die, all of you shall die. He who was blind, roared crazily as he reached his hands to summon his platinum grimoire. Numerous beasts instantly appeared. A multi-eyed monster that looked like an octopus with numerous tentacles fused into He Hu's body. With its help, numerous pairs of eyes grew on He Hu's skin. There were more than 10 pairs of them in various sizes, causing He Hu to look very eerie. 2 monsters with cow heads, lizard bodies and snake tail glided towards Xian, waving weird long blades in their hands. They were all heaven ranked level 2. They were on par to the ancient slaughterer captains. Through the waves of energy generated from them waving the weird blades, it could be judged that they had intelligence. They weren't like the ancient slaughterer who lacked cognitive development. Yue Yang also saw 2 dwarves with lower jaws that had whale feelers. They were carrying huge baggages on their bags. They quickly assembled their weapons in their baggages, forming a holy ranked double-edged sword spanning over 10 meters. They then brought out armors out of their huge baggages and assembled them orderly, covering He Hu in the armor within 10 seconds. This wasn't the end. The 2 dwarfs then sprinkled golden blood around, as the blood condensed in front of He Hu, forming a heaven rune. Their efficient actions boosted the armor's power by more than 10 times. Interesting. Although Yue Yang looking down on the opposite party's foolish behavior, he did not mind learning the tricks of using heaven runes from them secretly. Okay, you have provoked me entirely. Xian also summoned a tall fire giant. As compared to He Hu, he was much more meticulous. He first set up his trap domain before slowly fusing with the heaven-ranked level 2 fire giant. Yue Yang was sure that Xian definitely had other stronger beast which he hadn't summoned yet. They were probably Xian's most important secrets and Xian would only reveal them at the last moment. As for He Hu, Yue Yang felt that he wasn't a fool either. Although he mightn't be as cunning as Xian, he would definitely be one who looked coarse on the outside but meticulous on the inside. His arrogant attitude might be a form of disguise. Xian did not retreat when she saw the opponents. Instead, she went forwards, undaunted by the strong enemies. The 2 cow-headed monsters were shook more than 100 meters away when she reached out her hand. She only snorted coldly towards Xian's rapid sneak attack as a golden light shield rose like a grimoire barrier, repelling Xian away. He Hu, who went right after Xian, couldn't believe it. Xian was an elder at heaven ranked level 5 of the Fire Palace. He never expected that he would be shook away even before he struck. Could it be that this woman from the Soaring Dragon Continent was really that powerful? He waved his double-edged sword unbelievingly. He slashed it down heavily. But it only made his double-edged sword shake more violently as it almost flew away. He Hu, who was one of the 8 elders from the Central Palace, was dumbstruck. Even the 4 Palace Lord won't be able to achieve this, right? Could it be that this woman from the Soaring Dragon Continent was more powerful than the 4 Palace Lords? This could be the skills of her beast or a skill she learned herself. With ashened expression, Xian continued, "Close combats are useless, we have to use our energies to kill her. Her body isn't strong enough, so she'll surely die if she were to be struck. He Hu, go deal with those ants, I'll do this fight. We can settle her together later when you are done. Sleep talking before your death." Xian used her fair hands to shatter the void before gathering her destructive black bullet. She raised her hand and struck it towards one of the cow-headed monster. Xian couldn't even warn it as he kicked it away directly to dodge the attack of the black bullet. However, Xian moved her finger, causing the black bullet to turn and shoot right through the cow-headed monster that was kicked away. It was killed instantly. He Hu angrily let out a strange cry. But he did not dare to take the blow of the destructive black bullet directly. Waving his double-edged sword, he was preparing to vent his anger by killing Yue Yang. But numerous stars appeared before Yue Yang, slashing away He Hu's energy wave. Night Empress' pleasant voice sounded. She did not sound angry at all. "Heaven-ranked ranker, please don't be anxious. If you don't mind, I can be your opponent. Although I can't be like Xian, who could shock you instantly, I hope that you can remember me as an opponent." The remaining cow-headed monster avoided the starry sky domain. It was preparing to launch a sneak attack on Yue Yang, who was continuously copying down the inscriptions on the 4-sided steel. Yue Yang saw that the 4-sided divine steel wasn't damaged at all under the destructive ray. The reason was that every time the destructive ray shone on it, numerous heaven runes and ancient runes would form a thin veil. All the god statues were unharmed under the veil. It remained unknown how they were chipped. From this, Yue Yang was instantly interested in those runes that hadn't disappeared. Although he wasn't entirely sure of their uses, he copied them down quickly to avoid future regrets. Yue Yang wasn't bothered by the cow-headed monster's attacks at all. Night Empress' pleasant voice sounded softly. She didn't sound like she was fighting. Instead, she sounded as if she was singing. Starfall, meteor shower. Stars turned into meteorites one after another in the starry sky domain. They sliced across the space and crashed onto the cow-headed monster that was about to attack Yue Yang. Without waiting for it to get up, the meteor shower smashed it into a mash of meat. Although it wasn't as stunning as Zhizun's black bullet, it was also one which could kill people instantly. It was terrifying. Huang Chuan, what are you waiting for? There are so many monsters who aren't dead lying around, you want to wait for them to recover before fighting. Yue Yang saw that Huang Chuan, Fen Tian and the rest were still watching the fight between Zhizun and King Yan and Night Empress and He Hu bewilderedly. He was baffled. They had to know when to watch on the sidelines and when not to. The situation now was extremely urgent, yet they are still watching? Kill that guy, he is the mastermind behind everything. King Yan hoped that He Hu could kill Yue Yang quickly. Night Empress was definitely not a combat-type ranker, so He Hu would be wasting his energy if he were to continue fighting with her. Exchange opponents. He Hu was extremely incensed. Night Empress wasn't an easy opponent, she hadn't even appeared in her starry sky domain, how could they continue the fight? Two dwarf kiddos, your mom is calling for you to eat dinner. Yue Yang suddenly appeared behind the back of the two dwarves. He first patted them on their shoulders and then used his god-killing dagger to slice across their short neck quickly while they were startled. Black blood splattered. He Hu seethed with anger when he saw Yue Yang attack and kill two of his blood slaves. Although the two blood slaves were extremely weak, they were very important. Especially since, they were irreplaceable for boosting the golden runes. He Hu could have his powers increased by at least 50% after their special boost. For them to be killed in a single stroke by Yue Yang pained He Hu's heart. He Hu couldn't care less about the two abyss manatees that died since they were elite imperial bodyguards offered by the abyss vassal clan every few hundred years. Let alone the central palace, there were over a few dozen of them in He Hu's grimoire world, so the loss of two of them could not be felt. Contrarily, the weak blood slaves were not bred naturally and required large amount of manpower and resources to raise. It took an extremely slow process. He Hu had spent thousands of years with great difficulty before he had managed to breed these two whale-feeler dwarves proficient in the heaven runes to become blood slaves. He did not expect them to be killed by the enemy in one stroke. What blew He Hu's top was that the whale-feeler dwarves had a special type of tapeworm, a parasitic beast within their bodies which could regenerate their bodies no matter the extent of damage as long as the body was not destroyed. However, the goddamned Yue Yang used his legendary nirvana flames to refine the orb of the dwarves right after he killed them. Like this, these two blood slaves would be dead forever. They could never be resurrected. Damn you! He Hu cursed King Yan under his breath. If King Yan had not interfered with the ancient war of the death arena, then none of the subsequent problems would have arose. Regardless of the woman who emitted the destructive rays or the woman who possessed the starry sky domain, they were both not to be trifled with. Now, when he saw that this human boy possessed nirvana flames, he knew that he was also not easy to deal with. He had the nirvana flames, purifying flames which the Fire Palace Lord did not even possess. If the flames were to fall into his hands, there might not be anyone who could survive from his wrath. God Rune Boundary. Yue Yang learned from others quickly. When He Hu rushed towards him, he already combined the technique of the blood slaves together with his own comprehension of the secret of the runes and drew the rune of the four-sided divine steel. Sure enough, the form was as Yue Yang expected. The rune that guarded the four-sided divine steel was a super defensive runic war circle. It was unbelievably thin and seemed to be unable to withstand He Hu's attack as he punched. It was like a shirt caught in a violent tornado, at the risk of tearing and shattering. However, as He Hu landed his fist, it only dented a little, dissipating the scary strength of the punch. The power which He Hu attacked with disappeared completely. Not only for He Hu, but such an effect was unexpected by Yue Yang as well. Awesome! Yue Yang celebrated quietly. The rune formation he just drew was only learnt just moments ago and had not sunk in completely yet. What would the defensive power be like if he could fully grasp the meaning of the rune circle? Yue Yang didn't dare imagine. Of course this God Rune Boundary had its weakness. After drawing it, the user was unable to move nor counterattack, he could only defend. A purely defensive shield was not that useful for Yue Yang. Still, Yue Yang could use it somewhere else. For example on armors, battle dolls, buildings, and also teleportation circles. If this God Rune Boundary could be used to provide long-lasting protection, these things would be able to work perfectly. He Hu was a little taken aback. He had thought that he could instantly kill Yue Yang with one punch or at least injure him tremendously. Who would have thought that Yue Yang did not only block the blow but also had the free time to perfect the techniques he copied from the blood slaves. This lad actually dared to steal the secret of the runes from his blood slaves right before the battle. When this sank in, He Hu became even more furious and a murderous look appeared on his face. In his other hand, he waved a double-edged blade. It spun like a wheel and flew out of his hand like lightning as it sliced through the air and towards Yue Yang with thunder and lightning. Your opponent is me. Night Empress's voice sounded through the skies. The starry sky domain shifted and all the stars that floated in the sky began to whirl. A galaxy with 6 gigantic spiral arms was created. It's formed like the Milky Way. It had an immensely strong gravitational field which pulled the spinning blade He Hu tossed away from its intended target. He Hu reacted immediately. He waved his hand and drew back the double-edged blade to which he had a connection to. This holy treasure nearly fell into Night Empress' hands. The extraordinary powers of Night Empress' starry sky domain made the heaven-ranked level 5 water-type elder of the Central Palace Hall wary about making moves. Even though he had the advantage in skills, he could not deal with an enemy that he cannot see. Before he figured out a way to unravel the extraordinary powers of the domain, He Hu thought it best if he did not waste his energy fighting the domain, to save him from being ridiculed. As for Yue Yang, He Hu naturally would not let such a hateful human off. His hand brushed over the platinum grimoire and he summoned 8 abyss manatees. Kill him, no, capture him, I want him as my blood slave. He Hu had a change of heart. He felt that, with Yue Yang's gift in runes, it would allow him to reach even higher levels if he had Yue Yang as his blood slave. Third young master, we're here. Huang Xuan felt anxious when he realized he could not kill the ancient slaughterers. The few dying ancient slaughterers were no big deal. Even if they were not attacked, they would have died since their death was only a matter of time. Yet, the ancient slaughterer commanders were extremely difficult to kill. They would not die anytime soon and Huang Xuan, Fen Tian and the others decided that they should be left to Yue Yang. Yue Yang would be more efficient at killing others since he possessed the world exterminating wheel and the nirvana flames. Moreover, there was still the ancient slaughterer beast king. Huang Xuan and the rest would not have been able to kill this fellow without battling for a few hours if it wasn't for the help of Yue Yang. Huang Xuan and the rest rushed to where Yue Yang was and intercepted the abyss manatees. Although the abyss manatees were pretty skilled, they were unable to match up to the ancient slaughterers in terms of physical build, strength, vitality and so on. Huang Xuan and gang were confident that they could defeat these 8 enemies. Grunt, grunt. The 8 abyss manatees were creatures of intelligence. Even though they could not contract a grimoire, they had summoning crystals. All 8 of them fished out a purplish-blue summoning crystal and muttered a string of words. Blue light poured out and countless amphibious fish demons were summoned. Despite that, these ugly amphibious fish demons were only innate level 6, which Huang Xuan and the rest did not even care to kill. Together, they could release a special power, fishing net capture. What the hell? Bone Clan's Wang Jin and the three-eyed tigerman were both trapped by the amphibious fish demon's fish net. Only Huang Xuan, with the power of his light ray eye and lightman, with his ability to become light rays escaped. As for the fire clan's Fen Tian and liquid form gold man Yun Xing, they evaded capture since they lagged behind. The part man part robot was the most pitiful. He was much slower so the amphibious fish demons did not target him but he was then surrounded and beaten up by a few abyss manatees. That happened since he was the most heavily injured among everyone and thus, the weakest. He practically became the pushover everyone took advantage of. Kang Yan and Xizun were still engaged in battle. Kang Yan did not dare allow Xizun to have the chance to make a move on the others. Because other than He Hu and himself, nobody else would be able to survive fighting against Xizun. He must keep this terrifying enemy occupied and slowly deplete her energy. He had realized that her weakness was that she was limited by her body. Being limited to being in a female body, she was not strong enough and was seemingly less skilled in close combat. If it was not for her shield, her weak body would not have been able to withstand his blows. This woman must be killed. If she ever matured, she would definitely be a powerful enemy on par with the 4 great palace lords. She must be killed in this ancient battlefield ruins before she managed to overcome the natural weakness of her body. No, not only her but the invisible Night Empress as well as Yue Yang, who possessed the world exterminating wheel, eternal wheel and the nirvana flames, must not live. If not, the incident with the prison emperor 6,000 years ago will happen again. He Hu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill that Yu clan's 3rd young master. Kang Yan panicked when he discovered He Hu was fighting against Night Empress. Shut up, Kang Yan. I know what I'm doing. He Hu was super annoyed. It wasn't that he did not want to kill Yue Yang. If only he could get out, he personally wanted to seize that human boy and make him his blood slave. However, He Hu only realized Night Empress' scariness after being trapped in her starry sky domain. She was totally capable of killing without leaving any traces. If he took such a powerful enemy lightly, he would probably meet a tragic end. Don't question anything now, don't speak, listen to me and just kill everyone who is not our own. Yue Yang lead the Emperor of the Underworld, Elder Nangong, Southern Goblin King and Phoenix Fairy Beauty out from the grimoire world. He who could not care less when he saw that they were tiny ants he could kill in under a second. However, when he saw the appearance of the over 200 meters tall ancient Titan Loli, he jumped in shock. Hadn't the Western War Goddess died? The ancient Titan Loli had lost her memory after being sent into concussion by Te Black Hell King and now obeyed Yue Yang. When Yue Yang waved his hand, she followed, thumping. Let's chop up that many-eyed freak. Yue Yang pointed at He and the Titan-armored giant Loli very obediently lunged at He, almost smashing him under her feet. Luckily, He still had the reaction speed of a heaven-ranked level 5. Scram! He lifted his right hand and a blast of destructive shock waves shot out towards the giant Lolita. It hurts, it hurts. The giant Loli braved through the shockwaves unscathed and almost flattened a stunned He with a punch. He avoided the attack but an abyss manatee nearby wasn't as lucky. The giant Loli stepped on it accidentally when she ran. One giant step. The bones in its body shattered immediately and it died tragically. Without the ancient slaughterer Beast King to block her, the presence of the giant Loli was like computer bug. The towering body, gigantic strength combined with that unmatchable defensive Titan armor made her an invincible annihilating war goddess on the battlefield. Especially, with the extra help from Night Empress Starry Domain and the War Altar, the might of the giant Loli soared multiple times. He broke out in cold sweat but remained arrogant, just heaven-ranked level 3? What a dumb and clumsy fool. Lastly, Yue Yang lead Shui Wuxia and Princess Xian out. Both stood on the eternal wheel. Their heart and mind were one with Yue Yang's and they silently awaited him to perform the body fusion skill. With both women, Yue Yang could be more formidable than the giant Loli with the Starry Domain and War Atlar. He swept his eyes over Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia, disapproving. He completely disregarded those below heaven rank. Even a heaven-ranked level 1 posed no threat to his heaven-ranked level 5 skills. Chop! Princess Xian leapt through the sky. An image of a white tiger flashed in the sky as the Prison Emperor Divine Sword chopped down with earth-shattering might. Too slow. He sneered. How could a human woman cut him, a heaven-ranked level 5, so easily? He raised his right hand and prepared to kill her. What about with addition to me? Yue Yang appeared behind Princess Xian. He leaned over, grabbed Princess Xian's delicate foot and threw her out like a human sword. His innate chi passed through Princess Xian into the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. The sword chi soared. He realized in shock that he could not move. Besides the control by the gravity of the starry SKT domain, there was also a Lamia Loli staring at him. At the same time, the woman on Yue Yang's other hand, clutched an ancient book. The woman holding the book with a divine seal quickly approached him and used the immense will of the seal to suppress him. Tricked. He suddenly realized the two weak women were in fact crucial helpers of Yue Yang. He was fooled. However, it was too late for regrets. Not only Yue Yang and Night Empress, but even Xia, who was fighting King Yan had appeared behind him unknowingly. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword, cut right through He's holy ranked helmet, striking him right on the top of his head. While, the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, smashed right onto his heart. He just broke free from Xia Wen Li's binding chains inherent skill. He unleashed his energy instantly, sending Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia and Princess Xian into the air. Night Empress suddenly appeared. Her beautiful image flashed and she appeared right behind Yue Yang. She waved her delicate hands, causing the stars in starry sky domain to stream right behind her, forming numerous shooting stars. They produced an endless starry sky gravity, absorbing all of He's energy. They even started dragging He's physical body, which was being flanked by the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. He lost all control. His holy ranked armor also begun to slowly crumble under the power of the two divine equipment and the suppression of the boundless star power. He's muscles ruptured, even his bones were rattling. Yue Yang once experienced Su Kong's hundredfold gravity, however, comparing it to the Night Empress Starry Sky Domain Star Force Pull, the terrifying hundredfold gravity was somewhat inferior. Of course, at the time, Su Kong had just broken free from the Prison Emperor's seal, so he was still weak and had not recovered his true ability. If not, Yue Yang may not have faced hundredfold gravity, but 200 times, 300 times or perhaps even stronger gravity. Regardless, Night Empress Star Force Pull created enough impact on He who was also being flanked by the two divine equipment. The Night Empress' intention was not to kill He. What she really wanted to achieve was to create an opportunity. Xia was actually the last Grim Reaper. A rune circle with 6 dazzling stars appeared on He's back. Space gradually fragmented. Everything, including his helmet, skin, blood, flesh as well as energy, were all absorbed by the black bullets. The black bullets condensed to form smaller granules and was shot out from Xia's palms as she released them. He could only watch, a terrifying black bullet, penetrating his chest. The fear of death flooded his heart. At this moment he did not bother to strike back, the only move He Hu wanted to make was to flee. He had already fallen into the enemy's trap, if he did not escape quickly, he would definitely die on the spot. He Hu did not consider why the enemy decided to surround and target him first, nor did he consider why Kang Yan did not come and rescue him. He also did not consider why the Yu clan's third young master had 2 divine equipment that he himself was unable to obtain. He did not even think about his own injuries. He did not have time to think. Relying purely on instincts, He Hu dropped onto the ground with all his might. He forcefully drilled into the hard earth. He tried with all his might to get rid of the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. He Hu did not know what exactly these 2 divine equipments were, but he knew very well that if any of them were to release their powers, it would be fatal. In a thousandth second's time, the ground replaced He Hu's body and became the new target for Star Force Pull. While, He Hu kept crazily digging deeper underground. He Hu had never thought that he would try to escape like a mole, however, as long as he could escape, it did not matter how ugly he appeared now. This was the best choice already. Right, drilling underground was ugly as compared to flying coolly in the air. Flee by flying? Drilling was actually the best technique for one to survive. This was because, other than the Prison Emperor Divine Sword waiting to attack him, there was also the terrifying destructive ray and the Star Force Pull from the Starry Sky domain. No matter how idiotic He Hu was, he would not escape into the sky where he would get attacked more easily. Stomp you to death. The giant loli did not react fast enough a moment ago, but now she finally caught up. She saw the ground shaking and stomped hard with one foot. Ouch! He Hu felt as if his entire body was stepped over by 10,000 huge mammoths. His bones were yelping in pain. Stomp, stomp, stomp 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 stomp. The giant loli stomped on the ground crazily as if she was stepping on groundhogs. She attacked He Hu, who was hidden underground. Her mad and violent stomping shook the entire ancient battlefield ruins. It was as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. The amphibious fish demons and the abyss manatees that were the weakest lost their balance although they were fighting in the distance. Yue Yang did not have the time to turn and look at the Night Empress. In one hand, he held Princess Xian's hand, in the other, he held Shui Wuxia's. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword's chi crisscrossed on the ground, causing the earth to tear, forming fractures. While, Shui Wuxia supported the Prison Emperor Divine Seal using the ancient book. After getting hit just now, she has slowly restored back to her calm state. She waited for the next opportunity to attack. The Prison Emperor Divine Seal was not like the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, it was unable to attack at any time. However, it was more powerful. Every strike from it would be fatal. The Night Empress hit herself once again, and vanished. It was as if she had never appeared at all. Xia shot a cold glance at Kang Yan, who was watching the fight from a distance. She slowly flew towards this cunning enemy. Kang Yan did not show much emotions, as if he did not see his companion being beaten. However, deep down in his heart there were in fact torrents of emotions. It was not that he did not want to rescue him, but he guessed that if he did, he would fall into the enemy's trap and replace He Hu as the enemy's striking target. That Xia and Night Empress did not give their all to kill He Hu. What did this mean? Their real target was definitely him. It was only because he did not get duped so they changed to attack He Hu. Kang Yan shivered, and secretly exclaimed to himself that he was lucky. If he was unable to think calmly just now and rushed in to save He Hu, he would have been in deep trouble. You people, don't be so proud of yourselves for too long. Kang Yan suddenly took out the Staff of Return. A beam of light shot through the sky. As the Central Palace's Fire Palace Elder, he actually left his teammate and escaped from the ancient battlefield ruins alone. This action stunned Huang Chuan, Fen Tian, and Yun Xing. It was not because there were no army deserter from Heaven Realm but a powerful Heaven-ranked level 5 deserter was something none of them had seen before. It can be said that fleeing from the Death Arena back to Heaven Realm was considered as a tactic to borrow the code's powers to defeat the enemy. Then now, fleeing when one still had the advantage, right before the situation gets worse, was totally a selfish act. Quickly kill He Hu, that guy is going to call for reinforcements. Yue Yang knew that Kang Yan was a vile character who would definitely take revenge. Yue Yang knew that He Hu would not admit defeat so easily. He quickly warned everyone, those who are below heaven ranked, stay away. Be careful of He Hu's final struggle. Understood. Not just the Emperor of the Underworld side, even Huang Chuan and his allies listened to Yue Yang's words at this moment. The giant loli stopped trampling as she stared at the ground carefully. Her cute expression was just like a little girl who was observing where the cockroach went. A flood of blue liquid started seeping out from the ground that was riddled with scars caused by the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. It was not spring water nor was it sea water. It was the water source from the ancient battlefield ruins. It must be He Hu's doing. More and more blue liquid started to seep out. At first it was just like a spring when there was not much, but after some time more and more accumulated on the surface of the ground. In the end, the indented regions on the ground were filled with blue liquid. It was just like a deep blue lake. The amphibious fish demons and abyss manatees receive a boost in their combat powers thanks to the blue liquid. Xian furrowed her eyebrows slightly, and remained silent. Instead, the Night Empress heaven-like voice rang softly, "This is a domain power. A type of domain that could transform physical matter." Yue Yang unleashed his Huijin magic blade, a bunch of heaven's fury fire lotus filled the sky. Like fiery meteors, they struck the center of the blue lake. The lifeless dark-colored lake spouted out a huge geyser that was 10 meters tall, stopping the attacks from the heaven's fury fire lotus. Water and fire collided in the air. There were strange sounds echoing. Numerous blue-colored gases steamed out, filling the entire battlefield. The fearless spirit of earth fire left the blue lake area in disgust. She used her storm to blow the blue-colored gases away and refused to get any of it onto her body. He Hu's body rose from the deep blue lake. He was tattered and battered. Fresh blood gushed out from the top of his head. There was a big hole on his chest. One could clearly see the front and rear of the hole. His organs disappeared. Although deeply wounded, He Hu was still not dead. He did not rage, instead directed some words at Xian. "If I do not die today, then I would swear to eliminate all living things on the Soaring Dragon Continent." He then faced towards the direction of the Starry Sky domain and said, "I have remembered your name, Night Empress. You are an opponent who is worth my vigilance for a lifetime. Anyone who belittles you is an idiot, just like me previously. Today, it's either your death or mine." Yue Yang listened for quite a while. Seeing that he did not mention him at all, he decided to remind him, "Oi, uncle, I am the most talented one, please praise me too." "No problem, after I kill you, I would compliment you in front of your grave every year." He Hu nodded and replied, "There had never been a human, who had not even reached heaven ranked, capable of pushing me to the edge like this." That person was right, you are probably the new prison emperor. No matter what, I cannot let you live. Who is that person? Yue Yang furrowed his eyebrows and asked. "I would answer you after you die." He Hu stood at the center of the deep blue lake, slowly raising his power. He kept his head down. The injured golden pupil that lost sight just now was sparkling once again. While, the injuries caused by the prison emperor divine sword as well as the bloodied hole on his chest were quickly being repaired and healed. You people are all talented opponents, however, let me tell you people a piece of bad news. That is, the gap in level. Absolute gap in power. It is not something you can face with tactics and numbers. A powerful wave of energy rushed up into the air, bringing along the flood of blue liquid into the air. A liquid giant with a height greater than 2 meters appeared. This blue giant stood in the center of the lake. Its attack power rose all the way to heaven ranked level 5. Even if Emperor of the Underworld, Elder Nangong and the rest backed away by a few thousand kilometers, they still felt the suffocating pressure and had difficulties to breath. Huang Xuan and his allies also retreated quickly. They were unable to directly combat against such a powerful aura. The giant lowly still wanted to remain. The blue giant extended its arm. Just like water serpents, numerous arms formed and wrapped around the giant lowly's arm, forcefully dragging her away from the ground and flung her out by a few thousand kilometers. This result not just stunned the spectators, but also the giant lowly who was dizzy from the fall. None of them believed that the giant lowly lost so easily to the opponent in terms of strength. As the ancient titan, who also had the titan war armor to protect herself, how was it possible for her to lose to some guy made of water? Ha! The giant lowly charged, wanting to fight with him once again. Do not be impulsive. He is leveraging on your power. Yue Yang could tell, although the blue giant in the Black Lake was tough, but it would definitely not be as strong as the giant lowly, who was an ancient titan. It was just that the giant was composed of liquid and could eliminate the opponent's power and use it against them. Physically striking this liquid giant, was just like punching the ocean, there were actions that worked to no avail. Xian was silent. "I have no good solution at the moment, little Yue Yang, I'll leave it to you." The Night Empress did not seem to want to waste energy to deal with the blue giant which was in the Black Lake. "Okay, after all I am the captain." In fact, Yue Yang was an expert at water conflicts. Of course, this personal strength was only known to a few. Everyone thought Yue Yang, who possessed the Nirvana flames, was the best at fire attacks. He waved his hands. Not just Xia Wen Li, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid and the others appeared. Shui Wuxia, who has been quietly waiting, could also unleash her greatest combat power. She had already flipped open the Platinum Ancient Book that was leveled up from gold and had already summoned her guardian spirit beast Blizzard Lady, who had become one with the Ancient Book. Under Yue Yang's Yin Energy's help, the entire ancient battlefield ruins became a world of ice and snow. The wind howled. Snow filled the sky. Although the blizzard continued to fill the skies, it was not an easy feat to freeze the blue giant standing where He Hu was. The amphibious fish demons and abyss manatees all hid in the lake. The blue liquid did not freeze at all. With He Hu's control, they were able to defend against the frost very well. Blizzard Lady was currently using the cold air to engulf the entire ancient battlefield ruins. She had fused with the ancient book and ranked up to diamond rank level 1, and after an artist cultivation with her master in the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower, she was already diamond rank level 2. Although it wasn't a high rank, it was very powerful. She, who was over 40 meters, controlled lightning on one hand and cold stream on the other hand. She summoned forth a blizzard under the help of Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia's body fusion and turned the ancient battlefield ruins into a bitterly cold place. The ground froze and became hard. A few ancient slaughterer captains, who weren't dead before, died as a layer of frost formed on their eyeballs. Taking advantage of the coldness, Charmed Demon Queen used her mesmerizing ability. Under the consecutive attacks of the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, the blind ancient slaughterer Beast King fell for the Charmed Demon Queen as she deceitfully led it into Phoenix Fairy Beauty's grimoire world. Not only it, 20 other ancient slaughterers that weren't injured were also trapped inside. Yue Yang did not have time now. He would save them to kill for later when he got the time. If it were to be other guardian beasts, they wouldn't be able to achieve this. Kidnapping people was actually the main expertise of the Charmed Demon Queen, who was apt at mental mesmerization in a divine beast. The remaining ancient slaughterer commanders finally fell under the crazed attacks of Huang Xuan and the rest. But of course the main cause of their deaths were due to the furious attacks by the giant Loli. As giant Loli was upset from the fight against the blue giant, she vented all her anger on the ancient slaughterer commanders. He who was in the blue giant was focused on his own recovery. He was unbothered towards anything happening outside. On the other hand, Yue Yang was setting down the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar as he was circled around the blue giant. He drew god rune boundaries one after another at the same time as he attempted to trap He Hu within the deep blue lake. Would it really work out for him to go against the heaven ranked level 5 He Hu alone? Huang Xuan and the rest were baffled. Surely Night Empress and Xian wouldn't let him fight alone, right? Why were they doing this? Wasn't it better for the 3 of them to fight together? Of course they understood that Yue Yang, Night Empress and Xian, who were warriors from the Soaring Dragon Continent, weren't idiots. On the contrary, they were very smart, so they would definitely adopt the best strategy. By looking at them, they might be trying to confuse the enemy and making He Hu lower his guard. Their well-coordinated joint attack against He Hu served as the best example. Elder Nangong stood before the god statues and drew down everything that was useful. He wished to bring all of these back for the benefit of the warriors in the Innate Alliance in Tongtian Tower. The Tongtian Tower had already sunk into depravity a long time ago. It was urgently in need of knowledge from the Heaven Realm to fill up the void in its history. Emperor of the Underworld was still fighting. He used his unique Twilight Domain to catch an Abyss Manatee. He wasn't a match for the Heaven-ranked level 2 Abyss Manatee, but he was greatly encouraged by Yue Yang, Night Empress and Xian's impressive combat power. Who would still dare to say that those of lower than Heaven-ranked are nothing? Who could still say that those from the lower levels of the Western Heaven Realm are weak? The Yu clan's 3rd young master wasn't Heve-ranked, yet he killed those who were of this rank one after another. Killing them off was like slicing melons and cutting vegetables. Yue Yang even had the power to go against the Heaven-ranked level 5 He Hu. Emperor of the Underworld indeed couldn't kill the Abyss Manatee, but he had the confidence that the Abyss Manatee wouldn't be able to escape his Twilight Domain as long as there wasn't anyone coming to its aid. Waste your life away in the Twilight Domain forever. Emperor of the Underworld's Twilight Domain was a grey area spanning over 100 meters. Any image seen by the Abyss Manatee would be due to a flash caused by the Emperor of the Underworld. As long as it was inside the 100 meters, it would keep on moving forward under the misguidance of the Emperor of the Underworld. It would never know that all of its movement were circular and repetitive. As it repeats over and over again. No matter where it went and how it might change its direction of movement, it would never escape Emperor of the Underworld's control. It would exhaust 100 times its greater energy for every meter it moved in the Twilight Domain. If it were to remain stationary, the Heaven-ranked level 2 Abyss Manatee might be able to conserve its energy. However, under its rapid continuous movement, the energy within Abyss Manatee would be exhausted rapidly. This was what the Emperor of the Underworld wanted to see the most, and it was caused by his deliberate manipulation. The Abyss Manatee, who wasn't considered dumb, was like a monkey under the manipulation of Emperor of the Underworld. Huang Xuan and the rest were speechless when they saw it. They had never placed the Emperor of the Underworld's power in their eyes at all. At the start, even Black Hell King's power wasn't held in high regard. But after this fight, Huang Xuan and the rest gained a profound realization. Forget about Yue Yang, as anyone would die if they were to go up against him. The Black Hell King was terrifying too, as he was extremely shrewd. Even the Heaven-ranked level 3 Huang Xuan couldn't guarantee that he could win against the Black Hell King. Now, the Emperor of the Underworld was using his Twilight Domain to kill the Heaven-ranked level 2 Abyss Manatee sadistically and slowly. The Abyss Manatee, which was considered to be an elite from the Abyss family of the Heaven Realm, couldn't retaliate at all as it went around in circles like a fool. Huang Xuan and the rest shuddered uncontrollably. Huang Xuan possessed a vision that made him unaffected by any form of mesmerization. So he was the only one who had a guarantee to escape out of the Twilight Domain. But it remained an uncertainty for Wang Jin from the Bone Clan and the Three-Eyed Tiger Man who were heaven-ranked level 1. Even the Light Man, who WA made purely out of light, wasn't able to see through the greyish twilight domain, although the Emperor of the Underworld wasn't as abnormal as the Yue Clan's third young master, anyone who underestimated him would suffer the consequences. I'm done warming up, let us end this game. He Hu floated out from the blue giant, which was made out of blue liquid. More than half of the wounds on him were healed. Apart from the ghastly-looking wound on his chest caused by the black bullet, even the crack caused by the Prison Emperor Divine Sword on his skull and the shattered heart caused by the Prison Emperor Divine Seal were healed too. Forcefully increasing your strength? You are drinking poison in hopes of quenching your thirst. You are digging your grave. Xizun snorted lightly as she was totally unbothered by the recovered He Hu. The blue giant can't leave his body. Night Empress gave Yue Yang an important clue. Understood. Yue Yang, who possessed the Heaven Eye's divine vision, wasn't able to see through the heaven-ranked level 5 He Hu, but after a long time of observation, he could see some secrets, if not he wouldn't have been so calm. Insignificant ants like you will soon understand that your strength is nothing in face of absolute power. No matter how many helpers or beasts you get yourself, you won't be able to take an all-out blow from me. He Hu slowly fused his body with the blue giant. He threw a punch inside. The blue giant formed purely out of liquid was exactly the same as it threw a punch toward Yue Yang. The punch carried the will of He Hu in heaven-ranked level 5 power. Any creatures that were below heaven-ranked level 5 would be killed instantly. As the punch carrying the stored energy chopped down, all warriors apart from Night Empress and Xizun felt a sense of suffocation, as if a giant hand had grabbed them by the neck, causing them agony as if they weren't able to breathe. The impact was already so huge for these warriors more than 1,000 meters away. What about Yue Yang, who was facing it directly? What kind of pressure did he experience? Nice one. Yue Yang laughed coldly. The giant lowly dashed forward unstoppably as her fort-like body blocked in front of Yue Yang. As if he had already expected this, He Hu divided the blue giant's arm into more than 10 arms. Some attacked the giant lowly whereas others went past her and continued towards Yue Yang, who was behind her. However, Yue Yang had already disappeared from where he previously was. He appeared in front of the blue giant as he raised rune circles on both of his hands. He held the eternal wheel on his left hand and the world exterminating wheel on his right. The blue giant paused its movement in that instant. The bodies that were more than 10 meters away from the eternal wheel were still capable of moving, but those who attempted to go near it were stopped by an undefiable force. The body of the blue giant deformed as its body was forced forward, causing it to become an ugly monster. Since it was made out of liquid, its deformation did not have any effect on it. At the same time, He Hu quickly responded as he manipulated the blue giant to lean backwards with the intention of leaving the Regoan controlled by the eternal wheel. The world exterminating wheel rotated and flew out. It wasn't quite possible for Yue Yang to hit He Hu with it, but it was very easy for him to use it to cut the head of the blue giant. His target was really too huge. He Hu's willpower wasn't able to resist the might of world exterminating wheel. So He Hu could only watch as it cut a hole in the giant. What was even more horrifying was that when the hole that was no longer controlled by He Hu appeared, a fire phoenix formed out of nirvana flames appeared from Yue Yang's body and flew forward. It spread its wings that was over 100 meters long as it sliced a thin red line across the neck of the blue giant. Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus was rendered useless on the blue giant, but it was different for the nirvana flames. He Hu did not even think as he rose up with the head of the blue giant. He gave up on the body of the blue giant completely. These liquid were the actual form of his domain and could be recovered when he touches it. He wouldn't let the fire phoenix burn it just for him to continue controlling the body. Although his body did not touch the fire phoenix, it was able to burn everything, including He Hu's will and soul, so He Hu did not want to take any risk. Its body below its head reverted back into blue liquid after He Hu lost control of it. The blue liquid came crashing down. Blizzard Lady puffed out a cold air that she had been holding in for a long time. Without He Hu's control, the blue liquid froze, miraculously forming a frozen blue waterfall that covered half of the sky. An iron-backed demonic wolf, that had never appeared before, suddenly jumped out. It was an extremely weak bronze rank level 3 iron-backed demon wolf, Huang Chuan, and the rest wouldn't even spare it a glance if it hadn't jumped out from beside Yue Yang. If it was in Heaven Realm, it wasn't even fit to be a child's pet. Moreover, it looked furtive and lazy, it wouldn't even pass as a guard dog. It wasn't a presentable or useful pet. The Yue clan's third young master actually summoned for a useless dog in such a key moment like this. What were his intentions? This abnormal summon shocked even He Hu, who was preparing to retaliate. Could it be that he summoned the wrong beast? And this useless guard dog jumped out itself without Yue Yang summoning for it. Could it be that his pet who lacked intelligence was too stressed and rebelled? Meow meow. The wretched-looking iron-backed demonic wolf called out to Yue Yang in a fawning manner as it attempted to run over to Yue Yang's side and rub its head against his leg. Get lost, I have no time for you now. Yue Yang kicked it away. Everyone was speechless. Just when everyone thought that Yue Yang made a mistake and had embarrassed himself, the iron-backed demonic wolf that was kicked away turned into a world-exterminating demon wolf that spanned over 100 meters. It opened up its huge mouth as the power of the ancient code appeared from its body and surrounded the entire space. This power from the ancient code that contained the power of destruction appeared and stunned everyone. Ancient code power? Heihu, who was heaven ranked level 5, was scared witless. He knew what the power of the ancient code meant. It was something he could not go against. Heihu wanted to run away but it was too late. That ridiculous yet terrifying demon wolf swallowed the head of the blue giant in one mouthful. It gulped down Heihu together with it. When it landed on the ground again, it let out an unsightly burp. It seemed that it was suffering from indigestion issues. Everyone was stunned. Huang Xuan and the rest Amzat fainted. Where did this wolf come from? How could it swallow even the heaven-ranked level 5 Heihu? Was this real? Were they dreaming? Were they dreaming? Huang Xuan and the others stood still as if they were dreaming. A bronze-rank level 3 iron-backed demon wolf was able to eat up the heaven-ranked level 5 Heihu in just a single bite. This was even more shocking than a small ant eating a huge dragon. They all stood there like idiots and didn't know how to respond at all. Hui Tai Lang, who had opened his mouth to devour Heihu, quickly shrunk down. The power of the ancient code had gradually disappeared. When his body had shrunk down to about 10 meters, vomit suddenly sprayed out from his mouth. Half of Heihu's body appeared from Hui Tai Lang's mouth. It appeared that Heihu had not yet died and kept struggling. What made everyone perspire to death was that, Hui Tai Lang raised his neck and once again swallowed down the struggling Heihu. Slow down, don't rush it. Yue Yang flew over. Vomit. Hui Tai Lang, who had shrunk a bit more, had dispersed the power of the ancient code from his body. Heihu, who had been struggling in his stomach, was once again vomited out. This time, before Hui Tai Lang had the chance to swallow him back, Heihu madly struggled and fell on the ground. When Yue Yang caught up, Heihu escaped high up, staying away from Hui Tai Lang, who had shrunk back to his original size. You idiot! Who told you to quickly digest him? I wanted you to hold him in your mouth and wait for me to kill him. Could you even digest a living heaven-ranked level 5 in an instant? Yue Yang was angry. He began beating up Hui Tai Lang, who had his head lowered in apology. Previously, Hui Tai Lang's surprise attack was within Yue Yang's plans. As Yue Yang possessed the ancient code power from the cards of fate, he could make Hui Tai Lang morph into its real form, a world-exterminating demon wolf that could devour everything instantly. Because Hui Tai Lang wasn't strong enough, the amount of time Yue Yang could control the ancient code power on Hui Tai Lang was limited. Coupled with the lack of experience and knowledge on the exact time limit, Yue Yang's original plan was to make Hui Tai Lang bite down Heihu as everyone besiege him and beat him up and injuring him severely before Hui Tai Lang would devour him. However, who would have expected that once Hui Tai Lang reverted back into his real form, he swallowed Heihu instinctively. With the body of a world-exterminating demon wolf coupled and the power of the ancient code, the best choice would undoubtedly be to digest the opponent. But it was a pity that time was limited, if not Heihu would be dead meat for sure. Okay, don't blame him anymore, Hui Tai Lang knows that he's at fault already. Phoenix Fairy Beauty went forward to comfort the furious Yue Yang. She felt that Hui Tai Lang's performance was impressive enough, and with this experience, he would definitely perform better next time. Woof, woof woof. Hui Tai Lang quickly nodded his head. He quickly acted like he was an obedient and loyal mercenary as it wiggled its tail. Everyone was left speechless. Was it really a wolf? It's too smart to be one. They looked at Heihu in the sky and shuddered uncontrollably. Heihu looked extremely sorry in the air. With the joint strength of the real form of the world-exterminating demon wolf and the power of the ancient code, the power created was unfathomable. He wouldn't be able to withstand it even as a heaven-ranked level 5 ranker. If it weren't that the duration was too short, Heihu would definitely be Hui Tai Lang's poop in the heaven realm. He had already lost his left arm and right leg. His skin was blood red as if corroded by strong acid. White bones creeped out from certain areas on his face, scalp, and certain parts of his body due to the corrosion. He couldn't even maintain his power at heaven-ranked level 5, as he downgraded to heaven-ranked level 5. Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, and Yun Xing guessed that as long as Hui Tai Lang could turn into a world-exterminating demon wolf and engulf Heihu once again, he would surely be dead. But the problem was if it could devour Heihu again? Go and redeem yourself now. Yue Yang kicked Hui Tai Lang into the air. Awoo! Just as Hui Tai Lang was kicked away, a pair of wings spread out from his back as his body expanded quickly. Hui Tai Lang reverted back to his real form as the world-exterminating demon wolf. Huang Xuan and the rest finally understood that Yue Yang wasn't really beating Hui Tai Lang up when he kicked him. He was channeling a certain form of energy into his body in order to make Hui Tai Lang unleash his potential. It could also be said that Hui Tai Lang could turn into the world-exterminating demon wolf anytime with Yue Yang around. The really scary one wasn't the wolf but the Yu clan's third young master. Heihu was scared witless. This wolf that was capable of engulfing everything was already unfair enough, it could still fly? Taking the chance when the power of the ancient code surrounded him, he spurted out a mouthful of black blood which morphed into a clone. The real him escaped instantly. He descended rapidly and into the deep blue lake. Hui Tai Lang, in the sky, suddenly summoned forth a silver grimoire. His clone flew out and devoured He Hu's clone. Hui Tai Lang's real form descended similarly and went after He Hu. Just before He Hu fell into the lake, Hui Tai Lang reached out his sharp claws, as if trying to fish He Hu out from the lake. Who would have known that Hui Tai Lang would fish out an abyss manatee that wasn't fast enough to react? The real He Hu was already gone as he went back to his materialized domain. Hui Tai Lang was so incensed that he gulped down the abyss manatee in one mouthful before fishing for sea creatures in a crazed fashion. He fished out various abyss manatee and amphibious fish demons, causing them to fly all over the place. Everyone realized that something was wrong. There shouldn't be so many amphibious fish demons in the lake. Could it be that they were opening a teleportation gate at the bottom of the lake to summon for their comrades? Huang Xuan and the rest were the most anxious ones. He Hu was running away when it was the best opportunity to kill him. If he were to escape, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him next time. The giant loli dived into the lake and fished for sea creatures just like Hui Tai Lang. As a result, all the monster in the lake dispersed as if on a hot pot. They went ashore and it was then did everyone realize that there were close to 1,000 monsters present. Luckily, they weren't high-ranked. Not many were heaven-ranked as most were below that. There weren't even many abyss manatees. It seemed that the abyss manatees were rare. All these abyss monsters must have appeared to become a sacrificial offering. Only so would they be able to summon for king-leveled monsters over for help. With Hui Tai Lang and the giant loli's actions, their sacrificial offering was ruined. If not, He Hu would have been able to call for a stronger helper. He Hu wants to run off, he wants to escape. Fen Tian yelled as he regret that he couldn't help out. Want to escape? Not so easy. Yue Yang didn't think that He Hu would be able to escape under the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar. Ming Yu Guang, who was one of the 3 great leaders of the Western Heaven Realm, was trapped for 6,000 years under the prison emperor divine sword and prison emperor's 7 stars pillar. So He Hu wants to go whenever he likes? Fet hope. A white ray rose up the sky. In a blink, the prison emperor's 7 stars pillars will distorted and turned into a ring. The white ray shattered as He Hu, who tried to teleport forcibly, fell under the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar in agony. In front of him stood Yue Yang, who looked peace-loving. Huang Xuan and the rest weren't surprised at the result. But they felt a tinge of chill as fighting against Yue Yang proved to be too tragic. He Hu couldn't even escape when he couldn't win against Yue Yang. Luckily they hadn't fought with Yue Yang in the past, if not the consequence would be dire. He Hu didn't think too much. As he saw that Hui Tai Lang and the giant loli were fighting to charge towards him, he grit his teeth, flew up to the sky with his soul leg and charged towards Yue Yang. If he could take down this guy, any other powerful beasts would be rendered useless. He would fight with all his might. He Hu exhausted his life again as he erupted to heaven-ranked level 5. He used the fastest speed to charge towards Yue Yang as he attempted to catch him. Yue Yang didn't back off but instead, he stepped forward. The eternal wheel that was gathered from who knows when appeared below his feet. With wide-opened eyes, she unleashed her binding inherent skill. In the 1/10 of a second when He Hu was bound, Princess Xian, who was holding the prison emperor divine sword, had already slashed He Hu's sole remaining arm. When the sword fell, his arm was cut off. When He Hu regained his freedom, he didn't retaliate as he turned and tried to run off. He, who was at peak strength, wasn't able to run off. Now with both arms and one leg lost, how could he even escape? He Hu was hit squarely by the prison emperor's 7 stars pillar as blood shot out from his mouth like a waterfall. Even though he was heaven-ranked level 5, his ligaments were torn and his bones were broken. Hui Tai Lang wanted to devour He Hu, but it catch up. He Hu bore with the pain as he tried to dodge such that Hui Tai Lang couldn't get him. Time was running out as the power of the ancient code was disappearing fast and Hui Tai Lang was shrinking quickly. The furious Hui Tai Lang seized the chance when the power of the ancient code was still around as it elongated its claws rapidly and tore a huge bloodied wound on He Hu's back. He Hu was still trying to escape. He knew that he had been bitterly defeated. It would already be a great victory to him if he could escape. Stone element Medusa shot her golden arrow and with a piercing sound, it went into his shoulders. Greyish cement-like skin slowly expanded from the area that was hit. In the sky, a golden lightning accurately struck He Hu's head. And at the same time, the dual icicle blades appeared and slashed He Hu's only remaining leg. The edge of the blades sent blood splattering everywhere. They had all hit He Hu successfully. But due to the difference in ranks and strength, their attacks did not achieve the most optimal effect. But of course, any attacks would be able to make matters even more unbearable and worse for He Hu. He Hu, who was severely injured, could still run off. He used his soul legs to reach the sky as he attempted to escape. He jumped out of his enemy's besiege instantly. A goddess-like shadow descended from the overcast sky. Her fair hand held onto the shiny golden prison emperor divine seal, as she landed like a fairy. The Prison Emperor Divine Seal flew out from her hand and hit He Hu right in the face uncannily. Although the strongest sealing power of the Prison Emperor Divine Seal couldn't be unleashed yet, the already powerful Prison Emperor Divine Seal was sufficient to make the bones on his face shatter as he fainted. Ah! He Hu instinctively chose the deep blue lake in his daze as his landing area. He hoped that the lake that was his materialized domain could be his safe zone. Boom! It was unknown when a thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the deep blue lake. He Hu's fall shook the entire ground. The whole blue frozen lake cracked, but he was still unable to return to his lake, which was his materialized domain. It had already been covered by the liquid summoned by the Storm Mermaid. Although both were in liquid state, the liquid summoned by the Storm Mermaid weren't under He Hu's control. Instead, it became frozen ice that was even more sturdy than metals. He Hu, whose face was deformed and his skull caving in, was still struggling to get up, but a huge feet pushed him back into the ice cruelly. In the last moment of his life, He Hu heard a name vaguely Zhuanghua. He didn't know if it was the name of a person or that of a beast. When the ray got to him, his soul, which had become incapable of thinking, was slowly annihilated under the ray. As he died, he felt a never-before-experienced sense of freedom that became eternal. He Hu died just like that? Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, and Yun Xing were stunned. Although they had personally seen the entire process, they still felt as if they were in a dream. The Yu clan's third young master, who was not yet a heaven-ranked ranker, had actually killed He Hu, who was at heaven-ranked level 5. Who would even believe this? But this was actually the truth. Even though He Hu only died after receiving attacks from Zhizun, Night Empress, the world-exterminating demon wolf and the Western Heaven Realm's war goddess, and even attacked by Yue Yang's divine equipment, Huang Xuan, and the others still could not believe this. For them, Kang Yan, He Hu and people at that level were simply too high to reach. What kind of figures were the Fire Palace Elder and the Water Palace Elder in the Central Palace? They were ranked among the highest in the entire Heaven Realm, yet He Hu died just like that? What are you people staring blankly for? Your points are not yet enough, yet you are just standing around like that? Quickly kill them. Kang Yan, that bastard, will quickly return with a large number of reinforcements. When Yue Yang looked at Huang Xuan and the others, who were still watching with a stupid expression, he couldn't help but perspire. These people didn't even have a sense of crisis. Huang Xuan and the others were instantly startled as if they had woken up from their dream. Not only them, even Elder Nangong and the Emperor of the Underworld begun to attack the weakest amphibious fish demons. No matter what, they must first fill up their points so that they wouldn't get killed by the ancient code. The ancient code of the Death Arena did not care about the course of events. As long as their points were not enough, then they would definitely die. The Emperor of the Underworld had given up on the Abyss Manatee. It wasn't something he could kill in just 1 or 2 days. But, being able to perfectly abuse a Heaven Realm life form was enough to make him proud. The Heaven Realm had many strong life forms. However, being able to fight the strong as the weak proved that reaching Heaven rank may not be unreachable. It was only because he had not yet found the best opportunity to do so. The most important thing was that, after this great battle, he wouldn't be bewildered when he attempts to climb up the innate Elder Realm again. This time, he understood that it was just around the corner. In the future, he would definitely come back here. The Abyss Manatees ran away in all directions. Since their master, He Hu, had died, they had lost their greatest support. Since their huge power had left them and the situation was hopeless, their capacity as guards were naturally abandoned. As heaven-ranked level 2 monsters, no one blocked them. As for those innate ranked level 6 or earth-ranked level 6 amphibious fish demons, they had met with great misfortune. They were different from the innates in the lower realm. They didn't have grimoire nor did they have intelligence. Once their owner died, their entire group became chaotic and every one of them began to panic. With Huang Xuan, Fen Tian, Yun Xing, and the others beginning to kill them, their entire group became completely tragic. Spread out the net. The three-eyed tiger man rotated like the wind. His claws tore his opponents apart whenever he hit them. Charge cannon, the half-human half-robot already had half of his body broken as many parts fell down. However, killing a few amphibious fish demons and weak abyss manatees was still an easy task. With one shot of the energy cannon, more than 10 enemies were utterly defeated. The one who killed the slowest was Wang Jin. After he finally killed up to 100 points, everyone congregated beside Yue Yang and prepared to bid farewell. Kang Yan could return anytime. Moreover, he would definitely bring the supreme rankers from the Central Palace. The situation was that critical, so they didn't try to be modest. After waiting for Wang Jin to arrive, Huang Xuan nodded high head towards Yue Yang. We are prepared to leave. Third young master, when you climb up the heaven realm in the future, just give me a call. No matter when, I, Huang Xuan, will rush over and go through water and thread on fire to arrive. The entire Fire Clan will welcome warriors from the Soaring Dragon Continent as important guest. Especially the third young master, we will definitely treat you like a relative. Fen Tian was extremely grateful. An exchange of blows may lead to friendship. In the future, we are brothers. Yun Xing nodded his head. Cough. This Wenjin had lost to you before. You have won over me, so I hope we can put aside past grievances. The Bone Clan will treat you as a friend. Wang Jin quickly expressed goodwill towards Yue Yang. In reality, if Yue Yang was not this impressive, they would have all died in the death arena and absolutely not lived to this day. The Yue clan's third young master did not only try hard to save the desperate crisis, he had also win against the powerful He Hu to create a chance for everyone to live on. In short, if Yue Yang was not there, the three lower heaven realms would have been finished. San Yan, will not say too much. Next time something like this happens, count me in. It is too exciting. The three-eyed tiger man laughed loudly. Author has slightly bad naming sense, San Yan equals 3 eyes. The last person, Light Man, did not speak. However, he cordially bowed towards Yue Yang. Huang Xuan and the others used different teleportation scrolls to leave, declaring that the battle has ended. The ancient code approved and did not give out any penalties. Huang Xuan and the others safely left. The others also quickly came over. The Emperor of the Underworld, Elder Nangong, Southern Goblin King, Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Princess Xian, Shui Wuxia and the others, not only obtained enough points, they have also caught a lot of amphibious fish demons. Actually, most of the amphibious fish demons had surrendered. When they saw that the situation was bad, they cleverly lied prostrated on the ground. Since it was just a change of owners, the stronger they are the better. They were after all a vassal clan. Although they had followed He Hu for a long time, their loyalty was not that high. He Hu's relationship with them was also not that good. Shooting star. The Night Empress voice sounded. A fantastic change happened to the starry sky domain as countless stars soared upwards. Those enemies that had run away for their life to more than 10 kilometers away were suddenly shocked as they saw this scene. In the sky, countless shooting stars fell like rain. Compared to Zhizun's destructive ray, the power of the rain of shooting stars naturally fell short. However, its attack range was further compared to it. Moreover, no matter how far the target was, the power of the shooting stars did not decrease at all. The shooting stars carried the Night Empress will. No matter how the enemy evaded these shooting stars, they have already locked onto them, so none of them could escape with their lives. Yue Yang was also flabbergasted when he saw Night Empress move. Wasn't the Night Empress control too strong? The distance was more than 10 kilometers and not just a few meters. Wuxia, Xian, stand closer to the starry sky domain. Senior Nangong and Emperor of the Underworld should also stand closer. Yue Yang, go kill all of those cow monsters. Zhizun faced towards the southeast and loftily raised her white hands. You people hiding your heads but showing your tails, do you want me to personally drag you out? Although I couldn't understand why the Soaring Dragon Continent could give birth to strong rankers. However, you are indeed very strong. This was truly unexpected. A giant, whose entire body was covered in flames and whose face cannot be seen, appeared from the empty space in the southeast direction. Only when he appeared did Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision discover the flame giant coming closer. From this, it can be seen that the flame giant's strength had far surpassed Yue Yang's range. How about the other one? Is he not prepared to come out? Zhizun then turned her head to the southwest. Not bad. Keng Yan had told me that a few interesting rankers from the Soaring Dragon Continent have arrived. I did not dare believe him, but it was actually true. Haha. It seems that I can play properly. By all means, don't die too early. I have already lived for thousands of years and never met anyone that could match me. In the southwest direction, an extremely human-like blue man, who was releasing a high temperature, appeared. Once he appeared, Yue Yang and the others felt as if their entire bodies were being roasted. Although he was in midair, the surroundings melted into magma. On the contrary, this did not happen on the flame giant's side. As if explaining to Yue Yang and the others, the Night Empress' soft voice sounded, although we don't know whether these two are from the Central Palace, their levels are already at Heaven ranked level 6. They should be 2 ranked people in the Heaven realm. In addition, Keng Yan is also here. This battle will be difficult. The flaming man waved his hand and spoke with absolute certainty, no, this will not be difficult. You people will quickly be free from worries. Elder Nangong and the Emperor of the Underworld did not speak as they silently entered Yue Yang's grimoire world. Southern Goblin King still wanted to speak to Yue Yang, but Phoenix Fairy Beauty quickly pulled her. With a bit of reluctance, the Southern Goblin King returned to Yue Yang's grimoire world guided by Xia Wen Li. Originally, she had wanted to tell him to be careful, but she was afraid of disturbing his concentration. Shui Wuxia and Princess Xian hugged Yue Yang and quickly returned to the grimoire world. They knew that the real enemies had arrived. They were not something the girls were capable of handling. Other than Zhizun and the Night Empress, Yue Yang also needed to pay extremely close attention. With just one mistake, he could be instantly killed by his opponent. Shui Wuxia wanted to call for the Kailan girl to protect Yue Yang, but unfortunately, the Kailan girl was an immortal beast. She would normally have a non-interference policy unless he was truly in danger. Bloody Queen Red, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, Hornless Dragon Zhongyan and the other girls, who were currently cleaning up, retreated one after the other. Other than Xia Wen Li beside Yue Yang, Hui Tai Lang also remained. The giant Loli, who was at heaven ranked level 3, wanted to remain. Yue Yang glared at her and scolded, "Stop making trouble. If you don't return, see how Big Brother will hit your butt until they are swollen." "Mean a brother." The giant Loli was startled and quickly covered her butt. With a rumble, she quickly retreated and even pulled a face as she disappeared. Towards her actions, everyone, even Xian, was speechless. She understood the brat's charm. Towards royalty, this was still tolerable and not that exaggerated. However, towards pure lolis his existence was unrivaled. Not a single loli had ever disliked him before. This could also be counted as one of his characteristics. Other than him, who else could exercise control of an ancient titan loli? Kang Yan appeared. He had now recovered his calm appearance as if he had obtained the best cure. His curly golden hair gracefully laid on his shoulders. His arrogant face once again appeared and no longer as tragic as when he was burned by the destructive ray. Kang Yan, who left and returned, frowned and sized up the battleground. With a bit of doubt, he asked, "Where's Heihu?" Kang Yan felt that Heihu definitely used his domain and escaped using the teleportation circle at the bottom of the lake. But before that, he must have been beaten into an extremely tragic appearance. Seeing that Xian and the Night Empress did not have any wounds, he guessed that Heihu must have suffered a lot. Moreover, the opponent still had energy left over. Without two strong people coming to help, Kang Yan would not have returned. This was because, whether it was Xian, who had a terrifying attack, or the mysterious Night Empress, he could not provoke them. Naturally, Kang Yan did not forget about Yue Yang, whose destructive power simply left people stunned. He could not forget about the Nirvana flame that was unrivaled in the world. What a waste of words. Yue Yang simply did not put Kang Yan in his eyes. He raised the god-killing dagger as he killed the few abyss manatees that were not instantly killed by the shooting stars. "That brat is the new prison emperor?" the scorching blue man asked. "Senior Yanzong and Yanzun, the scariest one is that woman. Other than being bad at close combat, her other abilities are very strong. Moreover, she possesses an extremely unusual ability. She could easily shatter the void and condense it into a particle." Kang Yan looked at Yue Yang. He could not understand why he was still killing cows when death was at hand. "Are Tianlun, Kia Ye and Wu Se still well?" The flame giant suddenly opened his mouth and asked three unknown names. Xian did not answer. Could it be that the strongest rankers from the Soaring Dragon Continent, Heaven's Stairway and Demon Abyss have all died? The scorching blue man voiced with surprise. "Tianlun, Xian Ye and Wu Se are not much. My other master is Empress Fei Wen Li." Yue Yang shouted as he flew back. When he said this, Kang Yan, Flame Giant and the scorching blue man couldn't help but be startled. Kang Yan even wanted to run away on impulse. Only after seeing that the Flame Giant and the scorching blue man didn't move, did he suppress his fear and continue to stay. Yue Yang gave a cold sneer and mischievously laughed. He wanted to scare them to death. When they heard Empress Fei Wen Li's name, they were stunned. Although they pretended to be calm, even a blind man could see the fear and shock in their eyes. After hearing what Yue Yang said, Flame Giant, Scorching Blue Man, and even Kang Yan completely believed him. After all, only a strong person like Empress Fei Wen Li would be able to have such a disciple like Yue Yang. This was the only logical reason that could explain the peculiar history of the Yu clan's third young master. On the other side, even after hearing it, Xian and Night Empress remained indifferent. This was because Empress Fei Wen Li's name had long been lost in history. She was a supreme from 10,000 years ago, other than within Heaven Realm, her existence was not recorded anywhere. Even if someone mentioned Tianlun, Qianye and Wu Se, these three seniors, Xian and Night Empress were not familiar with them. They only knew of their existence from some historical records. A history of 6,000 years was enough to burn out the splendor of many. These people were definitely human supremes that had a time of fame in the Heaven Realm. It was just that with the passing of time, all matters within Tong Tian Tower were matters of the past. Kang Yan, go finish that boy off. Flame Giant gave Kang Yan a mission to kill Yue Yang. Great Yanzong, Kang Yan will do as you say. Even though Kang Yan looked abiding, he was silently cursing in his heart. If Yue Yang, this boy, really was Empress Fei Wen Li's disciple and Kang Yan really killed him, when Empress Fei Wen Li hears this news, she would definitely attack Heaven Realm. Against the Abyssal Empress who used to wield so much power in Heaven Realm, would the Central Palace even protect him, this lowly Fire Palace Elder, and offend her? Impossible. Even though he was well known as a Fire Palace Elder, he was still worthless. In Central Palace, there were as many as 6 clans that were Fire-type clans. Among them, the strongest Fire God sect and Divine Flame sect were even enemies with a 10,000-year grudge. 3,000 years ago, if the Sky Flame Palace did not rise to form the current balance of the three forces, and Fire God sect and Divine Flame sect had not given in, he would never have become Central Palace's Outer Palace Fire Palace Elder. If he were to fall, the disciples of Fire God sect and Divine Flame sect would all celebrate in joy. Even though Empress Fei Wen Li had been inactive for 10,000 years, her fame had not diminished in the slightest. At any time, as long as this Lamia Empress returns to Heaven Realm, there would be many old comrades and followers who would follow her. If she was to attack Heaven Realm after hearing the news, Central Palace would most likely send his head to her immediately to appease this ultimate supreme. Compared to a supreme like Empress Fei Wen Li, he was like an ant, extremely insignificant. Kang Yan's heart shook. He made up his mind to follow Yan Zong and Yan Zun. If they were able to kill Xizun and Night Empress, then he would also kill Yu Clan's third young master. As long as everyone here dies, Empress Fei Wen Li would naturally not know that he was the one who did it. This way, he could kill two birds with one stone. Not only could he get rid of Yue Yang this nuisance, he would also please Yan Zong and Yan Zun who were very powerful in Sky Flame Palace, second only to the Sky Flame Empress. However, if they did not attack, he himself must definitely not make rash moves. Otherwise, he would be the one who dies in the worst way. No matter what, he must not offend supreme rankers like Empress Fei Wen Li that he could never defeat. The more Kang Yan looked at Yue Yang, the more he felt that the reason why he was Empress Fei Wen Li's disciple was simple. If not for someone like Empress Fei Wen Li who was protecting this boy, would he dare be so arrogant? Back then when he was still heaven ranked level 3, he was still living on his toes. He did not even dare to fart. Only when he reached heaven ranked level 5 and ascended as Central Palace's Outer Palace Fire Palace Elder, did he barely dare raise his head. Flame Giant Yan Zong also felt that Yue Yang was not simple. His ability was not even heaven ranked, yet he still dared to attack Heaven Realm? What a joke, did he think Heaven Realm was a hotel that he could come and go as he please? Without the protection of Empress Fei Wen Li, even if he had guts the size of a water tank, he would not dare to come here. As for the scorching Yan Zun, when he saw Yue Yang heavily injure the Abyss Manatees with his world-exterminating wheel, he was also troubled. It shouldn't be difficult to kill this boy, but if he was Empress Fei Wen Li's disciple, things were more complicated. Whatever, he will just pretend that he didn't see him. All three of them pretended not to see Yue Yang. Anyway, one less matter is better than an extra problem. If they could avoid bothering Empress Fei Wen Li, then they would avoid looking for death. Offending a supreme ranker like Empress Fei Wen Li will not end with simply a few people dying. The entire Sky Flame Palace could be wiped out. We have made enough progress today, let us come back to tidy up later. We should go back. Xizun seemed as if she still wanted to fight, but after contemplating she decided to let matters rest. Wu Yan Zong, Yan Zun and Kang Yan breathed a dodge of relief. Thank God the opponent relented. If they decide to fight to the end, things would be troublesome. Give me a moment. Yue Yang slowly used Nirvana flames to purify an Abyss Manatee's core, scaring the two Abyss Manatees who were still alive. Forcing them to surrender immediately even if Yan Zong was still there. Above Yue Yang, Fire Phoenix had already flew up onto the sky. What did its appearance symbolize? The two Abyss Manatees knew with certainty. Unless they surrender, they would die. When they saw Yue Yang use Nirvana flames to form the Fire Phoenix, Yan Zong and Yan Zun were green with envy. In all of Heaven Realm, the Nirvana flames that all fire-type rankers longed day and night but could not obtain was with this human boy. How could this be endured by all the fire-type rankers from Fire God Sect, Divine Flame Sect and Sky Flame Palace, who have sought Nirvana for thousands and 10,000s of years? Back then, his teacher taught him that as long as one relentlessly pursued Nirvana, one would receive the recognition of Nirvana flames. In the end, all they have been after were flowers in a mirror and the moon reflected in the lake, unrealistic. Yan Zong and Yan Zun felt their hearts shatter. If no one was looking, they would most likely be bawling. After spending thousands of years trying to achieve Nirvana, chasing after the ultimate flame, it was all a dream. Only now, did they wake up from their dream. The appearance of Nirvana flames left the two fire-type rankers Yan Zong and Yan Zun ashamed. Especially in front of Kang Yan, they could not raise their head as his senior. Kang Yan did not mention Yue Yang's Nirvana flames before. He only described how powerful Xizun was. If he had mentioned Nirvana flames, they would never have come here. A ranker who owned Nirvana flames, who had the body of Nirvana, could not possibly be killed easily. Even if they killed him, Nirvana flames would reform its owner's body. If they could not completely destroy his soul, every move they make was useless. No wonder Empress Fei Wen Li let this boy do whatever he wanted and attack Heaven Realm, there was almost no one who could kill him. Since you are here, if we do not invite the VIP from Soaring Dragon Continent in for a drink, we would have failed as hosts. Flame Giant Yan Zong decided to get back some face. Even if he could not kill the opponent, he should at least defeat him. Otherwise, if news were to spread that Skyflame Palace did not dare retaliate against Soaring Dragon Continent's rankers who attacked Heaven Realm, they would lose all their face. Let me treat all you VIPs to a cup of tea. Yan Zun thought the same. Kang Yan pretended to not see Yue Yang, who was forcing the Abyss Manatees into the demon-suppressing pagoda. Actually Yue Yang did not plan to make such a fuss, but he had a reason for doing so. Firstly, he did not want to let the Abyss Manatees escape. His ability to control the power of the ancient code and He whose death had to be kept secret. Secondly, he did not want to waste the Abyss Manatees. Even though they were not smart, at least they had intelligence. Furthermore, they were heaven ranked level 2, they would be excellent to guards in Soaring Dragon Continent. Thirdly, he wanted to test out the demon-suppressing pagoda. Yue Yang never had a chance to use the demon-suppressing pagoda. In the past, it was because he did not have a strong enough opponent. But now, things were different. Even if it was the Black Hell King or the Scarlet Emperor, they had to be sealed. Yue Yang was concerned that these two guys might not die easily. Anyway he was good at sealing, so the demon-suppressing pagoda was the best choice. If the effect was good after testing it on the Abyss Manatees, he could later try to fit the Ancient Slaughterer Beast King and the 20 Ancient Slaughterers. Actually, the two Abyss Manatees were hoping for Yan Zun, and Kang Yan to save them. But the problem was that all three of them pretended not to see anything. The Abyss Manatees could only begrudgingly go into the demon-suppressing pagoda, and become Yue Yangs. They did not want to die. Whether it was the world-exterminating wheel or Nirvana Flame, they did not want to be hit by these. Once hit, it would mean eternal death, resurrection was impossible. Now that their owner Heihu was dead, loyalty and pacts were all useless. Now, they could only hope that this owner would treat them well. A golden splendor shone and the two Abyss Manatees took in their surroundings longingly. At the last moment, they hopefully looked at Kang Yan. After all, they used to be companions of their owner. On account of them being comrades, could he help them? Kang Yan looked at the sky nonchalantly, showing that he was a clueless bystander who only just passed by. Tears streamed down the faces of the two Abyss Manatees. Get in. If this young master wasn't so bored these days, I would not even care about you two. Yue Yang kicked the two tragic Abyss Manatees' butts. The two Abyss Manatees wanted to bawl so badly. But under their new master, they could only give in to him and crawl into the demon-suppressing pagoda. They realized that this demon-suppressing pagoda even had to be crawled into. Their new owner did not even open a teleportation circle, and only left a narrow space for them. In that instant, they saw darkness in their future. Of course, they did not know that Yue Yang did not even know how to open the demon-suppressing pagoda. Yan Zong and Yan Zun decided to work together to show the three humans in front of them what they were made of. For two reasons, to test their ability and also redeem some of their face. Indeed, Empress Fei Wen Li's disciple was arrogant. But as a heaven-ranked level 6 supreme rankers, if they bowed down to him, they could forget about staying in Heaven Realm. They would become the biggest joke of Heaven Realm. Sky Flame Prayer, Flame Giant Yan Zong waved his hand as a purple golden sea of fire spilled out. Xizun did not budge. All the flames were reflected by the energy shield surrounding her. It was completely ineffective like Kang Yan's attack previously. With Starry Sky Domain, Night Empress only used the Winter Circle and blocked all of the sky flames. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/winter_hexagon. Only Yue Yang suffered. He was burnt by the sky flames, in immense pain and almost suffocating. However, Yan Zong was not pleased with Yue Yang's suffering in the least. Instead, he even felt fury. Yue Yang had deliberately allowed the sky flames to burn him. He was swallowing the power of Yan Zong's sky flames. After being burned, together with the continuous fusion of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, the power of Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus was upgraded. Furthermore, majority of the sky flames that were not fused would become dark cloud sky flames after purified by nirvana flames. Dark cloud sky flames was something that even after 1000 years of trying, Yan Zong has still been unable to create. Dark cloud sky flames was a sky flame that could transcend the limit of fire types, changing from yang to yin. For 1000 years, Yan Zong had desired to upgrade his sky flame but to no avail. Today, Yue Yang used a mere few minutes to achieve what he had never been able to. Even without nirvana flames, Yue Yang's Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus had a suppressive force. If he was also be able to form dark cloud sky flames, then his fire ability would surpass Yan Zong who had been training for thousands of years. Such a heartless ridiculing move made Yan Zong lost all face. He was furious, to the point of almost losing his senses. What made Yan Zong want to vomit blood the most was that Yue Yang gave most of the dark cloudy sky flames he created to a beast he summoned. The Spirit of Earth Fire. Yan Zong had an urge to slap himself as he watched Spirit of Earth Fire devour the dark cloudy sky flames, which he could not obtain even if he tried for thousands of years. If he had known, why would he have attacked Yue Yang with his sky fire? He was just asking for it. Yan Zong felt regret twisting in his body. If it wasn't for his sky fire, Yue Yang would have taken forever trying to learn the dark cloudy sky flames, so didn't he basically just help Yue Yang level up for free? Yan Zun shuddered after seeing the tragedy of Yan Zong's actions. If he wasn't careful, he could be the one in trouble. Yan Zun decided to be wise and not provoke this disciple of Empress Fei Wen Li. Maybe Yue Yang had divine rank treasures to protect himself, and Yan Zun would be utterly embarrassed if he tried his best but still failed to hurt Yue Yang. The woman with the starry domain was also a difficult opponent, as she probably was an expert in manipulation, which worked against his own close combat style. As for the woman who Kang Yan mentioned to be skilled in the destruction rays and condensing shattered voids into black grains, she had more of a long-range attack style, which gave his close combat style slight advantage. Moreover, she was one of the most powerful of them, and if he defeated her, he would gain a lot of prestige. Most importantly, since this woman had defeated He Hu and Kang Yan in succession, his value and status in the central palace would surge if he could defeat her. Having made up his mind, Yan Zun began to increase his powers. Yan Zun, with his pure fire blue form, did not dare to be careless after witnessing the tragic outcome of Yan Zong. He leveled up to the peak state of Heaven Innate level 5, even more powerful than what Kang Yan possessed, before he stopped. Yan Zun's pure fire blue form released even more horrifying temperatures. The ground and rocks beneath him melted and red-hot lava spreaded rapid before finally forming a bubbling and churning shallow lava lake. Even so, Yan Zun did not immediately rush to attack. He summoned a few mirror flame bugs. They reflected light like mirrors, suspended around the pure fire blue form and rotated automatically. Although they were not able to fully eliminate the power of the destruction rays, they would be able to resist most of the illumination when they become mirror-like. To deal with the devastating black seed, Yan Zun had to know their type of attack. If they were penetrative attacks, then he couldn't care less, since the pure fire blue form was not a tangible form. It was a unique flame that could be returned to its original state even if it was cut into 1,000 pieces. Normal methods of attack would never affect the pure fire blue form. Only attacks of energy that could cleanse and destroy all living beings, like that of the Nirvana flames and destruction wheel, could cause the pure fire blue form to receive doubled damages. For this matter precisely, Yan Zun was unwilling to go against Yue Yang. He hated to meet such opponents who had powers of divine rank treasures. Weep blood wings. At the other end, Xia bit into her index finger elegantly. She drew an ancient rune circle on the tiny blood-winged angel with her bloodied finger. The mystery behind her actions eluded even Yue Yang. Xia then began to level up for the first time since the battle began. She leveled up rapidly from Innate to Innate Elder level 1, then level 2 and finally level 3. She was now much more powerful than Huang Quan's Heaven Realm level 3. Yue Yang felt that his foundation still lacked when compared to Xian's. Xia had practically reached a level of perfection where her energy was pure perfection, and as she coagulated her energy, there was her unique thought that intimidated people. The legendary goddess was only just as such. Kang Yan immediately became grave. Although Xia had merely reached Heaven Realm level 3, a feeling of insurmountable defeat blossomed in his heart. Xia definitely reserved part of her energy, masking her real prowess. Unless she really believed that she was able to go against Yan Zun with just her powers of Heaven Realm level 3 when he had already increased his powers to the breaking point of Heaven Realm level 5. In addition to winning in terms of his rank and powers, Yan Zun still had the pure fire blue form, and the destruction rays and the lethal black bullet would become ineffective. Even if Xia had other attacks, Yan Zun still had his hidden trump card. Therefore, Yan Zun would never be defeated. If this were a bet, Yan King would totally bet everything on Yan Zun. Yue Yang summoned the spirit of earth fire back and flew into Night Empress's starry domain, his face expressionless and his look grim. The tiny blood-winged angel which accepted Xian's blood grew slowly. Within a minute, she grew to be human-sized. 6 blood-red wings fluttered gently as she raised her powers to Innate level 10. She was actually a beast. A level 9 diamond-ranked beast at that, with enormous room for further improvement. Her powers were close to those of Xian, with strength like Emperor Kong and Emperor Ming. The blood-winged angel drew out the holy sword hanging at her waist. She held the sword in front of her chest and closed her eyes slowly, as her left hand brushed over it gently. The sharp sword chi cut through her delicate skin. A trail of blood appeared on the holy sword like the beautiful ray of a rainbow. Colorful lights shone out from the holy sword and gathered on the blood-winged angel, as she further grew to become a 3-meter-tall giant. Even YY could not understand why Xian brought the blood-winged angel along. No matter how powerful the angel was, her presence was only a burden on Xian. She was unable to assist Xian, so why did Xian insisted on bringing her along? YY wanted to ask Night Empress, but he feared to reveal Xian's secret. YY was willing to believe in whatever Xian does, as she would never do stupid things. Despite the questions he had, YY still decided to trust her. Let us fight to determine the winner. Yan Zun was puzzled as well, but he just could not see through his enemy's secret. He could only unleash all his strength and fight with all his might. Heat waves hot enough to set the world on fire burst forward. Yan Zun, under the protection of the mirror flame bugs and with help from some kind of special beast, raised his fist and charged towards Xizun like lightning. The punch was imposing and invincible. Full force ahead. Yanzun had no form of defense at all. He believed firmly in his pure blue fire form, he believed that it can withstand all attacks from his enemy. For someone with a long-range attack like Xizun, her greatest fear would be hand-to-hand combat. As for her shield, Yanzun had faith that he could destroy it with one blow. There was no shield in the world that cannot be breached, no enemy in the world that cannot be killed. As long as one has sufficient power, cities and even entire countries can be destroyed within seconds. The human body was one of the most fragile among other races. Close combat would always be a tragedy for weak bodies. With her starry domain, Night Empress summoned the Aries and Taurus constellations. Although Yue Yang and her were protected, Yanzun's powerful hit still forced the entire starry domain to drift miles away. Compared to King Yan's trap domain, Yanzun's punch was more than 100 times more powerful. This was still only an indirect fire energy hit through the air. Having taken the hit directly, just how much pressure was Xizun under? Yue Yang could not imagine at all. Stupid. Xizun tilted her body slightly, moved her head and avoided the deathly hit from Yanzun skillfully. She struck back immediately. She flicked Yanzun's hasty second hit away with her right hand while her left hand pressed down on his forehead. Multiple expressions appeared on Yanzun's face in that second. He was first startled that his plan to suppress Xizun with his powerful punch has failed. His shock was closely followed by his astonishment when his second punch was easily deflected by Xizun and left him defenseless. How could he not stunned after witnessing such mysterious close combat skills on a woman with a long-range attack style? His expression changed again when Xizun's left palm landed on his forehead. It was indifference. With his pure blue fire form, he was most comfortable with close combats. Unless he was under attack from divine rank treasures, the Nirvana flames or the world exterminating wheel, normal attacks would never hurt him. Kaboom! Yanzun was smashed into the ground, his entire body embedded deep in the rocks. Before he could shake off his dizziness, Xizun lifted him up and tossed him far away. Flying at least 2,000 meters away before he hit the ground with a thud, Yanzun could not get back on his feet even after a long time. Witnessing such a scene left King Yan, Yanzong and even Yue Yang stupefied. Damn, what the hell just happened? Night Empress could almost hear the question in Yue Yang's heart. She explained gently to him, actually Xizun is a close combat fighter, she's most knowledgeable in combat skills. Yue Yang felt faint. Xizun's forte wasn't destruction rays, not black bullet, but close combat skills instead? If he hadn't seen Yanzun being blasted off himself, Yue Yang really couldn't believe it. King Yan was even more surprised. Fortunately he didn't fight her himself, otherwise the person who was pummeled to the ground would be him. He didn't have Yanzun's pure fire blue form, if he were the one fighting her, Xizun might have torn his body to shreds. King Yan swore that he would never lay a hand on Xizun, this formidable lady. In the future, he would run far, far away whenever he saw her. It was too scary to fight against such a woman. It was like he was seeking death. That's impossible. Yanzun, whose face was pummeled and teeth had fallen out, was bleeding with a blue-colored flame blood. His words were a little unclear due to his fallen teeth, and he sounded a little terrified. You definitely couldn't hit me with your hands, my body is made of pure fire blue form, I'm immune to any kind of physical attacks. Other than divine weapons, nothing should be able to harm me. You have pure fire blue form body. Xizun unfolded her palms and revealed a blister that seemed to have formed from a burn. She was injured. Yue Yang felt a twinge in his heart and immediately jumped out to her worriedly. Grabbing her hand, he channeled his innate chi to heal her. Xizun was stunned, and her cheeks started to redden with a blush. But they disappeared shortly as she freed her hands from Yue Yang and indicated for him to move back. It's a small injury, no big deal. Yue Yang was also surprised with his courage. He actually dared to touch her hand? If it was last time, he would definitely never touch her. Seems like after he managed to push down Phoenix Fairy Beauty and the others and became a real man, his boldness in pursuing women has gone up to a whole new level. Ah, I thought you were Tianfa just now. Yue Yang pretended to be dumb as he recalled the wonderful sensation of Xizun's hand and slipped back into the starry domain. Unforgivable. Yanzun was beyond furious. Yanzun, who was miserably defeated, immediately powered up to a higher state. The fight started once again. This time, not only Yanzun, even the flame giant Yanzhong also launched a sneak attack suddenly. Yanzun pounced like a lion as he released all of his strength. He charged forward, attacking with fury. At this time, Yanzhong was waiting at the side, his shady face showing a snake-like expression. Yue Yang was completely focused on the battle. Although he was secretly worried, he firmly believed in Xizun. It was the same for Night Empress. Yanzun, who possessed the pure blue fire form body, rained punches like crazed person. He completely gave up on defending. The failure of his previous attacks did not lower his confidence at all. On the other hand, the flame giant Yanzong, who was preparing to launch a sneak attack, also gathered his greatest power and sent a fire punch ferociously. Yue Yang's heart rose to his throat. It's fine, Xian can handle it. Night Empress comforted Yue Yang discreetly. She made him stay in her starry sky domain. If Yue Yang were to dash out in a moment like this, it would cause an adverse impact on Xian instead. Xian waved her slim hand as she skillfully directed Yan Zong's fire punch towards Yan Zun's incoming punch. Her hand showed a combat skill which made use of the opponent's force to counter the opponent's attack, one which Yue Yang had never seen anywhere else. It was similar to the marital art move 4 ounces yields 1000 caddies from Yue Yang's memory. In addition, it even carried a guiding intent. The entire battle proceeded as if under Xian's command as Yan Zun and Yan Zong's punches collided together. The two clashed together, resulting in a world-shaking boom. Yue Yang was euphoric when he saw it. Xian was indeed impressive. Although she might pale in comparison in terms of level with Yan Zong and Yan Zun, her skillful combat tactics were sufficient to compensate for the gap in power and level. Talking about her weakness, it would be that she wasn't protected by any divine equipment, so it was somewhat imperfect. If she were to own an invincible divine equipment, then it would be perfect. If Xian were to possess divine equipment, the heaven-ranked level 6 Yan Zong and Yan Zun would have been beaten to a pulp by her. The only thing that puzzled Yue Yang was that the blood-winged angel summoned by Xian with her blood hadn't been utilized. What could it be used for? No, danger! Night Empress screamed suddenly. Yue Yang, who was previously pondering, was shocked when he heard Night Empress and saw what happened. The boom between Yan Zong and Yan Zun paused eerily like a video that was lagging. The entire space wasn't moving. It could also be said that the explosion was still continuing, but it was happening at a pace 100 times slower than an ant. It was occurring at a speed not observable by the naked eye. Xian appeared to be in slow motion as she seemed to want to defend against an opponent, but her reaction speed was greatly reduced by the strange force. Their opponents must have used a kind treasure, it could be a holy ranked one or a divine ranked treasure, to control the entire battle. A shadow shot out from the huge body of Yan Zong. It was moving at a breakneck speed as it waved a punch. Although Xian reacted to it, she was too slow. Although she made an action to dodge, the other party's punch was just too fast. It subsequently landed heavily on her back that wasn't protected by any armor. Fresh blood splattered out like cherry blossom and landed on the ground, forming a gruesome red pool. Yue Yang felt that his head was bursting as if his head was hammered. As if his soul just shattered, an uncontrollable violent energy was unleashed. He shot out from the starry sky domain and ran to her aid dauntlessly. He was moving as fast as a meteorite initially. But as he got within 100 meters from the battlefield, he realized that there was an eerie energy controlling the entire battlefield. Yue Yang's body became slower. No matter how hard he tried to fly faster, driven by the violent energy, he could only fly slightly faster than a crawling snail. Just when Yue Yang was on the brink of madness, Night Empress had already caught up with him. Pressing her fair hand on his back, go! An extremely huge star exploded behind his back. This explosive energy counteracted effectively against the eerie pausing energy. Numerous stardust opened up a path before Yue Yang. Moreover, most of the star power had enveloped Yue Yang as he quickly shot towards Xian like a comet. The shadow waved a punch again. As Xian wasn't able to defend herself due to her slow movement, she could only choose to turn her body to dodge, allowing her a narrow escape from the lethal punch. The shadow was unrelenting. Not only did it rain punches, it kicked Xian in the abdomen, attempting to beat her to death before Yue Yang could rush to her aid. Shake! Xian spread out her forelimbs and did an action to shoot the destructive ray. Even before the destructive ray was shot, the shadow was repelled more than 100 meters away. Yue Yang brushed past the shadow that was repelled away. When he rushed to Xian's aid, he saw that Yan Zong and Yan Zun were waving two punches jointly onto the two arms of Xian, which were trying to defend herself. If not for the eerie energy that slowed down Xian's movement, the two punches wouldn't have been effective at all. Xian, who specialized in counterattacks, wouldn't have fought against them forcibly. Under the halting energy, Xian couldn't use her combat skills, so she could only use her hands to resist the blows. How strong would the joint attack of two heaven-ranked level 6 rankers be? Yue Yang couldn't fathom. After Xian's forced retaliation, she was injured again, and blood splattered out her cherry lips. Yue Yang finally arrived and protected Xian with his body. You are asking for death. The shadow that launched the sneak attack laughed coldly. Yan Zong, Yan Zun together with it went up together and waved heavy punches, as they attempted to beat Yue Yang and Xian to a pulp and kill them. Get lost! Yue Yang lost control as a world-exterminating power of the ancient code burst out from his body. The power of the cards of fate rose to the peak in an instant. The suppressive force caused the trio to be pressed onto the ground as the eerie energy controlling the entire battlefield cracked like an eggshell by the power of the ancient code that exploded from Yue Yang's body. A golden giant bearing an uncanny resemblance to Yue Yang grew from a few meters to over 100 meters. Its head was touching the sky and its feet were standing on the ground. It continued to grow. Nobody was able to raise up their heads, so no one could see where it grew to, but they knew that it was definitely more than 1,000 meters. As the golden giant grew like mad, Xia Wen Li floated out of Yue Yang's body. There was a similar golden image that appeared on Xia Wen Li. It was even taller than Hui Tai Lang. It looked like a perfectly mature Xia Wen Li, or it can also be said to be extremely similar to Empress Fei Wen Li. Following Xia Wen Li's will, the golden lamia furiously waved its golden arm. It sneakily slapped the shadow away easily. What was even more baffling was that a huge golden giant was born on the injured Xizun, who was below Yue Yang, too. The giant female giant looked lost at the start, as if she couldn't believe it was real. But she quickly regained composure as she immediately caught the shadow when the golden lamia slapped it. She then squeezed it with all its might and smashed it onto the ground. This wasn't the end. In the instant the shadow was smashed towards the ground, the golden female giant that looked exactly like Xizun bended over and reached out her hands to dig out the shadow from the ground. Together with the soil, she hurled it 1,000 meters away. The shadow was buried nearly 100 meters underground, forming a huge pit that was even more terrifying than the crater formed when a meteorite smashed on the ground. Although Hui Tai Lang was fast to respond, the speed where it went over to help wasn't fast enough to adapt to the rapid changes on the battlefield. When it arrived and morphed into the world-exterminating demon wolf, the power of the ancient code on Yue Yang's body had already started to disappear. The golden giant that was more than 1,000 meters tall quickly dimmed, and disappeared into thin air after. Before Yue Yang exhausted all his energy and fell into coma, he instinctively took out the Three Realms compass. But even before he could boot it and take everyone back to Tongtian Tower, he had already lost consciousness onto Xizun's embrace. Boom boom. When the eerie halting power disappeared, Xizun regained freedom. The furious Xizun didn't let Yanzong and Yanzun off as she controlled the golden female giant with her will and slapped Yanzong and Yanzun onto the ground as if they were flies. As Yue Yang fell unconscious and the power of the ancient code disappeared, the golden lamia on Xia Wen Li's body and the golden female giant on Xizun's body disappeared. Only Hui Tai Lang, whose body became larger, was able to maintain his shape slightly longer. It couldn't wait to land on the ground as it puked out a huge dark energy ball in mid-air and hurled it at Yanzong and Yanzun. Compared to the power of the ancient code, he, who was only a heaven-ranked level 5, was only a grain of sand in the vast ocean. He might be even more insignificant. Both Yanzong and Yanzun were heaven-ranked level 6 seniors. They were only clowns in front of the power of the ancient code. If it weren't that Yue Yang fell unconscious, they might be even more sorry than this. As for the shadow, Ken Yan didn't know who it was, and he also wasn't aware when it hit in Yanzong's flame body to launch the sneak attack, but he knew that the shadow employed a vile tactic. That was to use the legendary body halting pearl. It must have wanted to use the body halting pearl to make Xizun stationary before killing her. Who would have thought that Xizun could still move under the effect of the body halting pearl? Hence it was unable to kill her, and the body halting pearl was shattered by the power of the ancient code in the end. The legendary supreme holy ranked treasure that was close to being a divine treasure, the body halting pearl, was shattered like this. This was the power of the ancient code. Ken Yan realized that when the golden giant appeared from Yue Yang's body, he wasn't even able to raise up his head. Under the suffocating force, he could only barely look at the toes of the golden giant. He didn't have any way to look up. Luckily, Yue Yang didn't know how to properly utilize this unique power of the ancient code. If not, he would have killed Yanzong and Yanzun easily. I will return you a stab by my sword for the lunch I received from you. Xizun embraced Yue Yang, who was unconscious. She reached out her right hand as a rainbow-like light flashed across. The blood-winged angel amazingly morphed into a crimson angel's sword. With the sword in her hand, Xizun unleashed her unmatched power. Her sword chi shot through the skies. Ken Yan was utterly speechless. Could the specialty of Soaring Dragon Continent be at creating such abnormally powerful rankers? Why did he ever go to the death arena to find trouble with these people from the Soaring Dragon Continent? Forget about Yue Yang, who possessed the power of the ancient code and would become the next prison emperor. He had even provoked Xizun, who possessed a humanoid divine weapon. This humanoid divine weapon was the dream of many heaven-ranked warriors. Forget about this, the terrifying black bullet and destructive ray alone were scary enough. What should he do next? Thinking of it, Ken Yan was instantly upset. The rest of his life would indeed be a tragedy.